This was just an ordinary little wooden cabin, but every man who came out of it wore a look of satisfaction. Villagers were even lining up for hours just to experience it for 2.5 minutes. You'd probably assume there's some kind of special service inside, but actually, it was simply a house with underfloor heating. Turns out, this was a medieval fantasy world where the poor freeze to death in winter, and I, a civil engineering major, accidentally transmigrated into a novel as the Baron's eldest son. However, becoming a noble brought me no joy, because the Baron's family was heavily in debt, and this body was a total scumbag. He had committed all kinds of atrocities in the territory, and the villagers had long harbored resentment, so this body was just a trash noble doomed to die early in the story, and I had only one way to survive. I had to change how everyone in the territory sees me. As a graduate in civil engineering, I was shocked to find that houses in this world didn't even have underfloor heating. Most families relied solely on fireplaces, which couldn't warm an entire house. If I could build a house with underfloor heating here, it would surely sell like crazy. Maybe I could even use it to get rich and pay off all of the Baron's debts. My knowledge of civil engineering finally had a place to shine. No more bricklifting on construction sites like in my previous life. At that moment, a floor plan for the heated house began forming in my mind. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared. Seems like I just unlocked something. Relationship points system has been activated. You can earn points by improving relationships with key characters, but the system didn't explain what those points were for. I figured, since it said key characters, then this person behind me, Javier, must be one. After all, he's the main character of the whole novel. Sure enough, a -30 approval rating floated above Javier's head. I gave him a charming smirk and said, "You really are handsome," trying to butter up the protagonist, but his affection didn't increase. Instead, it actually dropped. At the same time, he scoffed and said, "Yeah, I know I'm handsome." Hearing this, I was speechless. This guy is seriously narcissistic. Putting the system aside for now, earlier I heard from Javier that the tavern owner's mother had fallen ill due to the bitter cold of the lingering winter. So I immediately went to the tavern owner and placed a heating house contract in front of him. "So you're the purchaser and I'll be the builder. We'll write off all construction fees against all of the property I damaged." The tavern owner gave me a skeptical look and activated his skill, Stonewall Heart. He didn't believe someone would just come and offer compensation like this. Damn, no one trusts this guy. My big plan can't fail right from the start. Looks like I'll have to make use of this scumbag image for now. I immediately put on a villainous expression and said, "Come on, we'll be seeing a lot of each other. Let's try to have a little trust." Sure enough, that did the trick. The tavern owner, frightened, hurried to sign the contract, and the system didn't forget to compliment me for being such a scumbag. However, I didn't care about all that. My business empire was going to start with this very first order. "You've made a wise decision. I promise you won't regret it." Before long, just as I was about to start building the house, Javier called out to me, thinking I was plotting a new way to cause trouble after seeing me force the tavern owner to sign the contract. Hearing this, I replied dismissively, "I didn't expect someone who looks righteous to have such twisted ideas. Have you heard of cognitive distortion? It's where you believe someone will do this and that because of what they did in the past. This kind of distortion stems from deep prejudice and negativity." Javier claimed it wasn't prejudice, but experience and statistics. However, when I asked whether experience and statistics weren't all based on the past, he had no response, so I turned away and started building the house. At the same time, I told Javier that whether it was the tavern owner or his mother, I'll make sure to make them smile, as their smiles would become the foundation of my fortune. I dug up the soil, carried it out, then compacted it, and kept repeating the process to lay the foundation. The wood could just be allocated from the Baron's estate warehouse, using heavy timber to build the main structure. Then I smeared the clay I dug up from the riverside to finish the exterior. After all that work, I was completely exhausted, frustrated by how weak this body was. Meanwhile, Javier hadn't helped at all these past few days. He just stood around making snide comments, but deep down, he was already shocked. He never expected I'd actually follow through on the contract with the tavern owner. Was this really the same scumbag from before? Seeing the deadline was near, I had no time to rest. I grabbed an axe, ready to continue. However, in the next second, Javier snatched the axe from my hands and asked what he should do. Chop the wood into thin little pieces, each about 2 hands length tall, 1 hand's length wide, and 1 finger thick. Upon hearing this, Javier flung a pile of wood into the air, and in the next second, countless sword slashes cut them perfectly into the required sizes. Looking at the pile of neatly cut boards, a task that would have taken me hours, I couldn't help giving him a thumbs up. No wonder he's the protagonist of the whole novel, a swordsman destined to become a sword master. I quietly walked up behind Javier and patted him on the back. "Hey, once you're done with that, come help me dig." Javier was stunned by how shameless I was. Instead of thanking me, he gives me more work to do. This guy is unbelievable. I could tell he only helped out of curiosity because he wanted to see what kind of scam I was plotting. So I told him, "You just want to see results quickly, right? So how do we do that?" "Well, by working together, of course. The faster we work, the sooner you'll find out what I'm up to." Javier had no choice but to help me finish the job quickly and uncover the truth. With his help, the speed increased several times over. Afterward, we just needed to dig the heating channels for the underfloor system. Finally, we completed everything just before the deadline. This became the first first house in this world with underfloor heating. Meanwhile, Javier stared at the wall in confusion. Are those letters? Yes, that's my brand logo. You wanted to see what kind of scheme I have for the tavern owner, right? Go ahead and call the tavern owner and his mother. You'll find out exactly what I'm up to. Soon after, the people of this world, who had never experienced underfloor heating, were instantly won over by the warmth. The tavern owner's mother's legs didn't hurt anymore, and her back wasn't sore either. This was the magical power of underfloor heating. Thank you so much, young master. It has been a long time since I've seen my mother smile like this. Seeing this, Javier marveled. Is the person in front of me still that scumbag young master? He actually worked hard and fulfilled his promise to the residents, and just like he said, both of them truly smiled with happiness. At that moment, the system prompt sounded. Your approval rating by Javier increased by 2 points. You've gained 36 relationship points for improving your relationships slightly with a key character. Upon seeing this, I smiled faintly. Although this order was a total loss after accounting for the wood cost, that didn't matter, because this first heated house was built as a model home for promotion, and just like that, word spread fast. Out of curiosity, nearby residents came to experience it for themselves, and every person who felt the warmth of the floor was completely won over. Feels good, doesn't it? Don't you want a room like this in your own home? There are 2 style options available now. The first option is to build a new house in your yard. The second option is to renovate the floor of your existing home. Of course, if you sign both options, we'll give you a 10% discount on the construction fee. However, even though the villagers understood the benefits of the house, they still didn't trust this body of mine. If that's the case, I'll just keep using this scumbag image to pressure them into signing. Hey, this price is already really cheap. Can't we at least have some basic trust between us? Just as I was about to push further, a voice suddenly stopped me. The person who came was the father of this body, Arcos Frontera, the Baron. He also had a negative 20 approval rating above his head, so clearly he was another key character whose relationship needed improving. Soon after, I was summoned back to the Lord's mansion. Until now, I had been hiding and avoiding the Baron, afraid of what might happen if he stopped me from building. Tell me, what kind of trick are you up to this time? Hearing this, I responded with my usual scoundrel attitude. The tavern owner ordered a heated house from me, so I built one for him. But you've also been signing contracts with other residents, haven't you? After I confirmed this, the Baron frowned and said that the residents of the territory were his cherished people, and he wouldn't allow me to deceive them. Looks like no matter what this body does, it always causes misunderstandings. Since I couldn't explain it clearly, I figured I'd better just run. Just as I was about to leave, the Baron called out again. Are you doing all this because of our family's situation? Don't worry, I can still handle things for now, so don't get yourself too involved in this. Having read the ending of the novel, I knew he was completely incapable of handling the territory's debt. Moreover, that attitude of his was just like my dad from my previous life. Clearly in trouble but never saying a word, always pretending everything was fine. I'm not going to be miserable again because of stupid money. So, before leaving, I said, please don't give up, because I won't either. Those were the words I wish I had said to my father back then. Just as I was thinking about how many orders I had collected, I ran into a fat man and a skinny one head on. They didn't even greet me, the son of the territory, and just walked past. Curious, I decided to follow them. Sure enough, they were the territory's debt collectors. Seeing this, I couldn't help but curl my lips into a grin. Perfect timing. They're just here in time. Back in my room, I planned to study the system. After chatting with the notification bar, I learned that points could be used to develop skills. Then, after scanning me, the system developed skills based on my existing knowledge. Seeing that I have enough relationship points, I unlocked basic surveying and basic design. Basic surveying gave me titanium alloy clairvoyant eyes, capable of precisely measuring ground structures. Basic design allowed me to draw blueprints out of thin air. Having these skills would definitely make things a lot easier, but I was still worried whether Javier alone would be enough to handle all the construction. It sure would be nice if I could summon some heavy machinery. Just as I was thinking of this, the system prompted that it could also randomly summon fantasy companions, and these companions came with rich personalities and skills. If they could replace modern machinery, the work efficiency would be dramatically improved. However, one summon costs 50 relationship points. Clearly, the priority now was to quickly earn more relationship points. Meanwhile, over on the Baron's side, the 2 debt collectors started getting greedy. They even demanded the Baroness and her ladies as repayment. Suddenly, I appeared from behind. Even if you're debt collectors, that doesn't give you the right to be so rude. This startled the fat man. Who are you? But when the Baron mentioned my name, he realized who I was. So you're the eldest son with the peculiar manners. If you don't leave. But before he could finish, I cut him off. Whatever. Now show me your warrant. Hearing this, the fat man and the skinny man both looked confused. According to Article 3, Section 6 of the Royal Family and Nobility Act, entering a noble's residence without a warrant is considered trespassing. Seeing them feign ignorance and even claim the law didn't exist, I had no choice but to refresh their memory. Javier. Yes, Master Lloyd. Cut off the arms of the trespassers. Seeing that Javier had really drawn his sword, the 2 of them broke out in cold sweat and fled in panic. Do you think you'll be able to get away with this? You'll regret this. At that moment, the Baron looked terrified and shouted at me, asking what the hell I was trying to do. After all, those guys were the territory's debt debt collectors. They had been treated with food and drink before, and still weren't satisfied. Now things were completely blown up, but I had already prepared a countermeasure. I pulled out a big bag of money and placed it on the table. This is the deposit from the heated houses. It should be enough to cover this month's interest. However, the Baron believed this money was extorted from the residents, so he refused to use it. At that moment, Javier said he would personally monitor me to ensure I fully fulfilled the residents' contracts. Only then did the Baron let go of his concerns. Then, I politely said my goodbyes. After Javier and I left, he asked how I knew about such a law. As far as he remembered, I'd always been the ignorant type. To this, I replied that I just picked it up somewhere, but the truth is, I got it from Javier himself. In the novel, it was right after the Baron and Baroness committed suicide. The two debt collectors came to dig up the bodies and sell them, and that's when Javier said, according to Article 3, Section 6 of the Royal Family and Nobility Act, entering a noble's residence without a warrant is considered trespassing. Immediately after, he cut off their heads. When Javier is brought before a judge, he is found not guilty. Knowing how this story plays out is definitely an advantage, but there's something more important right now. Suddenly, the system prompt rang. Baron Frontera's approval rating of you has increased by 6 points. You've gained 60 relationship points for improving your relationship with a key character. Your current relationship points is 61. What kind of fantasy companion would my first one be? That evening, I found an empty spot where no one was around. Show me the summon game. As I pressed start, a green beam suddenly flashed and began outlining a magic circle in front of me. However, the magic circle was a bit too small and way too noisy. Suddenly, a hamster crawled out from the circle. Seeing this, I was completely dumbfounded. The disdain on my face was impossible to hide. Looks like I didn't pull anything good this time. The little hamster noticed my disgust and squeaked anxiously. Strangely, I seemed to understand what it was saying. The little guy claimed it could do a lot, and in the next second, it spat something out of its mouth. I picked it up and found it was a user manual in a small packet. According to the manual, its name was Padong, and inside the packet were two kinds of seeds. The red seed would make the little guy grow to gigantic proportions, and the effect would last for a maximum of 12 hours. On the other hand, the blue seed would make it shrink. Buying the dual color seed pack required 1 relationship point. At that moment, I wondered how big a tiny hamster could possibly grow. If it reached the size of a human, it might actually be useful. So I decided to see for myself and fed it a red seed. The next second, a flash of white light exploded, and I was sent flying several meters by something unknown. When I saw what was in front of me, I was completely stunned, because the little hamster had grown to more than 30 feet tall. Seeing me frozen in place, the little guy smirked at me coldly. On top of that, it also had 3 special skills. Digging level 1, digging at a speed several times faster than modern excavators. Packing dirt level 2, a few death rolls could compress the soil completely. The last skill was even more critical. The cheek pockets level 1, it could shape the soil directly inside its mouth. At this moment, I was beyond excited. Just this hamster alone had completely solved the problem of lacking heavy machinery. However, suddenly having such a huge creature around would seem suspicious. Fortunately, this world had summoners. As long as I carried a summoning book with me and claimed to be a summoning genius, that would solve everything. Now, I just needed to solve the manpower problem, and I could begin large-scale construction. The next day, I gathered the territory's soldiers and began assigning them tasks. But this group of idle, salaried soldiers all looked annoyed when they saw it was me. The infamous scumbag was the one giving orders. Yet it didn't surprise me, as I had already expected this reaction. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Master Lloyd, what exactly are you planning to make my soldiers do? I smirked to myself. As expected, this guy showed up. It was Newman, one of the 3 knights of this land. In the early part of the novel, when the estate falls into ruin, he was the first to betray the Baron and flee. Not only that, he sold the Baron's information to con artists. He was the main culprit behind the massive debts burdening the Baron, and yet this trash was actually a knight awarded by this land. Sir Newman, what do you think we're doing here? Newman declared that he would never tolerate his soldiers doing such lowly work as digging and shoveling. Hearing this, I couldn't help but scoff. Clearly, he just hated that I was earning money to pay off the debts, yet he tried to make it sound so noble. Then I said flatly, the Baron has already given his permission. Newman, seeing this, brought up my past, claiming I was using his soldiers for personal gain. I calmly replied, you're not wrong, but damn, you're really asking for a beating. Newman gritted his teeth in anger, but couldn't lay a hand on me. Seeing him that pissed off, I scooped up a pile of soil and flung it right in his face. The soldiers standing nearby were all stunned by what they saw. In their eyes, I was just a useless noble who couldn't do anything, and yet I dared to provoke a decorated knight of the territory like this. You bastard, are you insulting a knight's honor? I pretended not to hear a word he said. What? You want to forget about ranks and fight it out? Sure, no problem. Let's do it. We'll duel in a month. Newman, though a bit confused, still accepted the duel without hesitation. Before long, after hearing that I would duel Newman, Javier came over curiously and asked if I had any confidence in winning. I put on an indifferent face and said, are you an idiot? Of course I'm not confident. He's a low-level sword expert knight who can use the mana heart skill, and I'm just a lazy, good-for-nothing scumbag. How the hell could I beat him? Did you even think before asking? Javier was so mad that he he almost drew his sword and chopped me on the spot, but his curiosity got the better of him. Just what was this guy really up to? He was clearly provoking Newman on purpose, and now he was saying he had no confidence in winning? It made no sense at all. At that moment, I asked Javier a favor. Can you teach me how to use a sword? He rejected the idea instantly without even thinking. His reasons are, first, that he's only here to watch me, and second, that someone like me learning swordsmanship would only put the people around me in more danger. But I already had a plan. If you teach me how to use a sword, I can help cure your insomnia. Javier was stunned by the word insomnia. How the hell did this guy know about that? Of course I knew, because I had read the novel. In this world, knights are ranked into 4 levels: low-level sword expert, mid-level sword expert, high-level sword expert, and sword master. Javier was currently in the transition from high-level sword expert to sword master. At this stage, his nerves would become overly sensitive, which made it impossible for him to sleep. Although Javier was still suspicious of how I knew, he agreed without hesitation, not because he believed I could actually cure him, but because he had already tried countless methods that didn't work. However, he soon fell asleep. I've read the whole novel, and I knew how you would cure your insomnia. The first time Javier ever slept well was after hearing someone read a magic incantation. I didn't know any magic incantations, but I recited a passage from Reinforced Concrete Structural Design Theory, which had to be at least 100 times more effective than any magic spell. Now, your swordsmanship is all mine. The next day, the fully rested Javier told me to run 50 laps first. He thought I'd give up immediately, but to his surprise, I didn't resist at all and started running obediently. And after each lap, I even ran up to him to mock him. You thought I'd fight back, and then you'd use that as an excuse to say I had no talent and quit teaching me, right? From Javier's expression, I knew I had seen right through him. I'm totally gonna finish all 50 laps. Even the system couldn't help but praise how shameless I was. But the truth was, I was really exhausted. How could running 50 laps not be tiring? Still, compared to before, this was already a huge improvement. Back then, I had no family left by my side. I lived alone in a cramped rental unit, struggling day after day just to survive. I'd spend all day carrying bricks up to the roof of a 4-story building, and all night loading and unloading delivery trucks, just to keep from starving and avoid getting kicked out by the landlord. Back then, I held on to the hope that things would get better someday, constantly telling myself, just hold on a little longer and it'll all be worth it. But eventually, that hope turned into endless despair. So compared to that hopelessness, this pain now was nothing. At that moment, a subtle change happened in Javier's heart. If you're truly so serious about learning, then I'll teach you my swordsmanship. Then, a system prompt appeared. Your approval rating by Javier increased by 1 point. You earned 18 relationship points with a key character, and your current relationship points is 29. Meanwhile, when the Baron heard from Newman that I had disrespected him and challenged him to a duel, he was deeply disappointed. However, since he had no just cause to stop it, he simply asked Newman not to be too harsh. As his heir, the Baron did not want me seriously injured. He just hoped the duel would knock some sense into me. As you wish, my lord. But despite his words, Newman had no intention of holding back. After leaving the room, he was already plotting to kill me in the duel, then eliminate the Baron and his wife and make it look like a double suicide. He was even grateful I had challenged him because it would speed up his plan to move on to a bigger city. 1 month later, the duel was held as scheduled, but before it even started, Newman was already furious because I showed up holding a shovel. In his eyes, that was pure humiliation. The Baron couldn't even watch, thinking this was nothing but a stupid joke. Only Javier didn't see it that way. After all, someone playing a prank wouldn't train non-stop every day, spend their free time teaching workers about underfloor heating at the construction site, and then practice swordsmanship right up until they went to sleep. He knew I was more serious than ever. The moment the battle started, Newman, unable to hold back, swung his sword straight at me. Seeing this, I bent my knees and arched my back. With one clean sweep, I neutralized his strike. Newman was surprised, but assumed it was just luck. But after every attack was deflected the same way, he started to realize something was off. This was the essence of modern close-quarter bayonet combat. My years in the army weren't for nothing. Besides, people in this world have no idea how fearsome a shovel can be. Its broad blade could act as a shield, and it had enough cutting power to slice through thick roots. With the footwork I learned from Javier's swordsmanship, combined with the shovel-based skill granted by the system that boosts all my physical attributes while holding a shovel, this was the result of a full month of training. Seeing that he couldn't win, Newman activated his mana heart skill. In the next instant, his speed multiplied several times over as he appeared in front of me in a flash, aiming his sword directly at my neck without mercy. The Baron and his wife thought their son was surely going to die, but the next second, I successfully blocked the attack. At the same time, I smiled, because I knew exactly what made Javier the novel's protagonist. It was the Azrahan core technique, Javier's exclusive magic skill that allowed him to absorb external magical energy and use it as his own. In that moment, Newman was completely stunned. You absorbed my mana? His fear made him drop his guard, and in an instant, I smashed my shovel into that bastard's face. That one hit alone was enough to knock him out of the fight, but I wasn't done yet. I slammed another strike right into the back of his head. The soldiers watching from the sidelines were all dumbfounded, unable to make sense of what just happened. They can't believe that the scumbag young master actually defeated the decorated knight of the territory. The Baron, still in disbelief, announced the winner. But in such a thrilling moment, there was no way I was stopping now. I gave Newman a swift series of strikes with the shovel until he begged for mercy. The Baron told me to stop, but I pretended not to hear. When the soldiers came up to intervene, I acted like I was done, then caught them off guard and slammed another heavy blow with the shovel. Another knight of the territory, Byron, thought the young master had gone insane. Only Javier felt something was off. From his point of view, this young master seemed to know everything about the future, because 15 days before the duel, that guy had suddenly asked to learn the Azrahan core technique. At the time, it was still an unfinished technique, and Javier had never mentioned it to anyone. When he asked how I knew, I shamelessly claimed I overheard him sleep talking. And honestly, other than sleep talking, there was no other explanation. What was even weirder was that I said I could help him perfect the technique. Then, following my instructions, the Azrahan core technique that had been stuck for so long was actually completed on the spot. This was not the same scumbag young master from before. As I happily kept beating Newman, I didn't realize Javier was starting to suspect something. The Baron, unable to watch any longer, angrily demanded I stop. Hearing this, I calmly told him to check the letters under the tablecloth of the table. Though confused, the Baron looked under the tablecloth and found that there were indeed letters. The Baron read them and was shocked. They were evidence of Newman's betrayal and secret dealings. Newman couldn't believe it. How could those documents have been found? He had hidden them so well, but I had read the novel, so of course I knew where they were hidden. Sending the little guy to steal them was a piece of cake. The Baron was simply too kind. Anyone else, upon learning they'd been betrayed, would be demanding his head by now. I could tell he didn't know how to handle it, so I made a suggestion. Throw a vicious mouse on his head. If it wounds him, exile him from the territory. If not, demote him to a regular soldier and give him a chance to reflect. To those around us, it seemed absurd. How could a knight be injured by a mouse? So they thought I was actually letting him off easy. Newman thought the same, believing this was a lenient punishment. He felt no remorse at all, and the corners of his mouth even twitched into a faint smirk. In his heart, he vowed to find a chance for revenge. You look really happy. Enjoy it, because it'll be your last smile. Hearing this, Newman broke into a cold sweat. At the same time, I gave a red seed to the little hamster on my shoulder. Then, I threw it into the air. The best way to ask for forgiveness is to remember that there is none. As the little hamster ate the red seed, its size gradually changed. Seeing this, everyone was utterly shocked. They couldn't believe that a little creature could grow into a monstrous size. In the next second, it falls straight toward Newman, smashing him into paste. Well, I had never intended to spare that bastard anyway. And with that, the rotten apple was exiled from the territory. Before long, I asked the hamster to dig all over the territory. Seeing this, Javier came over and asked, "What's going on here?" I told him that it's carving out a road. Since the once feeble soldiers looked like proper construction workers, I immediately got to work on a bigger plan. There was once a nation called Rome, and they were true road building fanatics. What we're building is what they called the Appian Way. It's the key to this territory's prosperity. Suddenly, Javier asked very seriously, "Master Lloyd, where did you suddenly acquire this knowledge from? You built a heating system that no one had ever heard of, and summoned a high-level creature out of nowhere. Are you really Master Lloyd?" Then, the system gave me a warning. Javier has suspicions about your identity. I started to panic, because according to the novel, if Javier found out I was an outside presence who hijacked his lord's son's body, he might really draw his sword and kill me on the spot. But there's no reason to be worried, because I have a special skill for times like these. I learned it secretly when no one was watching. Why? Am I not allowed? But young master, you've always just been a drunkard, and how do you explain the summoning magic? Even the most gifted mage can't master it at 20 years of training, so you can be a genius, but I can't. I was born with a gift of summoning. What do you want me to do about it? Also, do you watch me 24 hours a day? You don't know what I do when you're not around, do you? Javier, not good with words, was left speechless. Seeing this, I immediately changed the subject. If you've got nothing to say, I'm leaving. I've got things to do. Javier had no choice but to give up. Afterward, I asked Byron to supervise the construction of the road, since Javier and I had something important to do elsewhere. That evening, in a certain inn, a green-haired man was distressed after losing a large sum in gambling. He was the con man Tords, who had scammed the Baron's estate out of its property. As he was wondering where to find his next gullible victim, I suddenly kicked the door open. "Who are you?" "Right, you don't know what I look like. I'm Lloyd Frontera. Does that ring any bells?" Recognizing who I was, he nearly died of fright, then immediately shouted for his bodyguard to get them out of there. The scar-faced man in a black cloak grabbed him and leapt out the window, but unbeknownst to them, I knew they would try to escape that way, and I had already arranged for Javier to be waiting outside. "Leave him here and walk away quietly. If you refuse, I will see you as a co-conspirator. You're so young. Do you even know how to hold a sword?" The scar-faced man was a dark mage hired by Tords. According to the novel, after Javier lost his lord, he swore revenge on the con man. But at that time, it was his first time facing a dark mage, and he was overwhelmed by powerful magic. All that, however, was what happened in the novel. Meanwhile, the scar-faced man launched an attack at Javier. Javier blocked it with his sword, but in the next second, dark magic engulfed him. Seeing this, the scar-faced man clenched his fist, ready to end the fight fight quickly. However, thanks to perfecting the Azrahan core technique early, Javier had a triple circle mana heart. This dark mage wasn't even in the same league. The scar-faced man instantly realized the power gap and tried to fly away without hesitation. Tords saw Javier slowly approaching and was so terrified that he stumbled backward. Javier was ready to cut off his legs and drag him to trial. Just as the sword was about to fall, I stepped in and stopped him. "Are you crazy? If this guy is taken to court, he'll definitely be executed." Javier was confused. Is he seriously sympathizing with a con man? Afterward, we tied Tords to a chair and he trembled with fear. "Come on, there's no need to be so scared. Everyone gets a little greedy sometimes. I can see why you made the most of your opportunity. Don't worry, I won't take you to court. Just hand over all of the Baron's remaining assets." Tords thought I was going to let him off, so he immediately agreed to hand them over. However, I was just getting started. If he wanted to be fully forgiven, I asked him to sign a contract. This is a labor contract that even pays him a salary, but the contract had one little clause. Each month he'd get paid, but 80% of the salary would be deducted as repayment for the fraud. So, after working for me for 520 years, the contract will end and you'll be free. Tords didn't expect to become a lifelong labor slave. Javier quickly realized I hadn't saved him out of sympathy. I slowly revealed a greedy smile. This guy owes me so much money. How could I let him off easy? I am going to suck him dry for the rest of his life. Tords still tried to protest. What kind of insane contract is this? I simply left him with one line: "See you in court," leaving the choice up to him. In the end, Tords signed the contract. On our way back home, I told Javier that the funds confiscated from Tords would serve as the startup capital for my next plan, which was to hire people. After all, relying on just the 30 soldiers from the Baron's estate wasn't nearly enough. A few days later, the recruitment notice was posted, and to my surprise, many people came. I had assumed no one would apply because of my scumbag reputation, but Javier explained why. It turned out because I had completed the underfloor heating contracts cheaply and on time, took care of the trader in the territory, and could even use summoning magic. The residents saw me as a capable and trustworthy figure. Hearing this, I was utterly shocked. I hadn't expected those things to attract so many people. One man even sincerely thanked me, saying his child used to catch colds from cold wind, but with underfloor heating, things had greatly improved. He then told me that he had a relative in a neighboring territory who was also interested in the underfloor project. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but show my wicked grin again. Looks like the first step of building my business empire was complete. I had finally made a name for myself. Losing some money on the heating project was no big deal, but as for other territories, there would be no more losing money. Sure, they could still get underfloor heating, but they'd need to pay some extra for the travel expenses. Javier, standing beside me, finally understood why we had been losing money on the heating, but he still had one more question. Why does the road in the territory need to be built all the way to the mountain? Soon after, I brought Javier to the top of the mountain and told him, before long, this mountain will be completely bare because underfloor heating consumes a huge amount of wood. These trees won't last. Javier was shocked. "Young master, even knowing that, you still went ahead and built underfloor heating for them?" I explained. The reason I extended the road to the mountain is because there's bituminous coal here. Once people have experienced underfloor heating, they'll be addicted for life, and this coal is the perfect fuel for it, so they'll have no choice but to buy it from me. Of course, residents of our own territory get a discount, but just a tiny discount. Javier was furious. "You're shameless." Suddenly, I looked at him seriously. "Do you really think I'm shameless? If I don't do this, how else can we pay off the territory's debt?" Javier fell silent, then reminded me, "It's not that the Baron doesn't know there's coal here. It's just that previous Barons tried to mine it several times, but the foundation was too unstable and kept collapsing. That's why no one's touched it since." Of course I knew all that, but I had modern excavation techniques. As long as I used shield tunneling, I could solve the collapse problem. "Let's go. There's so much for us to do." Javier was confused. He had never heard of shield tunneling, but seeing that I was no longer the same Lloyd, he chose to trust me. But what I didn't expect was, inside the cave, there were magical beasts, creatures that didn't exist in my original world. Thanks to recent events, my approval rating with key people and the territory residents has improved. As a result, my relationship points had reached 639. With those points, I upgraded both basic design and surveying to intermediate. Intermediate design allowed me to draw directly on paper, while intermediate surveying let me see through up to 5 meters of rock. That night, using the intermediate surveying skill, I located a safe route inside the cave and began preparing for excavation. But Padang had collapsed from exhaustion after all the roadwork, and relying solely on manpower would take too long. Looks like it's time to summon another companion. The second summon costs 70 relationship points. Sure enough, the magic circle was still tiny, and it looked exactly like Padang's. As the creature emerged from the magic circle, it fell to the ground. The next second, it said, "Bangul." It seemed that was its name. After some questioning, I learned that it could also grow massive by eating a red seed, and its skills perfectly solved the construction problems ahead. Soon after, the mining operations officially began. Step 1. Have Bangul dig soil at the front of the improvised shield tunneling machine. One of its skills, chomping dirt, allows it to eat through the soil. Step 2. Have Javier stand ready behind her, because Bangle's other skill could convert the soil she ate into steel and shoot it out. Step 3. Let Javier cut the steel into fixed lengths. Step 4. Have workers assemble those steel pieces into segments to support the foundation. At this point, Javier looked completely dead inside, thinking to himself, a dignified knight, and here I am cutting poop like steel underground. Just like that, a few weeks passed, and the tunnel was getting closer and closer to the bituminous coal. Suddenly, Javier reminded me, Master Lloyd, it's about time you went outside to rest. I told him that I was the person in charge here, so I had to stay on site. In my previous world, many leaders only knew how to talk big, but you'd never see them at the actual site, so I swore I'd never become one of those people. Using intermediate surveying, I saw through the rock, and the coal layer was just ahead. We're almost there. Push a little harder, everyone, I shouted to rally the workers. After thanking Bangul for making the work 10 times faster, I immediately turned back at the workers and said, once we reach the coal layer, remove the shield tunneling machine and expand the mining space. It is still dangerous, so don't get complacent. But before I could finish, I heard a noise coming from the other side of the soil. I immediately used the intermediate surveying and saw that a hole had appeared, and it was growing larger. In the next second, a massive creature resembling an ant burst out of the dirt. Seeing this, Javier immediately drew his sword and sliced off its mandibles in one strike. I grabbed my shovel and smashed it down in sync. I was shocked. The novel never mentioned there'd be creatures like this in the tunnels, but the scariest part was, this ant wasn't alone. They live in colonies and were swarming in. I shouted for everyone to evacuate, and Javier raised his sword to block the entrance, but there were too many of them, and with the limited oxygen in the tunnel, he couldn't last long. Since arriving in this world, this was the first time I truly panicked. Master Lloyd, get a grip. Don't panic. That slap snapped me out of it, and I suddenly had an idea. After grabbing a torch, I immediately told Javier that we were going to break through the front and go into the ant nest. Javier thought the decision was insane, but followed through anyway. He trusted that there must be a reason for it. Meanwhile, the Baron also received news, and without hesitation, he donned his armor and set out for the mine with his soldiers. Back in the tunnels, we were now deep inside the ant nest and completely surrounded. I noticed Javier was approaching his limit, so I activated my intermediate surveying skill to look for a methane layer. I knew methane-producing bacteria lived in coal, which meant pockets of gas had to be scattered around. Fortunately, I found one. Javier, I'll dig here. You keep chopping the ants, I shouted, then went full speed into the ground. Suddenly, a piercing screech echoed from within. When we looked up, we saw that it was the ant queen, and it was huge. Javier, can you hold it off? He immediately replied that he couldn't, but even if he couldn't, he had no choice but to try. Javier channeled all his mana and clashed head-on with the ant queen. His hands went numb from the shock, but he still managed to deflect the queen's attack. I seized the opportunity and kept digging non-stop. Finally, at the critical moment, I struck the methane layer. I immediately told Javier to run toward the tunnel entrance. Soon after, we saw the small tunnel we had come through. As soon as we jumped out, I immediately turned around and threw a torch into the ant nest. It hits the head of the ant queen and bounces toward its back. While the ant queen tried to get through the small tunnel, the methane gas had already spread throughout the ant nest. In the next second, a deafening explosion erupted. At that crucial moment, Javier had taken the brunt of the explosion to protect me. The Baron, who had just arrived outside, heard the sound from within. He wanted to rush inside to help me, but was stopped by one of the soldiers. Meanwhile, as the dust cleared, I looked toward the ant tunnel. It seemed the plan had worked, but Javier had fallen unconscious from shielding me. Even Bangul was knocked out by the shockwave of the explosion. What was worse, the tunnel exit had been blocked by the blast. If we don't dig our way out quickly, we will all die from lack of oxygen. From the look of it, we'd need to dig at least 15 feet, but the oxygen supply here was already nearly gone. At that moment, Javier vaguely saw that I hadn't given up yet. Then he completely lost consciousness. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded. Javier is touched by your determination not to give up. Your approval rating by Javier increased by 6. You earned 108 relationship points, and you now have 157 relationship points. Sure enough, there's always a way out. As the remaining oxygen keeps depleting, I asked the system to search for a skill I can upgrade. In an instant, it began searching through my knowledge. In the end, I concluded that the only sliver of hope lay in enhancing the Azrahan core technique. I used up all my relationship points to upgrade it. At last, I pushed the technique to a double circle level. Now, mana amplification rate has reached 200%, and I gained 2 new skills, the Energizer and the Latent Power Surge. Immediately after, I instantly activated Energizer, a skill that lets me act tirelessly for 10 minutes. For those 10 minutes, I had only one thought in mind: dig. Keep digging. But when the effect wore off, there were still 3 meters left to go before reaching breathable air, and I couldn't give up. I used my final skill, Latent Power Surge. Whether I could create a miracle would depend on these last 20 seconds. I grabbed my shovel and kept digging with all my strength. Even though I gave it everything I had, there were still 30 centimeters to go, and I had run out of oxygen. At that moment, there really was nothing else I could do. I had wanted to enjoy the sweet life of a noble son, but now it seemed that chance was gone. Suddenly, I faintly heard something ahead. I looked up and saw it was Podon bursting through the earth, followed followed by a rush of precious, life-saving oxygen. After inhaling the oxygen, I struggled to stand up. I couldn't give up now. After all, the life of a noble's son still awaited me ahead. Soon after, relying only on my fading consciousness, I slowly carried Javier out of the mine. Meanwhile, the Baron and his men were exploring deeper into the tunnel. The moment I saw them, my body immediately relaxed, and I passed out. When I woke up again, several days had passed. As soon as I opened my eyes, the system displayed a reward. All of Baron Frontera's subjects were deeply moved by your heroic courage and send their praises. For this great achievement, you have been awarded a large amount of bonus relationship points. You currently have 507 relationship points. I was still a little tired, but when I saw the reward, the corners of my mouth lifted instinctively. 500 relationship points. That was a huge win. After resting, I went back to the mine to check on the ant nest and see how construction was going. Because of the ant beast incident, the workers now looked at me with expressions of pure admiration. Even I felt uncomfortable from it. At that moment, Javier had a question. Why do you insist on personally doing such dangerous work? You could just have the workers do it. He was genuinely confused. Was I really doing it because I cared about their safety? I told him, as the person in charge, I should be the one to shoulder the risk. This way, even if I earn the most, no one can complain. Javier was speechless. He really couldn't figure out whether this guy in front of him was good or bad. Suddenly, I used the intermediate surveying and saw something behind the soil. Without hesitation, I started digging. After all, there was a high chance it could be ant eggs. But when I broke through and saw what was behind the dirt, I was completely stunned, because it was an orc, bound and tied up. Just then, an evil thought rose in my mind. Jackpot, what an amazing new item. Afterward, I immediately brought him back to the territory. After questioning him, I learned that he was the son of the orc chief. Arash said he would never forget the favor of saving his life. If there was anything I needed, he'd do his best to help. Hearing that, I grinned. Well then, let me borrow 120 orcs to work at the mine. However, Arash firmly refused. He explained that all orcs are warriors, and warriors only take orders from warriors. Since I wasn't one, even if he lent them to me, I couldn't command them. Hearing this, I thought to myself, so that's how it works. I then found out that their coming-of-age ceremony involves bringing back an ant beast's head. Arash had accidentally ventured deep into the ant nest and was paralyzed by venom, which was why he got trapped. So now, it was time to begin my brainwashing campaign. Congratulations to you, Arash, on successfully completing your coming-of-age ceremony. Look at this giant ant queen's head. We caught it together. The scene was terrifying. When I entered the ant nest, I saw a young orc battling the queen. It was you who fought the ant queen for days. That's how I was able to easily finish off the exhausted beast. So technically, that wild ant was caught by both of us. Then, Arash is a mighty warrior. What does that make me? Completely confused by my logic, Arash immediately responded, you're a mighty warrior too. And what about the 120 orc workers? You're a mighty warrior, so you can borrow them. Soon after, we followed Arash back to the village of the Sand and Steel tribe of wild orcs, but was told by the chieftain that my request couldn't be fulfilled for now. Hearing this, I was speechless. Why did they change their minds again? Turns out the Sand and Steel orcs needed to consume a massive amount of meat daily to build muscle, and since they had no way to preserve meat, anything hunted had to be eaten right away. Otherwise, it would spoil after just a day. So they had to rotate large hunting teams around the clock, meaning they had no extra manpower to lend me. But I was determined to get those 120 orc workers, because if I could secure that kind of brute labor, the territory's productivity would multiply by hundreds. Moreover, when we first arrived at the village, I saw that their training equipment was made from treasures humans would die for. I was stunned. It felt like such a waste of precious resources. So, to secure both the workers and the gold and treasure, I confidently promised the chieftain that I could create storage facilities that would keep meat fresh for a long time. In the end, I made a contract with the chieftain. I'd build stone ice vaults for food preservation, and they'd pay me using their current exercise equipment. However, I'd also give them stone-based replacements in return. To build the stone ice vaults, I needed granite, which is extremely hard. Javier, standing beside me, was puzzled. How are we supposed to break such tough rock? Suddenly, I gave him a mischievous grin, and Javier, seeing that expression, instantly knew he was about to be used. It turns out, while this world didn't have explosives, Javier was basically a walking human bomb detonator. One of the main storylines in the novel Night of Blood involved an entire city trapped by a powerful, evil magical barrier, with thousands of citizens inside having their mana drained. Javier could only watch helplessly from the outside. To save them, he tried over and over to break through the barrier, and it was during this time that he unknowingly created his ultimate technique, Mana Blast. In a key moment, he shattered the barrier and rescued everyone inside. Since I had read the novel, of course I knew how he came to master the skill. So, shamelessly, I told him the technique's underlying principle. He demanded, where did you learn something like that? I put on my most innocent, wide-eyed face and said, I figured it out myself. Look at my eyes. Do they look like they're lying? Javier said my gaze was incredibly irritating and full of lies. Realizing I couldn't fool him, I quickly changed the subject. Just give it a try. If it works, your swordsmanship evolves. If it doesn't, you've got nothing to lose. Reluctantly, Javier followed my instructions and stood before the granite. He encased one of the magic circle to protect his mana heart skill, then used the remaining circles to crash together, plunging his sword into the granite. The next moment, mana erupted, and a deafening explosion rang out. I stood there in awe. This guy really pulled it off on the first try, as expected of a novel's protagonist. Javier slowly emerged from the smoke, his clothes completely shredded, and his hair now looked like it had gotten a full ionic perm. He walked up and demanded, "Did you ever consider that this might happen?" I immediately held back my laughter and waved my hand, saying no. Then the mighty sword master Javier started muttering, "You know I'm a knight. I learned swordsmanship to protect my lord, not to work on construction sites." I told him there was no need to thank me. Javier glanced back and replied that he had absolutely no intention of thanking me, but the system chimed in, "Javier is grateful for you teaching him. Your approval rating has increased by 3. You earned 54 relationship points for improving your relationship with a key character. Your current relationship points is 561. With Javier's mana blast, the construction progress sped up dramatically. I had the giant podong shape the shattered granite in its mouth. As for transporting the molded granite, the orcs, full of endless energy, came over and handled everything themselves. After all, this was the perfect chance to train their muscles. I just leisurely sat on the side, fanning myself the whole time. Next, all we needed were ice blocks and insulation materials, but the 5 people I had sent to collect insulation materials had been gone for 3 weeks. Normally, that was more than enough time for a round trip, so either the soldiers were slacking off, or something had gone wrong on the road. I stood up, ready to go look for them. Javier stepped in to stop me, saying he'd handle the task alone. Even though he didn't know what had happened, it was too dangerous to let the territory heir go personally. But I told him seriously, "How many times do I have to tell you? I am the man in charge, and I am responsible for all my workers." In the end, Javier and I set off together to search. On the way, I found our territory's specialty gloves and the straw meant for insulation, but there was no trace of our people nearby. Suddenly, Javier sensed something was off with the flow of mana in the canyon ahead. Hearing the name of the canyon, I felt a surge of dread. I immediately told Javier to follow me quickly, because if we don't hurry, those 5 soldiers might already be dead. Soon after, we arrived at a mountain cave. This was the very place Javier raided in the early chapters of the novel, the hideout of the dark mage Lapellin. I thought to myself, this guy dares lay a hand on my soldiers. He's infringing on my private property. Even if he dies for it, it still wouldn't be enough. Suddenly, Javier stepped forward, eager to rush into the cave. I was just about to warn him, but it was too late. Luckily, I moved fast and yanked him back. The next second, an explosion erupted. The cave had been filled with magical traps by the dark mage. "Mr. Javier, you're a knight, aren't you? Shouldn't you have considered that this place might be trapped?" Then, I told him to enhance his sensitivity to the flow of mana in this area. Normally, the concentration of mana in the air is stable, so a trap's location should stand out. In the novel, Javier triggered the first trap just like that. After that, he used this method to bypass the remaining traps, and barely made it into the dungeon, covered in wounds. At that moment, Javier led the way, and I followed behind, but I failed to notice that Javier's suspicion toward me was growing deeper. He was now convinced that the man behind him knew exactly what was happening, and what was going to happen, yet he couldn't sense any special power coming from me at all. Thankfully, Javier set aside his suspicions and focused on rescuing the soldiers. Meanwhile, inside the cave, the dark mage Lapellin was preparing to sacrifice the 5 people he had captured, a pentacle connected to the underworld, a sickle soaked in blood for 100 days, and a young human. "It's perfect." At that critical moment, a voice interrupted him. "You little bastard, stop touching my private property. Are you tired of living?" The man couldn't believe someone had actually broken in here. He had clearly set hundreds of traps outside. Immediately, he activated his magic, dropped the steel gates, and released a large amount of sleeping gas. Although surprised, he thought that getting 2 extra sacrifices wasn't bad either, but I wasn't worried at all. I held my breath, activated the skill energizer, and began digging down. As for Javier, there was no need to worry about the gas, because he was immune to all sedatives. What I didn't notice was that Javier, watching me dig, thought I looked like a mole, and secretly decided to use that to make fun of me later. Once I had dug far enough, I called Javier over and told him to use his new skill Mana Blast to blast open the passage. Immediately after, a loud boom rang out, and Lapellin staggered back in shock and fell to the ground. Then, he saw a hand slowly reach out from the tunnel. "Hi there. First time seeing someone enter like this?" Enraged, Lapellin cast a summoning spell. The next second, a massive 2-faced ogre emerged from a magic circle. It was a failed byproduct of his resurrection spell, with skin as hard as steel. I quickly warned Javier, this one might be a bit tricky to handle, but before I could finish, Javier leapt up and unleashed a Mana Blast slash in midair. He split the steel-skinned ogre clean in half. I stood there confused. That move wasn't even in the novel. At that point, Lapellin was completely terrified. He knew he was finished. No matter what he tried, he couldn't beat the 2 of us. "Hey, you kidnapped my soldiers and delayed my construction project for weeks. So tell me, how are you going to compensate me?" Lapellin dropped to his knees, begging for mercy. He said his hideout was full of expensive magical items, and if I wanted, I could take them all. I grinned mischievously. "Then everything here is mine from now on, right?" Javier checked the 5 kidnapped soldiers and said they were just exhausted. There was no immediate danger. I asked Lapellin why he kidnapped so many people. He told me he was researching how to bring back the dead. It turns out he used to be a mage in the Lord's capital. He lived a peaceful and happy life with his family until the former Lord stole his wife and murdered his son. Hearing that, I cut him off. No need to say another word. So, just because you wanted to bring your wife and child back to life, you think it's okay to kill hundreds of innocent people? Just because you're pitiful, you think it's fine to destroy other people's families and happiness? No matter how you justify it, your nature won't change. You've completely ruined people who once lived as happily as you did. You are a serial murderer. After saying that, I stood up. If you ever harm others again, I won't spare you. In the novel, Javier spared Lapellin, but that guy went on to harm hundreds more, modified himself, and became a persistent antagonist who kept clashing with Javier. Even knowing that, I still turned and walked away, because I knew this guy would never change. He would definitely try to sneak attack. I told you I won't spare you now, didn't I? In the next second, Javier instantly turned, drew his sword, and sliced off Lapellin's head with a single swing. Back in my original world, there was an old man at the construction site who always picked on me over tiny mistakes. Every time he insulted and bullied me, I endured it. I thought patience would bring long-term peace, but he took me for an easy target. Each time, he got worse. I tried to hold myself back, thinking that if I blew up now, things would only get worse. In the end, when I couldn't take it anymore, I punched him again and again. Even as I was beating him to a pulp, I was thinking, I'm screwed. After that, he never dared mess with me again. I finally had peace. So, there are clearly times when violence must be stopped with violence. When dealing with bad people, you have to punish them like bad people. After everything was settled, I led the 5 rescued soldiers and the insulation materials back to the orc tribe. Seeing how weak they were, I ordered them to hand me their backpacks, saying, if you pass out, I have to carry both you in your bags. Now hand it to me. They never expected the territory heir to carry their gear, and they were moved to tears on the spot. Seeing this, Javier can't tell if I'm just trying to avoid the hassle of carrying extra weight, or if I'm actually worried about them. But to these men, it doesn't matter right now. For them, Master Lloyd is a leader they can trust and follow. Suddenly, the system gave a prompt. The rescued soldiers have been deeply moved by your actions. Through their words, this moving episode will soon spread far and wide. Wasn't this a rewarding experience? I stared blankly at the message. I thought I'd get some relationship points from that, but a rewarding experience? That doesn't translate to money, so I don't care. Back in the orc tribe, the stone ice vault was already complete. Now we had the insulation materials. All that remained was the ice. Javier asked, puzzled, in this scorching wilderness, where are you going to get ice? The truth was, I had no idea. Javier's eyes widened in shock. He could tell from my expression that I really had no plan. Then he confronted me. You signed the contract with them before even figuring this out? Were you planning to scam them? I asked him, do you know what unsuccessful people have in common? I can't do that because of this. Because of this reason and that reason. Let's not do this. They find a million reasons not to do something without even trying. But successful people take action first, then figure things out later. Now that is innovation. That is the mind of an entrepreneur. But Javier didn't agree. He thought that if that were true, there should be 1,000 times more failures than successes. That evening, I climbed the mountain to figure out how to make ice. In this world, there's magic that can freeze things, and natural elements have their own magical properties. Manipulating fire element mana to condense. That's fire magic. Suddenly, an idea struck me. The next day, I finished making the mold for the ice blocks. Then I had Padong and Bangul pour the transported water into the mold. After that, I plunged my hand into the water to sense it, and used the unique trait of the Azrahan core technique, which could absorb external mana. So if I extracted the warm energy mana from the water, then what would remain in the water would be only the cold energy mana. But it wasn't as easy as I thought. A few days later, I finally succeeded, and the truly food-preserving stone ice vault was complete. Arash and his father were thrilled, because this meant they didn't have to go hunting every day, and they wouldn't have to worry about leftover meat spoiling anymore. I smugly looked at Javier. That's the mind of an entrepreneur. Javier sighed and admitted that he accepted it. Just like that, I fulfilled the contract and successfully secured 120 orcs. Their chief, Akush, formally expressed his gratitude. They didn't believe that signing a contract meant everything should be taken for granted, so he announced, from this moment on, the Sand and Steel tribe would form a blood pact with my territory. My friends would be their friends, my enemies would be their enemies, and whenever my territory faced danger, they would rush to help without hesitation. At that moment, my system gave a new notification. The tribe has opened up. The orc tribe has accepted you as a true friend. The orc's approval rating of you has risen, increasing your relationship points. Special bonus of 100 relationship points for helping the tribe open up. You currently have 611 relationship points. With that, I led the 120 orcs back to the territory. The moment we arrived, the townspeople were terrified. After all, the sudden arrival of 120 muscle-bound orcs in the town was quite intimidating. Even the Baron, who knew why I went to see the orc tribe, was frozen in fear when he saw them in person. On top of that, there was an unexpected bonus. Word had spread across the land about how I defeated the dark sorcerer and rescued the soldiers. People were praising my valiance and courage. As a result, I received 300 bonus relationship points for the special achievement. Back at the state. I searched through Lapellin's magical items and stumbled upon a book. Suddenly, I was completely stunned. Without delay, I rushed to the mine. There, I found my employee Tords. There you are. I have some good news. Do you remember the part of our contract about working for 520 years? If you think about it, that was ridiculous, right? But now you don't have to worry anymore. Here, there's a spell that can turn a corpse into a ghoul I can control. That means you can work the whole 520 years. Isn't that exciting? Tords didn't respond, so I asked him if I was the only one excited about it and ordered him to smile. The next second, he was moved to tears. Keep up the great work. You can do it. At that moment, the system chimed in. The ruler of the underworld is impressed by you and would like to offer you a position. After giving Tords that warm greeting, I returned to the Lord's manor to discuss something with the Baron, but from a maid, I learned that the Baron was currently receiving guests. Upon hearing that it was the two debt collectors demanding payment, I instantly got excited again. At that moment, the two were pressuring the Baron to mortgage the mining rights. They claimed that if he agreed, they'd accept repayment of just 10% of the principal for now. Suddenly, I made a dazzling entrance. It's been a while. Gentlemen, how have you been lately? I overheard your generous offer outside, so I'd like to propose a little offer of my own, if I may. After showing that they have a warrant this time, the fat one grumbled impatiently. He had no interest in hearing any kind of bullshit proposal. But then, the fierce orc Arash stomped into the room. The two who had never seen an orc before were instantly scared out of their wits. Arash glared at them coldly. Anyone who causes trouble for the Fronteras will be destroyed with the full force of the Sand and Steel tribe. I chuckled and told Arash it was fine, then turned back to the two debt collectors, who were now frozen in fear. Don't mind my friend here. Now, would you like to reconsider my offer? We'll repay the debt little by little, so we ask you to reduce the future interest rates. If you refuse, my friend here might get very upset, and if he does something impulsive, I might not be able to stop him. In the end, the two of them accepted the deal, then fled the manor in terror. Afterward, I told the Baron that the underfloor heating project was gradually expanding and the coal mining was progressing smoothly, so the debt should be repaid soon. But now there's a big problem. The orcs eat 10 times as much as normal people. The cost of feeding them is huge, so if this continues, we might fall deeper into debt. However, there's no need to worry too much, because the work efficiency of orcs is 100 times that of humans. For example, this orc has been working for 24 hours straight. Upon hearing that, I immediately had him dragged back to rest. Even so, he didn't want to rest. He was obsessed with training and building bigger muscles. The best part is, these orcs don't even want a salary. They just need to be fed. To any employer, they're the perfect workers. But at this stage, the food expenses for the orcs are still quite high. So I told the Baron that we need to increase tax revenue and use that money to buy meat for the orcs. Considering the future profits from the coal mine, this is definitely not a losing trade. But the Baron said that the residents already had poor living conditions, and raising taxes would only make things worse for their struggling families. I told him that we're not going to raise the tax rate indiscriminately. We're going to help the residents earn more money, and the tax revenue will increase naturally. So I plan to turn the Merit's wetlands in the north into farmland, then distribute the farmland to the residents. Let them farm to their heart's content, earn a lot of money, and then pay more taxes. After that, Javier and I headed to the Merit's wetlands. This land has been abandoned for hundreds of years. How could anyone possibly farm here? I have a plan. Just you wait. To be honest, I still don't have a concrete plan. But as always, first make the bold claim, then figure out a way to make it happen. That's the spirit of entrepreneurship. That night, I found an open space and began simulating farmland designs. I had to come up with a structure that could completely drain water even when it rains. And so, I began working day and night on simulations, sometimes even forgetting to eat or rest. The Baron was worried about me, but even so, he did not want to stop me. As if by miracle, he's become a different man, working hard for the sake of the territory. I may not be able to help him, but I do not want to be an obstacle. Javier said that it is a wise decision, for the current Master Lloyd is the type of person who never gives up until he keeps his word. At that moment, a system notification rang. Baron Frontera's approval rating of you has increased. You have received 20 relationship points. Your current relationship points is 931. Finally, on the 30th day, the plan was completed. The water could now be drained smoothly, and if the water could be drained, that meant taxes could be increased too. I was getting closer and closer to that luxurious, noble retirement life. Immediately after, I collapsed to the ground. My body was exhausted, but it was nothing compared to staying up all night doing part-time work. Suddenly, the system prompted, your efforts have had a major impact on the special skill architectural design. You have unlocked a new skill. The new skill I unlocked was simulation mode, the third option in the design skill. With this skill, I can now operate and simulate within a virtual space based on measured data. I immediately cursed. Why didn't you bring out something this good earlier? You made me suffer for a whole month for nothing. But now's not the time to argue with the system. I had more important things to do, because I was preparing to summon my third partner. After all, the first step in developing the Merit's wetlands was to drain all the water out of it. Sure, I could ask the giant Podong and Bangul to slowly drink it, but that'd still be a bit too much. So I decided to spend all my remaining relationship points to summon as many as possible. This time, the summon costs 100 relationship points. It looks like the relationship points cost increases by 1.5 times each turn. I wasn't hoping for a creature with any special skills. I just needed one like Padang and Bangul, who can grow large enough to carry the water. Just then, it shot out from the magic circle and hit me directly in the face, causing a nosebleed. This time, I drew a hippopotamus, and its name was Hamon. Seeing this, Padang and Bangul happily greeted Hamon. I interrupted them and asked for its instruction manual. Without hesitation, Hamon spat it out. By now, I've gotten used to creatures spitting manuals like this. However, after reading its instruction manual, I was a bit disappointed. It couldn't grow bigger with a red seed. I asked the system to show me the summons game screen again, hoping to summon a new creature, but apparently, it can only be played once a day. Come on, what a complete waste. Bangul snapped at me, calling me mean, while Padang gently comforted Hamon. I told them that Hamon couldn't grow any bigger, and for our next project, we needed someone who could. The two protested fiercely, arguing that even employers should recognize the value of labor. Hamon was visibly moved by their words. Left with no choice, I decided to give Hamon a chance. The manual said it could drink water, and could even spit the water back out, but how much could such a tiny thing possibly drink? As if to answer that, Hamon slowly stepped toward the wetlands. In the next second, it began drinking the water in the wetlands, and the more it drank, the bigger it grew. In a single gulp, Hamon drank the entire wetlands dry. Seeing this, I exclaimed, Hamon, how can you drink so much when you're so small? With Hamon around, the wetlands transformation project became much easier. As Hamon drank up all the water in the wetlands, I had workers begin clearing the exposed weeds. Then, Javier used Mana Blast to punch holes in the ground, inserted bamboo poles into them, and filled the space around the poles with sand to form sand piles. Next, Padang rolled around to compact the foundation. Once the moisture deep in the ground was collected into the bamboo straws, Hamon drank all of it in one gulp. Finally, I had workers build the embankments. All of this came from the refined plan I designed using the simulation mode skill. And just like that, 10 days later, we finally completed the first phase of farmland transformation in Merit's wetlands. I loudly encouraged the workers below. We still have a long, hard road ahead, but once the entire project is done, bonuses will be handed out, so let's keep pushing forward. Meanwhile, Javier looked out over the area and couldn't believe that the land abandoned for hundreds of years was actually becoming usable farmland. What surprised him even more was how naturally he had started working alongside us. He was just thinking he should resist next time when I suddenly shouted, Javier, go plant these seeds in that field over there. Planting them will drive away pests and protect the territory. Helpless, he went off obediently to water and sow the seeds. At that moment, the Baron and his wife came over and said, he's really turning these wetlands into farmland. Not only I, but the people of this area must be thinking the same thing, that this is a miracle. At the same time, a system notification rang. Everyone in the Frontera Barony feels deep awe and respect for the miracle you have performed. For this great achievement, you have been awarded a large amount of bonus relationship points. You received 450 relationship points. Your current relationship points is 1,281. Months passed. The seeds Javier had carefully watered every day had sprouted, and a sense of satisfaction grew in his heart. I said from the side, once we install the water wheels, the Merit's wetlands transformation will truly be complete. Hearing the word water wheel, Javier looked confused. It was the first time he'd ever heard of such a thing. I calmly explained, it is something to remove the water when the rains come. Otherwise, all the land we reclaimed will be underwater. Just as I was thinking the craftsmen for the water wheels should be arriving soon, we saw a group of uninvited guests approaching in the distance. It was the Viscount of the Northern Merit's wetlands territory, Viscount Lacona. His lackey spoke up first. Who's in charge of this project? Don't you know this land belongs to Viscount Lacona? I order you all to vacate immediately. Although the Merit's wetlands had been abandoned for hundreds of years, administratively, it was indeed split in half. The northern part belonged to Viscount Lacona's domain. It was obvious. He waited until the wetlands were fully reclaimed before pretending to assert land ownership, trying to snatch up this fertile land without lifting a finger. But having read the novel, how could I not expect this? According to Article 321 of the Kingdom's Land Act, the special provision on reclaiming barren land, Clause 1, Aim. The aim of the law regards the development of long-standing barren land and the establishment of ownership of the reclaimed land. Clause 2, Definition. Barren land is land that has been abandoned for over 100 years, without any residential or cultivation activities transpiring on the land. Clause 3, Ownership. Any and all land that meets the requirements listed below will be recognized as belonging to the developer of the barren land. First, the land must be developed with a clear purpose, using capital and manpower. Second, the land must be capable of supporting human habitation. Third, the land must be suitable for long-term agricultural activity. And fourth, the land must have yielded at least one harvest of a crop variety specified by law. After saying that, I casually pulled an onion from the ground. At that moment, Viscount Lacona was completely speechless. No matter how furious he was, there was absolutely nothing he could do now. Javier stood in stunned amazement beside me. He thought, so the seeds planted earlier were to drive away this pest Viscount Lacona. Look at that. At your first visit, and you brought so many people people along to witness Merit's wetland's first harvest. I really don't know how to thank you. This time, I won't charge you a spectator's fee. Here, take this onion as a gift. So now, would you kindly get off my land? Lakona was already fuming with rage, but all he could do was leave in humiliation. As soon as he left, the residents working the fields erupted in thunderous cheers. Hearing their cheers, I immediately turned around and pulled a dramatic face. Am I paying you to cheer for me? Get back to work. With summer over, fall came and brought heavy rains. I installed and tested the water wheel. I've run hundreds of simulations, but there's no room for complacency. I stayed to make sure everything ran smoothly until the very end. Once I saw it was successful, the entire project came to a close. Then, the system prompted, monumental achievement in construction. You have left an indelible mark in the history of civil engineering on the Laurasia continent. As a reward, you have received a large amount of skill experience. Both surveying and design skills upgraded by 2 levels. At the same time, everyone's approval rating rose significantly. Next, it was time to enter the next phase. Meanwhile, Viscount Lakona was grinding his teeth in jealousy. Seeing Merit's wetlands turned into fertile land made his blood boil, since technically, half of that land had once belonged to him. So, he started brewing a sinister scheme. A few days later, I woke up with a splitting headache. Even Javier was experiencing the same symptoms. Immediately, I sensed something was wrong. I stepped outside to ask around, and found that every household in the territory was suffering from headaches. From the cattle rancher, I learned the cows had stopped drinking water since yesterday. Right away, I suspected the problem was with the water source. Although I'd read most of the novel's info about this world, ever since the Ant Beast incident, I realized this world held events not recorded in the story. For example, after investigation, I found out that the main source of income for Lakona's territory was a mysterious dyeing technology. Their land produced a special fruit used for dyeing called the Ladona berry. At that moment, I gritted my teeth. That Lakona bastard. Meanwhile, Lakona's lackey was negotiating with the Baron. As expected, it was their discharge of fuel wastewater that polluted the water source. Now they were here demanding the Baron hand over half of the Merit's wetlands. If you refuse, we'll just keep dumping wastewater. They weren't even afraid of legal consequences, because a lawsuit usually takes at least 2 years to reach a verdict. The lackey arrogantly said, "You're already tight on money, now you're short on water, and you'll still need to pay for a lawsuit. Can you even last 2 years? Well then, I look forward to your wise decision." Furious, the Baron snapped, "I won't hand over a single inch of land my son and the people worked so hard to reclaim." At that moment, I made my grand entrance from outside the door, and gave the lackey a surprise opening smack. Enraged, the lackey shouted that he would stake his honor as a knight and challenge me to a duel. I accepted. After all, I'd been looking for someone to vent my anger on anyway. I gave him a beating that left him begging on his knees. "Enough, please, stop hitting me." "Fine, I'm satisfied, but this is for treating the Baron with disrespect." Meanwhile, the Baron shouted that the duel was over and that I must stop, but his face said otherwise. Bruised and battered, the lackey returned to report what had happened, but Viscount Lakona simply said, "Good work, you did very well," because now they could frame the incident as a violent outburst from a brutish noble, which would help them drag out the legal process even longer. But I wasn't worried in the slightest, because I already had a plan in mind. We, the Frontera Barony, will never do something so wasteful. We will blow them out of the water by our means. We work this land with our blood, sweat, and tears. Let us protect it from the evil of greed. After constructing a large reservoir, I had Hammond transport clean, unpolluted water into it. Next, it was time to start building the water supply system. I was going to dig a canal from Lake Kapua in the eastern mountains all the way to our territory. A few months later, Viscount Lakona flew into a rage, demanding to know what I had done. I calmly answered his question. "Your waste discharge polluted our territory's water supply, so we had no choice but to divert water from the distant Lake Kapua. In the process, I dug a channel all the way from Lake Kapua to our land. My workers really suffered a lot because of this." Anxious and impatient, Viscount Lakona snapped, "Enough nonsense. I'm asking what you did to my dye workshop." I smirked. "See, that's your problem. You're too impatient. Let me finish." On the way, we encountered a large ravine. With no other options, we built an aqueduct bridge. To gather the limestone needed for construction, we had to blast it. But some of the limestone accidentally scattered into the river at the bottom of the ravine, and we ended up exposing all the limestone bedrock as well. Lakona shouted furiously, "What does any of that have to do with my dye workshop?" I grinned mischievously and said, "That stream happens to be the water source for your workshop, and the lime content in the water dyed all your fabric to crap." Lakona instantly flew into a rage. "I'm going to sue you in the noble court." "Go ahead. Weren't you the one who said the court takes 2 years to reach a verdict? But I wonder if by then, anyone will still remember your products." With that, Lakona finally panicked. After all, the dye workshop was the only pillar industry in his territory. At this moment, I stood up. "Now that your doubts have been cleared, I'll be taking my leave." Lakona roared in impotent fury. "I have connections in the royal court. I swear, I'll make you pay double for my losses." I couldn't be bothered to respond and just waved my hand casually as I walked away. On our way home, Javier looked at me in confusion. "Why provoke him like that? If he really entangles you in a legal battle, wouldn't it cost even more?" I smiled mysteriously. "Let's just wait and see who suffers more in the end." Sure enough, 1 month later, Lacona came personally, kneeling on the ground to beg for mercy. He let go of his dignity and pleaded with me to save his dye workshop. If this continues, my entire territory might go bankrupt. I grinned wickedly and pulled out a contract I had prepared in advance. Just sign this, and we will start supplying water for your workshop. Lacona read through the contract and instantly turned to stone. This wasn't a contract. It was clearly a slave pact. It demanded an outrageous amount of money just to be supplied with water, and it didn't even have an expiration date. Even if he died, his descendants would still be squeezed dry. How could I let him off with just a little suffering? If everything could be turned into money, I'd drain even the blood vessels in his body for profit, squeezing every last drop of value out of him. After Lacona signed the contract, I immediately brought it to the Baron. He could hardly believe that we'd be receiving a large sum every month. With this money, we can pay off our debts and still have money to spare. I just smiled and clapped my hands, saying the Viscount was surprisingly generous. Javier, behind me, stayed silent. He knew the Viscount started this fight, and that I brought good results to our people and the Baron. But with a contract like that, it seems like I was the devil. At that moment, the Baron told me that Count Cremo had heard about the old, beat-up treasure I received from the Orc tribe, and that he wanted to purchase it for a handsome price. Hearing this, I was confused. Count Cremo could easily afford brand new treasures, so why would he be interested in something old? The Baron didn't know the full details either, but said that Count Cremo mentioned wanting to build a statue. After finishing building the waterworks and wrapping up that incident, we immediately departed for Cremo, the trade city. Since I had built the first waterworks on this continent, I had now become a famous engineer and received a bonus of 600 relationship points, making my current relationship points 2,275. The journey to Cremo was long, and winter was fast approaching as we drew near, so it took us until midwinter to finally reach Cremo. When we arrived, Count Cremo welcomed us very enthusiastically. However, as soon as we met, he completely ignored me and walked straight toward Javier. It turned out he thought Javier was the engineer. Just as I was about to speak up, Cremo suddenly turned around and shouted, "How dare you, a mere servant, dare to interrupt a conversation between nobles?" At that moment, the system delivered a ruthless taunt. "Ha, servant face." Embarrassed beyond belief, I just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Once he understood the situation, Cremo laughed and apologized, saying he had been too rude. Meanwhile, Javier was standing behind me, barely containing his laughter. I looked completely dead inside. Then, the system prompted, "It is my face that is at fault." I sighed and said to the system, "If I could, I would beat you right up." But then Cremo dropped another bomb on me that dealt a heavy emotional blow. "But seriously, how did you end up with such a servant-looking face?" Right then, I really wanted to punch him in the face. But this Count Cremo was also an important character in the novel. When Javier becomes a wanted criminal after beheading the two debt collectors, he goes into hiding and is eventually arrested by Count Cremo. But the Count can see Javier's character and integrity from just a few words with him, and ends up providing a lot of support to him in many ways. Just then, Count Cremo revealed the dilemma they were facing. In recent years, the trade volume of their territory had been steadily declining. Starting a few years ago, a giant beast called the Giga Titan began frequently appearing in the waters near the port. Although it hadn't attacked passing ships, its enormous figure alone was enough to terrify people. Hearing this, I immediately recalled the contents of the novel. The book mentioned that Cremo's territory gradually declined because they couldn't eliminate this sea monster, leading the trade-dependent port to fall into decline. But the novel never explained exactly how the problem was solved. Count Cremo seriously said, "I've consulted countless documents, trying to find a way to drive it away. In the end, I discovered that the mightiest warrior of the sea, the mermaid, is actually the creature the Giga Titan fears the most. So, he came up with an idea to build a giant mermaid statue in the sea. That way, if the Giga Titan sees it, it might be so scared that it runs away." But he ultimately abandoned this plan, because if I fill in part of the sea to build a statue, it would make the sea shallower and block ships from entering the port. After hearing this, I completely understood the current situation. So, I smiled and said, "I can build this statue for you, and it won't affect the water depth of the shipping route, because for me, this isn't difficult at all. As long as we combine the technologies of anti-slide piles and caissons, we can build a stable foundation in the water." After the order was confirmed, I immediately took Javier and set out to sea. Standing on the deck, I took a deep breath and lowered my head into the water. Then, using my surveying skill, I conduct underwater measurements. However, I forgot that it's winter. The icy seawater almost knocked me out cold. Javier saw how miserable I looked and quietly showed a smirk. I angrily said to him, "Why do you look so damn happy?" Javier chuckled. It's my first time feeling so happy watching someone else suffer. But he still couldn't imagine how to build a perfectly vertical foundation underwater. "Unless you plan to use magic?" I responded confidently with a grin. "Maybe it is magic. A type of magic called cement." After finishing the measurements, we came ashore. Suddenly, a blonde beauty called out to me. Seeing her, I couldn't help but blush. Could it be my romance arc is finally starting? Her name was Christine, and she was here to deliver a love letter. However, it was for Javier next to me. Javier sighed, took the letter, and naturally slipped it into his pocket. Seeing him accept the letter, Christine immediately ran off in embarrassment. At that moment, I couldn't help but call call out to Javier. Wait a second, you bastard. Your indifferent attitude is seriously pissing me off. What was with how naturally you accepted that love letter and slipped it into your pocket? Javier looked genuinely surprised after hearing this. Have you never received a love letter before? At that moment, a single tear unconsciously slid down the corner of my eye. But the next second, Javier calmly added, I don't really know what to say, but please, do your best. In that instant, I couldn't hold it in anymore. I burst into tears. I really wanted to curse out his entire family right then. Then, I turned my grief into strength and threw myself into work. I kept telling myself, I'm not jealous at all. I'm going to be rich. I'm going to make tons and tons of money. Suddenly, the door was flung open. I was just about to get angry, but when I looked up, it was none other than Count Cremo. I immediately walked up respectfully to greet him. Apologies, Count. I was just too focused on work. It turned out that Cremo had come to deliver materials. The Count said that all the other necessary materials were ready, but the volcanic ash was still missing. At that moment, I fell into deep thought. Volcanic ash is the key ingredient in Roman cement, whose greatest advantage is its durability. Buildings constructed by the Roman Empire still stand strong even 2,000 years later. Count Cremo sighed. Volcanic ash isn't completely impossible to find. It's just that the source is far too distant. If we wanted to travel to the volcano and bring back materials, even the fastest trip would take half a year, and I can't afford to wait that long. After hearing that, I smiled. Don't worry, I have another way. If Roman cement won't work, then we'll use Portland cement instead. But what worried me was, while I knew the general method, I lacked detailed data, so I had no choice but to keep experimenting again and again. However, even after trying hundreds of different mix ratios, the cement's hardness still didn't meet expectations. Seeing how exhausted I looked, my three companions kept pestering me to go out and get some fresh air. Frustrated, I ended up shouting at them in anger. At that moment, I suddenly remembered the little dog that had stayed by my side in my previous life. It was the last family member I had with me at the time. Only after it passed away did I realize how important it truly was to me. I regretted it. I truly regretted not spending more time playing with it back then. Awakened by this sudden realization, I immediately hugged the three little companions. Compared to this research, you guys are far more important to me. Moonlight spilled onto the quiet path. I reflected on myself. What a complete jerk I'd been. Because everything had been going so smoothly, I had taken it all for granted and treated you like machines. Thinking back on how I acted, I was beyond foolish. At that moment, I bent down and sincerely thanked the little ones. It's thanks to you that everything has gone so well. Just then, the system suddenly gave a prompt. Your fantasy companions have felt your sincerity. A new upgrade for your companions is now unlocked. With 500 relationship points, you can now add new skills for your companions. I didn't expect the little ones could actually be enhanced. At that moment, Bangul was the first to step up, saying she wanted to receive a new skill first. Padang and Hamon quickly backed her up, saying she was the right choice. Well then, let's go ahead and enhance her. In the next second, Bangul radiated golden light and slowly floated into the air. After the enhancement was complete, she even unlocked a skill that was exactly what we needed right now, the volcanic blast. Excited, I immediately took Javier to the back mountain to test out Bangul's new skill. With my command, a massive explosion rang out, and it actually produced volcanic ash. Seeing this, I excitedly said to Javier, did you see that, Javier? It really created volcanic ash. However, because Javier hadn't covered his ears, the blast temporarily deafened him. Seeing the opportunity, I didn't hesitate to shout at him, Javier, you're ugly. Javier calmly replied, no matter how ugly I am, I'll never be as ugly as you, young master. I shouted again, asking if he could hear me now. He simply responded with a confused what, clearly pretending not to hear. Now that we had the final ingredient, we could officially begin construction. First stage, make a giant diaper to filter the volcanic ash, and strap it onto Bangul. Then, attach 5 layers of mesh filters to the tail end of the diaper to catch the ash. Next, have Bangul activate the skill, Volcanic Blast. A thunderous fart echoed across the entire territory. At the same time, we successfully collected a sufficient amount of volcanic ash. Count Cremo stared at the scene in shock and couldn't help but think to himself, this guy really isn't an ordinary engineer. Not only can he use unheard of skills, but he can also use summoning magic. When all this is over, I must report him to Her Majesty the Queen. A man of such talent being buried in a small village is truly a waste. Now that the materials were all gathered, it was finally time to begin the second stage. Next up was making the caissons for pouring cement. We placed the finished caissons into the sea, then had Hamon drink all the water inside them. Lastly, we drove in tightly packed anti-slip piles at the bottom of the caisson. After hammering the piles, Javier casually asked, when will the next batch arrive? I stared at him blankly, full of confusion. Why are you being so obedient this time? You didn't even say your usual, I'm a knight. Why should I do this? Hearing that, the Tsundere Javier's expression instantly changed. You're right, I'm a knight. Why the hell am I hammering with stakes? With that, he threw down the hammer and stormed off dramatically. But I had already mastered the perfect way to handle Javier. I immediately put on a pained expression and started making things up. If you don't hammer the stakes, I won't be able to make any money. Then the territory won't be able to pay off its debt. I'll collapse from the stress. The Baron will be heartbroken. And if he falls ill, the Baroness will waste away in sorrow. tomorrow. So, dear knight, please protect our family, okay? After hearing this whole speech, Javier was completely at a loss for words. He fell silent for a few seconds, then finally picked up the hammer with resignation and willingly continued doing manual labor. With my regular conditioning of Javier, the steel framework of the caisson was finally completed. The final step was pouring in the all-important cement. Then, after waiting for the cement to harden and removing the caisson, the artificial sea foundation was officially finished. At this moment, Count Cremo still seemed a bit doubtful. Will this foundation really be able to support the weight of the mermaid statue? But he still made a promise. If it truly succeeds, you'll be handsomely paid for the job. A few months later, the mermaid statue was completed. The foundation successfully held the weight. The overjoyed Count immediately invited wealthy merchants and nobles from all over the territory to hold a celebration banquet at sea. At the banquet, the Count introduced to everyone, "Ladies and gentlemen, please look this way. This young man is the top contributor who helped us build the mermaid statue." However, everyone completely ignored me and rushed over to shake hands with Javier. I already expected this kind of result. I'm absolutely not jealous. Compared to praise, I prefer people to pay up quickly, but that look on his face really pisses me off. "Don't look at me. Stop pitying me." Count Cremo couldn't help but chuckle loudly. "It's all because of your face." When Count Cremo explained that they had mistaken Javier for me, everyone was stunned. They had genuinely assumed I was the servant. However, I didn't realize that danger was slowly approaching, because what Giga Titan felt toward mermaids wasn't fear, it was rage. Seeing that there was only one mermaid, the Giga Titan slowly submerged, and without hesitation, it surged toward it, charging in like a mad beast. At that moment, Javier was sitting on the deck, leisurely sipping red wine. Suddenly, he sensed that something was approaching quickly from the distance, and at an incredible speed. I immediately asked if he could estimate its size. "It's probably twice the size of this ship, slightly bigger than giant Hamong after transformation." I instantly realized something was wrong. Giga Titan must be approaching. I immediately rushed to Count Cremo and quietly told him that Giga Titan seemed to be closing in fast. "My lord, please evacuate everyone quickly." However, the Count didn't seem too convinced after hearing that. He frowned and looked at the knight beside him. Genovan, try sensing if there's anything unusual in the sea." Genovan, currently a high-level sword expert advancing to the sword master stage, had extremely sharp senses, but after a moment he calmly said, "There's nothing unusual." I was speechless. Our Javier definitely has a better perception than him. After all, he's the protagonist. Just as I was thinking about how to convince them, Count Cremo smiled to reassure me. "Don't worry too much. In the past few years, Giga Titan has never come near here, and it has no reason to suddenly launch an attack." "Well, maybe now it does," I said seriously, slowly raising my head, looking toward the mermaid statue. Count Cremo instantly realized something, and his expression changed drastically. He immediately shouted an order. "Everyone, move away from the statue at once." But the Giga Titan was getting closer and closer. Slowly raising the anchor would definitely be too late. I suddenly turned to Javier and shouted loudly, "Javier, go handle the anchor." Javier nodded immediately, then took a leap from the ship and dove headfirst into the deep sea. I quickly threw out Padong and had it bite off the rope tying the sailboat to the statue. Meanwhile, underwater, Javier unleashed his mana blast slash, and with that, the anchors, which hadn't yet been raised, were directly cut off. But Giga Titan was still too fast. It had already reached beneath the mermaid statue. Suddenly, its massive body burst out of the sea, and with a mighty collision, the newly built statue shattered with a crash. At the same time, the shockwave from the impact overturned the ships that hadn't evacuated in time. At that moment, Javier used the recoil from his mana blast to leap from the sea and caught me steadily in midair. Elsewhere, half of the mermaid statue's body was sent flying straight toward the city. Debris rained down, and the city was instantly thrown into chaos. Meanwhile, many people were still waiting for rescue at sea. I immediately summoned Hamong and had it swallow the seawater and the people who had fallen in all at once, then quickly transport them to the ship. Suddenly, Javier's expression changed, and he shouted, "Master Lloyd, the Giga Titan is charging toward the city." But he noticed that I was running in the opposite direction. "Master Lloyd, where are you going?" I turned back sharply and replied urgently, "Of course we're running the other way, you idiot. You want to go head-to-head with that kind of monster? Are you insane?" Javier was stunned, his face full of shock. "Are you saying you're going to just ignore the people in danger?" Without hesitation, I shouted back, "We're here to make money, not to fight monsters and protect the world. There's an army in this city. They've got cannons. They'll handle it themselves." Javier froze. He never imagined that the same young master, who had shown wisdom in crisis, an unyielding spirit, and never turned his back on his people, would now make such a choice. I kept a straight face and said, "I'm already busy enough with my own problems. Why should I have to protect someone else's city? Running away is clearly the most logical choice." Suddenly, the system chimed in with a prompt. "Javier's approval rating of you has decreased by 5 points. Your relationship with an important character has worsened, but rest assured, you won't lose relationship points for this." Then, Javier declared resolutely, "I can't do that. After all, Javier, who upheld absolute justice, could never stand by and watch innocent people die." I roared in frustration, "You bastard, stop trying to be righteous all the time. If you go, you might die." However, Javier didn't respond to me. He simply stepped on his sword and shot off at high speed toward the city. Meanwhile, the city's cannons roared, but to Giga Titan, they were completely useless. The cannonballs couldn't even scratch its defense. At that moment, its massive eyes scanned the surroundings and suddenly locked onto the upper half of the mermaid statue lying on the ground. The next second, it seemed to go completely berserk, dragging its enormous body and charging straight toward the mermaid statue. Its one and only goal was to completely destroy the mermaid. Wherever its massive body passed, houses were instantly reduced to rubble, countless buildings shattered. Giga Titan showed absolutely no concern for the lives of the humans on the ground. At that moment, Javier arrived. With a mana blast slash, he struck directly at Giga Titan's leg. However, what Javier never expected was his full force strike was completely deflected. Javier's eyes suddenly narrowed as the enraged Giga Titan raised its massive pincers and slammed them down with force. Javier's figure flashed swiftly, narrowly dodging the blow, but the next moment, a powerful water blast suddenly erupted from the gills on either side of Giga Titan. Still midair, Javier knew clearly there was no way he could dodge this attack. Only one choice remained, that is to take the hit head on. He gripped his longsword tightly with both hands, holding it horizontally in front of him. The next second, the surging water blast struck him directly, and the powerful impact sent him flying several meters, slamming hard into a wall. At the same time, a trace of blood spilled from Javier's mouth. Then, he fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Javier struggled to his feet. He knew full well he wasn't a match for this creature, but until all the citizens found shelter, he would never allow himself to die. Meanwhile, on the other side, I was leisurely paddling on a wooden plank out at sea. I thought to myself, I'm not some overpowered protagonist from a fantasy novel. Even if I have a system, all it gives me are engineering design skills. Even if I go back, what could I possibly do? What help could I be? I'm just a regular person. Seeing the city's people getting injured one after another, it broke my heart too. But so what? It's not like there's anything I can do. But suddenly, I stopped paddling and fell into deep thought. If I just run away and let the city be destroyed like this, then the construction fee payments will be delayed. No, let's go back, Bangul. Then, I mounted the giant-sized Bangul and charged straight toward the city. You're dead meat, you damn giant lobster. At that moment, Javier was still locked in combat with the Giga Titan. He thought, if it's a living creature, then its eyes must be a weak point, so he thrust his sword straight at the Giga Titan's eye. However, even with his mana blast, its eyes can't be penetrated. The next second, the Giga Titan's tentacle lashed out viciously, but just at that critical moment, Hamong suddenly appeared and slammed a heavy blow right onto the Giga Titan's head, successfully rescuing Javier. You damn lobster, don't you dare mess with my source of income, I shouted angrily, but the battle was still raging on. Javier seized the opportunity, raised his sword, and aimed to slash the Giga Titan's head. However, even attacking the head had no effect. Damn it, if I couldn't find a weakness in its defenses, there is no chance of victory. Yet, Javier felt an inexplicable sense of relief when he saw the young master return. He knew that if the young master was back, there must be a way to win. 2.5 minutes earlier, I had ridden Podong around the Giga Titan and conducted a series of scans. Upon seeing the data from the intermediate surveying, I couldn't help but grin. Even living things are made out of something so they can be surveyed. This creature's outer shell, on a molecular level, is actually a triple-layered honeycomb structure, and it's been condensed at high density to form a reinforced defensive layer. Isn't that the exact same structure used in cutting-edge bulletproof armor? Meanwhile, Javier immediately unleashed a mana blast, aiming right at the Giga Titan's neck. But in the next moment, I was shocked to discover that the Giga Titan actually redirected the impact energy into its horn. I instantly understood what was going on. It was using its hollow horn to concentrate energy, then releasing it all at once. Looks like we have to get rid of that horn first. I immediately activated simulation mode to see what methods could completely defeat it once the horn was cut off. The simulation revealed that inside its belly, there was a water sac used to fire water blades. If we precisely blast that water sac from underneath, it'll be completely blown to pieces. Back in the present, Javier asked what to do next. I made a few hand gestures at him. First this, and then this. Javier looked utterly confused. Young master, have you gone insane? Damn it, I shouted in frustration. I'm telling you to cut off its horn. Can't you pick up on anything? When he finally understood, Javier turned around, only to see the Giga Titan's claw already swinging down. In the blink of an eye, he made a graceful leap into the air, narrowly avoiding the attack, landing squarely on the Giga Titan's back. Javier knew that even if he severed the horn, it still wouldn't be a fatal blow. But deep down, he knew the young master would never speak nonsense. All I have to do is follow the plan. At that moment, I shouted from below, even if its horn is hollow, cutting it off won't be easy, so you need to make the mana circles spin at high speed, not just strike with brute force. Hearing the instructions, Javier gripped his sword tightly and slashed with all his might. At the same time, he rapidly spun the mana circles within his body. In the next second, the blade shone with a dazzling light. Like lightning, it slashed down hard at the Giga Titan's horn. It's working. As expected of the main character, Javier pulled it off on the first try. Seeing its horn being sliced off little by little, the Giga Titan immediately swung its huge claw at Javier in retaliation. At the critical moment, Podong leapt up and blocked the attack. Just then, Javier completely severed the horn. The strike made the Giga Titan Titan wail in agony. Seeing this, I shouted immediately, Javier, attack its underside now. From the tail slightly angled toward the head, attack that spot with your Mana Blast. Javier found the target and was just about to strike, but unexpectedly, the Giga Titan's massive body began descending and was about to crash down on him. The impulsive Javier even considered going down with it in a final strike. Thankfully, at the critical moment, Padong showed up just in time to save him. Seeing this from above, I was nearly scared to death. Nice one, Padong. Padong flailed his arms at Javier in frustration, clearly furious. Haver spoke with a hint of guilt. I'm sorry, Master Padong. I don't understand what you're saying, but I know you're scolding me for being too reckless just now. Then, Javier firmly declared, it won't happen again. I'll do everything I can to stay alive until we win, because he believed the young master's plan would definitely work. I fell deep into thought. Since the Giga Titan was unexpectedly agile, attacking its belly would require drawing its attention away completely with a strong decoy. Looks like it's finally time to use that thing. Hey Padong. Without delay, I mounted Padong to charge off toward our target location. Javier, that thing already sees you as the biggest threat. Lead it to the woods on the east coast in a moment. 15 minutes earlier, Count Cremo was still wallowing in regret over building the mermaid statue. At that time, I said to him, maybe that statue still has another use. That thing came onto land solely to settle the score with the mermaid, so we can exploit that obsession. Back to the present, I figured the Count should have finished preparations by now. At this moment, Javier had already reached his physical limit after a string of battles, but for the sake of the city's people, he had to complete the luring mission. Seeing Javier fleeing, the Giga Titan went berserk and gave wild chase. Javier pushed forward with nothing but sheer willpower. Suddenly, my voice echoed from up ahead. Javier. He looked up and saw me riding with the mermaid statue already tied up with rope. Then I shouted at the Giga Titan, you damn lobster, your true enemy has just arrived. The moment the Giga Titan saw the statue, it let out a thunderous roar of rage. I yelled to Javier, I'll create an opening for you. Use that chance to strike its belly. Panting heavily, Javier said, next time, can you tell me the plan in advance? There better not be a next time. At this moment, the Giga Titan was no longer focused on Javier. It had eyes for only one thing, and that was the mermaid. Javier followed closely behind, using the last of his strength to catch up. Seizing the moment, he leapt into the air, igniting his final trace of magic and piercing through the lobster's belly with all his might. Mana Blast. A massive explosion shook the entire forest. However, the sight before him left Javier in shock. That blow only shattered the outer shell. At this point, Javier's magic was completely depleted. He couldn't even stay conscious, let alone launch another attack. Suddenly, my voice rang out, Javier, you did it. From here on, leave it to me. Hearing those words, Javier finally relaxed and closed his eyes. Hamon rushed over just in time and safely caught the falling Javier. At that moment, even though I had made a bold declaration, to be honest, I had no confidence at all, because before coming back, some of the plans I had imagined did require me to attack personally. Although I had also mastered Javier's Azrahan core technique, using the Mana Blast skill required at least a triple heart circle level, and right now, I was only at a double heart circle level. So, I used the remaining 1,901 relationship points to fully upgrade the Azrahan core technique. However, even after spending all my relationship points, I was still 59 points short of reaching the triple heart circle level. So, I currently had no means of attack at all. Back to the present, I shouted, Padong, now's the time. I used Padong's sudden braking inertia to fling myself straight at the damaged belly of the Giga Titan. Even though I clearly had no means of attack right now, I still chose to hang on right there, because I was going to gamble on whether I could pierce through using a mana-infused iron shovel. Just then, Javier, who had already passed out, seemed to sense something. He inexplicably opened his eyes and glanced at me. The next second, the system notification sounded. Your approval rating by Javier has increased by 4 points. You gained 80 relationship points, and this sudden 80 relationship points directly evolved the Azrahan core technique to triple heart circle level. I instantly calmed down, using one magic ring to protect my heart, then letting the remaining 2 rings collide at high speed. Azrahan core technique's unique move, Mana Blast. Die, you damn bastard. However, just as I launched my full-powered strike, the wildly thrashing Giga Titan shattered rock after rock, kicking up countless flying stones. One of them flew straight into the sky, and unbelievably, it struck my head dead on. My mind went completely blank in an instant. The hand I used to cling to the Giga Titan let go unconsciously. At that moment, only one thought echoed in my mind. This is my last shot. I had to blow it up in one strike, but because I lost focus, I failed to use 1 mana circles to protect my heart. Yet, there was no time to hesitate. Risking my life, I unleashed a triple core Mana Blast. With a thunderous boom, a massive explosion swept across the land and completely disintegrated the Giga Titan from the inside out. Then, its body collapsed like a line of dominoes. When the smoke finally cleared, the mighty Giga Titan lay lifeless. Moments later, Javier was awakened by the 3 fantasy companions. He slowly got up, and the first thing he saw was the Giga Titan, completely lifeless. Master Lloyd really did it. Suddenly, Padong urgently tugged on Javier's finger. What's wrong? You want me to follow you? The 3 little ones anxiously led the way ahead, their voices filled with panic, as if they were about to burst into tears the next second. Suddenly, the scene before his eyes filled him with utter terror because he saw the young master lying lifelessly on the ground. Master Lloyd. Javier rushed forward, pressed down on the young master's chest, and carefully listened for his heartbeat. However, the heartbeat he expected had already stopped. Javier's pupils contracted, as if his soul had left his body. He clutched the young master's hand tightly. "No, you can't die like this. The people of the territory are still waiting for you to return. I finally found a new home." Suddenly, Javier sensed something. He abruptly lowered his hand, reaching out to check the young master's pulse. Then, a flash of astonishment crossed his eyes. "There's a pulse? How is that possible?" His heartbeat had clearly stopped completely, yet his pulse still remained. Javier took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and released his magic to sense the young master's body. Immediately, he saw 3 mana circles spinning inside the young master at an unbelievable speed. Though he couldn't clearly see the state of the young master's heart, one thing was certain: that powerful magical rotation was replacing the heart and sustaining the young master's life. A few days later, the Baron received a letter in the territory. This letter was from Count Cremo. "Dear Baron Frontera, your son performed outstandingly in completing our construction project in Cremo. But afterward, Cremo encountered a major crisis. At that moment, your son and his knight Javier stood up bravely. With courage and self-sacrifice, he saved countless civilians. But because of that, he has fallen into a deep coma. I believe this matter should be brought to your attention as soon as possible. Thus, I send this letter. I'm deeply curious. What kind of parents could raise such a remarkable young man? Therefore, I look forward to meeting you in person." After reading the letter, the Baron's face turned grim. Without hesitation, he immediately mounted his horse, racing at full speed toward the Cremo territory. "You brat! I told you over and over again never to do anything dangerous." Just then, the Baroness, having learned the situation, caught up behind him. "How could you set off like this without preparing anything?" The Baron frowned. "Why are you here? This journey will take a long time without rest. Just Sir Byron and I would have been enough." The Baroness glared at him coldly and said, "What are you talking about? Have you forgotten? My riding skills are better than yours." And so, the 3 of them raced non-stop toward Cremo. Even when faced with fierce snowstorms along the way, they never once slowed their pace, because their son was still waiting for them up ahead. The son who used to be such a brat had now become more reliable than anyone. The Baron recalled these past days, and realized that boy had always addressed him simply as my lord. Unknowingly, a question rose in the Baron's heart. Is he really still my son? Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted. A monster blocked their path forward. Sir Byron immediately dismounted, and stood in front of them. "I'll buy you 2 some time. Go now." In the blink of an eye, the monster lunged. Sir Byron raised his sword to block, and a deafening clash of metal erupted. He turned and roared back, "Hurry! Forgive us, Sir Byron. We shall see each other again in Cremo." Then, the Baron jerked the reins hard, and charged forward with his wife. Byron showed no signs of retreat, but the monster's strength was even stronger than he expected. Just then, the monster bit into Byron's shoulder. Seeing an opportunity, Byron drew a small knife from his waist, and struck the monster's face. But how could such a small knife possibly kill it? At this moment, not only did the monster not loosen its bite, but it bit down even more fiercely. The pain almost made Byron faint. Suddenly, the Baron and his wife appeared, swords drawn. The Baron pierced the monster's back with one strike, while the Baroness blinded its eyes. At this, the monster finally loosened its bite, rolling frantically on the ground in pain. After struggling for a while, it stopped breathing. However, just as they relaxed, the scene before them terrified the Baron, as a dozen or so more monsters emerged from the woods. Seeing the situation, Byron limped to his feet, slowly raised his sword, pointing it forward. He was prepared to die. At this moment, the dozen or so monsters lunged. In the nick of time, Javier made a dashing entrance. With a casual strike, he slew one monster. Then, with a few swift movements, each precise strike decapitated another. In the blink of an eye, he had dealt with all the monsters. However, the light in Javier's eyes was now gone. Seeing this, Byron was very surprised. Although he knew Javier's swordsmanship and magical power far surpassed his own, he remembered that Javier hadn't reached this level before he left. Byron wondered what exactly had made Javier grow so quickly. With Javier's escort, the 3 of them also smoothly arrived in Cremo. The Baron looked at the surrounding destroyed buildings and marveled. The monsters that caused such a tragedy were actually defeated by just the 2 of you? Suddenly, Javier spoke up. "No, that's not it. I am merely the sword wielded in Master Lloyd's hand. It was entirely thanks to the young master's strength that the monsters were dealt with." Suddenly, the Baron heard someone nearby discussing his son. "If it weren't for that guy, I definitely would have frozen to death by now." When he rushed toward the Giga Titan, he even saved quite a few people along the way, and during the disaster, his summoned beasts rescued many others too. Soon after, the 4 of them arrived at the Lord's manor, only to find a large crowd gathered there, all praying for the man who had saved their lives. Suddenly, a discordant voice rang out. "Are you all insane? If he hadn't built that statue, would the Giga Titan have gone berserk and charged into the city? Technically, this whole thing is his fault." Some people began to waver after hearing that, but soon, those who had been saved stepped up and beat the guy up on the spot. Meanwhile, inside the manor, I actually woke up. The system notification followed immediately. "Your courage and sacrifice deeply moved the people of Cremo. As recognition for your contributions, a grand reward reward will be issued? I asked the system with a puzzled look. Wait, why am I still alive? According to the settings, my heart should have exploded, right? The system calmly replied, you'll find out soon enough. Just then, Javier walked in. He froze for a moment when he saw that I was awake, but the first thing I asked when I saw him was, did Count Cremo say when he'll pay the construction fee? Javier was speechless at first, but soon, his eyes lit up with a glow, and he smiled gently. It's such a relief to see you back to normal, my lord. Then, the door was suddenly flung open. The Baron and his wife burst in with tears in their eyes, rushing over to give me a big hug. You little brat, do you have any idea how worried we were? But it's all fine now that you're okay. And this was the first time since coming to this world that I had felt genuine care from someone else. However, I was completely unaware that this incident had already reached the royal capital. How interesting to think that on my land, there's actually someone like that. Send a messenger to go to the Frontera territory. Bring that man and his guard to me. I want to meet this man personally. Meanwhile, for saving the entire Cremo territory, I was invited on stage by Count Cremo to give a speech. However, as soon as I got on stage, I immediately started advertising our underfloor heating. Dear citizens of Cremo, have you heard of underfloor heating? The crowd below looked confused, completely unaware of what underfloor heating was. Oh my, you don't know? Now that the cold winter has arrived, aren't you constantly worried that the elderly at home will suffer from stiff joints due to the cold, or that your children will catch a chill and get sick in your struggle with that nasty little flame in the fireplace? Do you even realize how much time you've wasted? 1 hour? 2 hours? None of the above. If a person lives for 50 years, then you've spent 15 whole years just sitting in front of the fireplace. If you think that time could have been put to better use, then please remember underfloor heating, because it will improve your quality of life this much. As I spoke, I gestured dramatically with my hands. No, that's not enough. It'll improve your life this much. I spread my arms even wider to show an even bigger range. So, don't miss out on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you want to know more details, please visit the Frontera Baron's estate. That concludes everything I wanted to say. At that moment, the people below were completely baffled by the endless sales pitch. Off to the side, Count Cremo recalled the conversation he had with this guy just a few minutes ago on the way to the speech. Oh dear, I wonder how much it'll cost to repair all those buildings and roads. The Count crossed his arms and said, it'll probably exceed a month's budget, but if we hadn't taken down the Giga Titan, maybe even half a year's budget would have gone up in smoke. The Count raised an eyebrow, sensing the implication. What are you trying to say? I shrugged innocently. Nothing. Compared to half a year's budget, my construction fees probably don't even count as spare change, right? I just happened to think of that all of a sudden. Well, then again, who could have predicted any of this? The statue built to drive away the Giga Titan ended up triggering this tragedy. No matter whose idea it was, we can't place the blame on anyone. After all, it was nature's course of action, though someone did stake their life on it. In the end, resolving the crisis is what truly matters. Speaking of which, I happened to overhear the attendants say that anyone who contributes to the public interest of the city, regardless of status, would receive financial compensation from the Count. I'm really curious, what kind of contribution to the public interest would be enough to earn that reward? At that moment, Count Cremo slowly uttered a number, 1.5 times. Suddenly, I fell eerily silent. The Count felt a chill. I'm sorry, I think you misunderstood. I didn't bring this up to ask you for more money, but I do understand now. To the Count, the lives of the citizens are worth 1.5 times the construction fee. Count Cremo couldn't find a single reason to refute. After a moment, he slowly said, double. Yet the person across from him remained silent. The Count gritted his teeth and raised the offer again. Triple. At that moment, my grin slowly appeared in the carriage mirror. In the next second, I wore a kind and gentle expression as I extended my hand. Lord Count, your generosity truly leaves me in awe. Please rest assured, I will be sure to put this compensation to good use. Of course, on myself. A vague sense of unease stirred in Count Cremo's heart. Clearly, he was being extorted by this man, yet he didn't find it annoying at all. Why is that? Why do I almost admire him? He had never understood before why this guy was so hard to dislike. But now, he finally understood the reason. This guy always calculates everything down to the last coin. He's persistent, but reasonable. And what's more, he truly gets things done. Forget about disliking him. Even I want to win him over to my side. A talent like him staying hidden in the countryside is practically a loss for the entire kingdom. As a reward for this incident, the system granted me 1,500 relationship points, and unexpectedly, I also gained a mana heart. It turns out, the reason why the mana heart must be protected when using the mana blast is because the mana heart is like a powder keg of magical energy. Using mana blast means detonating a bomb right next to that powder keg. But back when I used the triple core mana blast, my body didn't have a mana heart, which is exactly why I survived. Even more absurd, those 3 mana circles that were sustaining my life ended up compressing themselves into a mana heart during the process. Originally, I thought I'd need to slowly train one over time, and figured it'd be faster to just dig more dirt instead. I never imagined that slacking off would end up saving my life. After everything was taken care of, I finally returned to my territory. But what I didn't expect was, the knight Bayern, who was portrayed in the novel as honest, upright, and kind, turned out to be such a capable person. While I was away, he actually managed everything: land distribution, construction site supervision, supervision, personnel coordination, all in perfect order. At that moment, Byron slowly began reporting the recent progress to me, but I couldn't help interrupting him. Hold on, Sir Byron, you did all that when I was gone? Byron showed a puzzled look. Young master, why do you ask that? I was only following your instructions. Suddenly, someone entered from outside and reported, Sir Knight, I have something to report. The final phase of the underfloor heating installation is complete. Please come inspect it. I followed Byron to the inspection site, but then, what he said to the construction workers completely shocked me. You've now reached the point where there's zero error. Impressive. All the yelling and scolding I gave you before was just for this moment. From now on, you will be the most important people on the construction team. At that moment, I was completely stunned. Only one thought remained in my mind. Uncle, you were born in the wrong era. If you were born in my original world, you'd definitely be an executive at a big corporation. Later, I found out that a large number of underfloor heating contracts were thanks to the Baron and his wife's external public relations. Watching the territory gradually develop in a positive direction, I thought to myself, victory is within reach. Looks like I can soon enjoy a carefree retired life. Javier looked at my expression from the side and suddenly felt an uncontrollable urge to punch me. Just then, a distinct trumpet sounded from behind. It was the signal to inform the people that the royal messenger had arrived. I looked toward the distance with confusion. Why would the royal messenger come all the way here? The envoy dismounted handsomely, with a red carpet even rolling out behind him. Why all this flashy showmanship? Wouldn't it be better to just get straight to the point? However, at that moment, a particularly bad feeling welled up in me. Could it be because of the things I did in Cremo? Sure enough, as the envoy finished reading the royal decree, it was revealed that, because Javier and I defeated the Giga Titan, Her Majesty ordered us to proceed to the capital immediately to receive her personal commendation. The Baron was already in tears, joyfully exclaiming, my son is truly amazing, but I couldn't feel happy at all. If I get entangled with her, then that peaceful countryside noble life I dreamed of will be gone. If I had known, I should have stopped after finishing the sea platform. It's all that damn giant lobster's fault. More importantly, if I don't perform well in front of her, there's a chance I might lose my life at any time. Javier saw my expression and couldn't help but ask in confusion, aren't you supposed to be overjoyed? After all, you're best at making money off nobles. Hearing that, I froze. That's right, don't I still have a chance to make money off Her Majesty the Queen? Besides, I've read the novel. I know what kind of personality Queen Magentano has in the current state of the capital. Looks like this trip to the capital might actually be interesting. If I can make use of all this information, I might really be able to make a huge profit off the Queen. However, the moment I arrived at the capital and saw the Queen, I couldn't help but chicken out. That overwhelming pressure. It's too strong. No wonder she's one of the only two-sword masters in the kingdom. At that moment, I respectfully bowed before the Queen, but she glanced at me with a disgusted expression. So you're the noble? Judging by your presence, I thought the one beside you was the real noble. After speaking, she smiled slightly and said to Javier, your name is Javier, right? I can sense an unprecedented flow of mana within you. Seems like you're a worthy sparring partner for me. Javier bowed his head and respectfully replied, I'm merely a nameless knight. And I was thinking to myself, she could sense Javier's uniqueness just with her eyes. Looks like using slick talk to fool her won't work at all. Count Cremo has already reported everything to us. Your courage and spirit of sacrifice deserve praise. However, I won't make a hasty judgment just based on someone's recommendation. Therefore, I shall personally test your abilities. Hearing this, the corners of my mouth slightly lifted. This was a golden opportunity to win the Queen's contract. She slowly asked, tell me, in your opinion, what is the most urgently needed construction project in Magenta, the royal capital? Since I've read the novel, of course I knew the answer. The most urgent project is the gradually collapsing royal castle. The Queen's intent was to test my insight with this question. If I truly had skill, I should be able to detect the structural issues of the royal castle. But if I couldn't even see that, she wouldn't recognize me as capable. However, even though I knew the correct answer, I chose to reply, it's the bridge across the Magina River that needs to be rebuilt, because I understood the Queen all too well. Although she'd surely be displeased for now, with her personality, there's no way she'd end the test here. Alicia Termina Magentano, Her Highness, is the one who wields supreme authority and absolute strength, is bold and forthright by nature, and is also someone who listens to advice regardless of status. Tell me your reasoning. Some might think that the most urgent task right now should be repairing the royal castle. I know that long ago, a hot-tempered dragon once pulled down the royal castle's towers twice. So, to prevent such incidents from happening again, the castle was rebuilt into its current wide and heavy form. However, because of this, its massive weight keeps pressing down on the ground and pillars, which eventually leads to gradual collapse. But it's still too early to repair it now. Therefore, I believe this is not the most urgent project at present. After hearing this, the Queen's heart trembled slightly, thinking, this arrogant man, he clearly knows what answer I want, yet still dares to give a different one. Of course, I knew that the Queen knew I knew what she wanted to hear, but I still chose a different answer. At the same time, the Queen also knew that I knew she knew this fact, though neither of us said much aloud, but in our hearts, we had already exchanged hundreds of blows. You bastard, are you mocking me? I immediately put on an expression of utmost sincerity. How could I? I'm just begging your majesty for a meal, asking for a construction project. That's all. Your Majesty, the bridge over the Magina River has already been rebuilt 12 times. Every spring, due to increased water flow and flooding, the bridge collapses in a predictable cycle. This bridge has devoured a massive amount of funding, but if you hand this project over to me, I can build a bridge that will never be destroyed by floodwaters or drifting ice. What I want to build is a modern suspension bridge. Upon hearing this, the Queen's heart stirred slightly. This guy actually dares to directly criticize the decisions I've made? How can someone be so rude and arrogant? But the deeper our conversation went, the more she seemed to like me. Continue explaining the bridge you want to build. At that moment, I was overjoyed inside. As expected, Magentano despised sycophants and bootlickers. But for those who are upright and full of conviction, she spares no effort in granting her trust. However, it was precisely because of her wholehearted trust that she was ultimately betrayed by the person she valued most, even losing an arm as a result. In the end, 3 years later, she was no longer the generous and benevolent queen she is now, but a cruel and ruthless tyrant. But that is a matter for the future. For now, she is still a wise ruler willing to listen to the voice of the people. What if that bridge collapses? I answered without hesitation. Then please have your Majesty behead me and display my corpse to the public. But, as long as that bridge still stands, I ask that your Majesty ensure the survival of my family's status. Magentano was momentarily taken aback. Then the corners of her lips curled into a smile. This guy actually dares to bargain with me? Very well. As you wish. I promise you fair compensation, and I'll ensure the protection of your family's status. The next second, I slowly approached the Queen and pulled out the contract I had prepared in advance. This is the contract. Please sign it, Your Majesty. The Queen was instantly speechless. Are you saying you don't trust my word? Thinking to herself, he actually prepared the contract in advance. I had already prepared my explanation and immediately said, Your Majesty, I would never mean such a thing. This contract also contains one clause. If I fail to take the project seriously, I will be sliced into 1,000 pieces. Consider this a necessary shackle for such an untrustworthy and lowly man as myself. Once again, the Queen was left speechless. Left without a retort, she eventually signed the contract. But she couldn't help thinking to herself, it feels like I've been dragged off track by this guy. Yet strangely, it didn't feel unpleasant. Once I got the signed contract, I swayed my hips and promptly backed away. Hey, what's with that swaying butt of yours? I hurriedly explained, Your Majesty, there's no place where I can lower my head beneath your signature, so I had to adopt this visually lower posture. Once we left the Queen's presence, I immediately bragged to Javier with excitement. Did you see that? This guy right here just swindled a massive engineering fee out of the Queen. Javier looked utterly speechless, but still managed to whisper, if you keep this up, you'll be dragged out and executed for disrespecting Her Majesty. I can't block a strike from a sword master, so please behave yourself. Meanwhile, Magentano's guard cautiously spoke. Your Majesty, not only is that man clever, but he's also extremely calculating. Don't you think he's a bit too arrogant? The Queen chuckled softly. Of course I'm annoyed. After all, that guy was convinced from the very start that he could completely manipulate me. But a flicker passed through her eyes, and a faint, unreadable smile appeared on her lips. Still, that vulgar attitude of his is kind of endearing. A few days later, I finally remembered that I actually had a younger brother in this world. After being in this novel world for so long, I just now realized I had a brother. But the first time we met, I saw him being bullied. However, he kept giving me eyes that I shouldn't interfere. It turns out this was a noble academy where background and status mattered far more than academic performance. As the son of a rural lord, he happened to be top of his class, which naturally drew the resentment of noble kids. So my brother was afraid that if I stepped in, the bullying would only get worse. But when I heard who the bullies' fathers were, I couldn't help but laugh. Then, I slowly walked toward him. Hey punk, who did you say your father was again? The blonde kid turned around impatiently. You're this poor kid's relative? My father is the wise and merciful Viscount Lacona. If you're scared, then hurry up in. Before he could finish, my palm landed squarely on his face. The force was so great that he spun in the air, then slid 2.5 meters across the floor, finally stopping when he crashed into the wall. This was my self-created attack skill, man a bitch slap, and it has no cooldown time. At that moment, one of his buddies jumped up and roared, how dare you offend a member of the high-class union? I didn't say a word, I just slapped him. I'm the number 1 second year. Geshpon the Mithril Fist. You better be ready to lose your life today. I remained expressionless. Blabber all you want. You're still just 1 slap away. Though next up, it'll take 2 slaps, since they're twins. And off to the side, someone was even giving commentary. These two are the infamous twins known as the Black Dragon Double Horns. Their coordinated attacks are no joke. Looks like that guy's really in for it now. But for me, they are just 2 undisciplined little punks. After I give them a cross backhand slap, I turned to the person who was doing the commentary. You were the one blabbering about some double horns just now, right? Terrified, he frantically waved his hands. No, I wasn't. You little brat. Now you're lying too. On the other side, 2 students were trembling at the lunch table. They thought, we didn't say anything, right? He shouldn't come after us. But the next second, I walked over like a demon. You 2 were giggling just now, weren't you? 2 crisp slaps echoed, and another 2 teeth went missing. Suddenly, the blonde kid came to and swung a punch at me. You're finished, you bastard. In the next second, his punch landed squarely on my face. He shouted smugly, how was that? A magic-infused punch punch from a genius like me. I'll bet it hurt. However, the moment Blondie saw my expression, he began to regret everything, because he felt that the person standing in front of him wasn't human at all, but a terrifying demon straight out of a nightmare. Amid the eerie laughter, I grabbed Blondie by the collar. The next second, my head collided with his in a brutal headbutt. Blondie collapsed instantly, but I wasn't about to let him off that easily. Then, I yanked him back up again and delivered another skull-cracking blow. Julian looked at his older brother and genuinely believed he had gone insane. But for a moment, he felt like his brother was the sane one, and he was the fool. However, I still hadn't stopped. Do you not understand what's happening right now? Are you wondering why you're getting beaten like this? Completely clueless, aren't you? You actually said Viscount Lacona is wise and benevolent? What utter nonsense. You and your father really are cut from the same cloth. Blondie struggled to speak. Isn't it a bit much to insult my family like that? That line made me even angrier. So using violence on your classmates is no big deal to you? You rotten little bastard. Should I spell it out for you? Why you're such an uncultured brat? That's because there's no one around you who ever taught you right. Look at this thing. What does it resemble? This is an unrecyclable piece of trash like you. Suddenly, Julian rushed over and grabbed me tightly. Please don't keep going. Are you planning to kill him? I stopped my hand and said, are you worried you'll face even worse retaliation afterward? Don't worry. Once he's dead, he won't be able to bully you anymore. Julian was horrified. My words sent shivers down his spine. However, I didn't stop and continued pounding Blondie, because in my past life, I'd seen far too many people like him. To them, punishment and reasoning meant nothing. Only the fear of death could bring instant results. Suddenly, a large group of soldiers stormed in, shouting loudly, "Stop right there. This is a sacred academy funded by Her Majesty the Queen. You dare cause trouble here?" Julian saw the terrifying expression on his brother's face and thought, could he be planning to beat up the guards and even the headmaster too? That would get him executed. However, I had already anticipated this moment. I immediately changed my expression, put on a respectful smile, and bowed. I am Lloyd Frontera, son of Arcos Frontera, an elder brother to Julian Frontera, a student of the academy. Julian was shocked. How did his brother suddenly calm down? It was as if he had been waiting for this exact moment. I sincerely apologize for the disturbance I caused. I only wished to help restore the great queen's honor. The headmaster, upon hearing this, flew into a rage. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Tell me, who do you claim has damaged Her Majesty's honor? I pointed at the blonde boy beaten to the ground, speaking slowly and calmly. Naturally, it's this son of the Lacona family. He assaulted and humiliated my younger brother, Julian. I lifted my head and fixed my gaze on the teacher standing nearby. The man standing in the back. You saw it, didn't you? Your academy's teachers just stand by and allow bullying to happen. I don't even need to ask why you didn't stop it. Everyone in this academy was recommended by noble families. That's why you don't dare to offend powerful aristocratic students. That includes all of you working here at this academy. You definitely knew Julian was being bullied, but still chose to turn a blind eye, because Julian is just the son of a poor baron. Helping him brings you no benefit whatsoever. The headmaster was left speechless by my words, but still forced himself to argue back. Even if all that's true, what does it have to do with Her Majesty the Queen? I reached into my chest and pulled something out, because insulting my brother is no different from insulting me, and I am a royal guest personally invited by Her Majesty the Queen. So now, do you all understand what the connection is? Upon seeing the royal insignia, they immediately dropped to their knees in fear. Since everyone understands the situation, I'll take my leave. At that moment, the headmaster sneered inwardly. Foolish brat, a royal guest status is only temporary. Once this all blows over, I'll punish Julian and give the beaten students even better treatment. However, right at that moment, I acted as if I heard the headmaster's thoughts, showing a strange smile as I stared directly at him. That one glance made the headmaster's heart jolt, and he quickly averted his eyes, not daring to meet mine again. Outside the dining hall, I prepared to take Julian to the office. Why are you taking me to the office? Obviously, to have you take a leave of absence. Julian froze in place, then angrily shouted back, how much more are you going to ruin for me before you're satisfied? I'm going to be bullied even more because of you, and now you're stopping me from my study? Why are you doing this to me? It's fine if you don't understand now. Soon, the atmosphere here will likely become too unbearable to keep studying. So, use this time to train your body more. Have you heard of the saying, the finest muscles are built through hard labor? That evening, at the royal guests' quarters, Julian told Javier about what happened. After hearing it, Javier said calmly, just trust in Master Lloyd's plan, because in the end, it will definitely lead to a good outcome. Julian still didn't understand. Why should I listen to that bastard brother? Javier looked at him, his tone serious. Do you not believe my word? You must have heard about how we defeated the Giga Titan in Cremo. All the combat plans were devised by Master Lloyd himself, and he was the one who delivered the final, fatal blow. Then, Javier recounted everything that had happened in the territory. So, you can absolutely trust him. Right now, Master Lloyd is the savior of our land. Outside the door, I heard that final sentence. The corners of my mouth lifted slightly, and I felt a bit smug inside. But Julian, after hearing all of this, found it hard to believe. So that drunken bastard actually did so many meaningful things? Javier added, the young master back then was indeed foolish and ignorant, a hopeless scumbag. I heard all of this clearly from outside the door, and was speechless inside. What do you think, Javier? Can someone truly change change like that? Javier's response shocked me to the core. No, it is impossible. I have rather convinced myself that he is someone else wearing the young master's face. Julian's expression changed drastically. Are you saying that my brother's body was taken over? There are indeed dark magic techniques that can stabilize a soul inside someone else's body, but that would require a powerful magical chain. So I secretly checked it myself. I examined the mana flow within the young master's body to see if there were any traces of a foreign soul occupying it. Outside the door, my heart suddenly raced. I didn't expect he actually did something like that. Did he really find something out? However, the next second, Javier continued speaking, but I didn't detect the slightest trace of unusual mana force. The young master's body and soul are completely fused together naturally. I instantly let out a sigh of relief. Looks like he has no actual evidence. Even if he suspects, as long as I thicken my skin and deny it to the end, I'll be fine. At that moment, I realized that Javier had definitely sensed I was standing outside the door. He's deliberately saying this for me to hear. He's sending me a signal, a warning that he suspects something. Suddenly, Julian spoke up. I only just found out that our family actually has debts. I always thought I was the only one struggling to study. I didn't expect that during this time. My brother did so much just to pay it off. No matter how much I hate that bastard of a brother, looks like I have to give him credit. He's the one who saved our territory. Just then, a system notification rang. Your approval rating by Julian increased by 2 points. You have received 28 bonus relationship points. Your approval rating by Julian is -59. I smiled knowingly. Looks like Julian is also a key character. That means he can become my relationship points farm too. The system can't help but complain. Julian is opening his heart up to you. You're not touched by that? I couldn't be bothered to respond to the system's sarcasm and pushed open the door, walking in. Julian, are you ready? From this moment on, I'm taking you into physical training. I then brought Julian to a work site and began explaining to him steps for producing steel wire rope for the suspension bridge. First, flatten the clay into a pizza over 1 meter in diameter. Second, place various kinds of soil and stones on top. Third, let Bangul eat it all up happily. Fourth, wait for her to convert the soil into iron wires and expel them. Fifth, after the wires cool down, twist 120 of them into a single strand, and that completes the steel wire rope preparation. After explaining the whole process, I handed the shovel to Julian and said seriously, this is the starting point for building the suspension bridge. If this step fails, the entire project falls apart. Whether it's the debt of our territory or your future at the academy, it'll all depend on this. Julian looked confused. This is such an important task. Why give it to me? You little brat. What are you saying? It's precisely because this is so important that I'm entrusting it to someone smart and responsible like you. Julian froze after hearing that and silently whispered in his heart, brother. Immediately after, I walked out of the construction site, ready to find a key individual, because relying solely on the technology of this era, building a suspension bridge is pure fantasy. No matter how much I struggle, it's simply impossible to achieve. In other words, I need help from someone with technology far beyond this time. That person is the royal dwarf craftsman, Corgitus. However, the moment I stepped into his workshop, before I could say a single word, Corgitus flatly refused. I'm not interested in listening. I thought to myself, this stubborn old man really is exactly like how the novel described him. They say, even if it's a request from the queen, as long as he's not interested, he will absolutely never agree. But I had long prepared a powerful weapon to deal with him. I unrolled a blueprint and showed it to Corgitus. This is a blueprint for a new bridge I will build over the Magina River. The old man looked annoyed. A human's blueprint? I'm not interested. However, the moment he actually saw the drawing, his entire body froze. Seeing this, I put away the blueprint and turned to walk toward the door. My apologies. I was overestimating myself. In that case, I'll leave it to some other blacksmith. Just as I was about to step out the door, sure enough, Corgitus finally spoke. Wait! I stopped in my tracks, secretly chuckling. Corgitus squinted at me, his tone serious. Do you understand what will happen if the thing you designed can't guarantee its strength? I immediately replied, of course I know. If the strength isn't guaranteed, the bridge will collapse. Everyone on the bridge will lose their lives, and I will have to take responsibility for it. I suddenly said in a low voice, but I'll shout on the guillotine. If only Corgitus had been the one to build it. The air froze in an instant. The old man's eyelid twitched, his face darkening ominously. He was silent for a moment, then coldly said, you arrogant and insolent brat. You actually dare to threaten me with words like that? I revealed a meaningful smile. How could that be? I'm simply awakening a craftsman's conscience. Corgitus let out a long sigh. Then he reached out his hand and said helplessly, bring the blueprint here. Let me take a look first. I handed him the blueprint and Corgitus examined it carefully. After reading it, Corgitus stated he was certain that only he in the entire kingdom could do it. Obviously, if you gave this job to anyone else, it would only result in a major accident. I burst into laughter, deliberately making my face look sinister. So, you finally understand now? I wasn't threatening you. I was here to beg you. If you can design something like this, you must have also thought about how to arouse my interest, right? I still put on a villainous expression and replied, how could I dare to do such a thing? I can only bet that the craftsman is a kind-hearted person. Hearing the old man agree, I immediately bowed and expressed my sincere thanks. Meanwhile, Julian was continuously making steel wire wire ropes, and the royal workshop was constructing the truss-structured bridge deck. Javier and I were about to start working on the main towers of the bridge, when suddenly, a group of people appeared, shouting for us to stop. "How dare you deceive the royal family and embezzle national treasury property? This is absolutely unforgivable." Hearing this, I was utterly confused. It turned out that the previous bridge on the Magina River was built by them. Now that it was to be demolished without any reason, they certainly wouldn't agree. So, they went to the Empress to report me for trying to make unnecessary money and misappropriate royal funds, hoping Her Majesty would punish that cunning person and thereby serve the crown. Thus, people from both sides were summoned together by the Queen. "Each of you state your claims," starting with the guild. Victor, the leader of the Builders Guild of Magenta City, stated, "The Magina Bridge, built by the previous guild leader, has stood firm in that position for 30 years. The bridge uses wedge-shaped pillars that can disperse extremely fast water currents. But now, this fellow says that the bridge will fall. This is clearly an insult to the guild and a disregard for Her Majesty the Queen." I thought to myself, I'm telling the truth. That bridge will collapse. In the novel, the royal army and rebels face off at the Magina River during a massive rainstorm. The bridge collapses, leading to a standstill. But I can't bring up the future events. Suddenly, I asked an official beside the guild leader, "How much were you paid?" The two of them were instantly startled. "You dare to slander me with baseless accusations in front of Her Majesty the Queen?" But I just smiled faintly. From his face, I could tell he had definitely been paid off. It was obvious these palace officials had long been colluding with the guild merchants. Suddenly, the Queen angrily stopped me. "I always thought you were a clever man, but you've made a big mistake. How dare you frame royal officials without any evidence? Men, prepare his judgment immediately." Instantly, I was bound and taken to the execution ground. Seeing this, Javier was already preparing to draw his sword and rescue me. Just then, the Queen suddenly said, "I shall prove my vassal's innocence." Hearing this, the guild leader and the official were confused. In the next second, the official was surrounded. Meanwhile, I showed that signature smile of mine, because this was all part of my plan. Following the Queen's command, a confession spell was cast on him. Afterwards, he confessed everything about colluding with merchants and embezzling from the palace for so many years. With that, the two whose deeds were exposed faced the Queen's harshest punishment. They were stripped naked and hung on the city gate, constantly pecked by crows. And I, being kind, even requested the Queen to spare their families. It seems I truly am a kind person. Originally, these guys had delayed the suspension bridge's construction progress, and I was quite annoyed. However, because I had merit in exposing the corrupt officials, Her Majesty the Queen allocated all the kingdom's manpower to the construction of the suspension bridge. This included the kingdom's high-level mages, who could use gravity magic to lighten the blocks, allowing the bridge's main towers to be completed in no time. Then, Bangul, holding the suspension cable, used her volcanic blast skill to shoot it to the other tower. On the other side, Padang was responsible for catching Bangul and then securing the suspension cable there. Next, Hamong, who grew larger by drinking water, gradually lifted the bridge deck. Finally, mages standing on the bridge used fire magic for welding the bridge surface. At last, through everyone's cooperation, this modern suspension bridge was officially completed in this other world. At the same time, the system rewarded me with 1,050 relationship points, bringing my total relationship points to 3,019. The Queen even named the bridge after Javier and me, and bestowed upon me the title of Master Craftsman. I thought, as long as I get the huge construction payment, I can completely clear our territory's debt. However, there was still one huge obstacle. The Queen wouldn't let me go so easily. She must be thinking I'm too useful and wondering how to keep exploiting me. But my dream is to be a rich bum who spends his days eating and sleeping. Suddenly, the Queen spoke. "I have something for you to do, so return to the palace with me immediately to discuss it." Indeed, everything was as expected, but I had long devised a plan to kill two birds with one stone. This plan would not only allow me to escape the Queen's clutches but also solve my brother Julian's academy problem. Back at the royal palace, the Queen, in front of all the ministers, bestowed upon me a fiefdom and title commensurate with my abilities. The high officials below were indignant that a baron's son from the countryside had actually become an official of the same high rank as them. However, at that moment, I requested an even greater favor from the Queen. Those officials were even more furious, thinking, "Is this guy trying to push his luck?" I bowed deeply and said, "If your Majesty thinks what this humble servant requests is reasonable, then please retract the fiefdom and title." The Queen indicated she would decide after hearing me out. At the same time, she thought to herself, what does he want? A position in the kingdom? Or more construction funds? Whatever it is, I'm determined to bring this man under my wing. I humbly ask your Majesty to rectify the Royal Academy. The Royal Magenta Academy is filled with much absurdity and irrationality, even countless despicable acts. Students are more concerned with factional struggles than with learning. This has brought mental and physical suffering to the children of lower-ranking nobles. Yet, the Academy's administrators merely turn a blind eye, enriching themselves with illicit money behind your Majesty's back for their own selfish gain. Students, who should be engrossed in their studies, have become obsessed with power. When they should be ambitious for the world, they instead build up class barriers. This is completely contrary to the purpose for which the Academy was established. established. At this point, the academy administrators involved were already sweating profusely. Then I instructed Javier to hand that item to the queen. Your Majesty, this is the content of my and Javier's investigation over the past 4 months. People who graduated from the academy, menial workers, and even conscientious professors who left because they detested the absurdities in the academy. I have recorded their testimonies and sources meticulously and in detail. Now those academy administrators were truly panicking. Your Majesty, this lowly man is spewing lies. Such things would never happen in the Royal Academy. Queen Magentano looked at the report with extreme anger, then ordered all those individuals to be subjected to the confession spell. Thus, all these people were executed, and a major cleanup began throughout the Royal Academy. Anyone on the list was arrested. Even those acquainted with people on the list were not exempt. They would all be punished according to their crimes, including dismissal from office and confiscation of their fiefdoms. At that moment, a sly grin slowly appeared on my lips. Javier asked if it was necessary for me to be so happy about the academy being cleaned up. I told him, this way, the queen will completely forget about my existence. Now I just need to secretly pocket the benefits and then sneak away. Suddenly, I felt a chill behind me. I am here to convey Her Majesty the Queen's decree. Even if you are leaving, you must attend tomorrow night's banquet. Also, Her Majesty praises you for using the academy as an excuse for a brilliant diversion and respects your desire to live the sweet lazy life. I thought, so I've been in the Queen's palm all along, but this guy's sudden appearance really did startle me. I asked Javier, did you sense that guy approaching us? Javier said no. It turned out that it was Sir Kyle, the kingdom's #1 sword master. For a knight of his caliber, concealing his presence was a piece of cake. That night, Julian found me and asked, brother, did you anticipate all this? Which is why you were so harsh on Lacona's son. Pretty much, you brat. Then I explained everything to him. Since the Lloyd he knew was harsh and always called him brat, I made sure to end every sentence with you brat. However, at this point, Julian's resentment towards his brother completely dissolved. Brother, you don't have to call me brat anymore. You're my brother. I trust you and I am proud of you more than anyone else. Suddenly, a system notification rang. Because the resentment was resolved, Julian's affection for me directly rose by 65 points, successfully obtaining 910 relationship points. My current relationship points now is 3,929. After a moment of silence, I grimaced. That was so cringe I'm gonna vomit. Yeah, I regret it too. As the banquet arrived, a mature female voice came from behind. Lloyd Frontera, stop hiding. Come over here. I had done my best to hide, but the queen still spotted me. Did you think I wouldn't see you if you did that? You look like a mole cricket. You stand out even more. Suddenly, Javier expressed happily, I am in awe of your Majesty's insight. I was speechless. Why was Javier looking so pleased? Didn't you hear me tell you to come closer? I respectfully approached. Closer. Even closer. Didn't you hear me say to come closer? At this point, I was sweating profusely and extremely nervous. How could I dare to get any closer to Her Majesty the Queen? The Queen suddenly leaned in and said, if you change your mind, you can come find me anytime. I will prepare everything for you. This is a banquet held for you. Enjoy yourself to the fullest. Hearing this, my heart leaped with joy. What jackpot is this? Of course, the best choice is to eat, drink, and be merry. I received a large sum for construction this time. All I have to do next is to live my life. Suddenly, I thought of something. According to the novel's plot, the queen will turn dark due to betrayal 3 years later. I don't know what she'll become then. At that moment, I heard a phrase, the banquet will last until the moon sets at dawn. This phrase left a very deep impression on me, because this was the secret code used when the queen was poisoned and lost an arm in the novel during the assassination plot against her. But this was a line that was supposed to appear 3 years later. Why was it happening now? And why was it being said by Sir Kyle? Meanwhile, Queen Magentano felt a headache. Did I drink too much? But this time, she drank the same amount as usual. She thought she must have been too tired these past few days. Besides dealing with academy matters, she also had to constantly monitor the Asfahan. According to intelligence from spies, they were amassing troops in the western region of Asfahan. But if they wanted to attack Magentano, they would have to cross the entire wilderness, and such an attack would be tantamount to suicide. The queen wondered what they were plotting. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain. She found it strange. With her internal mana, she should have been able to neutralize that bit of alcohol, and she also found she couldn't adjust her heartbeat. The queen circulated her mana, but this made her even more pained. She now understood someone had poisoned her, but all the food she ate was thoroughly inspected. The queen struggled to her feet, sweating profusely, asking if anyone was outside. At the same time, her vision was already starting to distort. Suddenly, the kingdom's top sword master, and also the queen's guard, Kyle, pushed open the door. The queen was happy to see him. Thank goodness you are here when I am in distress. Quick, lend me a hand. However, Kyle was the poisoner. He drew his sword, which was already stained with blood. As your Majesty said, thankfully I am by your side. Let me help you rest in peace. The queen looked at this most trusted person in disbelief. Meanwhile, on the other side, I was rushing towards the queen's resting chamber with Javier. I asked him, aren't you going to ask me what's going on? Javier said he had already sensed the abnormal mana force. What do you need me to do? I very solemnly told him, you need to defeat a sword master. I know you're not kidding, but please don't joke. Then how about buying us some time? Immediately after, Javier pulled pulled a candlestick from the wall and said he could hold him off for at most 3 minutes. 3 minutes is enough. Let's go. Arriving at the queen's resting chamber, we found the guards at the entrance had all been killed. Inside, Kyle was already fighting the queen. Magnificent, your majesty. You are truly formidable to be able to withstand my 3 heavy blows even after being fatally poisoned. The queen looked at him and asked why he was doing such a thing. Kyle had no intention of answering her question. He kicked her directly in the stomach, then raised his sword and prepared to strike. At the critical moment, Javier arrived, and a candlestick thrust interrupted Kyle. However, Kyle, the kingdom's top sword master, simply turned and swung his sword. He was surprised that this fellow actually blocked his sword with a candlestick. Javier seized the opportunity, circulated the mana circles in his body for a high-frequency mana collision. Mana instantly covered the candlestick, and Javier used it to directly parry Kyle's sword. Kyle was amazed. This was a use of mana he had never seen before. Javier pressed his advantage. He knew he was no match, so he had to use all his strength from the start, continuously attacking to buy more time. At this point, I had already seized the chance to get to the queen. She was also surprised I was there. I covered her mouth. We'll talk later. Then, I immediately activated the Azrahan core technique to start absorbing the queen's mana. Meanwhile, Kyle was very annoyed by this barrage of attacks. He prepared to directly use the aura sword that only a sword master could generate. Javier knew that if he let the opponent use this move, it would truly be over, so he made an instant decision. He threw the candlestick at him. To block the attack, Kyle had to stop generating the aura sword. At that moment, Javier leaped forward, catching the deflected candlestick. Then, he decisively used the mana blast. Young man, I acknowledge you. You have the talent and technique for applying mana, but you lack practical experience. Kyle found an opportunity and punched Javier in the abdomen. Then he raised his sword, giving Javier no chance to recover, and struck down. Although Javier had used the candlestick to block, relying on the candlestick's hardness was useless. His chest was still hit and injured. Kyle pressed his advantage. Now it's my turn to attack. However, he found Javier didn't dodge but charged directly at him. This senseless fool, does he fear nothing? Javier skillfully dodged this attack, then shouted, Master Padong. Immediately after, Padong threw him a sword. Catching the sword, Javier once again used mana blast. This time, it shot forward like a cannonball. Seeing this, Kyle tried to block the attack with his sword, but it sent him flying out of the queen's chamber. Kyle was surprised that a knight could use such a move. However, Javier gave him no chance to counterattack. Another mana blast fireball came at him, forcing him to dodge against such overwhelming firepower. Javier continuously used mana blasts to suppress, because his current task was to hold Kyle off. For everything else, he just had to trust me. Meanwhile, on the other side, I was continuously drawing the poisonous mana from the queen's body. At that moment, she realized what I was doing. Just as she was about to speak, I interrupted him. Please don't talk to me. I can't concentrate. The proud queen was about to apologize when she sensed something was wrong. Were you just scolding me? I immediately said, No, your majesty. It appears you were hallucinating due to the poison. Just then, I coughed up blood. The queen looked at the man before her, somewhat uncomprehending, because if this continued, he would surely die. Why would he risk his life to save me? Meanwhile, Javier had already blasted his way to the banquet hall. He stood at the entrance, covered in sweat. Only one conviction burned in his heart. No one was allowed to pass through here. Kyle saw that the madman was blocking the way to stall for time. Then, a wicked smile appeared in his face. All palace guards, listen up. That man and his gang dared to attempt to assassinate the queen, so raise your swords and strike him. Javier endured the severe pain from his wounds, resolutely preventing these people from approaching. Kyle thought, each of these palace guards is an elite soldier, yet he can send 3 flying at once. If this guy reaches the sword master realm, he should gain immense power, perhaps even enough to easily destroy a small country. At that moment, Kyle was determined to kill Javier. He then used the sword master's unique move, Aura Sword. He walked slowly towards Javier, holding the Aura Sword, and with just a light swing, a flash of purple light filled the banquet hall, and a surge of immense sword energy sent Javier flying. At this point, Javier had no strength left to resist. Even his sword was already broken. At the same time, Kyle slowly walked towards the dying Javier. Meanwhile, I had finished absorbing the poison, but at this time, too much poison had accumulated in my body. The next second, I directly spat out a mouthful of black blood. The queen spoke anxiously, if we don't do something now, you'll die. Quickly concentrate your mana into one arm. I'll help you cut it off. And of course, I knew this method could detoxify, just like the queen in the novel, who didn't hesitate to sacrifice an arm to survive. But I absolutely couldn't afford to lose an arm, because that would make it inconvenient for me to use a shovel. So I picked up a fallen dinner knife, circulated the mana in my body, and in the next second, I used mana blast, expelling the poisonous mana from within me. Meanwhile, Javier actually picked up his broken sword and slowly stood up, because he had to keep his oath to me. Javier recalled the conversation with me on the way to Magenta. At that time, he began to fall into deep self-doubt. He felt that as my guard knight, he had neglected his duties, running off to deal with the Giga Titan. He felt he had no qualifications to be a knight. I told him not to dwell on such things. These were minor matters. Anyway, I would deduct 6 months of his salary. Javier stared at me, then silently said, 3 months. Do you think I'll compromise? Javier Javier immediately said I wouldn't. Then why ask? Suddenly, Javier swore, claiming that as a sword protecting me, he would never neglect this duty again. You're saying it while poking a fire. Do you think that's credible? Javier said it didn't matter if I believed him or not, but he would die to keep this oath. I know you have reached the level of triple heart circle. I must catch up to you as soon as possible to be considered your guard knight, so I need to become a sword master within this year. Seeing him so determined, I prepared to tell him the key essentials to becoming a sword master. However, during my explanation, he interrupted me. This time, I plan to break through on my own, without relying on your help. I will no longer depend on you, Master Lloyd. I want to become a sword master with my own strength. Back to the present, Kyle rushed forward with his aura sword. The next second, the aura sword pierced Javier's chest, and the floor behind him cracked. You really keep surprising me. Normally, someone pierced by an aura sword would disintegrate. Did you gather all your mana in one spot to strengthen it? If I had the chance, I'd really like to see more of your tricks, but you must die now. Suddenly, Javier roared, and then his whole body began to burn with raging fire. Javier grabbed Kyle's hand. Kyle felt the guy in front of him was crazy, completely unsure what he wanted to do. Suddenly, Kyle felt the mana of the aura sword flowing from the sword into the opponent's body. He immediately lifted the sword in Javier and threw him away. Javier crashed into the wall and fell heavily to the ground. Kyle went to check and found he could no longer sense the opponent's breath or mana flow. He thought he had wasted too much time and must quickly go and cut off the queen's head. Suddenly, Javier stood up again, and the appearance of an aura terrified Kyle. So this is the mana of a sword master. The next second, Javier directly condensed an aura sword. Kyle looked at the scene before him in confusion, thinking, is that an aura sword that only a sword master can generate? It turned out Javier had let the opponent pierce his body earlier just to feel the mana of a sword master. Just then, Javier unleashed an aura sword strike. Seeing this, Kyle also swung out a similar move. However, in a wave clash, how could he possibly beat the protagonist? As a result, his arm was directly severed. At that moment, more and more palace guards rushed over, but Javier, like a war god, stood in front of them. Step forward, if any of you think you can take on this sword master. Meanwhile, on the other side, the queen was holding my hand, anxiously telling me to quickly open my eyes. You have the ability to absorb others' mana, right? Hurry up and absorb my mana. I can't lose a talent like you here. Quick, tell me what I should do. Suddenly, I slowly opened my eyes, and the system sounded a prompt. You have survived a fatal poisoning. You have unlocked a new custom mana heart skill option. Complete poison resistance. You are immune to all types of poison. Supercharge. You can absorb large amounts of mana from your surroundings when your mana is depleted. Seeing the two skills, I immediately showed that signature smile. Seeing this, the queen felt annoyed and couldn't help but punch me on the head. The blow instantly snapped me out of it, and the queen was also a bit stunned. Your Majesty, why did you suddenly hit me? The queen explained that she saw my face and unconsciously hit me. I told her that my face had committed no crime. That aside, are you alright? Can you stand? However, I couldn't move at all. Still, I knew I had to help Javier quickly, so I activated my newly acquired skill, Supercharge. Instantly, the surrounding mana began to be absorbed. Even the queen was no exception. She grew alarmed at the powerful absorption ability, realizing that if her mana continued to drain at this rate, she would be completely sucked dry. But at that moment, I was completely unaware of what was happening around me, nor could I hear anything. The queen pursed her lips. You saved my life. Then take it all, and use this power to help your knight. After a moment, I suddenly opened my eyes, feeling my body very light. It seems I had charged up well. However, the queen beside me was now completely drained, looking haggard. I looked around and was immediately shocked. Did I really do all this? This is totally a skill that only causes trouble. At this moment, the queen spoke. I'll ask about the details later. What's most important now is capturing Kyle. Can you carry me? Quick as lightning, I draped a cloak over the queen and crouched down, thinking I'd figure out how to bluff my way through this later. Carrying the queen on my back, I dashed toward outside of the room. Javier, wait for me. I'm coming to help you. Javier did show genius level mana control, but he wasn't strong enough to face Sword Master Kyle on his own. The queen thought she had to gather at least a third of her usual strength as soon as possible. However, before she could even finish that thought, she was stunned by the sight before her. Javier stood at the doorway, holding a sword infused with aura, and no one dared take a single step closer. I was shocked. That's Javier? Did that guy actually become a sword master? And from the looks of it, Kyle's already been dealt with. At that moment, the queen appeared and shouted, all royal guards, lay down your weapons. This evening, Commander Kyle of the Royal Guard attempted to assassinate me. These two risked their lives to save me, so you must treat these two heroes with full respect. I thought, well, you're the paying client. If you die, I don't get a single coin. Then the queen addressed everyone. I will be investigating all personnel present at the banquet. This is a security measure for the royal family. You are all to cooperate fully to prove your loyalty. I looked at Javier in surprise. You really became a sword master? He answered calmly, more or less. I was speechless. This guy sounded like he just had a beef bowl for lunch. Javier added, since you, my lord, keep getting into danger, I had to reach this level to fulfill my duty as your guard. I was stunned for a moment, then said helplessly, alright, you win. Still, I was really relieved he came out unharmed. Since I successfully saved the queen, the system chimed in with a bunch of rewards swords. At the same time, a new title system was unlocked, allowing me to gain extra skills depending on which title I equipped. But the names of these titles are just weird. What the heck are these? You call these titles? The system replied. Titles of praise are named so they're suited to your face. You little punk, come out here and say it to my face. Well, whatever. Overall, it's a good thing. As long as I get skills, I'm fine with it. Then I checked out one of the titles. Your toast, Cremo Lobster. Its effect was, when the enemy's weight is over 10 times mine, it triggers the Iron Stance, where I deal double damage to the enemy and halves all incoming damage. The system also added a new type of points, and the most important thing is, this CP point system can apparently override the laws of this world and use the ending spoiler feature. However, for now, since the Queen is investigating everyone involved with Kyle, no one is allowed in or out, so I have no choice but to quietly wait for the final verdict. Originally, I had hoped to wrap this up quickly and go home, but the way the story's developing now is completely different from what was described in the novel. If this keeps up, all my future intel will become useless. Still, I have that ending spoiler feature. Whether it works or not remains to be seen. Meanwhile, Javier, having become a sword master, was summoned by the Queen. Through this incident, I've witnessed your unparalleled swordsmanship. As you can see, the position of Royal Guard Captain is currently vacant. So, I hereby command you to serve by my side as the new captain of the Royal Guard from this moment forward. On the other side, Julian was worried that Javier might leave the family because of this. But I wasn't worried at all, because I know Javier's personality all too well. Your Majesty, I'm terribly sorry. I am a knight of Baron Arcos Frontera, so please understand, I cannot leave his side. You think I'm asking you right now? To defy my command is no different from rebellion. You should be well aware of what that would cost you. Javier calmly replied, then, Your Majesty, please allow me to write the Baron a farewell letter. The Queen instantly understood the meaning behind his words. You sure know how to make it sound noble. What you really mean is, you would rather die than serve me. At that moment, she knew very well there was no way she could make him stay. Go then, I'll respect your choice. After bowing in thanks, Javier turned and left. Right outside, he ran into the anxiously waiting Julian. What did Her Majesty say to you? Javier smiled slightly and replied calmly, I will always be a knight of the Frontera family. Hearing this, Julian's face lit up with joy. Meanwhile, the Queen thought to herself, I don't seem to have much luck with people from the Frontera family. That night, I lay on the lawn, checking the new effects of the system titles. The effect of Magentano, I'll carry you, turned out to be, no matter what I do, the Queen will never suspect me. As the full moon rose and midnight struck, the monthly CP points were finally deposited. Now I can use 20 CP to spoil the upcoming plot. I quickly got up and rubbed my hands, thinking, judging by how things are going now, a future of luxury and glory is definitely waiting for me. The worst case scenario is probably just living too well and getting fat, right? Alright then, let's see what my blissful life looks like. But the very next second, the scenery around me began to change, and suddenly, I was surrounded by a sea of flames. Looking more closely, I realized it was my own territory. But why had it become such a tragic scene? Panicking, I rushed forward to survey the area, only to see the ground littered with the corpses of my territory's residents. I shouted in desperation, anyone there? Is anyone alive? My heart was full of confusion. How did things turn out like this? Could this really be the future of my territory? But what happened next truly filled me with horror. The Baron and his wife died in each other's arms, and I was kneeling in front of them, weeping in agony. If only I had arrived a little earlier. I'm sorry. I couldn't protect anyone. Enraged, I roared toward the sky. Damn it. How could it end like this? Suddenly, I sensed something flying toward us. Turning to look, I saw a sky full of locusts. No, they weren't really locusts anymore. They were simply monsters that looked like locusts. At that moment, Javier, burning with rage, gathered his aura into a sword and slashed furiously at the sky. He swung again and again like a madman. But even though he had already become a sword master, those countless locusts in the sky were only briefly scattered and quickly regrouped, surging toward us once more. Right then, I snapped out of the illusion. I asked the system, is all of that going to happen? After receiving a definite answer, without hesitation, I dashed toward the royal palace. In that ending, I heard myself say that if I had arrived a little earlier. Right now, I still don't know exactly how much earlier I needed to be, but either way, I have to hurry back and take care of it. At the same time, I also understand now why the locust swarm appeared. Soon after, I arrived at the Queen's bedchamber. What? The entire Cremona region will be reduced to dirt? Yes, Your Majesty. We must deploy the army and prepare for this unprecedented disaster. The Queen was puzzled. This is coming out of nowhere. Explain clearly. What exactly will happen? It's all the doing of the enemy nation, Asfahan. They are trying to trigger a monster chain reaction to drain our military strength. They attacked the monsters on the eastern plains, stealing their habitat, which forced the monsters to migrate westward. This in turn pushes another group of monsters even farther west, and the displaced monsters will cause enormous losses in our eastern regions. This wasn't supposed to happen until 3.5 years later in the novel. Although I don't know why it happened early, now is absolutely not the time to worry about that. The Queen thought to herself, there really have been signs of the enemy nation in the eastern wilderness. But how did he know? She frowned and asked, how did you know their movements were suspicious? Then, narrowing her eyes, her tone turned colder. More than that, I find you even more suspicious. My brain spun rapidly, and I instantly made up an excuse. By chance, I formed a blood pact with the orcs of the wilderness, specifically the Sand and Steel tribe. They used carrier pigeons to inform me of this matter. As for how I noticed Kyle's assassination attempt ahead of time, that's because I personally witnessed Kyle and the head steward exchanging a very suspicious letter, and they were staring at each other so longingly. So I thought those two were in a romantic relationship, and naturally, I followed them out of curiosity. Who would have thought I'd actually witnessed the crime scene? About my mana absorption, as your majesty has seen, my knight Javier is an unprecedented genius. I've grown up beside him, so I've picked up a trick or two from him, and as I am a bit of a genius myself, if he can absorb magic, I can absorb magic too. The queen thought to herself, that all sounds reasonable, but it still feels like this guy is making it all up on the spot. However, no matter what, she simply couldn't bring herself to doubt me. Suddenly, the effect of the title Magentano, "I'll carry you," activated. Then, the queen issued an order. Since you've grasped the enemy's movements, I'm placing 500 white spear cavalry and 50 mages under your command. Thank you, your majesty, I said with a slight smile, thinking, the queen really is generous. The queen stared at me and said slowly, "Thank you for what? You, more than anyone, should know that trusting a baseless hunch comes with a price." I immediately responded, "Of course, your highness. I know very well that there's no such thing as a free lunch. If I succeed in stopping the monster attack, I'll publicly declare that it was only possible thanks to your majesty's accurate foresight and decisive leadership. At that point, your majesty's authority that was damaged by the assassination incident will be restored." The queen listened and felt a hint of satisfaction in her heart. "I have never met anyone as suspicious as you, but I like that we understand each other." And just like that, Javier and I set off at full speed, riding through the night to return to the territory. But seriously, horses in this kingdom are way too fast. Morning came, and we finally reached the territory, just in time to see a swarm of locusts attacking the villagers. In a moment of urgency, Javier and I used ourselves as bait to lure them all away. Turns out, these locusts are highly sensitive to noise. So, Javier and I teamed up, banging on iron pots to create noise, and successfully diverted the swarm. However, I noticed that this guy Javier seemed way too into it. "You punk, why are you smiling so happily? You didn't have to go that hard just now." Afterward, I told him, "Next, we're heading to the Lacona territory." Javier was stunned. He hadn't expected that, even in such a crisis, I'd be thinking about the neighboring land. With that, my approval rating by Javier increased by 3 points, and I earned 54 relationship points. But my real thoughts were, Lacona pays me a hefty water bill every year. I can't afford to lose that cash cow. Meanwhile, just as Viscount Lacona panicked helplessly in the face of the locust swarm, Javier and I made a dramatic entrance. I threw out a line, "Don't forget to pay your water bills." Then, banging on the iron pot, we lured all the locusts away. While running full speed with the swarm behind us, I shouted, "Captain Frontera is here." Javier frowned. "What's the point of yelling so loud? Why not save your strength?" I immediately replied, "You really don't see the bigger picture, do you? Shouting like this lets them know who saved them. I'm gonna milk this for all it's worth." Javier looked at me. He was convinced I must have gone mad. Suddenly, I spotted a massive wave of locusts ahead. "Young master, please tilt the iron pot over your head." After saying this, Javier summoned his aura sword and charged ahead. With flashing sword strikes, Javier swept through the locust swarm and broke through quickly. However, the swarm was only temporarily scattered. Soon they gathered again. And worse, the royal warhorses had reached their limit. At this rate, we're definitely going to be dead meat. "Javier, get your back ready," Javier asked, confused. "What do you mean by get my back ready?" The next second, he saw the young master suddenly leap and throw himself right onto his back. "From now on, you're the horse. Run." Javier was so furious he wanted to throw me off immediately, but he had no choice. He jumped off the warhorse, gritted his teeth, and ran as fast as he could. But even so, his speed still couldn't match a warhorse, and the locust swarm was rapidly closing in. Just then, I shouted loudly, "Hamon, Bangul." It turns out, I had arranged for them to wait here in advance. As Javier and I jumped onto the water, Bangul leapt into the air, and in the next second, he unleashed the volcanic blast skill directly on the locust swarm. Scorching flames engulfed the swarm, and countless locusts were instantly reduced to ash. However, a large number of them still survived, but the attack wasn't over yet. Second wave began. Hamon opened its mouth and blasted out a stream of water, drenching the locusts' wings. With their flight abilities gone, the locusts became extremely vulnerable. Next, third wave attack. Immediately after, I unleashed Mana Blast, and Javier's aura sword followed simultaneously. Two powerful forces erupted together, and this wave of attacks nearly wiped out all the locusts. After the battle, I collapsed to the ground, panting and sighing, "So exhausting, I'm gonna die." However, Javier frowned and asked, "Master Lloyd, what about the remaining locusts?" Though only a small portion remained, there were still thousands left, far too many for ordinary villagers to handle. But I calmly said, "No need to worry, the cleanup crew should be arriving soon." Turns out, before setting out, I had already sent Padon to ask the Sand and Steel tribe for reinforcements. At the same time, the kingdom's 500 White Lance cavalry and 50 mages were also on their way. Leave the rest to them. We have another thing to worry about. This monster domino effect definitely won't end in just one wave. Meanwhile, the royal royal mages enchanted the spears, and soon wiped out the remaining locust swarm completely. On the other side, the orcs stabbed the locusts, and immediately started charcoal grilling them. After all, to them, this was top-tier protein. At that moment, the Baron and Baroness rushed over with worried faces. "Lloyd, are you alright? Are you hurt?" Seeing that I was completely unharmed, they gave me a huge, tearful hug. "I'm sorry, I've let you down. Thank you for saving everyone in place of your useless father." But deep down, I was thinking, that's not it. Everything I did was all to prepare for a comfortable retirement. The system can't help but burst out laughing. "You don't seem to remember what you said during the ending spoiler." I was confused, unsure of what the system meant. "Oh well, if you don't remember, let's just leave it." But now's not the time to relax, because there's still a lot to do to prepare for a second wave of monster attacks. That evening, I began thinking about how to set up defensive structures. At that moment, the White Cavalry commander, Valardi Blanc, came over. I immediately greeted him respectfully and thanked him. However, he cut straight to the point. To be honest, I was a bit upset at first. After all, you're just an engineer, yet you were put in charge of commanding our honorable White Cavalry. However, after arriving here, I came to a realization. Your timing and positioning for our arrival were all perfectly calculated. Without a doubt, you are an outstanding strategist. There's no way it was just a coincidence that you saved Her Majesty. But my pride is still wounded. It turned out he was upset because I sent the mages back to the palace, but kept the White Lance Cavalry behind. To them, standing by the Queen's side and fighting for her is the highest honor. That's why he came all the way here to express his stance. I thought to myself, this guy is clearly not an ordinary man. In the novel, Javier fought a fierce battle against him to protect everyone. Although Javier barely won in the end, Blanc, on the verge of death, begged Javier to stop the Queen. Even though he knew she had issued a wrong order, he still chose to carry it out. That showed just how loyal Blanc was. At the same time, he was also incredibly straightforward, making it pointless to play word games with someone like him. So the best way to handle him was to challenge him to a duel. The rules were simple. If I won, the White Cavalry would become my engineering team. If he won, he could pack up and head home. After hearing that, Blanc couldn't help but laugh. "It seems you have me all figured out. You knew I'd never agree to such an absurd request, so you went straight to challenging me to a duel. But you're wrong. As Her Majesty's sword, how could I possibly raise my weapon against civilians without an order?" However, I calmly replied, "No, you're the one who's wrong. I have been given command over the White Cavalry by the Queen, and that so-called duel invitation was an order." Hearing this, Blanc was furious. "If I directly ordered you to dig the ground, that would certainly hurt your knight's pride. But if we settle this through an honorable duel, that should align with your knight's code, right?" Blanc frowned. "Do you have a weapon?" I casually swung out a shovel. "This is my weapon." However, I was well aware that I had almost no chance of winning this. Even with a triple heart circle, facing someone who nearly defeated Javier, I was totally outmatched. But as always, I have a different powerful weapon, and that is his personality. At that moment, Blanc proposed to change the rules. "Since this is a duel between a knight and a commoner, why don't we change the format? If I flinch from one of your attacks, then you win." And this was exactly the line I'd been waiting for. Immediately after, I unleashed a triple core mana blast. Blanc was so shocked by the terrifying power that he dove to the ground on the spot. His eyes widened as he watched an entire hilltop get blown off, visibly shaking with fear. However, I also collapsed on the spot from mana exhaustion. Still, I let out an evil laugh, because those 500 White Cavalrymen have been transformed into the Frontera Barony's engineering team. This is the proud and honorable Royal White Cavalry. Whenever one of their members dies in battle, their blood-stained white lance is sent home to their family. And every time, the commander says, "Your husband died in battle for his country and for his people." This cavalry regiment and the kingdom of Magentano will forever remember his bravery. But when he looked upon the countless graves dotting the mountains, deep down, he had already understood one thing. What remains after death is not honor, but a hellish life left behind for the families. Today, they received a new mission: to stop a rampaging herd of mastodons from attacking the village. Blank's plan was to first move in sync with the mastodons' marching speed, then eliminate the lead mastodon. When the herd stops, they will quickly surround them and attack them from the outside, one layer at a time. He estimated there would be around 20 casualties in this operation. Suddenly, Blanc overheard a soldier say, "After this battle ends, I'm going to propose to my sweetheart back home." Another soldier quickly cut him off. "Don't say that. She might not get an engagement ring, but a white lance symbolizing honor instead." The commander couldn't bear to listen any longer and was just about to give the order when someone suddenly called out to him. It was the decorated knight Byron of this territory. The commander noticed he was lightly dressed and immediately questioned, "The battle's about to begin. Why aren't you wearing armor?" But Byron calmly replied, "Master Lloyd said I would not need any armor for this battle. Besides, I'm here as a translator." Byron pointed into the distance, his voice steady. "Do you see the young master standing on that white rock? He'll be sending us a signal any moment now." Soon after, a signal appeared in the distance, and Byron translated it slowly. "White Cavalry, move toward the southeastern edge of the village perimeter. Please move swiftly." After hearing this, the commander was instantly furious. "What are you talking about? Wouldn't that just open up a clear path for the mastodons?" However, the real strategy was, if they followed the order and moved southeast, realized the only thing left in front of the mastodons would be a dirt-made defensive wall. At that moment, another signal came in. "If you keep arguing, I'll report you to Her Majesty." The commander froze. Was this really not just random reckless command? However, to a soldier, orders outweigh everything. Even if he didn't understand it, he obeyed. Just then, the mastodon herd drew closer and closer to the village, and they received a second set of orders. "White cavalry, advance quickly. Make it messy. Put more force into it. Kick up dust. Make your spears clash louder." Even though the commander was strictly carrying out the plan, he still couldn't figure out what exactly this was all for. Suddenly, the mastodon herd looked toward the dirt wall ahead and saw their natural enemy, the megalania, appear on it. They immediately skidded to a halt, causing a ripple of chaos as the rear crashed into the front. Then, from the left came another wave of chaotic footsteps. The mastodons grew even more alert, mistaking it for more megalanias approaching. They immediately panicked, fleeing in a frenzy toward the right. The commander looked in that direction, and his heart skipped a beat. He suddenly remembered. Earlier, their cavalry unit had helped dig a long trench over there. At the time, he had wondered what it was for. Now, he finally understood. At this moment, the third battle order was issued. Wait until all the mastodons fall into the trench, then release the water. Hamong spewed out river water, instantly flooding the trench, sweeping the mastodon herd downstream. And since the downstream area was rich in resources, they had no reason to come back. Therefore, the entire operation was a perfect success. Soon after, the commander stared at the scene before him in shock. We actually won without even a fight, and not a single soldier was lost. For Blanc, this was an unimaginable shock. After all, in the past, every battle cost them at least 5 lives. He realized that, in this victory, his soldiers weren't weeping as they always did before. Instead, every face was lit up with smiles. At that moment, Blanc made a firm decision in his heart. He then approached me and solemnly said, "Today, you showed me what true victory looks like. I finally realized just how incompetent I've been as a commander." As soon as he finished speaking, the proud commander of the White Cavalry, Blanc, actually dropped to one knee with a respectful expression. "Please allow me to follow you and learn once more from your unparalleled wisdom." Immediately after, all those who once questioned, "Why should honorable cavalry be digging dirt?" also dropped to one knee in unison. I smiled and said to Blanc, "Actually, after this operation, I was planning to throw myself at your feet and beg you to stay, because the upcoming plans are all built around the White Cavalry. Due to the effects of the monster domino phenomenon, we can't possibly devise a new strategy for every single wave of monster. So, the monster domino crisis response strategy meeting officially begins." I asked the Baron, "Do you remember that, at the bottom of Lake Kapua, the legendary beast, King Storma, is said to slumber?" The Baron immediately replied, "Of course I remember." Then, I told him that the plan this time is to awaken it. After hearing this, the Baron fell silent for a moment, then suddenly shouted, "I object." The Baroness immediately stepped forward as well, her stance firm. "I strongly object too." However, Blanc agreed without hesitation, and Javier casually added, "I agree too. Either way, we will not win this argument." I couldn't help but comment, "Javier, you really gotten a lot smarter." Then I suddenly stood up and solemnly announced, "By democratic vote, 3-2, we'll now proceed with the plan. Begin construction." Soon after, the White Cavalry, in perfect unison, all swapped their weapons for shovels. Javier asked in confusion, "Young master, is your plan to awaken King Storma and control it?" I replied speechlessly, "I'm not a mage. How could that possibly work?" In truth, I had already researched the legends and habits of King Storma. Although it's a colossal magical beast as massive as a mountain, there has never been a single incident of King Storma attacking humans. Moreover, the records state that the lake is its nest. Whenever the nest is damaged, it will emerge in a rage and repair it itself. So, our plan this time is to damage part of Lake Kapua, and to continue damaging it every morning and evening. That way, King Storma will keep coming out to repair its nest and roar in anger on sight. When the incoming monster hordes witness this scene, they'll be terrified and won't dare approach again. I call this Operation Guard Dog. Javier's expression became a bit complicated after hearing that. Isn't this basically harassing a sleeping beast nonstop? Only a devil could come up with a plan like this. Then Javier asked, "What if those records are wrong? What if that beast actually attacks us?" I spoke with a matter-of-fact expression. "Aren't you a knight? Of course it'll be your job to deal with it. Also, from now on, the one going to the lakeside to roar every morning and evening will be you. That way, the Operation Guard Dog can still be carried out." Javier was speechless. So does he think I'm a dog? Upon arriving at Lake Kapua, I immediately began surveying the terrain, then activated simulation mode to begin calculations. The objective was to damage the lake dam without causing a flood. Javier and Blanc looked at me as they watched me scribbling nonsense in the air. Javier whispered to Blanc, "Don't be weirded out. I know it looks crazy, but just ignore it." However, in Blanc's eyes, not only did I possess exceptional wisdom, but I even concealed a side of madness. He exclaimed, "Truly a wild genius." Javier was left completely speechless. However, what no one knew at that moment was, at the bottom of the lake, King Storma was already prepared, vowing not to spare anyone who dared to destroy its nest. Soon after, I started brainwashing the White Cavalry. Our mission today is to awaken an ancient magical beast. This is something no one else can do. Only all of you are capable of accomplishing this. Who are the ones who can dig through mountains with extraordinary strength? Instantly, the soldiers holding shovels became fired up and shouted, "The white cavalry." I continued asking, "When the magical beast threatens us, who will use shovels to subdue it?" Once again, a thunderous roar erupted. "The white cavalry. Everyone, do you believe in the power of the shovel?" Tears welled up in every eye as they shouted in unison, "We believe." Then, they raised their shovels high, advancing while chanting excitedly, "The shovel conquers all." Seeing this, Javier felt sorry for the white cavalry. Immediately after, through the use of meticulous simulations, we modified the terrain so the lake banks would crack without causing a flood. As time passed, the preparations to awaken the ancient magical beast were fully completed. Everyone was eagerly waiting to witness the legendary magical beast in person. Finally, Javier slashed open the riverbank with his mana blast. The lake, which had been as calm as a mirror, suddenly began to churn. Moments after, in the center of the lake, a massive figure suddenly burst out from the water. Seeing this, I was completely stunned. However, when I got a clear look at that creature's appearance, I was speechless. Everyone's first reaction to this so-called ancient magical beast was, "Isn't this a little too cute?" Just then, I suddenly realized something strange. I seemed to understand what it said when it first appeared, just like how I can understand Padang, Bangul, and Hamon. I thought to myself, could it be a summon? Although I wasn't sure if it really was one thing was certain: its true form was a beaver. For a beaver, repairing its self-made dams is the most important task, so it probably wouldn't attack us unprovoked. But suddenly, King Storma turned and looked in our direction. Then, it started muttering and cursing under its breath. Although no one else could understand it, I could hear everything clearly. "I smell iron. You don't actually think that hiding will keep me from finding you, do you? So, you're trying to achieve something by destroying my dam. But you really thought I'd just go back to sleep once I fix it? Wanna bet I'll make sure you never pull another trick again?" The more I listened, the more terrified I became. I didn't expect this guy to be so smart. Looks like I was completely wrong before. At that moment, Blanc crawled over, speaking firmly. "What should we do now? Just give the order, and the entire white cavalry will act immediately." But right now, I had no idea what to do next. Suddenly, the furious King Storma raised its massive claw and violently stirred up the entire river. The raging flood instantly swept through everything, engulfing all of us. In that moment, Javier sensed danger and leapt out of the water. Then, he quickly charged up and launched his skill, Mana Blast. However, King Storma swatted the attack away effortlessly with just a single swipe. Seeing that Mana Blast was ineffective, Javier immediately summoned an aura sword. Looks like there's no other choice. I'll have to eliminate it. Just as Javier was about to strike with full force, I quickly shouted to stop him. "Wait, I have an idea. Hold it off for now. Just buy me some time." I thought to myself, if this guy really is a summon, then this method will definitely work. Understanding his current role, Javier immediately pulled back his aura sword. Using the recoil from Mana Blast, he kept moving rapidly in front of King Storma to draw its attention. Meanwhile, I quietly snuck around behind it. But suddenly, as if sensing something, King Storma sharply turned its head. I instantly reacted and dove into the river to hide. Looks like this guy has incredible perception. Getting close to it won't be easy at all. Javier tried every trick he could to keep its focus, from Mana Blasts to aura sword strikes, but these superficial attacks weren't enough to truly alarm King Storma. At this moment, Javier was frustrated. If I attack with full force, it might actually get hurt, but the young master can't stay underwater much longer. What should I do? Suddenly, Javier raised its head and let out a loud roar toward the sky. By beyond. Hearing this, everyone was confused, and even King Storma was left speechless. It turns out that in King Storma's language, Javier's by beyond actually meant mom. "I'm not your mom. Besides, I'm a male." Javier realized it worked. He got excited and started shouting non-stop, "By beyond, by beyond, by beyond, beyond." King Storma's face darkened, confused. "Are you saying I look like a squid? What's wrong with you all of a sudden?" Javier went full nonsense mode. "By beyond, beyond." That one sentence really pissed King Storma off, because it means you're ugly. Meanwhile, I had quietly made my way to the top of its head. King Storma sensed danger and immediately tried to grab me, but it suddenly realized that its arms were too short to reach me. Instantly, I leapt up and casually tossed a blue seed at King Storma. The seed traced a perfect arc and landed right in its mouth. The blue seed causes a summon to shrink. If this thing really is a summon, then it should shrink down. Sure enough, King Storma's body began to shrink rapidly, and eventually, it turned into a tiny beaver. I stepped forward and scooped it up in my arms. "Gotcha, little guy." But even in its tiny form, King Storma was still furious. With a smack, it slapped me hard across the face with its tail. While I was stunned, it twisted free, bounced several times, and vanished in a flash. I immediately gave the order, "Padang, Hamon, Bangul, catch it." Padang was the first to appear, blocking King Storma's escape route. However, King Storma didn't say a word and threw a punch right away. Padang got furious. It wiped its cheek and stood silent for a second, then unleashed a serious punch on King Storma. In an instant, the two were tangled in a furious brawl. Seeing this, I was completely speechless. No one was landing the fatal hit in their fight. At that moment, Hamon dropped in from the sky, trying to grab King Storma. But King Storma was quick. One smooth back jump dodged the grab and made Hamon crash right into Padang. Just as King Storma was about to make its escape, I charged in with Bangul Bangul making a shining entrance. Bangul leapt from my shoulder, ready to intercept King Storma. But then, something no one expected happened. King Storma, a beast born in this land for reasons unbeknownst to even himself, spent 500 years simply breathing and sleeping. For the first time in his life, he witnessed the light. At that moment, everything fell completely silent. I looked at King Storma's dazed expression, completely speechless. "So, Mr. Storma, are you finally willing to have a chat with me now?" King Storma slowly stood up, dramatically flipping what he believed was a stylish fringe, and said arrogantly, "Since you're begging me so sincerely, I suppose I'll graciously grant you a chat. After all, I am a gentleman." Hearing this, I lit up inside. Legendary beast King Storma, successfully captured. Back at the territory, King Storma asked seriously, "Alright, tell me, what exactly do you want me to do?" I calmly replied, "Simple. Just roar on the lake once in the morning and once at night to scare off the beast hordes." King Storma scoffed dismissively. "You humans really don't understand the basics of negotiation, do you? If you're making demands, shouldn't you first explain what kind of benefits you're offering me?" "Oh no, what should I do? To be honest, I don't have anything to offer you," but I immediately said with a straight face, "But if you do this, you'll be bringing happiness to everyone here. Isn't that right, Bangul?" Bangul gave a sweet smile and nodded right away. Yes. King Storma was instantly captivated by that adorable smile, and agreed without hesitation. I thought to myself, this guy is totally a slave to love. A love-struck fool like him is bound to end up wrapped around my finger, especially since Bangul isn't even interested in him. I'll give you a glorious nickname. From now on, you are the eternal simp King Storma. Get ready to be used for life, you big single beaver. Suddenly, I froze. Wait a second, I am also single. The next second, I couldn't help but step forward and lift King Storma up. Then tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. King Storma was dumbfounded by this gesture, but soon, it felt a warmth it had never known before. In that instant, as it shed the tears of a lifelong single, King Storma and I exchanged our truest feelings. "From today on, can I call you by Biam?" King Storma replied with a grumble, "Do as you please." Suddenly, the door was flung open, and someone rushed in anxiously. I looked up and saw that it was Officer Greg. "Weren't you sent to the Sand and Steel tribe? How did you get back so quickly?" Officer Greg reported with a grave expression. "On our way to the Sand and Steel tribe, we ran into their warriors heading here. Their tribe was attacked by a swarm of megalania and is requesting reinforcements. At this moment, the Sand and Steel tribe's third line of defense has already been breached. Faced with the sudden beast horde, even the mighty orcs are on the verge of collapse." Upon hearing the situation, I immediately gave the order, "Quick, notify Commander Blanc. Have all white cavalry assemble at the village entrance immediately." However, Officer Greg said grimly, "Even if we rush there at full speed, we might not make it in time." Without hesitation, I showed King Storma and said, "Don't worry, I have a plan." Soon after, I called Javier, and the two of us rushed to the village entrance. I couldn't help but exclaim, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Javier looked confused. "Young master, what are you talking about? What opportunity?" "An opportunity to flip over the monster domino effect." After saying that, I fed Bibian a red seed. "You damn beast horde, now it's our turn to strike back." The now giant Bibian leaped from above the village and charged toward the battlefield. "Go, Bibian! It's time to show your charm and win the heart of that one you love." Fueled by love, Bibian bounded across the land with astonishing speed and power, covering vast distances in just a few jumps, as he carried the entire white cavalry to the Sand and Steel tribe's territory. In an instant, Bibian descended from the sky, glaring fiercely at the swarm of megalania below. Before him, these monsters looked as tiny as ants. At that moment, I stood atop Bibian's head, overlooking the battlefield, and loudly declared, "Use your eyes and look closely, then carve this into your memory. Even if you flee west, there will be no food for you, because you are the feast now." Hearing this, the swarm of megalania froze instantly. They were so terrified by Bibian's devilish face that they didn't dare move. However, in order to show off his muscular form in front of Bangul, Bibian casually swung a paw and sent the entire group megalania flying. After shrinking back down, Bibian secretly glanced over his shoulder at Bangul, and he saw her happily wagging her little tail with a jingle-jangle sound. Bibian's chubby face instantly turned red, and his heart began to thump wildly. He was completely smitten now. At that moment, Blanc walked over and thanked me. "Thank you for calling us here, but it seems like we're not needed this time." However, how could I waste such valuable manpower? So, I told Blanc that they still have another important task to handle. Suddenly, the chief of the Sand and Steel tribe, Akush, walked over. He stood before everyone, bowed deeply, and said firmly, "From this day forward, the Sand and Steel tribe and the Frontera family are no longer bound by a mere blood pact. You have saved us twice, and because of that, we of the Sand and Steel tribe swear eternal loyalty to the Frontera family." Well then, thank you all so much. This time, I brought the white cavalry here to carry out the third plan, helping the Sand and Steel tribe relocate to a new home. Previously, in order to achieve a certain goal, the Asfahan kingdom set a massive fire in the reed marshes, triggering a great migration of jungle monsters. However, at this very moment, those monsters had suddenly stopped moving westward. It turns out that a group of intelligent tribal monsters had witnessed a terrifying scene. 3 megalania, top predators in the food chain, were tossed like paper balls and sent flying right before their eyes. This sighting event quickly spread far and wide. Rumor has it, deep in the western jungle, there is a colossal beast the size of a mountain. Its tail is like a storm bearing divine punishment, capable of stirring massive typhoons. Its pitch-black pupils resemble an abyss, sending chills down one's spine, and its two razor-sharp front teeth look like they could crush all living things in existence. Even more terrifying, atop the head of the beast stands a mysterious controller. If you make eye contact with the demon controlling the monster, you can even feel a gaze straight from hell. This rumor is absolutely absurd. A cute little beaver, somehow described as such a terrifying creature. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of Asfahan, a soldier rushed into the palace to report, "Your Majesty, please hear me out. The Sand and Steel tribe, who had been expanding their influence and threatening us, has abandoned their settlement and relocated to the forests of the kingdom of Magentano, just as we planned." The king of Asfahan nodded slightly and was about to dismiss him, but the soldier suddenly continued, "However, another problem has occurred. It's the monster migration. It seems there's some presence in the west that's instilled them with immense fear, so they've all run back. Right now, the monsters are ferociously attacking the border walls of our kingdom." The king of Asfahan's expression changed, his face full of confusion. Could this be Queen Magentano's scheme? But a monster migration of this scale can't possibly be redirected by human hands, unless there really is a demon in the west. As for me, I had no idea any of this was happening, nor did I care at all. After all, today, I finally helped the territory pay off all its debts. This is the receipt for clearing the debt. Please sign it. I even added interest to the checks I gave you too. Every coin accounted for. What are you guys doing? Sign it quickly and get lost. The Baron and his wife were still in disbelief. "Lloyd, you really paid off all that debt?" I casually waved the paid-in-full receipt in front of their eyes. "Shall we frame this up?" Suddenly, the Baron stepped forward and hugged me tightly. "It was foolish of me as your father. It was clearly my own mistake, yet I made you fight so hard to fix it. I honestly don't know if I even deserve to be called your father." I paused for a second, then asked seriously, "Baron, do you love your son?" The Baron answered without hesitation, "Of course. I've always loved you deeply." I paused briefly and said calmly, "Then isn't that already enough to be a father?" After saying goodbye to the Baron and his wife, I had just stepped out the door when I ran into Javier. He walked up quickly and reported to me, "Master Lloyd, the Sand and Steel tribe has completed their relocation to the eastern mountains." I replied calmly, "Great job. You should take a break." At this moment, I had clearly resolved all the problems. Logically, I should be happily dancing in place. But why is my heart so quiet? Lying on the bed, I recalled the scene of the Baron crying earlier. Suddenly, I thought of my father from my previous life. "It's because your dad is uneducated and ignorant that you had to live such a hard life. I'm sorry." In an instant, tears began to fall uncontrollably. "Father, I managed to take care of all the problems here. I'm sorry. I couldn't do anything to help you." Standing outside, Javier listened to everything. "Today, please cry as much as you want. You've more than earned the right to do so." A few days later, I was still being welcomed with cheers for finally clearing my territory's debts and bringing happiness to the people. "Master Lloyd, look this way." Some even defied all reason and shouted, "Master Lloyd, please scold me." However, a sudden emergency message shattered it all. Byron came running in, flustered, and reported, "Master Lloyd, something terrible has happened." "What is it?" "A large group of people has arrived from the southern border of our territory." Seeing the panic on his face, I couldn't help but wonder, could it be an enemy? However, when I personally arrived at the scene, what I saw was a long line of refugees. The man at the front stepped forward and said, "We are residents from the southern Certino barony. I am the village chief of Sorty Village, Nicholas. Not long ago, the village chief was still my father. When the disaster struck, he told us to flee quickly, but stayed behind with the Lord to defend the territory. In the end, they both, unfortunately, perished." I interrupted and asked, "Wait a minute, don't tell me your territory was also attacked by monsters?" Nicholas affirmed, his expression filled with sorrow. "That's right, a swarm of monsters that looked like beetles suddenly appeared. Each one was 2 meters long, and there were hundreds of them." After hearing this, I began to analyze the situation. This must be a result of the monster domino effect, but I didn't expect its influence to have already spread this far. Given the current situation, all the territories adjacent to the wildlands have been affected. The only ones untouched might be this place in the Lacona territory. After all, in a normal territory, there's no way huge summons would exist, let alone have a sword master standing guard. To the far north is the sea. The end of the south borders would be a different country, and the western Cremo is too far. There's no way refugees could flee that far. So the final destination for all the refugees will inevitably be in the center. But just how many refugees will pour in? Could it be thousands? Or even tens of thousands? Suddenly, Nicholas and all the refugees knelt down in unison. "Please, we beg you, save us, even if it's just a piece of bread for the children." Seeing this, Javier grew visibly anxious. "Young master, all the refugees will likely flock to our territory. Do you have any way to take them in?" At that moment, I showed my signature smile, because I was genuinely happy. Javier looked even more confused, staring at me with doubt. "In this situation, what exactly makes you so happy?" I replied casually, "Use your brain, Javier. With so many refugees joining our territory, just imagine how much tax revenue that could bring us." Javier froze, then immediately grew furious. "Do you see these poor people as nothing more than tax income?" I ignored him and gave an order to Bayern directly. Reassign part of the engineering core to the cooking unit and prepare meals immediately. At that moment, the refugees all showed grateful expressions and thanked us in unison. At the same time, I headed to the Baron's manor to report the situation. Meanwhile, Bayern quietly advised, Javier, don't get so worked up. The young master may be good at reading others' hearts, but he doesn't truly understand himself, so maybe wait and observe a little longer before judging him. Javier fell silent. He actually understood that, but he still felt the young master's words earlier were too harsh. At this moment, I had already reported the situation to the Baron. The Baron frowned deeply, looking troubled. Right now, our territory doesn't have the funds to take in so many refugees, though I really want to shelter these poor people. Even if we accept them now, with our current food reserves, it'll only sustain them for a few more days. Suddenly, I gave a faint smile and spoke up. There's no need to worry. Our food supplies are still holding up. Thanks to the time we wiped out the swarm of locusts, we still have tons of their corpses stored in the warehouse. The Baron looked visibly concerned. No matter how tight the food situation is, we can't really have people eat locusts, can we? Suddenly, he caught sight of his wife already eating them. The fierce Baroness, munching on a locust, calmly commented, the taste is kind of like shrimp. I saw those orc warriors enjoying them earlier, so it should be fine, though it does have a bit of a fishy smell. We'll need to figure out how to deal with that. After speaking, she turned directly to me and seriously asked, can you appoint me as the head of the cooking unit? And that's exactly why I brought Mom, because of her cooking skills. Now that the food issue is solved, the next step is resettling the refugees. Blanc, get the materials transported here immediately. We still need a huge amount of building materials over here. Suddenly, from the north, another group of about 100 refugees arrived. I was dumbfounded and couldn't help but exclaim, this is happening even faster than I expected. Looks like we'll have to speed things up. Pardon, we've got to move quickly, otherwise, these people will freeze to death. On the other side, Bayern began directing the construction teams and coordinating the personnel. Heating system production team, start working immediately. Cement team, operate in shifts and cooperate with Bangul to collect volcanic ash. Immediately after, Bangul used volcanic blast to frantically gather volcanic ash. Meanwhile, the Baroness organized the cooking squad to process the locusts. Everyone, from this moment on, we're going to turn these locusts into highly nutritious dishes. Everyone was stunned. My lady, if I may be blunt, these locusts have a really strong stench. How are we supposed to deal with that? The Baroness closed her eyes and smiled faintly. Long ago, a foreign girl who was a chef for the dragon race wrote a legendary cookbook, and the secret to removing the odor lies in this very book. I became the Dragon King chef. Hearing this, everyone was left speechless in astonishment. After all, it was a legendary recipe book, and they had heard that by using the methods in that book, you could create unparalleled delicacies with the simplest ingredients. At that moment, I looked down and saw more and more refugees pouring in, and I couldn't help but think to myself, no matter how you look at it, this space just isn't enough. Could it be that we'll have to expand the base toward the eastern mountains? But even so, it still doesn't seem like it'll be enough. Although we can hold out in the short term, in the long run, this is unsustainable. The more I thought about it, the more irritated I felt. Suddenly, I noticed a small child curled up in his mother's arms, crying and begging to go home. The mother gently patted his back and comforted him softly. Rudy, we don't have a home anymore. We're already incredibly lucky that someone kind is willing to take us in. Watching this scene, I couldn't help but recall my parents from my previous life. I remembered the look of pure happiness on their faces when we first moved into our new home. Even though it was just a shabby little apartment on the outskirts of the city, that place carried the happiest memories of my life. I crouched down and softly said, don't worry, little one, you will have a new home. Because I'm here. Javier stood behind, watching it all unfold with a relieved smile. I turned around and said to Javier with a firm tone, Javier, from this moment on, we're going to begin an unprecedented construction. Javier was slightly stunned, then asked, young master, have you already come up with a plan to accommodate everyone? I smiled confidently. Not only will we house all the refugees, we'll even have rooms left over, because we're going to build apartments. Apartment housing is the most common residential type in the modern world. It not only provides a large amount of living space, but also saves a lot of land area. Moreover, this kind of dense housing can significantly boost the efficiency of territorial administration. It's killing multiple birds with one stone. Most importantly, this way, not only can I expand tax revenue from them, I can also collect rent. By then, all their hard work will basically be for me. Once this project is done, I'm going to eat, drink, and enjoy life. At that point, I'll fulfill humanity's ultimate dream, achieve financial freedom, and become a jobless loafer. At that thought, I couldn't help but show that capitalist-like smile again. Then, I immediately gathered everyone for a meeting. From now on, I will be presenting a briefing on the honey apartment construction plan of the Frontera territory. Please read the distributed materials carefully. At this moment, Javier raised his hand to voice an objection. Young master, I believe the name of this construction completely reveals your selfish intent. I interrupted him at once. Please don't talk unnecessarily in the middle of the meeting. Javier frowned. This isn't unnecessary. I'm giving constructive feedback on the project. Please obtain speaking permission before opening your mouth. Why do you always try to delay the pace of the meeting? Sir Bayern, why do you look so pale? It turns out Bayern had been working non-stop stop for days, without even a full day of rest. Each night, he was haunted by the same recurring nightmare of being enslaved by a demon for life. Relax. Such things won't happen. Please look at the first document. This is an ancient Eastern architectural structure called the Tulu. Every household will only have simplified bedrooms and living rooms, while the dining hall, toilets, and water wells will all be located in the central plaza. However, I plan to modify this design into a square layout, because compared to a circular shape, this structure is faster to build, and once the iron gate leading to the plaza is shut, it will instantly become a fortress that's easy to defend and hard to breach. At this moment, Blanc was already in tears, full of admiration. Alright, everyone may now ask questions. Javier spoke up again. Young master, with the current finances of our territory, we can barely afford materials for tents. I immediately countered. So just because there's not enough money, you plan to turn a blind eye to the livelihood of our people? Javier looked conflicted and replied in a low voice. Young master, that's not what I meant. At this point, the Baron also spoke up, his tone full of concern. But we really do have to consider whether the funds can keep up. I replied with utmost respect. You have precisely identified the key issue. I truly admire your insight. Javier looked utterly confused. So it's favoritism now? Everyone, we still have enough funds for underfloor heating, tents, and a steady food supply. But for the honey apartment construction plan, there's no extra budget left. So, we need to raise funds. Just like that, I dragged Javier along to raise money. I grinned at him and said, hey, you're not still upset about earlier, are you? You're a knight, and you're throwing a tantrum? Have you ever heard the story of a territory knight refusing to make eye contact with the young baron just because he's sulking? However, Javier remained silent. I suddenly stopped smiling and said slowly, actually, I'm scared. I'm scared I won't be able to finish this huge project. What if the buildings collapse in the end and can't fit everyone? But since I've already started this, then I'm the one responsible, and a person in charge must never show any hesitation or weakness. To earn everyone's absolute trust, I have no choice but to act this way. But the only person whom I don't have to act tough in front of is you. Javier was stunned, but suddenly, he said angrily, does that make me your emotional trash bin? I turned my head and smirked mischievously. That expression might as well have had the words exactly written on it. Javier, pushed to his limit, roared internally, I swear I'll charge over and punch him right now. But in reality, he silently endured it, while I hummed a tune and led him to our fundraising destination, the Lacona Viscount's territory. As soon as we stepped inside, we ran into his son, the blonde brat. The moment he saw me, his face turned pale like he'd seen a ghost. After all, last time, he nearly got beaten to death by me. I smiled and cheerfully greeted him. Yo, you little punk, it's nice to see you. What's with the scream just now? So, did you get kicked out of school? Don't look so scared. This time, I'm here to help you get back into school, but that'll depend on how your father behaves later. When Viscount Lacona saw me, he immediately broke out in cold sweat. You're increasing the price of the water? I raised an eyebrow and shrugged. Was what I said that hard to understand? I said, pay more for the water. Lacona's heart jolted, instantly on guard. This guy is seriously ruthless. He recalled how this man had already taken a large portion of his water revenue, caused his son's expulsion from school, and now returned, planning to raise the water fee. Suddenly, Lacona actually let out a chuckle. I guess you don't know how things work because you're still young. This contract states that the price is fixed. I sighed, then pulled out a magnifying glass and beckoned him over. Viscount, please take a closer look. There's a small clause written here. The water's price stated above is subject to change, depending on how the supplier feels. The next second, Lacona suddenly grabbed me by the collar and roared, you scammer. I calmly said, oh dear, Viscount, why are you so aggressive? Please calm down. After all, we are neighbors, aren't we? How could I just randomly raise your water fee? I'm doing this to bring you a tremendous benefit. This is an exchange of interests. First of all, due to the monster domino effect, all 17 surrounding territories have been destroyed. As a result, all the refugees have flocked to our side. But what about you, Viscount? You refuse to take in a single refugee. I can pretend I don't know about that, but if Her Majesty the Queen finds out, she'll definitely be very disappointed, don't you think? Lacona broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, what kind of benefit is that? That's clearly a veiled threat. He's just giving me a way out to survive. I smiled as I spoke sincerely, Viscount, you've misunderstood. I'm genuinely doing this for your own good. If I submit a petition to Her Majesty, perhaps your son might even be allowed to return to the academy. Lacona's heart sank. He knew he had no other options left. He gritted his teeth and slowly asked, how much do you want? Oh dear, Viscount, what are you saying? Saying it like that could really cause misunderstandings. I'm not some thug here to rob you of your money. Just give me however much you feel is right. Just a teensy bit more. As long as it doesn't hurt our friendship, that's all that matters. At that moment, Lacona truly wanted to smash my head into a wall. He wanted to shout, just tell me how much you want, you devil, but he held it in. Standing behind me, Javier watched the whole exchange and thought, this guy really is a bastard. I suddenly added, Viscount, you really don't have to feel too much pressure. Just tell me, what percentage increase can you offer? In an instant, the atmosphere around us became deathly quiet. So quiet that even the sound of a heartbeat could be heard clearly. Finally, Lacona took a deep breath and slowly uttered two words, 20%. The moment he saw my expression turn drastically sour, he panicked and quickly corrected himself. Wait, I misspoke just now. It's it's 30%. However, my expression became even more abstract than before. Lacona was completely rattled, not even daring to breathe loudly. He sneaked a glance at Javier, only to see him raise 5 fingers. Lacona's eyes lit up immediately and he quickly changed his answer. Alright, I'll raise it by 50%. But the look on my face turned even more dreadful than before. Lacona was on the verge of a breakdown and cast a pleading glance toward Javier. What's going on? Isn't 50% enough? Wasn't that what you were hinting at with the 5 fingers? Yet Javier, seemingly understanding his plea, simply closed his eyes, crossed his arms over his chest, and slowly shook his head. Javier held up another 5 gesture, then slowly uttered 2 words, 5 times. Lacona sprang to his feet and roared, "That's daylight robbery. 5 times is absolutely outrageous." Hearing this, I immediately put on a sincere expression and quickly said, "Hey, Viscount, why would you think it's 5 times? Actually, 4 times will do." The moment Lacona heard that, he instantly relaxed, joy lighting up his face. Really? And just like that, a new water fee contract was born. At first, Lacona was even smiling, thinking he'd actually scored a deal. But when he finally realized what had happened, he wished he could slam his head into a wall on the spot. After leaving Lacona's territory, I looked back at Javier and asked, "Javier, what's with that expression?" Javier frowned, his tone conflicted as he said, "I feel like I've become a blackmailer." I gave him a sly grin and said to him, "You've got it all wrong. You shouldn't feel as if you're a blackmailer. You've already become one. You helped me, didn't you? You're an accomplice, right? You're definitely a blackmailer." As the days went by, in order to quickly complete an apartment complex that could house over 10,000 people, I worked on design plans day and night. Even when I was so exhausted my nose started bleeding, I never stopped. However, this kind of overexertion always has a limit. Finally, when I heard there's only enough money left to pay the staff for 4 more months, I couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed on the spot. Before losing consciousness, I asked Javier to deliver a letter to the Queen of the Kingdom. "Your Majesty, please sentence this foolish and incompetent subject to death by 1,000 cuts." The Queen frowned, her face full of confusion. Why the sudden dramatics? That cunning guy must be scheming something again. Javier continued reading the letter aloud. "Thanks to your Majesty's great foresight and the wise orders you gave, I was able to rush back to the territory, gasping for breath, and do my best to protect our home. Unfortunately, people from 17 territories still lost their homes, and they all poured into the Frontera territory. In accordance with the great mindset of our great queen, who sympathizes with the commoners, I, as a loyal subject of the great queen, thought that it would be right for me to take in and look after the pitiful commoners of our great kingdom. Thus, I took it upon myself to act in accordance with your great will, and I would like to look after our great queen's commoners." Javier paused silently for a moment, unable to resist thinking to himself, "Great is being used a bit too much here." The queen listened, the corner of her mouth twitching. Is this guy trying to mock me? However, Javier hadn't finished yet. He pressed on and continued reading. "But all of this is hindered by one thing, money. Although I wasn't present, the overflowing emotion in the letter made it feel as if I were actually kneeling before the queen in tears." The queen was completely speechless, thinking, "This guy is absolutely shameless." Then again, I figured he'd pull something like this. In fact, I had already planned to send aid funds and supplies to the Frontera territory. However, in the next moment, Javier continued, "The funding shortfall I face is 3 times what your Majesty might have imagined." The queen froze in disbelief. 3 times? Is he insane? I am most certainly not insane. The letter's content somehow anticipated the queen's thoughts and had already responded in advance. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she had made up her mind. "I'll definitely use the aura flick on him the next time I see him. Your Majesty, I am currently planning to construct an unprecedented multi-story residential complex in the Kingdom of Magenta. This is not just about building temporary shelters for them to eat and sleep. It's about providing them with long-term, stable housing and helping them become independent and self-reliant. I know that's what our great queen would want as well, but I don't have enough money." The queen finally couldn't take it anymore and cut Javier off. "Stop, don't read anymore. I already understand what he's trying to say." She let out a sigh and said, "Tell Lloyd Frontera this. Even as queen, I can't just freely move such large amounts of funds. It must first be evaluated by the financial experts and then be approved by the stubborn council of elders. Only then can such a large sum of money be mobilized. It won't do Lloyd Frontera any good to bother me any more than this." Suddenly, Javier put down the letter and pulled another one from his chest. "Your Majesty, the building plan in this project, even if used as a fortress, would be flawless. If the monster domino effect strikes again in the future, or if enemies from the east invade, this city will become an invincible shield, continuously safeguarding peace and stability for the kingdom. I believe that once this fortress city is completed, and if we can even reclaim our eastern territories during an enemy invasion, then everyone who supported this plan will definitely in a much better position within the kingdom." These words finally struck a chord with the queen. She thought to herself, building a fortress city really is a brilliant idea. It could even evolve into a commercial hub, like Cremo. Moreover, once the ministers who support this plan secure their positions, their loyalty to me will grow stronger as well. That way, it can further strengthen the royal authority. Compared to the cost of this investment, the benefits are indeed substantial. Just as the queen was deep in thought, Javier suddenly spoke. That's right. The queen froze, then looked down at Javier and asked, "What are you doing?" "I don't know either." The letter said to shout "that's right" in 5 seconds. In the end, the queen said, "Javier Azrahan, the money will be provided. Please wait. I'll persuade the rest." However, Javier suddenly spoke again. "If we could also have the dwarf master craftsman, Corgidus, join us, that would be perfect." The queen exclaimed in exasperation, "All right, I get it already. Stop it." As time went by, the day to pay the salaries drew nearer and nearer. At this moment, I felt like my days were numbered. It's coming, isn't it? The day we have to pay salaries? Just thinking about the money in my pocket shrinking to zero, I immediately started coughing uncontrollably. "Master Lloyd, we can delay the payment a little. I'm sure all of them will understand." Hearing this, I immediately shouted, "That mustn't happen. They worked so hard while looking forward to payday. How can we delay that? I would rather die than do that." Having said that, I slowly closed my eyes, quietly waiting for the arrival of death. "Master Lloyd." Suddenly, the door was flung open. Javier strode in and pulled out a thick stack of checks and said, "Young master, I got the money. Stop pretending and get out of bed." Instantly, I rose to my feet, full of energy. "Hey, let's go dig some land." Upon arriving at the construction site of the Honey apartment complex, I immediately activated the simulation mode granted by the system to begin testing. First, I tested how a landslide would damage the building. I stared at the simulation, watching the oncoming landslide crash down. As the test ended, the dust slowly settled, and the latest design plan had actually withstood the landslide perfectly. Next up, testing against a typhoon. With fierce winds howling, the entire scene felt like the end of the world. However, the buildings remained completely unmoved. Now, only one final test remained. Can these buildings withstand a meteor strike? As the meteor fell, the entire planet was destroyed, let alone the buildings. But I still burst into excited laughter. "This is just too awesome." Javier stood nearby, witnessing the whole scene. He looked at me with the kind of gaze reserved for watching the mentally challenged. "What's with that look? Why are you looking at me like that?" Javier replied calmly, "Sorry, young master. I definitely did not think that you were a crazy bastard." Suddenly, someone ran in to report, "Corgidus and his 30 dwarf craftsmen have just arrived in the territory." Hearing this, I exclaimed, "Nice timing." There was a reason for bringing in the dwarven craftsmen. After all, the durability of the apartment complex would ultimately depend on the quality of the cement. This wasn't like building a road or a simple suspension bridge. The apartment complex's structure was both complex and compact, so relying on ordinary cement alone wouldn't make the buildings strong enough. Right now, the most important thing was a concrete mixer. It wouldn't just prevent the cement from hardening too early, but also ensure that all components stayed evenly mixed at all times. This is the core piece of equipment for the entire apartment project. Corgidus crossed his arms and snapped irritably, "You rude brat. Aren't you even going to offer a drink to a guest who traveled so far before putting him to work?" But I already understood Corgidus well, so I smiled calmly. "I did ponder over how I should welcome you. I thought long and hard about it, and came to the conclusion that the best welcome for you would be a blueprint that you've never seen before." Hearing this, Corgidus suddenly grew intrigued and snatched the blueprint from my hands. "You've prepared a proper workplace, right?" With that, the long-awaited project was about to begin. Step 1. Build a concrete mixer. To keep things efficient, I had Podong running for kinetic energy, while the orc warriors took care of bending rebar by hand for processing. In addition, I even used a bit of a honey trap to get a giant magical beast to willingly help me transport massive amounts of materials. Once everything was ready, I solemnly instructed Byron, the cement pouring process must be strictly followed. Absolutely no sloppy dumping. At every point where the rebar crosses, it must be sealed. No air pockets allowed. After personally demonstrating every step, I finally felt confident enough to hand full control of the construction site to Byron, because next, I had to tackle the problem of apartment heating and insulation. The heating system for the Honey apartment complex relied on coal-powered steam engines. A central boiler room heated water, sending steam through pipes across the entire building, where it connected to radiators in each room to complete the heating cycle. However, the biggest current issue was, the higher the floor, the more heat loss occurs, and the 8th floor has almost zero heating. Even though I had already tested all the insulation materials I had access to, every single one of them failed. So, I stayed up all night researching, trying to think, is there a better insulating material? To find inspiration, I began recalling novel plots, hoping to find something that might help. Suddenly, while using the process of elimination on paper to filter materials, I suddenly had a realization. That's it. This is the one. In the novel, during the chapter where Javier fought the dragon, even though Javier was already a sword master at the time, he still couldn't defeat the mighty dragon. But what shocked everyone most was, even though Javier was hit directly by the dragon's breath, he was completely unharmed. It was all thanks to his armor, forged from the hardened sap of the legendary Alencia tree, the strongest heat-insulating material in this world. Javier, walking behind me, frowned and asked in confusion, "Young master, we've already been traveling for 2 days. Where exactly are we going to get this insulation material?" I replied casually, "We're heading to the Everglow forest, where the elves live, and there, we'll get the sap of the Alencia tree." As soon as I finished speaking, Javier turned around and walked off. I was stunned and immediately shouted, "Hey, you little brat, where are you going?" The elven tribe despises eyes as humans, and Javier believed the elves would never be willing to talk to us. However, in the original novel's plot, Javier actually had a flirtatious relationship with an elf. He even received armor as a gift from one of them. So, I said to him, then go ahead and leave me here alone, Sir Escort Knight. In the end, Javier gave in, turned around, and reluctantly followed. Young master, how exactly do you plan to convince them? After all, humans and the elves haven't had any contact for 500 years. I looked at him, puzzled. Convince? Why would I need to convince them? You've completely misunderstood me. I never intended to convince them at all. My plan is to go in and steal it directly. Javier's face froze as he thought, I really want to beat him to death. As we approached the Everglow forest, I reminded Javier, keep your voice down. The forest's neural network is linked with the elves. If we're detected, we'll be exposed. However, before I even finished speaking, Javier suddenly let out a massive sneeze and looked satisfied. What the hell did you just do? Young master, don't tell me you don't even know what a sneeze is. Are you an idiot? I was speechless. If you're going to sneeze, then just sneeze. Why did you have to make a cool pose while doing it? However, Javier's next sentence landed like a nuclear strike. That's a misunderstanding. Everything I do just looks cool because I have a handsome face. Although that's not something you'd ever understand. My expression changed instantly, and I was dying to beat this guy to a pulp. At that moment, the system was laughing so hard. Emotional damage plus 99. Burning with rage, I said to Javier, aren't you supposed to be a sword master? As a sword master, you can't even hold back a sneeze? Javier replied expressionlessly, there are indeed a few physiological reactions I can't control. So, you can't manage to never take a dump? Javier replied, puzzled. Why would I want to do something that causes constipation? Then you sword masters are seriously lame. You can't even hold in your shit. However, Javier suddenly started laughing. I glared at him and snapped, what are you laughing at? Javier closed his eyes and slowly shook his head. I can't believe you're changing topics to shit just because you got nothing to say for your face. That was the last straw. I finally lost it and threw punches with all my strength. However, Javier was a bona fide sword master. An attack at that speed, in his eyes, was completely meaningless. Javier easily blocked my attacks, his face full of smug satisfaction. In the end, I could only give up helplessly. Anyway, hold in your sneeze and be quiet. We need to get to the center of the forest, where the Alencia tree is. However, before we could take more than a few steps, a large group of elves had already blocked our path. I muttered in confusion, how were we discovered so quickly? The elven leader shouted, you were shouting loudly at the entrance. Of course we noticed. You idiot, Javier said with serious look. This isn't good. However, I curled my lips into a wicked grin. Not a problem. Things just progressed faster. Instantly, before the words even finished, the battle erupted. In a flash, a barrage of elven archers released their arrows, and 1,000 arrows whistled through the air toward us. Javier activated his aura and formed a battle aura sword, cutting down the entire rain of arrows. The elven leader narrowed his eyes and muttered under his breath, a sword master? I seized the moment and shouted loudly, Javier, stick to the plan. Regroup under the Alencia tree in 30 minutes. You'll be able to see me easily from a high spot. Javier frowned and looked at me. Young master, will you be alright alone? I waved him off casually. As long as you attract their attention, I'll be fine. However, just then, the elven leader suddenly shouted, that ugly guy is just a lackey. Everyone, follow me, and chase the handsome one. At that moment, tears welled up in my eyes, my face full of frustration. Why does everyone have to be so hostile toward my looks? Meanwhile, Javier was being chased by a large number of elves. Each of these elves was incredibly agile, leaping through the trees with ease. However, Javier quickly noticed they were extremely careful when stepping on the plants. Looks like the young master was right again. He recalled what the young master had said earlier. Elves deeply cherish their plants. They hate to see any vegetation get damaged, so their footwork is extremely unique. We can't attack innocent elves. Therefore, we can only flee and dodge their attacks. But we can use this trait to our advantage. Stay close to the plants to evade their attacks. At this moment, Javier took decisive action, using the big trees and vines as natural shields to evade. Although this method did indeed effectively limit the enemy's attacks, their numbers were still overwhelming. Moreover, their archery was top tier, and even someone like him, a sword master, was beginning to struggle. Suddenly, he sensed that the opponents seemed to be intentionally driving him somewhere. Meanwhile, on the other side, I had already reached the Alencia tree. I pulled out a shovel, activating my upgraded skill, Energizer. Alright, then I'll just dig straight down. Time to extract the tree sap. At the same time, Javier's situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. He realized the elven leader from earlier was nowhere to be seen, and at the same time, he had also been driven into the riverside where there were no plants. In an instant, countless elven archers surged out from the bushes. Then, countless arrows came raining down like a storm. However, in the face of this deadly attack, Javier remained completely unfazed. He decisively struck the water with his aura sword. The sword energy stirred up a massive wave, and a towering wall of water instantly blocked the storm of arrows. Seeing this, the elves exclaimed in shock. What kind of power is that? They thought to themselves, this human, if he really makes up his mind, he might actually be able to wipe us out. Just as the atmosphere grew incredibly tense, one of the elves suddenly said, everyone, calm down. While the humans might have a sword master, we have Malika. At this moment, Javier sensed something was about to emerge from the forest, and when he finally saw the figure clearly, his heart shook violently. It was a massive figure, brimming with muscle, holding a gigantic longbow with a body as towering as an iron fortress. This figure was exactly the Malika mentioned by the elf earlier. The bow in her hands was called the Dragon Hunter bow. It weighed 14,000 kilograms and was a full 2.5 meters long. Malika drew her bow and fired. The massive arrow, like a stone pillar, roared through the air. Javier met it head-on with his aura sword, but couldn't completely stop the arrow. The recoil force was terrifying. Javier summoned all his strength and struck upward toward the sky, barely managing to redirect the arrow's path. In his heart, he was astonished. She's too strong. Just with raw mass and strength, she could suppress even an aura sword. At the same time, he couldn't forget the young master's warning. If even one elf were harmed, they might face retaliation from every elf in the world, and these elves were far more powerful than orcs. At this moment, a new arrow had already been handed to Malika. Just as Javier was thinking about how to break through and rescue the young master without harming any elves, suddenly, another barrage of arrows came flying. At the same time, Malika had already drawn the massive Dragon Hunter bow again. Seeing this, Javier swung his aura sword to block all the arrows, but over on the other side, Malika's giant arrow was loosed once more. Javier roared and raised his blade, manipulating his sword aura to wrap around the massive arrow and forcefully alter its trajectory. In the next second, the massive arrow twisted midair and shot straight in the opposite direction. In an instant, the two gigantic arrows collided violently in midair, and a deafening explosion shook the entire forest. Meanwhile, on my side, I had already secured the root of the Alencia tree. Suddenly, voices came from behind. 3 furious elves shouted, "You devil! How dare you cut the precious root of the sacred plant?" I smirked and said, "Please excuse me. I too have a lot of lives depending on me." The elves warned me, "Don't move. Do you want to be pierced full of holes?" But I just shrugged indifferently. "Go ahead, shoot if you want. However, I'll burn this guy up slowly." I raised what I was holding in my hand. It was a mandrake root that I picked along the way. Seeing this, the elves' expressions instantly turned to terror. To elves who cherish plants, this was practically the most vile threat imaginable. I flashed a smug, wicked grin. "Now, you don't want to see a plant getting tortured, do you? In that case, move backwards." The 3 elves backed away while angrily cursing me. "Are you even human? You're such a despicable, disgusting villain." The grin on my face only grew more arrogant. "Thanks for the compliment." Suddenly, one of the elves snorted coldly. "You look like someone who's never been liked by a woman." That line hit me directly. "Say that again if you dare." After saying this, I slowly moved the torch closer to the little mandrake. The elves were immediately so frightened that they didn't dare speak again, quickly backing away in obedience. But soon, they had already reached the edge. The lead elf, Wira, shouted anxiously, "Calm down. This is already the end. We can just talk it out here." However, I had zero interest in wasting time. I directly bit down on the mandrake's leaf. The little mandrake looked utterly devastated. "This gross saliva. Just kill me instead." I spoke coldly. "Hurry up and climb up." The panicked elves all nodded frantically. "All right, we're climbing up right now." When we reached the top, I thought to myself, with this, Javier should be able to see me more easily, right? That guy should be arriving any moment now. At that moment, the little mandrake was already drenched in saliva, visibly withered. Suddenly, one elf covered her mouth, face full of discomfort. "I'm sorry, Wira. I feel queasy because I got nervous just now." Another elf looked pale as a sheet. "I'm feeling lightheaded because I saw such a horrifying sight." Wira barked sharply, "Everyone, hang in there. How can you show such weakness in front of a plant-eating demon?" However, just as she finished speaking, her stomach also started to growl. Meanwhile, I wore a face of confusion. What on earth is going on? Suddenly, I recalled when I first saw these elves. Come to think of it, the elves' eyes looked pretty hollow, and only now did I notice that in this entire forest, there was actually no sound of birds, let alone rabbits, wild boars, or any animals. Could it be that all the creatures here have disappeared? Suddenly, a possibility came to mind. Could this be due to the effects of the monster domino effect? If all the animals had migrated toward the mountain corners, then this Everglow forest would indeed become completely empty. These elves would rather starve to death than harm a single plant. Does that mean they've already been starving for months? Meanwhile, Javier's battle had already reached its most intense point. However, he gradually sensed that something feels off. How strange. With their physical abilities, why do these elves seem like they're completely exhausted? Though he couldn't figure out the reason, still, this is the best chance to break through the encirclement. Javier channeled all his mana, raised his sword, and charged forward. Head on, he faced the massive arrow shot by Malika. This time, he did not choose to block it with his sword. In the next second, Malika's arrow instantly pierced through Javier's scarf and grazed his cheek, but Javier didn't care. In order to break through quickly and save the young master, Javier rushed through a hail of arrows and forced his way out of the encirclement. Seeing this, the elven captain shouted, "Catch him quickly. We absolutely can't let him escape." However, the other elves couldn't go on any longer. They were simply too hungry to move. At that moment, Malika suddenly leapt up. With a single bound, she caught up in an instant. In midair, she drew her bow and fired. The arrow roared through the air like thunder. Javier reacted instantly. He quickly dodged to the side. At the same time, the battle aura sword was raised to block in front of him. Even though it absorbed most of the impact, he was still blasted several several meters away, slamming hard into a giant tree. Malika pressed the attack. She directly swung the massive arrow down like a club. Javier dodged to the side, but in his heart, there was only one conviction. The one I must protect is the son of my lord. He is the savior of the entire territory. At that moment, the elves squeezed out every last bit of strength they had, firing arrows at Javier. However, Javier lightly stepped on a floating leaf. Using the rebound force from the leaf, he jumped a second time. The elves were shocked beyond belief. That is the footwork of our elven race, something that takes 100 years to master. And that human actually learned it just by watching. Javier kept accelerating, weaving through the barrage of arrows, all just to get faster and faster. Finally, he reached the rendezvous point, the Alencia tree. Javier shouted hoarsely, "Young master." However, when he saw the scene before him, he was completely stunned. He saw me eating roasted meat with the elves. Javier, drenched in sweat and dressed in rags, was completely dumbfounded. I turned to look at him, my face full of surprise. "Oh my, why do you look so battered? Did you go to war or something?" Javier stayed silent. I beckoned him over and said, "Come on, sit down. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Let me introduce you. This person here is my escort knight, Javier. Javier, this is the elven tribe's chieftain, Muira." Muira nodded in greeting, her mouth stuffed with roast meat. While chewing, she spoke casually. "Nice to meet you." Muira looked at me and asked, "Can we add one more person to the meal?" I nodded without hesitation. "Of course you can." Hearing this, she called out Malika, who was standing behind a tree, staring intently. Then, Muira asked cautiously, "She's very starved. Can she eat all she wants?" I gave a generous smile. "Of course she can. Eat as much as you like. However, these are rations prepared for the journey, so they're limited in quantity. As for those elves around us with bows drawn, they'll probably just have to smell the aroma." At this moment, I'm planning to use this delicious-smelling roast meat to strike some kind of deal with them. The male elves who do house chores while waiting for female elves to succeed in their hunts must really be hungry. These words hit a nerve among the elves present. You can endure the hunger, but what about the young elves? What about the elderly elves? How much longer can they hold on? They'll probably be the first to starve to death, or they'll likely be the first to return to Mother Nature. While no one would know, they'll simply hold back their tears. At that moment, the surrounding elves thought of the children and elders at home, and silently shed tears. Even the mighty Malika trembled as she shed the tears of a warrior. Seeing that the mood had been built up to the limit, I struck while the iron was hot. "Shall we make a deal?" Muira was startled by my words. "No way! We elves don't make deals with mere humans." I looked at her with a cheerful smile. "Chief, what are you talking about? We've already made deals. Just a moment ago, I held up this little guy and got you to back off. Now, you're talking to me because you're hungry and have eaten meat. If these aren't deals, what are they?" Muira was at a loss for words. I told her with full confidence, "I can guarantee survival for all the elves." Muira asked in confusion, "Survival? What do you mean?" I smiled as I explained, "Survival means I can provide an endless supply of pork. Not only that, but also the coal needed for barbecue. However, strictly speaking, coal also comes from trees. If they found out, they would definitely refuse to use it again. So, I'll refrain from telling them this." Muira suddenly realized the expression on this guy's face. Why did it look so evil? I continued speaking in a tempting tone. "I know that you've always been eating sun-dried jerky, but if you make a deal with me, you'll be able to eat delicious grilled meat anytime you want. In addition, I can even provide you for free with stone ice vaults that keep meat from spoiling." Each of these trade offers perfectly hit the soft spot in Muira's heart. Then, she finally spoke up and asked, "What do you want?" I replied in a calm tone, "In truth, I also want our survival. If you don't agree to this, then all the children on our side will also freeze to death. So, I need all of you to provide once a month some sap from the Alencia tree. Just a small portion of it will be enough. This way, we can all survive. I'll also teach you all the method to extract sap without harming the tree. Lastly, I also need you elves to help transport the meat. After all, that way, the efficiency will be a bit better. So, please assign 100 elves to split into 2 groups. One group will handle meat transportation, and the other group will help us build houses. This way, both of us can survive together." However, elves, by nature, don't trust humans. The surrounding elves all began to urge the chieftain not to agree to this deal. Muira fell into deep thought. She recalled what her mother once told her. "Little Muira, you must remember, humans have very short lifespans, so they spend their whole lives trying to possess many things. That's why they end up being insatiably greedy and full of lies. They even commit all kinds of atrocities. So, Muira, if you ever encounter humans, you must only trust them if you believe they could become a true friend." At this moment, Muira's gaze gradually turned complicated. After finishing her memory, Muira firmly rejected the deal because she was only willing to make deals with true friends. I cursed silently in my heart. Damn it, I didn't think this would be so troublesome. Then, I recalled what exactly counted as a friend in my previous life. In that world, I was always alone because I was poor and wore cheap, ugly clothes. When I joined the traditional building research club out of an urge to learn anything, I knew that everyone was laughing at me behind my back and looked down on me. But even so, I gritted my teeth and took in the insults because I wanted to learn more and escape poverty. Until one day, for the first time in my life, someone invited me to a luxurious barbecue. He didn't just buy me a meal, he also comforted me. Don't take what others say to heart. I was really touched back then. I thought he genuinely saw me as a friend, but as he watched me about devour the food, he suddenly laughed. Eat as much as you want. The only meat you can afford to eat is canned tuna, right? His condescending smile was like someone tossing food to a stray dog. He didn't want to help me. He just wanted to feel superior by doing charity. But what I felt at that moment was, this beef is just too delicious. So, I looked up with anticipation and asked, "Hey friend, can I have 2 more servings of beef?" He smiled and replied, "Even 3 servings wouldn't be a problem, my friend." Just like that, he became my one and only friend. There's nothing great about friendship. You can buy it with beef. I grinned, took out the ultimate, supreme quality beef from my backpack. Moira took one look and her eyes widened instantly. The color of the meat, the luster of the fat, it was nothing like the regular grilled meat from before. It was crystal clear and dazzling, like a divine delicacy granted by the gods. I slapped the beef onto the sizzling hot stone, and the satisfying crackle of melting fat instantly echoed through the entire forest. Moira didn't hesitate to bite down right away, and in an instant, she was hit with flavor so intense, it brought her to tears. Malika nearly drooled on the spot, and the other 2 elves had tears welling in their eyes. Sure enough, Moira officially accepted the deal. The surrounding elves looked confused and asked, "Chieftain, don't we need the Elder Council's approval?" But Moira casually replied, "Give them beef." And just like that, the elves who hadn't interacted with other races in 500 years formally signed a business agreement with the humans of the Frontera barony. Meanwhile, Javier's expression was complicated, his face full of silent frustration. So this was a problem that beef could have solved? Then why did I have to fight so hard? On the other side, the townsfolk stared at the group of elves, whispering among themselves, "Last time the young master brought back orcs, and now it's elves. Is he going to bring back dragons next time?" Meanwhile, Moira looked around and noticed that the human town was filled with wooden furniture, houses, and even wooden fences. She said in a low voice, "Humans are far too cruel." Hearing that, I suddenly said, "Every race has its own values. You elves hate cutting down trees, but there are other races that strongly oppose eating animals too. That's why mutual compromise is the foundation of coexistence in this world." Moira nodded thoughtfully after hearing this, but her brows remained furrowed. Clearly, she still couldn't fully accept it. Seeing that, I smirked mischievously and said, "Why don't you think it over while you have some beef?" Instantly, the image of that crispy, golden, fragrant beef flashed through her mind. Her mouth started watering uncontrollably. "Yeah, I think I understand it now." And with that, the final concern in the construction of the honey apartment project was finally resolved. But just then, a major problem surfaced. If the apartment wasn't completed before the temperature dropped below 0, it could suffer from serious freeze-thaw damage. This means that when moisture inside concrete freezes at low temperatures, it expands in volume. Once winter ends and the temperature rises again, the ice melts, leaving behind tiny gaps and cracks inside the concrete. Eventually, the structure weakens and could collapse at any time. But now, with the help of the elves, none of that is a problem anymore. After all, they're not only incredibly agile, but also unbelievably strong. More importantly, all they need is beef to follow orders without question. As the first snow approached, the honey apartment project finally entered its final sprint. Buildings 101 and 102 of the honey apartment complex were both successfully completed. This winter, we'll test these 2 buildings, and next autumn we'll aim for full occupancy and full-scale construction. The focus of the test is the brand new insulation material. It's a special coating made from a mixture of Valencia tree sap and soybean oil. Once the insulation was applied to all the heating pipes from the 1st to the 8th floor, I immediately ordered the boiler to be lit and steam to be released. As expected, just a small amount of Valencia tree sap is enough to create the strongest insulation material in this world. Even though it was already below -10 degrees outside, the indoor temperature felt like summer. With everything ready, we could finally arrange for people to move in. Suddenly, Javier spoke up. "Master Lloyd, I believe the priority for moving in should be..." But before he could finish, I cut him off without hesitation. "It's snowing heavily right now. I'm busy. Let's talk later." Javier was instantly fuming. Master Lloyd is always like this. Every time I try to make a suggestion, I just get interrupted. But the next moment, what I said made him instantly forgive me. "Byron, the priority for moving in would be families with children. After that would be the elderly and the sick. Among these priorities, give further priority according to their health conditions. Those who can't move in yet will be placed in single-family homes with floor heating. This winter, no one shall be left freezing or hungry." Javier was stunned after hearing that. But what I was thinking was, this way, every single one of them will owe me a debt, and it'll be easy to get them to work. Javier looked at my expression and instantly felt his blood boil. He really is such a terrible person. So terrible it makes me want to punch him. But then he thought again. Ever since the young master's sudden personality change, he had always been like this. At the very end of everything, not only does he become impossible to hate, but somehow, everyone around him ends up relying on him more and more. Suddenly, a familiar trumpet sound echoed through the air. It was the imperial envoy of Her Majesty the Queen. The envoy read the royal decree. "In light of recent events, the Frontera barony has set a shining example, and I am deeply impressed. Therefore, in recognition of these remarkable deeds, I hereby issue this decree. From this day forward, the Frontera barony shall officially be elevated to a county. Congratulations to you, Count Frontera." The Baron and Baroness were left in a daze, as if still dreaming, unable to snap out of it. Then, the envoy began reading the accomplishments of Frontera territory. Achievement 1. Successfully stopped the massive monster migration from the east. Achievement 2. Protected the displaced refugees from the east and helped them survive the harsh winter. Achievement 3. Transformed the eastern region into a fortress zone, creating the kingdom's strongest line of defense. Therefore, by Her Majesty's decree, Frontera County is now officially separated from the jurisdiction of the Cremo County and shall become the central city for eastern reconstruction. Furthermore, the royal family will provide a special budget and supplies for the eastern rebuilding effort over the next 10 years. Lastly, you'll be exempted from paying tax to the imperial family for 20 years. Hearing budget, supplies, and tax exemption, I instantly raised my fists to the sky in joy. Long live the queen. Just like I thought, she really knows how to treat people right. After that, I immediately told Javier to go to the village with me, because I had long prepared something big for this moment. The Baron watched his son's back as he left, eyes growing misty. He actually did it. Not only did he free the territory from debt, but he even raised our family's title from Baron to Count. My son is truly a miracle, and the big event I prepared was to honor our wise and great queen, with singing and dancing. Long live Her Majesty the Queen. May Her Majesty live forever. May the world be united under her reign. I led everyone to sing loudly in unison. Louder, let our voices reach Her Majesty's ears. The envoy saw all this and was completely dumbfounded. Then, he returned to the royal palace and reported everything to the queen in full detail. The moment she heard that guy had done such an embarrassing thing, Queen Magentano shouted in rage, "Send word immediately. Tell them to stop doing such disgraceful things." Meanwhile, Viscount Lacona was rushing toward the Frontera territory at full speed. As it turned out, with Frontera's promotion to a count territory, his own Viscount domain was officially placed under the count's jurisdiction. Upon arrival, Viscount Lacona dropped to his knees and greeted respectfully. "My lord Count, did you summon me?" The Count waved his hand with a cheerful smile. "Viscount, there's no need to be so formal. I'm still not quite used to this Count title." Lacona quickly lowered his head flatteringly. "Nonsense. With your noble status and outstanding character, there's no one more suited to a countship than you." However, his forehead was drenched in sweat, and his mind was already in turmoil. Damn it, he actually became a count. It turns out, he once mocked him publicly at a banquet, ignored him countless times, even called him a pauper in front of everyone. But that didn't matter to him. As long as he showed enough enthusiasm now, he could still bluff his way through. After all, the Count's just a soft-hearted fool. Count Frontera calmly opened his mouth. "You've probably heard, Viscount, that there's a lot to be done for the reconstruction in the East. We're currently very short on manpower, so there's something I'd like to ask of you." Lacona immediately said, "Please give your orders, my lord Count. Could you send some soldiers to assist the engineer corps?" Without hesitation, Lacona replied, "Of course, no problem. How many men do you need?" Count Frontera showed an extremely troubled expression and slowly said, "If the number is too big, then it'll be too hard for you to handle, so please send as many as you are willing to send." Hearing that, Lacona slowly looked up, only to see Frontera glaring at him with fierce eyes, coldly spitting out a line, "As long as it doesn't affect our friendship." That feeling, he knew it all too well. It was the feeling of being ruthlessly ripped off. Why had the once kind Frontera become just like his son? With a face full of exhaustion from being squeezed dry, Lacona staggered out of the Count's estate. From high above, Frontera looked down at everything with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Until now, he had never bullied anyone, let alone threatened someone. But after this, he couldn't deny it. The feeling was amazing. Meanwhile, Bayern came forward to report, "Honey apartment buildings 101 and 102 have been fully occupied." At the same time, the system notification sounded. "You obtained monumental construction achievement. You commanded the first construction of apartments and occupied it with residents in the Laurasia continent. You received a 700 bonus relationship points. Your current relationship points is 4,783. Seeing this, the corners of my mouth slowly curled up into that signature capitalist smile, and I couldn't help but drool a little. Since the seeds have been sown, it's now time to harvest. Sometime later, I arrived at the Honey apartment community. It was home to refugees who had lost their lands. Seeing that it was young Master Lloyd, the one who saved them, they all cheered excitedly. "Young Master Lloyd, thank you so much. How could I ever repay such kindness?" An elderly woman, tears streaming down her face, tightly grasped my hand with deep emotion. "For an old woman like me to hold your hand before dying, I can die without regrets." However, while things looked harmonious on the surface, turbulent currents swirled beneath. Javier immediately sensed something was off. He had a feeling that the young master definitely wanted to get something out of these refugees. Sure enough, the next second, a thick stack of papers slammed heavily onto the table. "Now then, it's time to start paying your debts. I've prepared labor contracts for all of you." The refugees looked confused, not understanding what that meant, and began murmuring among themselves. The smile on my face from earlier suddenly turned dark. "Did you think you'd get to eat for free your whole lives?" The refugees were startled by the sudden change in attitude. Javier gritted his teeth beside me, then ran a hand through his hair, looking genuinely confused. He didn't know what was right or wrong anymore. Just then, a man stepped forward. "Young Master Lloyd, if I sign this contract, does that mean I can get a job?" "Of course, and in addition to your monthly salary, there are overtime bonuses too. But once you sign, from the moment you receive your first paycheck, you'll have to use your own money to buy food and firewood. The man felt silent for a moment, then firmly said, I don't wish to live off of others, and do nothing but rely on others' goodwill. Please read me the terms of the contract. I chuckled and gave him a friendly reminder, but I should warn you in advance, this contract might be a little harsh. After all, our territory's management style is quite capitalistic. Suddenly, the man's wife also stepped forward and asked, can women participate too? I immediately replied, we don't discriminate against genders here. Hearing this, the others began lining up to sign the contracts. Meanwhile, I planned to take this opportunity to push forward a brand new major project, the terraced farming. My goal was to achieve stable food production and distribute land to individual ownership. The specific method was to remove some of the eastern mountain obstacles, then use gabion retaining walls to build terraces. As long as rebar is used, these retaining walls can be easily constructed. However, Bangul collapsed from overwork due to the previous apartment complex project. Seeing the woman he loved being worked to the point of illness by a heartless capitalist, Bai Biang was furious. Instantly, he launched a flying kick straight at me. I thought to myself, since Bangul can no longer produce rebar, then it looks like I'll have to find another method. I racked my brains for days and finally came to a conclusion. The only way to solve the material shortage problem is to summon another creature. The system notification panel popped up like crazy with hints. Alright, here it comes. Here comes the gacha. It's turning. What will appear? You only live once. Let's go. Although this notification thing always tricks me like a scammer, thinking about it carefully, it's always been on my side. After all, Padong, Hamong, and Bangul came to me from the system when I needed them most. So now, let's see what will my next summon creature be. Give me a partner that can make wire mesh for retaining walls. As soon as I pressed the start button, that familiar summoning magic circle appeared. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, please, please, you've got to give me a good one. However, the summoning circle, which was small just moments ago, suddenly expanded in size. I was utterly shocked. What's going on? I've never seen this happen before. The next second, a massive burst of flame erupted from the circle. Instantly, I got an ionic perm from the fire, and the notification bar popped up laughing hysterically with a message. It's a dud. I furiously questioned it. Hey, aren't you supposed to be on my side? But the system calmly replied, I'm simply a messenger that conveys fixed rules. The system is not on anyone's side. I asked in confusion, then why have you always managed to give me the summon creatures I needed before? The system chuckled sinisterly. You pitiful fool. It seems you still have no idea. Gambling is about granting the novice some wins, and then making them expect another win. I was furious and shouted, you're nothing but a scammer. Do you have a death wish or what? However, the system continued speaking seriously. Did you think the world will make life so easy for you? Don't you dare think life is so easy. After reading that, even though I didn't want to admit it, I had to say, I really agreed with this kind of villain logic. The system swayed as it continued its temptation. Maybe something good will appear next. Left with no other choice, I clicked the start button once again. However, what came instead was an explosion. I let out a loud scream, unable to hold it in any longer. I really wanted to beat the hell out of this damned system, but in the end, I could do nothing but rage helplessly. The system kept egging me on shamelessly. You must always try things thrice. Fine, one last time. I pressed the start button. However, this time, I got smarter. The moment the summoning circle appeared, I immediately ducked and covered my head. I'm not that dumb. No way I'm falling for it 3 times in a row. After a moment of waiting, everything was unexpectedly quiet. I looked up, and then I saw a creature from another dimension crawled out of the summoning circle. I completely freaked out and ran like mad. I'm doomed. If that thing takes a bite out of me, I'll drop dead on the spot for sure. I dashed madly toward Javier's room, shouting at the top of my lungs, Javier, wake up. Come take a look. Javier groggily got up, eyes half open. With a casual swing of his sword, the monster was taken out on the spot. Immediately after, he calmly got back in bed and continued sleeping while I sat outside, panting to catch my breath. The system chimed. It was a dud. I roared in fury. I know that, you lunatic. I won't do it anymore. Suddenly, the system notification rang out. Hidden requirement achieved. Bankruptcy. Your body and relationship points have been damaged due to 3 consecutive duds. As compensation for your loss, choosing a summon creature skill is now made possible. I froze and asked in confusion, creature skill? What does that mean? The next second, countless skill panels appeared before my eyes. I stared at them, and the more I looked, the more speechless I became. What the hell is this? Why are there only useless skills? Is this system messing with me? Just as I was about to lose it, my eyes landed on one particular skill, getting spider webs level 1. I fell into deep thought. Spider silk's tensile strength and elasticity are over 3 times stronger than steel of the same thickness. Moreover, it's moisture resistant, able to stay durable even after long-term exposure to sunlight. I smiled slightly. This is it. Although the process was a bit rough, this time, I still got exactly what I wanted. Well then, it's decided. I'll go with getting spider webs. As the summoning circle activated again, a brilliant light lit up the entire territory. Javier squinted in a daze, stunned by the sudden brightness. He felt like he just had a really weird dream, and my brand new summon creature was actually a bird. That's right, it could even fly. What's more surprising surprising was this summoned creature could grow larger with red seeds and carry people for long distance travel, and on its back, it carried a special backpack that could spit out incredibly tough spider silk. I tested the silk's strength with Mana Circle, and to my surprise, even under such intense tension, the silk only stretched a tiny bit. At that moment, I ordered Goming to head to the prepared flatland nearby. Then, we will use its spider silk to create a mesh net. After hearing the command, Goming let out a sigh. Honestly, this guy is great in every way, but it has one fatal flaw. Suddenly, Goming completely ignored orders and dove straight into the forest. After landing, it shoved me off its back with its butt. I landed face first, eating dirt like a total fool. Furious, I turned and shouted, "You bastard, what the hell are you doing?" Turns out, the truth was, this guy is just so damn lazy. It thinks everything is too much trouble. Now, even though I have a material that can replace rebar for retaining walls, the problem is, how do I get this guy to actually work? Last night, right after summoning it, I tried asking nicely, "Could you show me what your spider silk looks like?" It let out a long sigh, plopped down on the ground, and completely gave up on life. I don't care. Why should I be born for labor and live a life of labor? I thought to myself, this guy's kinda got personality. Back then, it was Padong who stepped up and tried to motivate it. Let's contribute to infrastructure development and improve the quality of human life. Only then can we earn rewards and a sense of achievement. Create your own mindset. Become an existence that brings happiness to the world. Under Padong's brainwashing, Goming barely agreed to give it a try. However, it only worked for a short while today before slumping down like a corpse again. Helpless, Padong had to step up and give another pep talk. Let's all work hard together. But Goming looked completely puzzled and asked back, why do we always have to do the hard work? The world, even if left alone, it'll still keep developing just fine. And since you're the one who summoned me, you'll definitely feed me and take care of me. After hearing that, I instantly exploded with rage, and a dangerous thought suddenly popped into my head. What if I just roast it right now? Roast pigeon must taste absolutely delicious. Padong was furious too. You shouldn't think like that. Annoyed, Goming spat out the twig in its mouth, and it hit Padong square on the forehead. As everyone knows, Padong usually has a great temper, but once it gets angry, it's truly terrifying. Padong slowly turned to look at me, and I instantly understood what it meant. Without a word, I handed over a red seed. Instantly, Padong grew huge. Gamong tried to fly away, but Padong grabbed its feet. At that moment, Padong couldn't stop his mouth from watering. The next second, it chomped down on Goming. I stood to the side, getting more and more scared as I watched, because Padong actually swallowed Goming whole. Completely exhausted and roughed up, Goming lay on the ground, barely breathing. Padong wiped the drool from the corner of its mouth and said in a dangerous tone, "So, still feel like playing around?" Terrified, Goming frantically waved its wings and shouted in panic, "No more! I will work!" After hearing this, Padong turned toward me with a wicked grin, as if to say, "Well, was that fierce enough?" I immediately gave it a big thumbs up. As expected, from ancient times to now, the best way to deal with troublemakers is a good beating. Now that the final materials are ready, we can officially begin the large-scale terraced field project. Step 1. Dig the soil and build the slope. Step 2. Let Beyond use the giant sieve to filter out soft soil from the dug-up dirt. Step 3. On the filtered soil, have Goming spit spider silk in a grid pattern to form a mesh structure. Step 4. Have Padong motivate Goming to make sure it doesn't slack off. Step 5. Lay another layer of soil over the grid-shaped spider silk. Repeat this process of layering soil and refilling material to ultimately create a stable terraced structure. Final step. Use this reinforced refill material to completely cover the surrounding area. Then accurately fill the stone cages with rocks and cobblestones. Just like that, the first section is complete. At this pace, it should all be done before spring arrives. Once farmland is assigned to the refugees and housing construction speeds up, everything should be finished by next year. If that happens, my life as a laborer can finally come to an end. What awaits me next is the free life of a rich, jobless man. As the days went by, Bayern and Count Frontera have to deal with mountains of paperwork every day. Soon after, the system notification sounded. Frontera County's terraced farmland construction complete. You've become one of the best civil engineers in this continent. You received 800 bonus relationship points. Your current relationship points is 4,070. At this moment, I lay leisurely on the lawn, fully enjoying this rare moment of peace. Because right now, I don't have to do anything. There are hordes of people working for me. At the same time, I've also obtained a brand new title, the leader of those who are tired. This title increased the Northern Mountain Terraced Farmland's chance of a great harvest by 300% and boosted its yield by 200%. At that point, I was so relaxed that I actually started playing chess against myself, and I was having the time of my life. Javier looked on with a dumbfounded expression. "Young master, is it really fun playing by yourself?" I immediately retorted, "This is way too fun. As long as it's not work, everything feels exciting and joyful." Javier recalled that since that day, this was the first time he'd seen the young master playing, and the reason I could be this relaxed was all thanks to Bayern managing the construction. Also, ever since salaries were raised, the soldiers' motivation had skyrocketed. Right now, everything was progressing extremely smoothly. However, at that moment, a sudden thought crossed my mind. In my previous life, my father once told me, when you feel like everything is going smoothly, instinctively, you must start to question, is it really okay? Instantly, I jolted upright and said to Javier, Javier, sleep late tonight. I've got something to do before I sing you a lullaby. I need to go check if it's really okay. Immediately after, I went outside and opened the ending spoiler feature. Right now, it's the only way to look into upcoming events and see if everything is truly safe and sound. As the scene shifted, the image before my eyes shocked me to the core. I was lying in bed, on the verge of death, looking like I'd aged 40 or 50 years. I stared in horror at my appearance, completely unable to comprehend what had happened. Javier was beside me, channeling all his mana in an attempt to save me, but it had no effect. Suddenly, the me lying on the bed spoke weakly. Stop it, Javier. It's no use and you know it. Live on, and burn them. I stood to the side, watching this scene with a puzzled expression. Burn? What exactly needs to be burned? At that moment, I suddenly muttered in a low voice, as if confessing a secret. Actually, I'm not really the Count's son. But at this moment, Javier no longer cared about that. You are the one who protected my second home and the hero who saved tens of thousands of refugees. I will make sure your story spreads across the world. As soon as the words fell, I saw myself slowly close my eyes, completely losing breath. At the same time, the four summoned creatures gradually faded away. I stood frozen, staring at everything before me, grateful in my heart. Thank goodness, this is just a future scene. As long as I calm down and make rational judgments and decisions, there must be a way to change this tragic ending. Suddenly, I noticed an important detail. Javier's appearance hadn't changed at all. This means that this event happens in the near future. I looked down at my own thin, withered legs, clearly the result of severe dehydration. The scene continued, and Javier carried my corpse outside. However, in the plaza before him, there were countless corpses lying all around. Looking around, I was horrified to discover that aside from me, everyone here was already dead. Moreover, Javier was pouring oil over these corpses. At this moment, I finally understood. I was telling Javier to burn the bodies earlier. If that's the case, then within the territory, a massive infectious disease must have broken out. But what kind of illness could turn the entire territory into hell in an instant? I'm not a doctor from another world. I know nothing about diseases at all. Can I even stop this? Suddenly, I heard Javier in the scene speak up. Young Master Lloyd, no matter who you really are, your final wishes were for me to say these words as I burned your body. Remember Vienna. I was stunned hearing those words, and then, the spoiler feature ended, and the surrounding scene instantly vanished, bringing me back to the current timeline. The final words kept echoing in my mind. Remember Vienna. What kind of last words are those? Why the cryptic message? Wait a minute. What if this cryptic message was meant to be heard by the past me? What if the dying me had already uncovered the truth behind the outbreak and left this hint so I could stop it? I started pacing in circles, thinking hard. What kind of infectious disease could possibly be linked to Vienna? Suddenly, I stopped in my tracks, and a flash of insight struck my mind. That's it. It all makes sense. I have to admit, the future me is a genius. The next morning, I immediately went to find Byron. Byron asked in confusion, Young Master, did you say you want to borrow people from Cremo? That's right. I need as many professional quarrymen as possible. Byron furrowed his brows. I think the labor costs would be too high for that. What choice do we have? We'll need to borrow from Count Cremo. After all, everyone in our territory is busy farming, and the soldiers and orcs are also busy working on the apartments. Byron looked even more puzzled. Young Master, just how large scale is the project you're planning? Maybe as big as the honey apartments, because this project will span across the entire territory. This time, the enemy we're facing is an epidemic, and not just any epidemic but cholera. So, I need to construct an underground passage that runs beneath the entire territory. Even though I know nothing about medicine, humanity's weapon against disease isn't limited to medicine alone. I will solve the problem of infectious disease at its root by making a sewer system, a waterway for human waste. And that, remember Vienna, refers to the city of Vienna in Austria, which experienced an explosive population boom after entering the Industrial Revolution. But back then, the city lacked a proper sewage system, which caused the waste of a massive population to be dumped directly into the river. Logically speaking, this waste should have been carried away by the river and naturally decomposed by microorganisms. However, a sudden harsh winter completely froze the entire river. As a result, the waste couldn't be washed away. It kept accumulating and decaying beneath the ice, polluting the groundwater, and ultimately triggered cholera. And the current situation in our territory is exactly the same as Vienna back then. Whether it's this year or next year, as long as this river freezes over, everything will end up just like Vienna. I scratched my head, feeling frustrated. Why is it that every time I just want to relax, some new job always comes knocking? But just you wait. Neither disease nor demons can stop me from living my dream of eating, drinking, and having fun. However, while demons might not stop my dream of indulgence, just thinking about bearing a huge pile of debt again makes me feel completely drained. If I only paid the wages of those workers brought in from outside, I could barely manage the expenses. But what about their food, lodging, and travel expenses? Just thinking about it makes me feel so miserable. The poison known as indebtedness was relentlessly devouring my soul. Meanwhile, on the other side, an orc approached Commander Greg, furiously demanding, "How could you abandon Emily? How could you do something so hurtful to her?" It turns out, this orc once had feelings for a woman who later ended up with Greg. But today, he witnessed Greg flirting with another girl. Greg responded with a puzzled look. I have no idea what you're talking about. What does that Emily woman have to do with me? Hearing that, the red-haired orc was enraged and immediately threw a punch at Commander Greg. However, unexpectedly, Greg countered with a punch, knocking the opponent straight to the ground. It turned out the soldiers of Frontera, after countless physical labor and training, had already learned how to harness the power of mana. Now, they had reached the level where an ordinary soldier of the territory could fight 10 enemy troops alone. However, they usually only used that strength in shoveling. The red-haired orc wiped its cheeks, then got into a stance, ready for a real showdown. At the same time, Officer Greg also took a stance, with the battle on the verge of breaking out. At that critical moment, a familiar voice broke the tension. You're too slow. Byron suddenly appeared, interrupting them on the spot. He pointed at Greg and looked at him coldly, his tone unfriendly. Greg, I've been calling you for so long. Why are you still here? Do you think you're getting paid just to hang around here? Hurry up and pack your things. You're coming on a business trip with me later. I asked for you to accompany me because I trusted you, but now you're slacking off before we've even left. Before they left, Greg and the red-haired orc met each other's gaze. The air between them grew heavy with tension. Neither of them said a word, but it was clear this wasn't over yet. Soon after, Byron explained that he was planning to take Greg with him to borrow manpower from Cremo, but Greg looked confused after hearing that. Sir Byron, isn't this totally unnecessary? All the people in the territory and the refugees want to repay Lord Lloyd's kindness. As long as we say the word, they'll gather on their own. At that moment, outside the Count's mansion, a large crowd of residents and refugees had already gathered. Each one wore a smile, full of excitement, and they shouted in unison, Young Master Lloyd, please give us work. We don't need wages. We're willing to do anything for the young master. Everything is for the young master. Faced with such a massive scene, I was completely stunned. I never expected it to turn out like this. But soon, I shouted loudly, be quiet. The hardest thing to trust is when people do something for the sake of others. It's easier to trust when someone's doing something for their own sake. And also, did you just say you're willing to work without pay? Sorry, I don't hire people for free, so don't even think about working for free. I'll be writing up a contract now. In an instant, a thunderous cheer resounded across the entire territory. Faced with this overwhelming scene, I was genuinely moved by their enthusiasm, quietly wiping away the tears at the corner of my eyes. However, I had no idea at the time. The intelligence about the Frontera territory had already reached the hands of the enemy nation's king, Samarkand, but this intel was just a bit too absurd. The contents of the letter were as follows. The monster domino effect ended at a village in the west. On that land, they raised a giant bird that split the sky, a beast that upheaved the earth, a sea monster that swallow oceans, a serpent that devour mountains, and a magical beasts that shake the heavens and the earth. The workers in that village can knock down orc warriors barehanded, and the old clerks run faster than the wind. As for the white cavalry, once considered a threat, ended up wielding shovels instead of spears. Even the elves and orcs were merely sent to build houses. If their civilian workers harbor this much strength, the might of their army is unimaginable. After reading the letter, King Samarkand felt a chill down his spine. What the hell is with that place? Meanwhile, at the Lacona territory, the blonde brat to the side, watching his subordinates brawl for entertainment with great interest. Why did you stop? He urged impatiently. Do you want to watch your wives and children starve to death? It turned out he was using food as a bargaining chip, forcing them to fight each other, watching them beat each other bloody. The blonde shouted excitedly. Yes, just like that. Now this is worth watching. However, just then, a figure quietly appeared beside him. The blonde brat was instantly scared out of his wits, almost dropping dead on the spot. You're always acting scared when you see me. You're embarrassing me here. After saying this, I looked at his subordinates before me and said calmly, having a hierarchy sure is great. It even lets you play games like this at will. Let me join in too. I want to try it. The blonde brat turned pale with fright. No, young master, you're the noble son of a count. How could we let you fight? I smiled and replied, what nonsense are you spouting? Obviously I'm asking you to fight. Upon hearing this, the blonde brat turned completely to stone, because the one he had to face was Javier. Javier let out a sigh. The next second, an aura sword formed instantly. Since it's the order of the count's heir, I have no choice but to obey. The blonde brat frantically backed away. Wait, stop it. Don't use that. Put it away. I looked at him in confusion. Why are you asking him to stop? If you feel it's unfair, you can pick up a sword too, you know? Instantly, the blonde brat dropped to his knees, begging for mercy, crying out repeatedly, young master, I was wrong. Please forgive me. If you think having a sword master fight you is too much, then I'll fight you myself. As soon as I said that, I charged up and landed a punch right on the blonde brat's face. He crashed to the ground, and a few more teeth fell from his mouth. From the corner of his eye, 2 silent tears rolled down. At that moment, I noted down what he had done today in the document requesting his return to school. The blonde brat tried to get up and told me to stop. Why do you keep asking people not to do things? I'm the son of a count, you asshole. Immediately after, I ordered Padong and Goming to send the document. At that moment, I looked at the 2 uncles who had just been forced to fight and said, go to Frontera and find Sir Byron. From today on, you're residents of that territory, so make sure you work hard. Meanwhile, Lacona jolted awake, thinking to himself, that guy appeared in my dream again. What an annoying start of the day. Suddenly, urgent knocking echoed through the morning air. Lacona, already in a foul mood from his dream, grew even more furious upon hearing the noise. Who is it? Get lost. But to his shock, the person outside actually talked back. It's an urgent matter. I need to tell you about it right away. Lacona flew into a rage, grabbed the whip by his bed, and stormed toward the door in fury. How dare a lowlife like you talk back to me? Did you forget what the whip feels like? However, the moment he opened the door and saw the very face from his nightmare, Lacona fainted on the spot from sheer fright. I looked at Lacona, collapsed on the ground, then turned back and asked Javier with confusion, "Hey, is my face really that scary?" Javier looked disgusted and casually replied, "Well, it's definitely not a pleasant sight." I dragged Lacona outside. "Viscount, your territory starts from here and ends over there. I'm going to tear it all down and turn it into a quarry. Take note of that." Lacona stared in horror, eyes wide. "Wait, why are you doing this all of a sudden?" Annoyed, I grabbed his beard and said, "Viscount, you're doing it again. With our relationship, do I really need to explain myself to you? As it turns out, for constructing a large-scale sewer system, granite is a better option than cement. That way, there won't be any tilting or cracking even after many years." After notifying Viscount Lacona, I immediately called in the construction team. "Everyone, starting now, we're going to build a grand road. This road must lead straight from the quarry base all the way to our territory, and most importantly, the road must be perfectly straight." As soon as the workers began construction, they found that Lacona's mansion stood directly in the way. Without another word, they swung their hammers and started smashing. In no time at all, Lacona's mansion was split clean in half. I consoled Lacona, "Don't worry, Viscount, we'll build you a brand new house. As for the servants in your mansion, they'll be relocated to the mansion in my territory, and I'll assign someone to help with your errands." And that person was Malika. Viscount Lacona and his son could only cower in the corner, trembling with fear. They never dared to ask that muscle-bound elf to do anything. With all those arrangements settled, construction of the underground sewer system across the entire territory officially began. I assigned Byron to supervise the quarry, since having an experienced command expert in charge meant I could slack off in peace. To build the quarry, we had to tear down entire mountains, but that wasn't a concern at all. After all, the territory was full of orcs and monsters, and every one of them was prime labor. As for building the residential zones, naturally, that task was handed over to the elves. They not only had superb comprehension, but their physical abilities far surpassed those of normal people, allowing them to perfectly replicate the structures of the Honey apartment complex. And best of all, their only form of payment was just beef. Now the only problem is dealing with the sludge. We definitely can't have the engineer corps dig it out slowly with shovels. After all, the sheer volume of sludge is overwhelming, and they'd likely be poisoned by the fumes before they finish. So, like in modern tech, we'll need to incinerate it all at high temperatures in one go. But having Javier or Bangul handle it just isn't realistic. We can't exactly assign them to work at the sewers every day, right? So what should I do? Where could I possibly find a slave that can breathe large amounts of fire and is willing to go in and out of the sewers every day? Suddenly, I snapped my fingers. That's it. That's the right slave. Soon after, Javier and I went to find the dwarven craftsman, Corgidus. "You want me to make you a suit of armor using Alencia tree sap?" Corgidus looked at me, puzzled. "Why would you need armor like that? Don't tell me you're going to catch a dragon or something." I smiled slightly. "That's right. I am going to catch a dragon." "Who's doing that?" "It's this guy behind me." Javier stood behind me, utterly resigned, but unable to protest. He could only grit his teeth and bear it. "The target is a red dragon sitting atop the food chain, but this dragon is deeply troubled. It wants to intricately carve a diamond to propose to a female dragon. Unfortunately, its carving skills are terrible, and no female dragon would ever accept such an ugly gemstone. It despises its own useless dragon claws. As it turns out, among dragons, a male must carve a gemstone so exquisite that it stuns the female into saying yes. Only then can the female dragons eat happily, thus granting approval and recognizing one as a capable male dragon. But his carving skills are even worse than his destruction skills. Back then, crafting gemstones wasn't this difficult, because all he had to do was invade and loot human castles, or kidnap dwarves and force them to do the work. But one day, a being known as the Dragon King actually married a human girl, and he personally enacted the Dragon Clan Law. This law strictly forbids any dragons from looting or threatening other races. This directly caused the younger generation of dragons to no longer be able to obtain gemstones through robbery. They had to search for mineral veins on their own and refine them with their own claws. The single red dragon, Solitas, was now crying out in anger. Those damn old geezers. They hoarded so many gems through looting and intimidation, and now they suddenly pretend to be virtuous, creating laws to forbid us from doing the same? Then what are us younger dragons supposed to do? However, the very next second, his expression changed drastically when a strange human voice suddenly spoke. "I completely understand how you feel. I've seen many people like that. They made their fortune through shortcuts and shady tricks, but then turned around and lectured the younger generation, saying that taking shortcuts is bad." The single red dragon, Solitas, instantly erupted in fury, a fierce light blazing in his eyes. He opened his massive maw, and his dragon breath began to gather in his throat. "A human? You actually managed to break through the trap I set?" I replied indifferently. "That's right, but we just wanted to have a proper talk with the great dragon, so we took care of those little traps first. You're Solitas, aren't you? I have have a very appealing proposal for you. However, Solitas couldn't hear a word I said. He immediately opened his mouth and unleashed an incredibly intense burst of dragon breath. Furious, Solitas roared, "It's all because of you humans that I can't even get a wife. I'm going to burn all of you to ashes." At that moment, I sighed inwardly. As expected, this dragon was completely incapable of controlling its rage. Javier then asked, "So, young master, what exactly is your plan?" I strolled leisurely through the dragon's breath, completely unfazed. "My plan? Didn't I already tell you?" Javier was completely puzzled. "When was that? I don't recall you mentioning one. Before we came here, didn't I tell you to catch a dragon?" Javier's face darkened. "Young master, please stop joking around. What you mentioned is a result, not a plan. Just tell me what we're supposed to do next. I'll trust your plan and follow it exactly as you say." However, I impatiently replied, "Step 1, you fight. Step 2, you capture it." After saying that, I directly shoved Javier forward. The single red dragon, Solitas, was shocked to see Javier take its dragon breath and come out unscathed. Is there some special power in that stupid-looking armor of his? It felt completely enraged. "In that case, I'll crush you all with brute force." Meanwhile, I hid behind a large boulder, secretly cheering Javier on. Javier looked helpless, but he didn't retreat. He instantly formed an aura sword. At that moment, Solitas' dragon claw came slashing down hard. However, Javier's figure flickered, and he nimbly dodged to the side. Solitas instantly flew into a rage, going berserk like a mad beast, launching a flurry of wild attacks. You lowly human insects. However, no matter how fierce its attacks were, Javier dodged them all with ease. The more Solitas fought, the angrier it became. "This is pissing me off." Suddenly, a thought flashed through Javier's mind. "Wait a minute, I think I can actually beat this dragon." At that moment, a wicked smile appeared on my face. That's right, of course Javier can defeat it. Even though in the original novel, Javier had gone through a tough battle, but in the end, he still won. Moreover, at that time, Javier had only just awakened as a sword master. His strength was only slightly above that of Her Majesty the Queen and Kyle. But right now, Javier had long surpassed an average sword master and become a high-level sword master. Solitas' attacks had no chance of hitting him. Solitas' expression changed drastically. It stared at Javier in shock. What was that just now? Did this human actually perform a double jump in midair? It turned out Javier had learned a special footwork technique from the elves, and by channeling his mana, he created a mana platform in midair. I stood to the side, dumbfounded, thinking, a protagonist really is capable of anything. Javier leapt back and forth in the air, mercilessly toying with Solitas, but he still didn't let his guard down. After all, even a newly mature dragon was still one of the most powerful beings in this world. So, Javier held nothing back, gathered a massive amount of mana, and infused it into his aura sword, Aura Blast. With a thunderous blast, he struck Solitas square in the chest. At first, Solitas looked confused. That attack doesn't seem like much. However, in the very next second, a wave of searing pain instantly swept through his entire body. Solitas burst into tears, rolling on the ground in agony, letting out heart-wrenching screams. It hurts so much. But Javier's assault wasn't over yet. He closed in again, Aura sword raised high. Solitas completely panicked, frantically swinging his claw and shouting, "Wait!" I stood on the side, watching this scene, and thought, some people might wonder, how could a mighty dragon possibly fear a human? But Solitas' fear was exactly that kind of situation. It's like you're sleeping at night, and a bedbug suddenly appears in your room, and it even tries to provoke you. So you grab the bug spray and blast it in the face, and even after being doused with it, not only was it completely unharmed, it even picked up a pencil and stabbed you with it. Just imagine how terrifying that scene would be. And at this moment, in Solitas' eyes, Javier was exactly that kind of incomprehensible, terrifying entity. Solitas trembled all over, tears streaming uncontrollably. "Wait, I have something very important to say." Javier paused slightly, halting his steps. However, in the next second, Solitas suddenly swung its dragon claw, taking advantage of Javier's brief lapse in vigilance, and smashed straight down on him. Die! Dust flew, and the ground collapsed, but as the smoke cleared, Solitas was stunned. The spot that should have been hit was completely empty. In the next moment, it suddenly sensed a murderous aura approaching from behind. It was Javier, who had already dodged away and raised his aura sword, Aura Blast. A thunderous strike landed squarely on Solitas' back. The pain made it howl on the spot, but that wasn't the end. Javier's aura sword struck like a raging storm, thrusting again and again at Solitas, each time unleashing a precise aura blast. "Stop it! It really hurts!" Solitas pleaded desperately, and I lay leisurely to the side, quietly enjoying the scene. This was all part of my plan. In fact, Solitas' next move is already obvious. It was about to use its smoke screen breath. Normally, if a human faced a bug that couldn't be killed by pesticide and even fought back, they'd choose to flee. And even the mighty dragon was no exception in this case. Sure enough, Solitas did just that. It transformed into human form in the smoke, trying to escape in the chaos. But just as it dashed out of the smoke and hid behind a boulder, it immediately began to cast a teleportation spell. However, the next second, a thunderous bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky. Solitas was struck, scorched all over, and collapsed on the ground, spiraling into deep self-doubt. Oh right, I installed an anti-teleportation trap. I was stupid in in the past, but I'm even more stupid today. At that moment, I slowly walked up to it. Solitas looked utterly confused as it lifted its head, eyes full of caution as it watched me approach step by step. Allow me to formally greet you once more, Great Dragon Lord Solitas. I am the eldest son of the Count Frontera. Solitas stood up and pretended not to be a dragon, saying, I'm not a dragon. I gave a slight smile without saying a word, and he kept up the act. Where am I? How did I get here? In the next second, Javier released an aura sword slash and struck Solitas on the back. As expected, you're the Great Dragon. Getting hit by that move usually does more than make someone squawk. What's with the two of you? Why are you doing this to me? I smiled slightly and replied, I told you right from the start. I'm here to offer you a good proposal. Tears welled up in Solitas' eyes as it shouted, then you should have talked about it instead of poking me. You were trying to kill us. And my man here was taken by surprise that he fought back. Realizing he was wrong, Solitas calmed down and asked what my proposal was. I grinned mischievously and thought, yes, the prep work is all done. In the novel, when Solitas attacked the elves, he obviously had anger issues. Clearly, it's impossible to have a conversation with a dragon like this in the first place, so I had to resort to force. But a dragon is still a dragon. Because its pride has been hurt by being forced down by humans, it'll be hard to start negotiations. Just then, I looked towards Javier and said, you bastard. How could a mere human treat Lord Dragon like that? You even raised a sword against Lord Dragon. Who told you to do that? At that moment, Javier froze, visibly confused. He thought to himself, wasn't it you, young master, who told me to fight it? However, I ignored Javier's reaction and continued speaking. Fortunately, Lord Solitas is broad-minded. Otherwise, the two of us would have been roasted like suckling pigs by now. Solitas nodded behind me, expressing strong agreement. You filthy wretch, get over there. Kneel and put your hands above your head. Javier listened in disbelief to every word, completely stunned. Are you deaf or something? Get over there and kneel already. Javier was still in shock, unable to respond at all, but for some reason, his body moved on its own. He really went off to the side, knelt obediently, and raised both hands high. At that moment, I bowed low and respectfully greeted Solitas. Lord Solitas, please have a seat. Solitas coughed slightly and said, okay. As Solitas sat down, I spoke up. Lord Solitas, there's something I'd like to ask you. After everything I'd just done, Solitas' confidence had swelled dramatically. Very well, what do you want to ask? At that moment, my expression suddenly turned dark and sinister. You want to get married, right? Solitas' face instantly turned red, its heart raced, and the entire dragon froze. How do you know about that? I didn't answer its question, but continued speaking. Because your craftsmanship is terrible. You haven't been able to carve a decent gemstone, so you're still unmarried, right? The more Solitas listened, the more terrified its expression became. How do you know so much? More importantly, how do you know where my lair is? At this moment, I gave it a meaningful smile. I can make sure you get married within 10 years. Solitas' eyes widened instantly. In a split second, its expression changed from shock to ecstatic joy. Really? You're saying I can get married within 10 years? But in the next second, it suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, first answer my questions. However, I still didn't answer, and instead gave an even deeper smile. Are you excited to finally be in a loving relationship with a female dragon? You can skate on the Arctic with your claws intertwined, exchange sweet love letters with your telepathy, and use the moonlight in the night sky to make beautiful tail hearts. Solitas was instantly completely swept away by one romantic fantasy after another. His heartbeat thumped faster and faster, as if he were already immersed in beautiful visions of the future. Seeing that the timing was perfect, I immediately pulled out a contract and said, as long as you sign this, you'll be able to get married. Solitas' eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? As long as I sign, I can get married? I nodded with a smile, replying firmly, that's right, you just need to sign your name at the bottom. Blinded by love, Solitas didn't hesitate at all. He picked up the pen and signed his name on the contract. But in the very next second, my expression suddenly changed. The atmosphere around us shifted eerily, and the air was thick with a sense of danger. I snatched the contract, stood up, and slowly said, I recall that there's a clause in the dragon law. Any dragon who signs a contract with a human and then breaks it will be punished with the Dragon King's breath judgment. Solitas' eyes widened as cold sweat instantly broke out across his face. At that moment, Solitas finally realized everything. He understood that he had just been tricked by this demon bastard. Several days later, Javier and I returned to the territory with Solitas, now in human form. All the surrounding residents were whispering among themselves, Master Lloyd has returned from this trip. Every time the young master goes out, he brings back someone impressive. I thought he'd bring back a real dragon this time. I didn't expect it to just be some listless looking guy. But little did they know, this red-haired young man was, in fact, a genuine dragon. At that moment, I was bursting with excitement, secretly thinking to myself, this is perfect. All the sewage sludge from building the underground system, Solitas can take care of it with a single blast of dragon breath. Afterward, I brought Solitas to the workshop of the dwarf craftsman, Corgitus. According to the contract, Corgitus had to personally teach Solitas advanced gemstone refinement methods, and Solitas had to perform one incineration job each day. Solitas was filled with resentment. I'm a dragon, and I have to clean up human excrement. This is the ultimate humiliation for a dragon. I smiled and calmly said, I know this must be hard for you to accept, so that's why I put a little pressure on you to sign the contract. Otherwise, there's no way you would have agreed so easily. And without that, you'd never have the chance to learn advanced gemstone refinement. If that happens, your dream of getting married would probably become a distant fantasy. Pride is certainly important, but if that pride gets in the way of your marriage, which one do you think matters more? Hearing this, Solitas fell silent. In the next second, he turned to Corgetus and bowed his head respectfully, saying, "Teacher, please teach me well." While stroking his beard, Corgetus said, "I'm actually taking a mighty dragon as an apprentice." Before Corgetus could even process what was happening, Solitas spoke with determination. "Of course, dragons are the strongest beings in the world, but when it comes to craftsmanship, you are the best in this world. So please, save my clumsy dragon claws." Hearing this, I smiled faintly from the side and thought to myself, this guy may be a bit slow, but as expected of a dragon, he really knows how to read the situation. Corgetus finally snapped out of it. "Alright, I have no reason to refuse, but I might be a little harsh. Can you handle that?" Solitas' expression turned serious. "I'm fully prepared." However, just a second after he finished speaking, Corgetus suddenly roared, "Then stop standing around like an idiot and bring me the materials." Solitas froze on the spot. He pointed at himself, visibly trembling. "You're talking to me? Do you expect your teacher to do it all for you? Get moving!" Solitas panicked and bolted out of the room, flying back to his lair at top speed to fetch the raw gemstones. And just like that, the deal officially got on track. The contract turned into a mutually beneficial arrangement. Solitas traded his pride for a chance to change his future. After receiving the world's highest level of craftsmanship training, Corgetus became the first dwarf in history to boss a dragon around. And not only that, he found immense joy in doing so. I thought back to the countless absurd contracts I had signed in the past. Every time, the other party would pretend to say, "Everything is up to you to decide." But deep down, what they were really thinking was, "Someone like you doesn't deserve the right to choose anything." That kind of thing shouldn't even be called a contract. It should be called blatant coercion. A contract is where all parties benefit. Of course, I had to make a little profit from it too. Just as I was walking out of the workshop with joy in my heart, the system's notification suddenly rang. "You have changed another tragic fate into something positive." The fire dragon Solitas lost his horns in the fight against Javier, suffering fatal injuries before returning to his den. In the end, he died alone in a place where no one would ever find him. I muttered, "Is that so?" In the novel, it only showed him running out of his den, but the system's broadcast wasn't over yet. If it weren't for you, the Frontera couple would have ceased to exist in this world as well. The Count is multi-talented. He's now free of debt, focusing all his efforts into the work he hasn't been able to do in the past. He's happy right now. You made this happen. Julian, who was supposed to die in a foreign land, is now being acknowledged as the best student in his school. You made this happen. It's impossible to count the number of lives you've saved. After hearing this long string of reports, a smug smile appeared on my face, and I immediately spoke. "Then give me money. You must earn your own money. Then give me relationship points. You are so unsentimental. But honestly, what I need now are skills. After all, I'm about to begin constructing a sewer system across the entire territory. The problem is, my surveying skills currently cover only limited areas, and for a project of this scale, I'd need to collect data from one section after another and then stitch it all together. It's just too much hassle. To improve efficiency, I directly spent 1,200 relationship points to upgrade intermediate design to advanced design. Originally, I thought with advanced design, I'd be able to plan larger areas in one go, but to my surprise, I actually unlocked an additional exclusive bonus skill. The name of the skill was Construction Guidelines. I looked completely confused, thinking, what does this skill even do? Just then, the system prompted me to project a previously saved 3D floor plans. I decided to play along, and in the next second, the 3D layout suddenly expanded several times and projected right in front of me. Not only that, the holographic projection wasn't just visible to me. All the workers could see it too. I was amazed, thinking this was going to make everything twice as efficient with half the effort. I need to test this out right away. Soon after, Javier looked at the green circle projected on the ground with a puzzled expression. "Young master, what is this?" "This is where you're supposed to dig. I'll explain the details later, but can you just listen to me and do this first?" After digging, a green light was visible inside as well. I pointed to a spot on the projection and said, "Try digging just outside this glowing circle." Javier lifted his shovel and dug outside the circle. In that instant, a disgustingly handsome face rose up from the pit. "Come on, do a proper job, will you?" Javier looked at that familiar, punch-worthy face, his mouth twitching, expression gradually twisting. How obnoxious. "Hey, aren't you being too careless with your words?" "That's my face," Javier said coldly. If every mistake on site triggered that face, no one would ever dare make a mistake again. I said, "Stop saying stuff like that. I'm hurt by it." Suddenly, Javier asked, "So, what is it this time? Are you going to say that you were a genius of illusion magic all along, or that this is a magic tool you stole from a dark sorcerer?" I froze, thinking to myself, that came out of nowhere. I think it'll be hard to lie to him any further. So I smiled slightly and asked Javier which one sounds more plausible. The latter, wear an appropriate necklace when you go around. "Alright, I'll do that." Hearing this, Javier turned around and said, "Then that will be the story I stick with." At this point, although I don't have a lot of answers I can give Javier, I still asked him if there's anything else he's curious about. Javier immediately replied, my curiosity isn't what's important right now. What's important is that you save everyone in the county. Hearing this, I was taken aback. In the next second, I said confidently, of course I will, silently thanking him for believing in me. The next morning, Byron gathered all the workers. From this moment on, we will begin building the full territory underground sewer system. We will rescue lives from the clutches of disease. I want to hear everyone out loud. What's our motto? The workers, as if injected with adrenaline, roared in unison. Safety first. No injuries allowed. Anyone who gets hurt is done for. Weaklings, go do the safe jobs. Watching this scene unfold, I grew increasingly uneasy and turned to Javier and asked, why have they become like this? Javier said nothing, his expression deeply conflicted, but in his heart, he knew the answer all too well. Don't you have even the slightest clue yourself? Aren't they all just learning from you? If the sewage and waste within the county is thrown into the sewer, then they'll flow through the sewer pipes into the main sewer. The small sewer pipes can be dug in by Padon alone, but the size of the main sewage tunnel is too much for him. So what we need is the cheer squad. Seeing Bangul cheered for him, Baibiang immediately dug in full power. Meanwhile, one of the workers dug outside the green light, and that disgustingly handsome face appeared. Come on, seriously? Shockingly, when the workers saw my face, they all started cheering. Yes, it's the young master's angry face. That's what I want when I work. Soon, all around the territory, my face kept appearing. The young master just yelled at us. I bet you're jealous. His face over here is scarier. Our side's face is ugly. I never expected things to spiral like this. I shouted furiously at them. This feature is supposed to make you follow the construction guidelines, and yet you're actually enjoying it. As time passed, several heavy spring rains fell across the territory. After 3 months of construction, the small-scale sewer systems had progressed smoothly, all thanks to the construction guidelines skill. Even the main central sewer system was being built at lightning speed. I said to Byron, I want to extend the core main sewer straight out to that plain over there and build the sludge treatment facility there. Byron frowned immediately upon hearing this. Young master, that's the place where the mastodons that attacked us settled down. Will that be okay? I casually replied. With Baibiang constantly moving around the site, they probably won't approach easily, but we should still be careful. Go notify all workers. If they encounter mastodons, just retreat quietly. However, I had still underestimated the situation. That day, while I was enjoying my peaceful life, Padon came to me and anxiously explained everything that had happened. I looked at him, puzzled. You're saying something strange was discovered at the construction site? When I arrived at the scene, my expression immediately turned serious. I stared grimly at what lay below. It was the corpse of a mastodon, already decayed. Judging by the level of rot, it hadn't died too long ago. What was even more baffling was that it had been buried in such a deep pit. Judging by the scene, it was clearly buried intentionally. Who did this, and why? Just then, Baibiang told me it smelled something, so I ordered the workers to keep digging. However, as the pit grew deeper, I was completely stunned. Buried below wasn't just one mastodon, but dozens of them, and their bodies were neatly arranged. This made me even more uneasy. This situation was never mentioned in the novel. The intel on mastodons only described their basic habits, never anything about their corpses being buried like this. I racked my brain, trying to recall if there was a similar plotline in the novel. Suddenly, it hit me. This was very similar to the chapter about the Namarins barrier. Back then, there had been a ritual involving dark magic. Could it be that this place was also cursed with black magic? At that moment, the corpses of the mastodons began to emit a purple glow. Seeing this, I immediately shouted, everyone fall back. Get out of here now. This is corpse explosion magic. The next second, all the corpses detonated at once. Purple flames surged out of the pit in an instant. At this rate, the workers will be engulfed by the eerie flames. I absolutely can't allow a single worker to get hurt. I made a split-second decision and used triple core mana blast. Whether this works or not, I'll try using the force of explosions to counteract these strange purple flames. Suddenly, Baibiang appeared and blocked the wave of purple fire with its body. Baibiang! At the same time, on the other side, the great dragon Solitas also sensed the anomaly. It squinted at the distant purple flames, frowning. Looks like necromancy. Based on that explosion, it seems to be the corpse of a creature much larger than a human. It fell into deep thought. That fraud seems to be in danger. Should I go help him? But am I obligated to do something like that? Just as Solitas hesitated, it suddenly spotted a figure rushing toward the flames at incredible speed. It was Javier. Even though he wasn't staying with the young master this time, he still charged into the battlefield without hesitation. Solitas continued what he was doing, thinking to himself, since that monstrous guy is already on his way, I guess I don't have to go. Back on the battlefield, Baibiang, having taken the full brunt of the attack alone, had already fallen unconscious, but even worse things were yet to come. The workers stared in horror at the spot where the purple flames had faded, only to see the corpses of the mastodons were standing back up again. And not only that, they were roaring like lunatics, charging straight at us. Run away! Hearing this, the workers immediately ran as fast as they could. Just then, the white cavalry was ready to face the undead mastodon horde head-on, but I quickly intervened. Don't do it! Without hesitation, Blanc ordered a full retreat. At that moment, I desperately racked my brain for a solution. Suddenly, inspiration struck me, and I immediately shouted toward Byron, quick, Go bring over one of the mastodons we raised earlier. At the same time, I told Podong to hold off the undead mastodon horde. Don't be fooled by how he's usually just a giant digging hamster. His combat power is absolutely ferocious. At that moment, once Podong got serious, his entire aura shifted. With a single punch, Podong sent an undead mastodon flying several meters away. But the fight was far from over. He followed up with an elbow strike, and another undead mastodon crashed to the ground. Next, with a graceful spin, he unleashed a flying kick and actually took out 2 undead mastodons at once. But now, even more undead mastodons were charging like a raging flood. Podong's eyes sharpened. With a stomp of his foot and a quick sidestep back, he nimbly dodged their charge. Then, he slowly stood firm and took a stance. The next second, he suddenly crossed his claws, and his aura surged. In an instant, Podong danced gracefully through the undead mastodons like a whirlwind, elegantly weaving between them, punching them away one after another. Seeing this, I was completely stunned, thinking to myself, what on earth has this guy been watching all this time? Though the flurry of combos looked flashy and cool, the number of undead mastodons was still overwhelming. Every time Podong knocked down one wave, a new one charged in right after. And since they were undead, they didn't tire. They didn't feel fear. Seeing that Podong was about to be swallowed by the herd of elephants, I suddenly shouted at them, "You stinky mastodons, stop right there." The undead mastodons actually stopped at the sound of my roar, and all turned their heads toward me in unison. Faced with the undead mastodon horde, I actually tried to enrage them by threatening their child. "One of your baby is in my hands. In 5 seconds, it'll become a pile of meat." The eyes of the undead mastodons changed instantly. Their gaze burned with wild fury. I raised the terrified, struggling baby mastodon in my hand and added, "Something is bothering you, right? You're suddenly getting angry and restless, aren't you? So I suggest you better hurry up and come save it." Sure enough, the entire herd of undead mastodons turned around and charged at me like mad beasts. Perfect! They took the bait. I immediately hoisted the baby mastodon and ran like hell. While running, I patted the baby's head. "You acted brilliantly just now." The novel once described how obsessed mastodons are with protecting their children. Even after becoming undead, they would still fight for them. And previously, there was something else that proved this text was true. At that time, Byron was busy trying to tame some baby mastodons. Those adult mastodons would often sneak over from afar just to check if their children were doing well. At this moment, I shouted loudly, "Podong, we're crossing the canyon. Then we'll hide in the forest at the end. Let's go." Seeing this, the workers were deeply moved when they saw the young master once again risking himself to lure away the monsters. Meanwhile, on the other side, Goming was leisurely lying on a tree, enjoying a peaceful afternoon. Suddenly, a big hand grabbed him out of nowhere. It was Javier. "You still have that red seed the young master gave you, right? Hurry up and eat it. Grow big and fly me north to rescue them." At this moment, I was riding on Podong, dashing wildly ahead. But this can't go on. These undead mastodons don't know what exhaustion is. I tried attacking with Mana Blast. Although it blasted the undead mastodons in front away, those behind immediately caught up. What should I do? Would using triple core Mana Blast work? But after using that move, this whole place will come down. What if we're nearly dead after the blast, but some of them still remain? Then we'll really be dead. Suddenly, Podong abruptly slammed on the brakes and stopped. The road ahead was blocked. Damn it, is there really no way out? I quickly activated simulation mode skill. Sure enough, with Podong's weight, there's no way to climb up. What should I do? I told myself to calm down and remember all my skills, the experiences I have been through, the combinations of those experiences and my estimated limits. Let's move. Not doing anything is just a waste of time. Suddenly, Podong looked on in horror as I actually jumped off its back. Not only that, I walked straight toward the undead mastodon horde. I had just been worried that using triple core Mana Blast would leave me near death, but then I realized it was also the key to breaking through this crisis. The next second, I unleashed a triple core Mana Blast, but strangely enough, I actually launched it toward the sky. The undead mastodon horde trembled in fear from the sheer power of that move. Immediately after, I dropped to my knees and entered a near-death state. At the same time, the undead mastodon horde was drawing closer and closer. Just then, my skill supercharge has activated. In an instant, countless streams of purple dark energy surged toward me. This skill allows me to rapidly absorb all surrounding energy. But that's not all. Since Podong is still nearby, I need to designate the target and direction of absorption. I slowly raised my hand. The undead mastodons, whose energy I was absorbing, began to gradually fade away. The first time I used supercharge, I absorbed Queen Magentano's mana and the surrounding mana, and discovered that my mana heart actually leveled up. So, when I got back to the territory, I immediately went to find Javier, thinking I could test him out as a power bank. Javier looked utterly disgusted. "No way! Please stay away from me." But I didn't care whether he wanted to or not. That's an order. I thought to myself, if using supercharge to replenish mana can help me level up, then you, my power bank, shall become the sacrifice on my road to leveling up. Without hesitation, I unleashed a triple core Mana Blast. Right after, I collapsed to the ground, entering near-death state. Then, my supercharge skill was activated. To avoid damaging the surroundings, I deliberately controlled the skill and absorbed mana only from Javier. Watching his mana slowly drain away, I burst into excited laughter. "I'm going to drain you dry. However, just then, a system warning blared. Error. This type of mana is not something your lowly body can handle. I suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Javier rushed over and pretended to be concerned. Young master, are you alright? But that uncontrollable upward curve at the corner of his mouth was impossible to hide. Although I didn't manage to evolve back then, I did learn how to specify the target and direction of absorption. Now, all of your mana belongs to me. However, the system prompted. You have exceeded the amount of mana that can be absorbed. Mana heart is being expanded forcefully. You have obtained a large amount of skill EXP. I thought to myself, the decayed mana of the undead is completely different from regular toxins. I must circulate my mana heart even more intensely. Only by converting this decayed energy can I fully control this power. At that moment, the system started popping up frantic alerts. Mana heart has taken damage. Strong mana has been used to heal the mana heart. And so, the mana heart continuously cycled between damage and recovery. At the same time, the mana heart's level kept increasing. Sensing things were going wrong, I roared hoarsely, increased the absorption rate. The energy of the entire undead mastodon horde in the canyon was being crazily absorbed by me. Just then, a system notification popped up. Skill rank up. I have successfully advanced to intermediate sword expert, increasing my physical ability by 600%. I slowly stood up and picked up my shovel, and this reborn version of me unexpectedly unlocked a remarkable new skill. New mana heart skill has been activated. I turned to the undead mastodon horde ahead and coldly uttered a single word. Kneel. The next second, the undead mastodon horde all knelt down in unison. The new skill I acquired is undead domination. Immediately after, I tossed a blue seed to Padong and said, Padong, let's go back home. Without hesitation, we immediately started walking across the undead mastodons like stepping stones. Just as I thought everything was going smoothly, the system notification rang. The undead domination skill has a fatal flaw. It can only be activated when I'm facing the undead directly. The moment I turn my back on them, they immediately break free from my control. Even worse, the undead domination skill has a time limit, and now there are only 40 seconds left on the timer. Damn it, now this is bad. Run! The undead mastodons charged at us like lunatics, and we sprinted across their heads to escape the swarm. You bastards, when the hell is this gonna end? However, no matter how fast my legs are, there's no way I can outrun something with 4 legs. The moment the undead domination skill ended, I wrapped my arms around Padong and the baby mastodon, bracing for what came next. Just then, at the critical moment, I felt something yank me away with tremendous force. Looking down, the undead mastodon horde was still charging madly through the canyon. A wave of fear swept over me. I looked up and saw 2 familiar figures in the sky. It was Javier and Goming. In an instant, Javier summoned his aura sword and shouted loudly, "Let's go, Lord Goming." Goming flew close along the canyon wall. Javier's plan was to collapse the canyon wall and bury the entire undead horde alive. Being suspended midair like this, I never want to experience it a second time. At this moment, Javier had already completely shattered the entire canyon wall. The next second, countless boulders rained down like a storm, crashing hard onto the undead mastodon horde. The moment the rocks hit them, they exploded instantly, and loud booms echoed continuously from deep within the canyon. I looked at the hellish scene below, my heart pounding wildly. If it weren't for Javier, I probably would have died here today. Not long after, we landed safely, and Goming was completely exhausted from the flight. I turned to Javier with a big grin. That was amazing. I only survived thanks to you. However, Javier's expression was filled with fury. You can still smile right now. I was stunned by his sudden outburst. It was the first time I had ever seen Javier this angry. Javier stared at me intensely, his voice low but brimming with suppressed fury. Young master, I've told you before, I'm your escort knight, which means I must stay by your side to protect you, but you left me behind to cut steel bars. Did you really think you wouldn't be in danger? I saw everything as I flew over with Goming. You told the workers to evacuate, yet you rushed out alone to act as bait for those monsters. I grinned lazily and said, don't get so worked up. It's not like I planned to be the bait. My original plan was to lure them away and finish them all in one go. Javier stared me down. So, did you succeed? I shrugged. You saw it all, didn't you? Why even ask? What do you want me to say? Javier roared furiously. I'm saying I wish you'd act a little more responsibly. Young master, do you have any idea what would happen to the territory if you weren't here right now? All the housing projects, the underground sewer system, everything would be ruined. Even the lives of our residents would be put in danger. You're carrying the lives of countless people on your shoulders. So please, value yourself more. Is that so? What you're saying is, as long as it's not me, it's okay if a few others die. Javier's expression changed dramatically, shocked. Young master, that's not what I meant. I just don't want you to put yourself in danger. I looked up and met his eyes and shouted angrily. So what? Do you think everyone else would have made it out safely against that swarm of crazed undead mastodons? At this point, we got into a huge argument. Padong stood to the side, watching us with anxious eyes, not knowing what to do at all. I stood up, stared at Javier, and said firmly, Javier, I'm the most important person in this territory. The territory and all the people here are mine, and of course, I have to protect what's mine myself. If not me, then who? Javier's expression grew complicated. He gritted his teeth and spoke. So, does that mean you plan to keep taking on the most dangerous tasks alone? I answered without hesitation. reputation, of course, and I'll take the most money depending on the risk. Javier glared at me, his teeth grinding in anger, but in the next moment, he suddenly sighed as if letting go. Then do as you like, but from now on, I'll stay by your side and protect you. Right then, the system notification suddenly sounded. Javier's approval rating of you has increased for the first time in a while. It has increased by 15 points. Your relationship with a key character has improved. You have been awarded 270 bonus relationship points. Your current relationship points is 3,140. Javier's assessment of you has also gone up. Someone I respect has been upgraded to someone I must protect. At the same time, Javier has pledged to die for you if you are faced with death. I squinted and smirked at Javier. It's not like you really have to go that far though. Javier glared fiercely at me and snorted coldly. What are you talking about? If you want to play dumb, just keep playing. I shrugged, put away my grin, and murmured thoughtfully, but who the hell did this to those undead mastodons? Could it be the backlash of the monster domino effect, and now Asfahan is retaliating? But as far as I know, they don't have any necromancers that powerful in their country. I know that because in the novel, Asfahan was described in great detail. They value martial arts more and wouldn't do something like this. Black magic was only mentioned once in the Namran Barrier chapter. I told Javier to stop all work for the time being and that we would search for clues. Based on plot deductions from the novel, I've formed a rough idea. Once I find evidence, I'll make sure they take responsibility for the damage. Afterward, I began assigning personnel to excavate the area where the mastodon bones were discovered. Javier thought it was like looking for a needle in a haystack, which, honestly, it was. But it still had to be done. We couldn't continue construction with potential danger lurking, and I was certain we'd eventually uncover the medium used for necromantic black magic. Suddenly, someone ran up in a panic to report, "Young master, Count Cremo has arrived from the west." I was confused. Why would he suddenly show up now? But the moment I returned to the manor to meet him, the Count blurted out, "Let's get married." The room instantly filled with awkward silence. Then, I slowly said, "Sorry, Count Cremo, you're not my type." Count Cremo immediately replied, "You're not the type I go for as well. I'm asking you to marry my daughter. I'm not one to beat around the bush, so I'll be straight with you. After you left last time, I gave it some thought. There's no better candidate for a son-in-law than you. But now that you've become so famous, many noble families want to marry into the Frontera family. That's made me very uneasy. So, what day do you think is best for the wedding?" I asked him to calm down. No noble has come to me about marriage yet. Just then, Count Frontera interrupted me. Out of nowhere, he dumped a massive pile of love letters onto the table. These were formal marriage proposals sent to our domain through the noble house of the kingdom. Since you seemed too busy to deal with them, I collected them all for you and figured I'd show you later. Count Cremo insisted none of those people were sincere. He believed one should propose in person, like he did. Then he declared, "Let's hold the wedding at House Frontera's estate." At that point, I cut him off. "Count Cremo, please slow down a bit. I appreciate the high regard you hold me in, but I'm afraid I must decline this marriage proposal." Count Cremo was baffled that he had been turned down. "You're already a 27-year-old. At your age, being unmarried only makes people suspect there's something wrong with your body." Javier nearly burst out laughing at that, but managed to hold it in for the occasion. Count Cremo continued, "Are you saying our family isn't good enough?" I told him, "It's not about your family, but your daughter clearly looks unwilling. She's acting like she'd rather be executed." At that moment, Christine spoke with difficulty. "I'm the eldest daughter of the Cremo family. For the sake of my family's future and peace, I'm willing to sacrifice my entire life." I was speechless. Anyone watching this might have thought she was being forced to marry the Demon King. Meanwhile, Javier was actually trembling beside me. I couldn't help but say, "Hey, are you using mana to hold back your laughter?" At that moment, Count Frontera spoke up. "Count Cremo, if I may be so bold, I agree that family interests matter, but I also believe the feelings of the people involved are just as important. After all, this is a lifelong commitment. Love is definitely an essential element. For the sake of your daughter's happiness, please respect their wishes." Christine's eyes filled with tears, unable to believe what she was hearing. Count Cremo fell silent for a moment. Then, he suddenly wrapped an arm around his daughter's shoulder. "I'm sorry, Christine. As your father, I almost made you suffer just for the sake of our family's status." At once, the two embraced, creating an incredibly heartwarming scene. Before leaving, they made sure to thank the Frontera couple. "Thank you both. Today taught me a valuable lesson. Let's live with love." The Fronteras immediately held hands and raised them high in response. "That's right. Let's live with love." But apparently, no one cared about how I felt. So, not marrying me automatically equals a happy ending? Even my own parents seemed to think so. As for Javier, he'd been crouched in the corner shaking this entire time. Because he actually didn't laugh once through it all. I really should thank him. Judging from the look of it, he worked harder holding it than he did fighting the Giga Titan. In the end, I rejected all political marriage proposals. I didn't want to take on political risk, nor did I want any woman to become unhappy because of me. But somehow, this news even reached Her Majesty the Queen. "Your Majesty, the Frontera family rejected all marriage requests." Well, that's about what I expected. Even if he agreed, the bride would probably say no, because that guy's face just looks too much like a potato. At that thought, she couldn't help laughing out loud. "Your Majesty, are you alright?" "It's okay. It's nothing. Cook me some potatoes for dinner tonight. I want them boiled whole." Still, she reminded herself to keep an eye on which house that potato potato eventually marries into, because once he does, that union will definitely become the most powerful regional force. Then the queen asked, any news from the letter we sent to Asfahan? They flat out denied everything. They were clearly responsible for the monster domino effect, but instead of admitting it, they had the nerve to accuse us. The queen thought, so that old bastard wants me to make the first move? Very well then, looks like it's time to send an envoy delegation to Asfahan. Suddenly, the queen smiled. Looks like we'll need to add a potato to that delegation. Back in my territory, during dinner, Byron brought over a rotting sheep's head with a strange symbol carved into the skull. Young master, this was found at the northern accident site. The moment I saw the symbol, I immediately recognized it. It had appeared in one of the novel's illustrations. In the novel, it was the new national emblem adopted by Her Majesty the Queen after her descent into darkness. Looks like her dark transformation is deeply tied to the Namoran barrier incident. Ever since I arrived in this world, I've already changed a lot of the plot. Right now, Her Majesty the Queen hasn't turned evil, and the conditions that triggered the Namoran barrier have been removed. But the sudden appearance of this symbol must mean those people are plotting something that never occurred in the novel. If I don't stay alert, my sweet life might end up in ruins. In the novel, the one who erected the Namoran barrier was a black mage named Cannavaro. He nearly caused the deaths of countless people. He's the prime suspect now. I thought to myself, looks like I'll have to personally go investigate Namoran. Sir Byron, let's resume construction as soon as possible. Once it's done, I've got a trip to take. Now that the suspect is basically identified, I need to go get solid proof. As time passed, the sludge treatment facility was finally completed. After Padong opened the massive manhole cover above, I bowed slightly and said to Solitas, then I'll leave the rest to you, Solitas. He began casting magic. Inside the pit, all the waste matter began to gather into one large heap. In an instant, Solitas transformed into a towering red dragon and unleashed a blast of dragon fire straight into the pit. One day, your legend will spread across the world, the story of a dragon who gladly used his powers for the sake of humanity's hygiene. The legend of Solitas, the dragon of fecal destruction. Suddenly, Solitas exploded in rage and furiously warned me never to spread such a story. I asked, confused, why not? Isn't it cool? The dragon of fecal destruction. Doesn't that sound badass? Solitas snapped back. Are you serious right now? You're terrible at coming up with names. I murmured in disappointment. What do you expect? I was a science major. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. You managed to build the first collective waste system for the Laurasia continent. Thanks to you, the concept of public health is starting to be established. You received a new title. Should I give you red tissue or blue tissue? The title's effect is that it reduces the probability of infectious disease outbreaks in your territory to 0. I thought, well, at least now I can travel with peace of mind. Javier asked, young master, when do you plan to depart for Namoran? I told him, I'd like to leave as soon as possible, but if we charge in blindly, we might come up empty-handed. It'd be great if I had a suitable excuse. Just then, Javier and I saw carriages heading to the manor. I have a bad feeling about this. Sure enough, back at the manor, Count Frontera explained that the proposals we had refused all came with the belief that I would change my mind once I saw the ladies in person, so they were sent here. Since we couldn't possibly turn them away, we arranged for their accommodation. Moreover, Count Frontera even prepared numbered tickets for them to meet me. My lord, you're not excited about this, are you? No, I just wish you'd marry someone you love. Sure, the time for grandchildren has passed, and rumors may be spreading across the continent that my eldest son is defective, but that's fine by me. Hearing this, I was speechless. Still, I guess it's something to be happy about. After all, noble ladies lining up to marry me doesn't sound bad. But thinking it over more carefully, it's not the young ladies who want the marriage, it's their fathers. So basically, it's a line of uncles trying to marry their daughters off to me. At that moment, candidate number 1 walked in. I politely greeted her. Nice to meet you, my lady. Suddenly, she gasped, as if struck by love at first sight. She exclaimed, I really want to marry you, young master. But why is the servant sitting while the young master is standing? I was utterly speechless and told her, I'm the young master. The one behind me is the servant. Her expression changed instantly, pure reluctance. Seeing this, I understood everything and replied with a blank expression, have a safe journey back. Then, without hesitation, candidate number 1 shut the door and left. Next came candidate number 2, and the process was almost identical to the first. Oh my, I really want to marry you, young master. But why is the servant sitting while the young master is standing? Same expression, same door slam. Javier found the whole scene unbearably dull. Then, I called in candidate number 3, but when I saw her face, I couldn't help but be surprised. This girl looked really familiar. I was sure I'd seen her in the novel's illustrations. Candidate number 3 introduced herself with graceful elegance. I am Siluria Namoran, eldest daughter of Count Namoran. It's a pleasure to meet you. The moment I heard that name, I instantly realized who she was. She was a character from the novel. Back when I read the novel, I always thought she was the main love interest who had an ambiguous relationship with Javier. But unexpectedly, she sacrificed herself to protect the people of Namoran. When that scene happened, the comment section exploded. This is just cruel. Why does everyone Javier loves and holds dear end up dying? As I was lost in those memories, Siluria spoke again. I know it was rude to show up unannounced, but my father was very anxious, so I had no choice but to come personally. You are much better looking than the rumors say. Hearing that, I immediately realized she definitely mistook me for someone else. Sorry, the man behind me is my guard. I'm Lloyd. Siluria showed a puzzled expression. I'm talking to you, aren't I? The one behind you must be the famous sword master, Javier, right? In that moment, not only was I deeply shocked, but even Javier had an expression of disbelief. Siluria continued, I imagine this situation puts you in a difficult spot. After all, you haven't had much time to think seriously about marriage lately. I asked her, how do you know that? Because on the way here, I saw many unheard of buildings under construction, and the roads were gradually becoming cleaner. So just overseeing all this must already take up a lot of your time, right? After saying that, she stood up to leave. At that moment, I stopped her. Is your territory currently facing any difficulties? For example, a sudden population surge? Siluria sat down again. How did you know about that? Because the neighboring territory was attacked by monsters. Over 400 refugees who lost their homes fled to our land. According to reports, they were guided there by someone, all the way from afar. I thought to myself, damn it. In the novel, the barrier in Nameron was a magic created to absorb the lives of those trapped within. The influx of refugees reached the threshold needed for the dark mage Cannavaro to activate the spell, so he erected the barrier. I had thought all the refugees would flock to our territory. I didn't expect someone would deliberately guide them to Nameron. If Cannavaro's plan really proceeds, then the thousands of citizens in Nameron will be sacrificed, summoning the Hell Knight that brings despair to the world. According to the story's setting, even a high-rank swordmaster couldn't defeat the Hell Knight. It's practically a godlike being. At that point, all the territories in Magentano will be destroyed, and the entire land will become a living hell. This situation is worse than I feared. Looks like I have to leave for Nameron immediately. The next day, I packed my bags and got ready to depart, but Javier showed up carrying a basket full of letters. Aren't you heading out on a business trip? What's all that in your hands? Javier sighed helplessly. Letters the young ladies gave me before they left. I asked, confused. What kind of letters? Javier replied irritably, love letters. Of course. Don't tell me, young master, you didn't receive a single one? I answered calmly, that's right. In that instant, the sky blushed red. Javier set the basket of love letters on the ground, then unexpectedly pulled one out and handed it to me. I'm giving you one. I stared silently at the letter in his hand, and for a moment, time seemed to freeze. Then, a faint smile crept onto my lips. You brat, that letter's for you. Why are you handing it to me? Go get your bags ready. We're heading out. Lady Siluria is waiting for us. Javier slowly lowered the envelope, frustration written all over his face. He had planned to mock the young master with this, hoping to see a bitter, defeated reaction, only to be met with a calm and unfazed smile. This trip to Nameron wasn't just for investigating Cannavaro, it was also a chance to make money through construction. Because Nameron was built on elevated, sloping terrain, they were always worried about gradual erosion. This time, we could help solve that problem. However, the moment I arrived in Nameron, I saw Cannavaro. Siluria introduced him. That's the head of the merchant guild. He's been paying out of pocket to care for the 400 refugees. I thought to myself, so it's you. You two-faced, hypocritical bastard. I'll crush you like an empty soda can. When we arrived at the Lord's estate, the Count of Nameron warmly welcomed us. But once again, I was mistaken for someone else. As expected, seeing you in person is far better than rumors. You radiate nobility from head to toe. So, when shall we set the wedding date? Siluria quickly cut in. Father, that's Sir Javier, the bodyguard. The one next to him is Lord Lloyd. The Count of Nameron was shocked. But just look at them. The one on the left obviously looks like the refined noble, while the one beside him, how should I say this? He just seems lacking in every way. Suddenly, Siluria shouted at her father. Father, what you just said is way too rude. As a count, how can you not see a person's true nature? Even if Lord Lloyd may seem a bit lacking on the surface, he is a wise and capable man. And Lord Lloyd didn't come here for a marriage proposal. He came to help solve our territory's landslide problem. As Siluria spoke, Javier kept watching me, and finally, the moment he saw the hint of sadness at the corner of my mouth, he lit up like a child who just got a new toy. Looking at that smug expression on his face, I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed a shovel and tried to strangle him on the spot. However, against Javier's overwhelming strength, no matter how hard I tried, the shovel wouldn't budge an inch. When night came, I had instructed Javier to keep an eye on Cannavaro. If I could confirm that the symbol was tied to black magic, I could tell the Count of Nameron everything happening in our territory and wipe them all out in one sweep. But the next day, as I walked through town, I realized that the symbol was being sold everywhere. At the same time, Javier returned to report. I didn't notice anything suspicious about Cannavaro. He seemed genuinely focused on taking care of the refugees. I wanted to investigate his residence, but the door is sealed with an expensive magic lock. Destroying the lock wouldn't be difficult, but it could alert the enemy. So, Javier decided to back off for now. Also, Javier had traced the symbol's origin. Apparently, it belongs to a wandering minstrel. Recently, it's become incredibly trendy, and related products are being sold everywhere in big cities. I mulled it over, realizing things had just gotten way more complicated. Do I need to find that wandering minstrel? How do I do that? It'll all be over if Nameron's barrier gets deployed while doing that. The novel never described exactly how the barrier is formed. Finding that and stopping it in advance will be tough. If I have Javier stay outside, sure, he might be able to break through it, but Siluria will most likely die, and I absolutely certainly don't want to see someone I know die. The term Grandmaster that was mentioned in the novel refers to an existence far surpassing a sword master. With that kind of power, you'll be able to get rid of the barrier and the Hell Knight in an instant. But since I don't know the theory behind it, I can't train Javier into becoming one. This puts us in a really tight spot. Suddenly, Javier spoke up. I believe investigating Cannavaro is the right way forward. Using such a powerful lock clearly means he is hiding something. I asked in confusion, but you said you'd be caught if you broke the lock. So what will you do? Javier looked at me solemnly, his voice firm. There's another way of getting in. Please trust me, my lord. I can do it. So please wait. The next day, I walked through the streets, scanning the terrain while waiting for Javier's update. Suddenly, I overheard people chatting nearby. A stunning beauty showed up at Namoran's supply depot. I heard her figure is absolutely amazing. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. Why are they gossiping about this in the middle of the street? When did Cannavaro's supply depot ever have some stunning beauty? I racked my brain, but I was certain this never happened in the novel. Could this be one of the unexpected twists? Looks like I have to go check it out for myself. I squeezed through the crowd to the front, but then, the moment I saw this so-called stunning beauty, I was completely dumbfounded. That wasn't some incredible beauty at all. It was clearly Javier in disguise. At that moment, Javier also spotted me, and I immediately gave him a meaningful look. Javier didn't expect me to show up and was clearly startled. I quickly made a hand gesture. I respect your personal taste. Javier responded with a gesture of his own, completely ignoring the soup he just splashed onto the guy next to him. This is not my personal taste. I'm carrying out a plan. I raised my fingers in a V shape near my eyes, pointed them toward him, then walked away without looking back. Javier knew he had been misunderstood, but he couldn't break his cover. Suddenly, Cannavaro whispered to his subordinate, "Is everything ready?" The subordinate answered quietly, "It was all set up last night." Javier, standing nearby, heard everything loud and clear. Meanwhile, I had reached the mountainside of Namoran territory, preparing to start a scanning survey. Suddenly, I discovered that human skulls were buried beneath the surface. Could it be that people had died during construction in the past? But these bones looked like they had only recently been buried, and more strangely, only skulls were present in this area. What's even more bizarre was that all these skulls were buried exactly 50 centimeters underground, spaced perfectly apart, forming a complete ring around the mountain. A chill ran down my spine, and I quickly dug deeper into the ground. As expected, these skulls contain black magic. Looks like this is the truth behind the black magic that triggers the Namoran barrier. In that case, I'll completely ruin your plan. I began absorbing the black magic from the skull, and before long, I had purified it. Just as I picked up the skull, something seemed to fall out from inside. Looking at the purple crystal in my hand, I was puzzled. So the skull was just a container, and this thing is the core? Is this some kind of gem? I scanned it using advanced surveying skill. To my surprise, the system estimated its value at 500 million. Did I just hit the jackpot? Could it be that there are more purple crystals inside the other buried skulls? I instantly went into berserk mode. This was like free money from heaven. Digging up the ground actually made me rich. The system complained. You seem happier about this than preventing Namoran's wall. From dawn until sunset, I dug up a total of 30 purple crystals. Each one is worth a whole year of Sir Byron's salary, which means I can boss him around for 30 years. On the other side, Byron began feeling unwell and started coughing uncontrollably. At that moment, I stood under the setting sun, sighing at how fulfilling the day had been. If only every day could be like this. But thinking about it, Sir Byron is actually pretty pitiful. Fine, I'll give him a raise. From now on, I'll only enslave him for 20 more years, though the workload in those 20 years might be equivalent to 30 years worth. Suddenly, I stopped moving and squatted down to look at one of the skulls. Why were you used like this? Were you corpses who died naturally, or victims of murder? Either way, each of you gave Byron a whole year's salary. So, I offer you my heartfelt thanks. After that, I carefully gathered them all up. I'll take you to a sunny place and bury you properly. However, I didn't notice that these skulls were actually sweating in fear. That night, after finishing his mission, Javier returned, but the atmosphere was unusually quiet. Suddenly, Javier broke the silence. "Young master, please allow me to explain why I dressed like that during the day." I interrupted him right away. "You don't need to say anything more. I understand everything. There are countless people in this world, and each has their own personality. I can understand your unique individuality." At that moment, the moonlight shone on Javier's face, and he almost felt like smashing his head against a wall. Javier explained helplessly, "Young master, everyone in this city knows I'm a knight that came from a foreign land, so if I want to investigate those people, I have to go in disguise." I waved my hand lightly. "No need to explain. I already know." The moonlight once again illuminated Javier's face, and his speechlessness reached a peak. At that moment, the scene fell into a dead silence. Suddenly, I asked, "When did you first know you liked that sort of thing?" Javier instantly shouted in anger, "I told you, it's not like that. Why are you getting so worked up? Are you saying that hobby sucks? Are you insulting everyone in the world who has that hobby now?" Javier couldn't win the argument, so he just gritted his teeth and began reporting today's investigation. Anyway, underneath Cannavaro's mansion, there's a door that leads underground. At first, while observing him, I felt like he was the kindest, most sincere man. I even thought that perhaps you were wrong for suspecting Cannavaro of such a thing, but since he's going to such lengths to hide something. It seems your intuition was right again this time. Then Javier spoke firmly. I'll find a way to uncover the evidence. After hearing that, I replied once more. That's right. Just trust me, and don't ever hang your head because of your hobbies. I said it's not like that. Meanwhile, one of Cannavaro's subordinates reported that someone had taken the bones and the jewels. Cannavaro thought to himself, does this mean someone knows about my plan? No, it can't be. If they did, they would have attacked me already. Then someone found them by accident? How? At that moment, the other dark mages began to worry that all their efforts and money had gone to waste, and they asked Cannavaro what to do. Cannavaro replied calmly, don't worry, there is always a way. Those jewels were merely there for security. If you all assist me one last time, we can still summon the Hell Knight as planned. The next day, in order to enter Cannavaro's residence, Javier intentionally spilled a bucket of water on himself. Seeing all the men staring at Javier's wet body, one of the workers told him to go to the guest room in Cannavaro's residence to change into her clothes. However, the moment he entered the guest room, Javier changed into his own clothes instead. The next second, he began circulating his magical energy and focusing on control. In this way, he could perfectly conceal his presence. In an instant, Javier leapt out the window and landed, using his exceptional footwork to dodge one lookout after another. Before long, he arrived at the mysterious underground chamber from before. Just as he was wondering how to unlock the door, suddenly, Cannavaro appeared in front of it. He cautiously glanced around, then began casting a spell on the lock. Javier watched everything unfold, thinking, it seems this lock is different from the main entrance. It can only be opened by a certain sequence of mana. Meanwhile, on the other side, I looked at the valuable gems on the ground and thought, even though I've taken all the gems buried in the outer ring, if that guy had gems elsewhere and Namorin's wall is activated with them, I can't let that happen. I had to check if there was any more free money buried out there. Meanwhile, back on Javier's side, after Cannavaro left, he slowly approached the door. He tried using the method he had just observed to unlock it. In the next second, the lock actually opened successfully. Javier slowly stepped into the pitch-black underground chamber. Suddenly, he sensed something charging toward him from the front. It turned out to be a modified undead puppet. Javier dodged to the side, avoiding the attack, then charged a punch and struck the creature right in the abdomen. However, Javier was instantly shocked, as his punch hadn't caused any damage to the undead puppet. He saw the opponent's fist, as big as a sandbag, slam down at him. Javier quickly raised his elbow to defend, forcefully blocking the attack. He thought, this is no ordinary undead. It's on a completely different level from the ones we saw in the canyon. Moreover, there's more than one of this kind. Javier took a deep breath, then pulled out 2 daggers from his sleeves. In an instant, blue magical energy enveloped the weapons completely. Cannavaro, you've confirmed our suspicions. Suddenly, Javier caught sight of someone at the far end of the underground chamber. He thought, looks like there's someone in there I can question. In that case, better make this a quick fight and wrap it up fast. Javier cut through the undead puppets like slicing vegetables, swiftly taking them down one after another. In no time, he had eliminated them all. Without hesitation, he dashed straight toward the room at the end of the chamber and kicked the door hard. The iron door was blasted open, sending the person behind it flying several meters away. Immediately after, Javier walked up, and the bald man was so terrified that he began begging for mercy. I have a question. After saying this, Javier stomped on the bald man's leg, breaking it. If you hesitate even 1 second to answer, your other leg will end up the same way. What kind of scheme is Cannavaro up to here? The bald man cried and pleaded, quickly explaining, I don't know the full details. I'm just a hired embalmer. Cannavaro told me to chemically treat the corpses he brought in, and just now he suddenly ordered me to guard this place. Javier pressed further, where did these corpses come from? The bald man panicked and replied, they came from the trading post. They're all corpses of refugees who died from illness. Hearing this, Javier was instantly consumed with rage, because earlier, while undercover, he had heard Cannavaro tell the refugees, your father has been transferred to the trading post. He's receiving the best treatment there and will be discharged soon, fully recovered. But now it was clear, the so-called treatment at the trading post wasn't treatment at all, but murder. Didn't it ever seem strange to you that corpses kept showing up at the trading post? You are as guilty as he is. In the next second, a loud crack echoed through the room as bones shattered. This bald man's life was ruined for good. After finishing things in the basement, Javier prepared to return and report to the young master. But when he got back to the room, it was completely empty. The young master was gone. Javier thought to himself, there's no time to look for him. I'll have to make the call on my own now. Immediately, he decided to eliminate Cannavaro first. Since the people secretly meeting with Cannavaro were all from the trading post, that must be their base of operations. In a flash, Javier crashed through a window, condensing his aura sword, ready to settle things quickly. However, the trading post was completely empty. This place used to be full of people, but now there's no one here. Suddenly, Javier sensed something was wrong. Could they have already started some kind of plan? Sure enough, the next second, he felt his mana being drained. Javier immediately dashed outside, but at that moment, the entire Namorin territory was already enveloped in a layer of purple barrier. Javier stared in horror at the scene and muttered in confusion, what is this? Even the aura sword in his hand was having its mana drained. At the same time, the surrounding civilians began collapsing to the ground one by one. Seeing this, Javier immediately realized the young master must be in danger too. At that moment, Siluria also noticed the people collapsing underground, but strangely, her mana wasn't being drained. Turns out, it was the necklace on her chest that protected her. Meanwhile, outside the Namarin territory, a dark mage thought to himself, the ritual is about to succeed. Once the Hell Knight descends, this world will be ours. However, just then, a terrifying face suddenly appeared. Instantly, the dark mage shuddered in fear, cold sweat pouring down his face. I want to ask you something. I saw 30 people nearby that look just like you. Are you holding some kind of rain summoning ritual? The dark mage's sweat flowed even faster, and the atmosphere turned deathly silent. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you ignoring me? Are you pretending you can't see me right now? At this moment, the dark mage's palms were drenched in sweat, thinking, this guy looks way too terrifying. I thought the Hell Knight had been summoned already. I can't move a muscle. If I move an inch or talk, it will ruin everything. I slowly walked away and said, alright, you bastard want to ignore me? Then let's see how long you can keep that up. As soon as I finished speaking, I smashed his rugged face with a shovel. To my surprise, the shovel bent. The man, now bleeding from his nose, didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed. He thought, with his whole body protected by steel magic, how could a mere shovel possibly hurt him? Realizing a regular shovel doesn't work, I imbued it with Mana Blast and swung it again. A sharp clang rang out as the shovel hit him. However, the shovel bent even more, and that guy still didn't budge. Seeing this, I thought to myself, even though he looked confident, he seemed to be in pain. So far, it looks like I'll have to try another method. I slowly raised my hand, preparing to see if I could absorb his mana like last time. But unexpectedly, that didn't work either. I stared at him, not moving an inch, as that smug look stayed on his face. Are you not moving because you can't or you won't? If you move, will there be a problem with the wall? It's fine if you don't answer. I intend to test it out anyway. After saying this, I started digging. Before long, I dug out all the soil beneath his feet, leaving only a thin little mound. At this point, the man was finally scared. His whole body was trembling. I slowly walked toward him, then opened my seductive mouth. In the next second, I let out a deep breath. With a crack, the shaky little mound of dirt finally gave out completely. The man crashed heavily to the ground, and with that, his spell was broken. In an instant, the gemstone necklace on his chest began to glow with a purple light. In just the blink of an eye, all the mana within his body was completely drained. His appearance aged by decades in an instant. I picked up the purple gemstone and examined it closely. Looks like this spell is extremely precise. If the caster moves even slightly, it will trigger a backlash. At the same time, a crack appeared in the barrier surrounding Namarin. Seeing this, I exclaimed, nice. Then, I started doing the same to the other dark mages outside of Namarin, and the cracks in the barrier continued to spread. Elsewhere, Cannavaro also sensed the disturbance. He frowned, thinking, who the hell did this? There may not be enough mana, but I must commence the summoning. Then he began chanting a long, complex incantation. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. Cannavaro, what do you think you're doing? It was Siluria. Cannavaro was shocked to see her moving freely inside the barrier, but the moment he saw the necklace on her chest, everything became clear. So it's a talisman that prevents mana loss? But even so, what can you do? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand and fired off a fireball spell. However, what Cannavaro never expected was, Siluria caught the fireball with just one hand. Then, she absorbed it, infused it with her own mana, and made it even bigger. You wretch, prepare to face the punishment of the flame god. In an instant, the massive fireball surged straight toward Cannavaro. Cannavaro's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. She's so young, yet she's casting magic at court mage level? A massive explosion echoed. When the smoke cleared, Cannavaro was slumped against the steps, head lowered, face pale. Siluria slowly walked forward and said coldly, Cannavaro, confess. What exactly are you trying to do here? But suddenly, she sensed something was wrong. Cannavaro was still chanting under his breath. He slowly raised his head, revealing a twisted smile, and shouted, come forth, Hell Knight. Behind him, the angel statue began to crack. Something terrifying was about to emerge from within. When Siluria heard the words Hell Knight, even she couldn't help but flinch in fear. However, in that brief moment of distraction, Cannavaro had already drawn a dagger and lunged forward. At the critical moment, Javier, gripping his aura sword, descended from the sky. With a single strike, he sliced off Cannavaro's filthy left hand entirely. Cannavaro screamed in agony as blood gushed out. Javier followed up with another swing, aiming to finish him off in one blow. But this time, Cannavaro finally reacted, casting a defensive spell that blocked most of the attack. Even so, he barely clung to life. His right hand was shattered by the sword's energy, and his entire arm twisted like a braid. Yet, the summoning ritual did not stop. As the Hell Knight was about to break free, the next moment, a bolt of crimson lightning split the sky. With a loud boom, the entire building was instantly reduced to rubble, debris scattering in all directions. In the nick of time, Siluria cast a protective shield, saving the surviving civilians nearby. However, the summoning of the Hell Knight was already complete. It's all over now. All you worthless scum will be dismembered limb by limb and burned to ashes by the hands of the Hell Knight. Cannavaro flashed a twisted smile and laughed maniacally. At the same time, a giant hand reached out from within the smoke. However, when Cannavaro saw the Hell Knight's full form, he was completely stunned. What's going on? The Hell Knight before him not only lacked a Hell Warhorse. Even its legs were missing. Cannavaro's eyes trembled with panic. Damn it, it must be because the Namoran barrier vanished, and there wasn't enough mana. Javier stared nervously ahead, his face pale. Even if it's not in complete form, will I be able to beat a Hell Knight? Suddenly, the Hell Knight slowly spoke. Summoner, what do you desire? Cannavaro hurriedly responded with respect. That silver-haired guy in front dared to raise his sword against you. In an instant, the Hell Knight swung his sword. Javier blocked it with his aura sword, but every bone in his body trembled from the impact. Even using his aura and mana to reinforce them is no use. Just then, the Hell Knight vanished. When he reappeared, he was already behind Javier. There was no time for him to react at all. The massive greatsword was raised high, about to come down. At the critical moment, Siluria cast Wind Dagger. The Hell Knight's sword was disturbed and slightly deflected. Javier seized the opportunity, dodging sideways just in time. Had that strike landed, Javier would have been seriously injured if not killed. However, the Hell Knight coldly spat out, "How dare you?" Siluria instantly felt a chill run down her spine, drenched in cold sweat. The next second, the Hell Knight charged straight at her. For a mage, being approached by a knight meant certain death. But at that moment, Javier had finished gathering power. Aura Blast. With a loud boom, his strongest attack struck the Hell Knight square in the back. Panting heavily, Javier looked at the Hell Knight's decaying body. Cannavaro trembled and muttered in disbelief. How could this happen? Just then, Javier pointed his sword at him. Thanks to Lady Siluria, I was able to win this battle. As for the details, you can explain them slowly once we reach the royal palace. However, at that moment, Cannavaro flashed a cold grin. Javier frowned, confused as to why this guy could still smile with death right in front of him. Then, Cannavaro suddenly let out a cold laugh. Looks like you have no idea what a being from hell is like. Javier immediately became alert and snapped his head back toward where the Hell Knight had fallen. The body that had just decayed was now slowly regenerating. In no time, it was fully restored. No matter how many hundreds or thousands of times you cut him, it's useless. The great Hell Knight will always rise again. At that moment, the Hell Knight spoke. I knew you were strong after trading blows with you for the first time, but I didn't think you would be this strong. I apologize for thinking so little of you. I am Gialexius, commander of the First Legion under the ruler of Hell. From this moment on, let's decide who the true victor is. I am Javier Azrahan, knight of the Frontera family. I will send you back to where you came from. In an instant, the battle erupted. Both vanished from sight at the same time. When they reappeared, their blades were already clashing mid-swing. This might be the strongest opponent Javier had ever faced. At this moment, only two blurs could be seen, one blue and one red. The sounds of countless sword clashes echoed throughout the entire city. But clearly, Javier was still slightly slower. Just as the massive red greatsword was about to come down on him, at the last possible moment, Javier quickly pulled out his blue energy dagger and blocked the blow. The Hell Knight's deep voice rang out. Amazing. You've truly surprised and impressed me. In the next second, the red greatsword came crashing down again. With a loud boom, the force of the blow sent Javier plummeting to the ground. The earth instantly cracked, and a cloud of dust surged upward. But through the smoke, Javier suddenly leapt out. Having blocked most of the strike, he didn't suffer serious injuries. However, the Hell Knight gave him no time to breathe. He lifted the red greatsword and attacked again with another heavy strike. Javier quickly sidestepped to dodge, but each time he barely avoided an attack, the Hell Knight would instantly close the distance. If he hesitated or lost focus even for a moment, it would result in a devastating injury. Javier thought to himself, this isn't swordsmanship or anything, just dealing with these erratic attacks is wearing me down. I have to find a chance to strike back. In the next instant, Javier suddenly hurled his blue energy dagger. The Hell Knight instantly raised his hand and caught it tightly, and in that split second, Javier, gripping his aura sword, had already closed in on his opponent. If it still had its legs, it would definitely have other options, but now its posture is completely lowered. So, the only way I can handle it is just one. Javier gathered power and launched a heavy upward slash. However, the Hell Knight vanished using teleportation. So, where would it appear next? It must know that I'm anticipating and preparing for it. If that's the case, it'll strike from below. Javier had already raised his sword into position, and the moment the Hell Knight emerged, he swung upward with full force, clashing against the opponent's red greatsword. In that instant, the Hell Knight's weapon flew from its grasp. Prepare to die, you bastard. A brilliant green sword arc sliced through the air in a half-moon shape, heading straight for the Hell Knight. However, just as it was about to hit, the Hell Knight suddenly reached out and grabbed Javier's leg. In a flash, Javier was lifted into the air. He instantly realized the enemy was about to hurl him. I have to focus my mana and reinforce my entire body right now. But suddenly, he sensed something was wrong. The mana this guy is releasing is actually disrupting the flow of his own mana. Damn it, the sudden interference in mana completely broke his rhythm. Javier didn't have time to react at all. With a loud bang, the Hell Knight smashed him violently into the ground. The impact of this blow made Javier spit out a mouthful of blood. However, the Hell Knight showed no sign of stopping. It lifted Javier again and slammed him down hard. With each slam, large chunks of the ground shattered. The immense pain nearly pushed Javier to the brink of unconsciousness. It was a pleasure, Javier. I shall forever hold your name in high esteem. At this moment, Javier no longer had the strength to resist. The Hell Knight slowly picked up its red greatsword. When you arrive in hell, let's have another duel. Just as the red greatsword was about to come down, a voice suddenly shouted out loud, "Hey, Skullface, stop right there." The Hell Knight slowly turned its head toward the source of the voice, and the one who arrived with overwhelming presence was none other than me. "As far as I know, if the summoner dies, you'll have to return to hell, right? So you've got until the count of 3 to step away from my knight. Otherwise, I'll cut off his head." Hearing this, Cannavaro broke out in a cold sweat from fear. The Hell Knight stared at me in confusion. Who exactly is this guy? His face was menacing and terrifying. He didn't just look like he could snap a neck. He looked like he'd grind someone up and swallow them whole. And yet, a strange feeling stirred within the Hell Knight. "Who are you? Do you come from hell too?" That face and those words are something only those from hell would say. I couldn't be bothered with this nonsense and immediately began counting down. 3, 2. But the Hell Knight didn't care at all. He raised his massive sword, and a surge of magical energy blasted toward Cannavaro's location. I never imagined this guy would go all out like that. At that moment, Cannavaro's entire left side was blown away. The Hell Knight spoke coldly, "As long as that guy is still breathing, it's enough. But even if you do take his life, I'll still remain in this world for another 40 minutes before returning to hell. That's more than enough time to completely destroy a city." I thought to myself, looks like my plan failed. What should I do? But thanks to that brief moment of reprieve, Javier was already back on his feet. The next second, a slash of green energy came down with force. But how could the Hell Knight possibly be unprepared? A red sword arc swept out in a half-moon slash, and the massive sword slammed hard against Javier's aura sword. The sheer impact sent Javier flying several meters before he barely managed to stop himself. Seeing this, I thought, Javier can't fight back anymore. I can't let the Hell Knight attack him again. So I shouted, "You bastard, come fight me instead." "Javier, just stay down. Don't get up. That's an order." But neither the Hell Knight nor Javier paid any attention to my words. I hurriedly called out for Javier to escape. "If you keep going like this, you're going to die." However, Javier stood his ground firmly. "Since Master Lloyd is here, that means we're going to win." He must have already come up with a plan. In an instant, I fired off a mana blast. "You bastard, look over here." But the Hell Knight simply gave a light swing and batted the fireball away. The next second, he raised his greatsword and brought it straight down on Javier. At that moment, Javier was barely standing. There was no way he could block the strike. Just as the red greatsword was about to fall, I suddenly appeared behind the Hell Knight and gave him a big bear hug. Then, I immediately began absorbing his mana. The Hell Knight sensed something was wrong and sneered coldly, "You fool, this mana is tainted by darkness. It will corrupt your heart and bring you death." But I simply flashed my signature grin. "Too bad. I've already purified this black mana multiple times." Seeing my terrifying expression, the Hell Knight asked in horror, "Who the hell are you?" And at that moment, my special human lock mode was activated. I locked down the Hell Knight tightly, leaving him unable to break free. The Hell Knight roared in fury, "You filthy wretch." At the same time, he raised his massive hand and swung it fiercely toward my head. But I slipped around like a nimble serpent, weaving across his body, giving the Hell Knight not even a chance to touch me. He suddenly leaned back, aiming to smash his head into mine. But I leaned back at the same time and wrapped my arms around his legs, locking his body tightly with my feet. The Hell Knight instantly raised his red greatsword and thrust it toward his own crotch. I seized the moment and climbed back up. The next second, I locked his neck again with a death grip. "Now you're out of options." I kept swaying around wildly while whispering non-stop mental noise into his ears. Everything I was doing was to buy time for Javier to recover his energy. At that moment, Javier had already formed his aura sword and was ready. The Hell Knight was utterly shocked. His opponent had recovered this quickly. He thought to himself, he must block this incoming strike no matter what. But how could I possibly let him get his way? In an instant, I locked down both of his hands. The next second, Javier's attack came crashing down and his sword landed squarely on its chest. Javier tried to press the advantage and go in for another strike, but the Hell Knight suddenly vanished with a blink. When he reappeared, he was already behind Javier. But what he never expected was, I was still tightly clinging to him. Turns out, even when the Hell Knight teleported, I never let go. However, I knew clearly that purifying the black mana in him had its limits. If this went on any longer, we were definitely going to lose. Suddenly, a system message popped up, requesting to activate Messenger Contract Clause 37 Paragraph 1. Seeing this, I was confused. Request granted. Clause 37, Paragraph 1. Messenger is able to give advice personally to the individual that's in charge of it. Sing, Suho Kim. You can bet him if you sing. I had absolutely no idea what kind of nonsense that was. But right now, there was no other choice. So I started singing loudly right into the Hell Knight's ear. In an instant, my beautiful cracking voice pierced straight into the depths of his soul. The Hell Knight's face was filled with shock as he asked in confusion, "What kind of spell is this? It feels like a nail scraping along my brain. Wait, this is just a regular song. This guy sings like utter hell." At this moment, the Hell Knight was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Seeing the perfect opportunity, I shouted, "Javier, attack now." However, to my surprise, Javier's face was also starting to twist in agony. Turns out, he wasn't doing much better. After all, even I know very well, the fact that I sing terribly is an undeniable truth. Even my ever-gentle and loving parents once told me I should never sing. Back in a singing exam, I only sang do, re, mi, and the music teacher kicked me out. When I was in the the army, I would attend chapel for the snacks they gave out. But when I sang along to the hymns, the priest shouted, "A demon has appeared," then splashed me head to toe with holy water. Although my terrible singing has always been a painful topic I avoided, right now, I suddenly feel like being tone deaf isn't so bad after all. The Hell Knight, unable to endure any longer, actually tried to hurt himself just to get rid of the demon clinging to his back. Meanwhile, Javier used mana to temporarily seal his ears. As for me, just as the Hell Knight was about to collapse, I stylishly flipped over to his front. Then, I immediately jumped to the side and continued singing. At that moment, Javier dove down with his aura sword. In the next second, it pierced straight into the Hell Knight's chest. The instant the blade stabbed in, Javier let out a low shout, or a blast. Green lights began to emit from the ground, and in the next second, a thunderous blast shook the entire room, cracking the floor beneath. As the smoke slowly cleared, the Hell Knight's body was nowhere to be seen. I walked up to Javier, saying, "I won't ask if we got him. That'd just be stating the obvious." But Javier coldly said, "It's not over yet." Hearing this, I was confused. It was clearly blown to bits. How could it not be over? Look carefully at the man around us. With that reminder, I did indeed notice that the air was still filled with a hellish mana, and not far away, that mana was slowly gathering again. Javier's expression changed as he immediately stepped in front of me. "Young master, please step back." But I just smiled. "It's fine. It can't come back to life." Javier looked even more puzzled. "Young master, after what you just saw, how can you say that?" I sneered and said slowly, "Wanna bet? I bet that thing's already dead." Then, I slowly picked up my shovel. "If it really does revive, I'll serve as your subordinate for a year. But if it doesn't, then when we return to the territory, you have to dress up as Javiella." Upon hearing that, Javier's face instantly darkened. "Okay, fine. Now don't get close to him." After hearing that, I gave a wicked grin. "So that's a deal?" Then, I raised my shovel and unleashed a triple core mana blast. In an instant, I entered the near-death state. Immediately after, I activated Supercharge. The next second, countless streams of purple mana surged into me non-stop. Javier stared, dumbfounded, thinking, is he absorbing the Hell Knight's mana? At that moment, the Hell Knight slowly spoke, sneering mockingly, "Foolish creature, there's no way you can withstand it all. This is the mighty power of me, Gilexius." Sure enough, just as he finished speaking, I suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. I thought to myself, is it working? There's too much of it, and it's too strong. But right now, aside from this, there doesn't seem to be any other way. So let's see who wins in the end. The Hell Knight scoffed, "Foolish creature, you should already feel your inevitable failure, right?" However, I still refused to give up. Even though blood kept dripping from the corners of my mouth, I wouldn't stop so easily. Suddenly, a hand pressed against my back. Right after, another hand joined it. It was Javier and Siluria. They were helping me, sharing the burden of the dark mana. And not only that, Siluria even cast the healing spell Blessing of Life. In an instant, the pressure on me lightened significantly. "You bastard, this is our victory." As the last trace of the Hell Knight's mana was completely absorbed by me, the Hell Knight fully vanished, with no chance of returning again. However, I failed to notice that my left eye had ignited with a hellish purple flame. At the same time, exhausted of all strength, I collapsed with a thud. Siluria rushed forward in panic to check on me, but Javier calmly said, "No need to worry, this is the young master's usual victory celebration ritual." Siluria stared at him in disbelief. As the knight escorting him, "How can you say something like that? No matter how many times it happens, you should still show concern." But how could Javier not be worried? He just felt that it was all finally over. A few days later, Cannavaro was escorted away by the kingdom's knights. Now, we had captured 2 members of the dark magic faction. As for the rest, we'd leave that to the queen to handle. However, compared to all that, I now have a more serious problem, and that is, I can't proceed with the slope construction in Namarin. It's all because of that damned purple barrier. It completely exhausted the workers. If I had known, I should have ordered more workers from the territory in advance. But when I woke up after passing out a few days ago, I was surprised to find that I'd gained several helpful new skills. First, the restrictions and conditions for controlling the undead have been greatly improved, to the point that they have been deleted, which means, as long as there are undead, I get free labor. Second, I also received a new title, the Possessed Tenor. How is this a title? Are you mocking me? But right now, the biggest problem is, where do I find undead? It's not like I can make them myself. This seemingly powerful skill is, at the moment, completely useless. The only useful thing about it right now is that it looks kinda cool. Having one eye glowing like this is pretty awesome. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. I frowned in confusion. Who could it be at this hour? However, the moment I opened the door, I was completely stunned. Outside, standing neatly in rows, was a group of skeletons, and each skeleton actually has no head. What the heck is going on? After asking around, I finally found out that they're ghosts who lost their physical bodies due to Hell's incantation. While wandering nearby earlier, they sensed a powerful hellish energy that could give them physical form, and thus came here. Turns out, it's all because of my Hell Eye. These vengeful spirits are the very ones who were killed by Cannavaro, and then used as mediums to activate the black magic barrier. Previously, I had gathered and properly buried all those skulls. Now, they no longer possess memories of their past lives, nor any goals. If things go on like this, they'll eventually scatter and be exorcised somewhere. So they came to ask if I would take them in. I thought for a moment, then asked, asked. I'm going to make you work a lot. Do you need a salary? What do I need to feed you? And where do you live? The skeletons quickly replied. They're ghosts. They don't need money. They have no digestive system, so they don't eat. As for where they live, all they need is a 10 square meter coffin. When I heard that, I instantly thought this was absolutely perfect. Starting today, you're officially the skeleton engineering core of the Frontera territory. This is the free labor force I've been dreaming of. Meanwhile, Javier was woken up by the noise outside. When he saw a bunch of undead skeletons dancing joyfully outside the door, he felt absolutely nothing. He was long used to the young master's strange behavior, so he just went back to sleep. The next day, with the help of the skeleton core, the slope reinforcement project at Namarin officially began. Their work power flowed like an endless spring, and best of all, I didn't have to spend a single coin. This is amazing. However, just as I was basking in pride, the recovering Count of Namarin arrived to inspect the site. The moment he saw that terrifying construction scene, he passed out on the spot. I rushed over to explain, "My lord, they're just hard-working spirits, and I'm a summoning prodigy. Did you see this eye?" The Count of Namarin looked stunned. A summoning prodigy is indeed rare, but I've never heard of someone whose eye actually glows. Lady Siluria can be a magic prodigy, but I can't be a summoning prodigy. Lady Siluria's eyes can shoot fire, and you're saying mine can't? With no way to refute me, the Count of Namarin finally chose to believe my nonsense. As winter approached, the Namarin Slope Reinforcement Project entered its final phase. That day, snow fell heavily. At that moment, Javier stared at his left hand, lost in thought, remembering the day he and Siluria helped the young master share the burden of hellish mana. Suddenly, a voice pulled him out of his memories. It was Siluria. Javier immediately stood up and respectfully said, "Construction is progressing smoothly. If you'd like a detailed report, I can have the young master explain it himself." However, Siluria hadn't come about the construction. She lowered her head slightly, hesitated, then softly spoke. "Actually, I came to see you. I wanted to ask about how to use mana properly. For some reason, my magic skills hasn't progressed in a long time. When I saw how freely you controlled your mana, I thought I could learn from you how to improve." Javier nodded and said, "I understand. As long as it's something I can teach, I will share everything I know." Upon hearing this, Siluria's cheeks instantly flushed red. In that moment, without a doubt, she was feeling the stirrings of love. However, I watched everything unfold from afar. Seeing Javier and Siluria chatting and laughing so sweetly, it inevitably reminded me of Javier's fate in the novel. In the original storyline, Javier lost Siluria completely due to the Namarin barrier. At that time, they had only just fallen in love. So afterward, Javier always believed he was an unfortunate man. He thought the mana within him was a curse. "Javier, you're destined to never have a partner in this life. You will continue fighting alone and eventually die from exhaustion. Don't care too much for anyone, because your affection will lead them to their death. Your limitless power comes hand in hand with your fate." But now, seeing the joyful smile on Javier's face, I couldn't help but feel happy for him. With the slow project completed perfectly, I also received payment several times over as promised. Before leaving, I sincerely expressed my gratitude to the Count of Namarin. However, the Count replied, "That's far from enough, because now, everyone in the territory sees you as their savior." Hearing the sea of voices bidding me farewell, I couldn't help but feel deeply gratified. This time, I made a ton of money. Once I return, I can finally just eat, drink, and have fun. However, at that moment, the Count suddenly spoke. "Would you really not consider becoming my son-in-law and inheriting Namarin territory?" I respectfully replied, "I am the heir to Frontera. Besides, Namarin already has an outstanding successor. That person is none other than Lady Siluria, who will soon become the most powerful mage on the continent." Having said all that, I prepared to return to my own territory. At that moment, Javier turned to look at Siluria. However, I suddenly spoke up and stopped him. "You should stay here. They'll pay you more than I will, and you'll be able to climb the ranks easier here." Javier snapped back impatiently. "Young master, did you absorb too much dark mana and damage your brain? Is something wrong with your head? I am a knight of the Frontera family. Even if I die, that will never change. What if it's an order?" Javier immediately responded, "Then I will disobey it." I didn't expect this guy to be so stubborn, but still, it was kind of reassuring. "In that case, let's head back to our territory." When we returned to Frontera territory, the Count and his wife were already waiting at the mansion entrance. I was just about to explain why there was a group of undead skeletons behind me, but the Count simply waved his hand, signaling that no explanation was needed. "At this point, no matter what you bring back, we won't be surprised anymore. After all, we've long since gotten used to it." However, his gaze fell on someone standing beside me. "But the person behind you, who is he? Could it be Javier?" That's right, because of a previous bet, Javier had returned to the territory cross-dressed. The bet was, if the Hell Knight revives, I'll be your subordinate for a year. If it doesn't, then when we return, you have to dress up as Javiella. Javier was furious at himself for agreeing to such a ridiculous wager. However, at that moment, Count Frontera suddenly stepped forward and gave Javier a tight hug. "Javier, all this time, it must have been so painful for you to hide this. But this isn't a bad thing. You're just a little different from the rest, that's all." Even though Javier desperately tried to explain, "It's not like that." At this point, who would still believe him? Now I could really laugh at this guy all I want. This time, I brought back enough profit to let me eat, drink, and be merry for the rest of my life. Finally, I could fully enjoy a sweet and leisurely life. However, whenever I have that thought, something unexpected is bound to happen. Suddenly, the royal envoy appeared, and he rolled right up to me. A royal decree from Her Majesty the Queen to Lloyd Frontera. Lloyd Frontera has been selected to join a special delegation being sent to Asfahan. Hearing this, I froze in horror. The royal envoy continued, "You shall leave at once." Before I could react, 2 knights seized me and hauled me to the carriage. On the way to Asfahan, I couldn't stop myself from crying. When will I ever get to enjoy a peaceful life? Young master, stop crying. It makes you even look uglier. Seeing this, the leader of delegation, Count Ventura, asked in confusion, "You've received such an honorable mission from Her Majesty the Queen. Why do you look so aggrieved?" I replied, "It's because I feel so honored that I can't stop crying." But deep inside, I was thinking, "Queen Alicia, I hate you. Why are you sending me there? I just want to relax at home." In fact, the Queen did it on purpose, because in the report on the Namran incident, it actually claimed that the Hell Knight was defeated by Namran's knights, and that Javier and Lloyd only handled intelligence gathering. The Queen thought that was complete nonsense. Even if the Summon Hell Knight wasn't complete, there's no way a mere knight could defeat such a being, so she was certain that Javier and that guy had taken it down together. In order to avoid taking credit, he asked Count Namran to write that report. That guy couldn't care less about fame or status. He only thinks about eating, drinking, and having fun every day. Precisely because of that, the Queen believed that no matter the task, he could complete it perfectly. After all, he's just a petty, vengeful, and thoroughly despicable man. At that moment, I was completely unaware that the Queen had already figured me out inside and out. However, just as the delegation arrived in the kingdom of Asfahan, Count Ventura got into an argument with them because they actually arranged such a shabby room for us to stay in. But I didn't pay any attention to it, still wallowing in the pain of never being able to retire. Count Ventura thought their arrangement was outrageous. Suddenly, the leader from their side pulled a necklace out of his pocket and said, "If you're dissatisfied with the accommodations, then use this padishar to exchange for a better place. In Asfahan, as long as you have this, you receive the favor and blessing of the almighty King Samarkand." Hearing this, Count Ventura was instantly furious. "So now you're treating the delegation from the kingdom of Magentano like beggars?" But the man calmly replied, "It seems you've misunderstood me. To be granted a padishar is a great honor." As soon as he finished speaking, he dropped the necklace to the ground. After doing that, they turned and left, leaving behind only the furious Count Ventura. The padishar on the ground was ignored by all. Ventura was burning with rage. "Those wicked men, even if they mean to insult our kingdom, they went too far. This is clearly a declaration of war." Immediately, he ordered his men to prepare a message for the Queen, tell Her Majesty to dispatch an even larger delegation, and also notify the neighboring countries to join us in putting pressure on Asfahan. However, at that moment, someone suddenly came to report the delegate from Frontera has disappeared, and the padishar that was dropped on the ground is gone too. It turns out, I had already taken the necklace and started a spending spree. At that moment, I was already standing in a restaurant, shouting loudly, "I received the blessing of the almighty King Samarkand. I'm treating everyone here to a meal. Order the most expensive dishes in this restaurant for everyone. Go call your relatives, your friends, your neighbor's kid. Bring them all. Tonight, not a single person in this city will go hungry. May the grace of the almighty Samarkand bless you all." After the feast, I immediately headed to the most luxurious silk store in the city. However, the shopkeeper gently said, "You've misunderstood. We're not the most luxurious silk store in the city. We're the most luxurious silk store in the entire world. In that case, cancel the 2 rolls of fabric I just picked. As for the rest, wrap them all up. I'm buying everything." Then, I arrived at the dock. The commander asked in confusion, "Are you borrowing a ship in your personal name?" However, I pulled out the padishar and said to him, "No, I'm here to buy all your ships." Just like that, I loaded everything I bought that day onto the ships, and a total of 6 ships were completely filled. I happily watched the merchant ships depart. Make sure to pass through Cremo before heading to the Frontera territory. At that moment, more and more people heard that someone was shopping without looking at prices, so they flocked over, hoping I would buy the goods they brought. I raised the padishar and said to them, "Make a line. Samarkand's grace will spread to every corner of the world." However, just then, a group of soldiers suddenly charged out from the crowd. "There he is. Arrest him." After that, Javier and I were directly taken to the royal palace. On the throne, King Samarkand was furious, because I had just spent the palace's entire annual budget. But facing his wrath, I simply smiled and began to introduce myself. "I am Lloyd Frontera, eldest son of Arcos Frontera. Greetings to the great and almighty King Samarkand." Hearing my name, the king suddenly trembled inside. So he's the one who reversed the monster domino effect? Could it be that he spent all that money on purpose just to meet me? At this point, the expression on King Samarkand's face gradually grew complicated. The many rumors surrounding the Frontera territory had always made him wary. He couldn't help but start thinking, if war really breaks out, the first to face us will be the Frontera territory. If those rumors are true, even if I mobilize the entire kingdom's military, there's no guarantee we'd win. At this moment, a thought flashed through his mind. Should I just get rid of this guy right now? But on second thought, he immediately dismissed the idea, because this guy's knight is a sword master. Even if they could defeat that sword master, the capital might be razed to the ground. However, what he didn't know was, all all of this had long been within my calculations. Think carefully, Great King Samarkand. Right now, aside from talking, do you have any other options? Samarkand's face darkened, burning with anger. This despicable man, is he threatening me? But as he looked closer, he couldn't read me at all. In the end, he could only sigh and then ordered, release them. The first round of this game, I won. I just walked away with an entire year of the kingdom's budget. Samarkand spoke coldly. You took the Padishar and spent without restraint. Did you enjoy using it? Hearing this, I immediately raised both hands high. Then, I bowed deeply and shouted loudly, long live the great king. Long live forever. I enjoyed myself greatly, immensely, tremendously. Samarkand was utterly shocked. He thought, what's wrong with this guy? Is he actually sincerely thanking me? And of course, I truly was thankful. If someone gives me money to spend however I want, how could I not be grateful? Spending freely with zero worries, that's the absolute best. If you think money can't buy happiness, then clearly you don't have enough of it. Samarkand narrowed his eyes slightly and asked cautiously, aren't you afraid this will raise suspicion from Magentano? You not only accepted goodwill from an enemy nation without hesitation, you even bowed in gratitude. Without hesitation, I answered directly, I'm not afraid at all. Samarkand was stunned for a moment. This guy is actually that brazen? I then added, after all, the Queen of Magentano gave me just a little bit more money than you did. Samarkand's brows instantly furrowed. So you're saying, if I gave you more, you'd even betray the Queen? I replied without the slightest hesitation, that's right. Upon hearing this, Samarkand felt this man before him was simply unbelievable. Is this guy insane? He was shocked that someone could shake his perception to the point where even his pupils trembled. However, I spoke up again, but if I switched sides just for money, I worry you won't be able to trust me. Samarkand looked at me and suddenly found it a little amusing. So, you're trying to toy with me in the palm of your hand? Alright, let's hear it. What exactly do you want to talk about with me? At this moment, Samarkand's opinion of me began to shift. He felt that this guy was not only bold, but also interesting. If he could bring me under his command, I might become a great asset. However, what he didn't know was that everything I did was to lure him in, because I wanted to get a massive construction contract from him. Your Majesty, do you truly wish for war between the two kingdoms? Samarkand narrowed his eyes slightly and calmly replied, only if absolutely necessary. Then may I ask, what exactly counts as necessary? Is it the rebellion that's about to erupt due to the drought? You want to use an external war to stabilize internal unrest, don't you? Samarkand's expression changed. He didn't expect that I would know even that, but I didn't give him time to think and spoke up directly. I can help you solve the drought problem, but in exchange, I ask that you meet with the Magentano envoy and open a dialogue. The moment Samarkand heard solve the drought, his eyes lit up with excitement. Tell me in detail. And just like that, I successfully secured the first major order from the enemy nation. Javier, did you see the king's expression when he signed the contract? His whole face was drenched in cold sweat. Javier replied, well, young master, the price you offered was just too outrageous. You'll probably go down in history as the first person to treat a king like an easy mark. What do you mean, easy mark? This little bit of money is way cheaper than the cost of war. It turned out that Asfahan's long-standing drought had caused the economy in many regions to deteriorate. Eventually, due to delayed aid, various regions united in rebellion, plunging the kingdom into civil war. But now, I had successfully changed the fate of this nation. As I thought about the current turn of events, the story of this world had already deviated completely from the novel's original sequence. If a war broke out before the unrest settled, the damage would be catastrophic, so stopping the war was now the best option. Meanwhile, on the other side, Samarkand summoned his daughter, Scheherazade. He ordered her, starting tomorrow, you'll be Lloyd Frontera's bodyguard, and by any means necessary, make that man yours. As you wish, father. The next day, just as I was about to depart to resolve the drought crisis, Scheherazade suddenly appeared. She walked up to me and said expressionlessly, I'm Scheherazade, assigned to be your escort. I look forward to working with you. I looked at her, speechless, but I already have a night escort. However, she showed no intention of leaving. I immediately became alert and thought to myself, was she sent by the king to spy on me? But then, another thought popped into my mind. Wait a second, Scheherazade, isn't she supposed to be the princess of the kingdom of Asfahan? Why would a princess be coming with me to a construction site? Just then, Scheherazade suddenly started swaying for no reason. Then, she struck an incredibly strange pose, fully showing off her figure. Seeing this, I felt something was off. Why is she suddenly flaunting her body? But at the same time, why do her eyes look so fierce? What the hell is this girl trying to do? The more I looked, the more nervous I felt. My heart was pounding faster and faster. Don't tell me, she's trying to court me? No way! How could Princess Scheherazade possibly fall for someone like me? Wait, I get it now. This must be a mission assigned by her father, to make me his son-in-law. I couldn't help but feel disgusted. No, enough with the proposals from old men. After several days of travel, we finally arrived at the drought-stricken area of Kandahar. Tonight, we can finally get some proper rest. However, there's a very serious problem. Scheherazade has been holding that same pose, making me super uncomfortable. What the hell is she trying to do? That gaze, it's terrifying. It feels like the moment I fall asleep, she'll slice open my stomach and rip out all my organs and intestines. I can't let this go on. I slowly sat up from the bed and looked at Scheherazade, who was still frozen in that creepy pose. Let's talk, okay? But first, stop holding that pose. However, Scheherazade continued to glare at me coldly. Young master, this is already the most relaxed pose I have. After hearing that, I was completely speechless, but the way you're standing makes me feel like you're about to chop off my head any second now. She is the youngest of the 4 desert princesses, the most treasured daughter of Samarkand. At a young age, she had already reached the level of high-level sword expert. Since desert princesses always wear veils when going outside, hardly anyone knows their true identities beyond the palace. Given that, I decided to pretend I didn't know she was a princess, and find a way to make her give up on seducing me. Shouldn't you get some rest tonight too? Scheherazade calmly replied, my mission is to protect you, so I must stand guard day and night. However, I rejected her outright. I don't need any extra guard, whether it's day or night. Scheherazade frowned, her face full of confusion, and I knew this was my chance. I raised my head a little and looked at Javier. Do you see that dazed guy back there? I already told you, he's my knight. He may look like an idiot, but he's a sword master. And not just any sword master, he's an advanced sword master. So even if there were 50 swordsmen like you, you wouldn't be as useful as him alone. With that line, I cranked the taunting up to maximum. Scheherazade instantly flew into a rage. She's a proud princess of a kingdom. When has she ever been treated like this? In the next moment, a massive scimitar was drawn from her waist, but I wasn't scared at all. Oh no, she pulled out her sword. Oh dear, I'm so scared. Scheherazade was now shaking with fury. Still, I kept throwing fuel on the fire. What's wrong? Why'd you stop? Come on, go ahead and swing it at me. Then go report back to Samarkand. Tell him you slashed the very person you were supposed to protect. And Samarkand will say to you, you can't even handle something this simple. How are you supposed to become a sword master? As a reward, he'll put a sign around your neck, and it will say, I can't become a sword master, not even if I lived 50 lifetimes. Scheherazade couldn't take it anymore. She threw a punch straight at me. Hey, you actually hitting me? You're supposed to be protecting me. Javier, why are you just standing there? Come help me. But Javier had no intention of stepping in. He stood off to the side, clutching his stomach, laughing like crazy. At this point, Scheherazade completely broke down. She was so furious. She was about to cry. You're the worst, you bastard. After yelling that, she stormed out of the room. Sure, I took a bit of a beating, but at least the plan worked. But just then, I jolted up, scolding Javier, why didn't you protect me? All you did was laugh from the sidelines. Are you still my guard knight or not? Javier responded solemnly, forgive me, young master. You really did deserve that, so I completely forgot to help you. What kind of face is that? Do you really feel remorse? Or are you using your acting skills to mess with me? Still, it was all worth it, because my goal was simple, to make her completely give up on seducing me. I didn't want any ties with Asfahan, and I definitely didn't want to spend the rest of my life in the desert as the king's son-in-law. Besides, now that she's already a high-level sword expert, instead of trying to seduce men, she should be doing something far more important. The next day, just as Javier and I were getting ready to start work, Princess Scheherazade showed up again. She glared at me coldly. Where do you think you're sneaking off to? I snapped back. We're off to prepare for the construction project. Mobility is key for construction. If a rookie tags along, it'll seriously slow us down. Scheherazade replied calmly, I won't hinder your construction speed. But I suddenly shot back with another taunt. You're not even a sword master. Tagging along would be pointless. The moment she heard that, Scheherazade flew into a rage. She instantly raised her fist, ready to punch me. But this time, I wouldn't let her hit me again, because I had the ultimate hypnosis technique to deal with a high-level sword expert. Scheherazade frowned as she heard me chanting under my breath. What is that? A magic incantation? But she had no idea that what I was muttering was actually advanced terminology from a civil engineering textbook. When high-level sword expert try to break through to sword master, their senses become extremely sharp, leading to chronic insomnia. This phenomenon is known as sword master syndrome, and the hypnosis method I've mastered is the only way to cure a sword master's insomnia. In just a moment, Scheherazade collapsed on the spot and fell into a deep sleep. I nodded in satisfaction and was about to ask Javier to carry her back to her room, but when I turned around, Javier had fallen asleep too. Hey, Javier, it's not the time to joke around. Wake up. At last, I'd gotten rid of that troublesome princess. Now, we could finally start work for real. However, the townspeople were looking at us with strong hostility. Javier asked in confusion, why are they so hostile toward us? I explained, because we're from the capital, and in their eyes, nobles and officials from the capital are just selfish people who don't care whether the locals live or die. I pondered for a moment. This construction project was quite large in scale. Without help from the locals, it'd be impossible to complete smoothly. However, situations like this are nothing to me. Getting them to help isn't difficult at all. Then, I shouted loudly, everyone! Immediately after, my summoned creatures came out from my sleeves. Javier, Padong, and Bangul, you three, go dig a water reservoir in the center of the city. Goming, Hamon, you two are going with me 40 kilometers west to the snow on the mountains. Once we reached our destination, Hamon dove from the sky and plunged into the river. Then, he activated his skill and absorbed all the water from the entire river. Next, it was time for Goming to do the hard part. She had to carry the water-filled Hamon and travel back to the city. Finally, once we returned to the city, Hamon spat the water into the newly built reservoir. Just like that, we successfully brought the most precious resource, water, to to the desert city. The residents were moved to tears when they saw the clear water in the reservoir, and right now was the perfect moment to win their hearts. I stood in front of the reservoir and shouted loudly, "Aren't you all happy? Aren't you all blessed? All these good things were done by me, so go ahead, shower me with your gratitude." That's right, when you do good things, you need to show off every bit of it. This water of life was brought back by me from the distant mountains. Please, remember my name, Lloyd Frontera. However, instead of showing admiration, the crowd suddenly picked up stones and hurled them at me. Stop flattering yourself, you dogs from the capital. First you give us a little water. What next? Are you going to take everything? Of course I understood that the resentment these people had built up over the years wouldn't disappear so easily. This would be a long-term battle. Suddenly, I noticed that some people stubbornly refused to drink the water. So, I decided I'd refill the reservoir every single day. Bit by bit, I'd show them my sincerity. And each time, I'd stand in front of the reservoir and shout loudly, "That's right, this water was fetched by yours truly. Remember my name, Lloyd Frontera. Your aim with those rocks is impressive, but not a single one has hit me." Every day, I promoted myself with brainwashing-level ad slogans. Some time passed. Whenever someone mentioned water or used it, I would suddenly appear behind them and whisper softly, "That water was given by me." And then, I'd vanish without a trace. Just like that, every time people fetched water, they would imagine my face reflected in it. This was my brainwashing technique. That guy who once boldly declared he'd never use water brought by people from the capital had long since abandoned that vow. After receiving water, he was completely transformed, as if reborn. I gave him my signature smile, and he immediately returned the exact same smile to me. At this moment, the citizens of the entire city had been completely assimilated by me. As long as I loudly shouted the word water, they would all flash the exact same smile as mine. Let me hear it. Water? Lloyd. Standing to the side, Javier's expression was complicated. "Young master, did you brainwash everyone?" I smiled and said to him, "Javier, this is the effect of sustained propaganda. Water is good. Water is Lloyd. So, by that logic, Lloyd is also good. Have to catch them all." However, Javier had no idea what I was talking about, and the scene became awkward for a moment. I gave a faint smile and sighed softly. As expected, being in another world is truly lonely. No one gets my jokes. But anyway, the groundwork has been perfectly laid. Next, it's time to recruit workers and begin constructing the underground waterway. Just then, someone suddenly asked, "Excuse me, Mr. Lloydwater, does this job include meals?" I immediately replied, "No need to worry. Food from across the country is on its way." Meanwhile, at the palace, King Samarkand looked over the itemized list of things I'd bought using the Padishar and nearly had a heart attack from the rage. The next day, I sat on Goming's back, scanning the ground below, but after circling around, I still couldn't find what I was looking for. Although I've already hired local citizens, digging a 35-kilometer-long underground waterway would still take far too long. So, I need to locate the rebels' underground tunnels. Hundreds of years ago, a group of people trying to escape persecution spent decades digging and built a hidden refuge, and now the rebel forces are stationed there. Since I can't pinpoint the exact location, it seems I'll have to use that method. That night, I sat beside an open window. Moments later, a group of masked men appeared and took me away. Meanwhile, Javier stands guard outside, blocking anyone trying to rush in and rescue me. Scheherazade grips her scimitar tightly, blade aimed straight at Javier. I'll say it again, step aside. Javier remains unmoved, his tone calm. "Sorry, the young master said he wants to be alone tonight." Scheherazade frowns. "What if something goes wrong? As his knight, shouldn't you be prepared for the worst? The young master's decisions are always correct." Javier stood firmly in front of the door, showing no intention of backing down. Scheherazade knew that words alone were useless. Just then, she suddenly moved in a flash. In the next moment, her scimitar came swinging down toward Javier with force. However, with a casual lift of his hand, Javier easily blocked the strike with the hilt of his sword. The corner of his mouth curled slightly into a faint smile. "Impressive. No one could have seen through your movement just now." Though Scheherazade knew he was a sword master, she didn't expect her surprise attack to be blocked so effortlessly. Unwilling to believe he was truly that powerful, she immediately launched an even fiercer assault. However, her storm-like attacks were all blocked by Javier with ease. Not only that, he even spoke leisurely while giving her swordsmanship advice. "Please don't force yourself to increase your mana. The human body has its limits. Make the mana particles vibrate rapidly. The energy from their collisions is the key to becoming a sword master." Scheherazade had never been so humiliated before and immediately shouted, "I never asked for your guidance. This was the young master's order, to try and train you into a sword master." Hearing this, the sweat-drenched Scheherazade froze in place, her face full of confusion. Meanwhile, on the other side, I had already been taken back to the rebel base. However, the rebel leader was now deep in thought. "That's odd. We're definitely the kidnappers. But why does it feel like we're the ones who got kidnapped? Since you want to know the reason Samarkand sent me here, you'll have to let me explain everything first, right? But, you know, my wrists are a bit sore. Do you mind untying me first?" The leader stared at me warily and warned, "Don't try anything funny." I smiled and replied casually, "Come on, you've already brought me here. What tricks could I possibly pull? Besides, all of you here are elite warriors rebelling against Samarkand. Someone like me, trying to resist, would just be throwing his life away. me, wouldn't I? The rebel leader's eyes narrowed slightly, and he let out a cold snort. You realized we were the rebel army and still stayed so calm. Does that mean you already predicted we'd come looking for you? I kept smiling at them. That guy sent by Samarkand, strutting around like that. I figured you lot would be itching to deal with me, and I also know that this rebel leader named Terms, he's going to lose his life because of this. Later, this incident will spark a larger rebellion uniting all regions of Asfahan. Terms stared at me. This guy kept smiling like a fool. He paused for a moment, then ordered his men, untie him. If he makes any suspicious moves, kill him immediately. He only agreed to untie me because, a few days ago, his son had nearly died of thirst. At that time, I delivered water to the square, which ended up saving his son's life. After untying me, Terms fixed a sharp glare on me and issued one final warning. This is your last warning. If you try anything funny, I'll cut you down on the spot. Suddenly, Terms saw a sly, sinister smile creep across my face. In an instant, a chill ran down his spine and cold sweat poured out. That guy's face, something's off. Everyone, attack him with me. But that sinister smile only lasted a moment. Just as they were about to make a move, everyone hesitated and stopped. They stared at me with puzzled expressions, unable to figure out my intentions. At that moment, I cleared my throat and slowly spoke. Since everyone's being so enthusiastic, then let me tell you the legendary tale of my past 2.5 years. I began speaking fluently, words flying out with flair as I recounted my experiences. Terms and the others, who were on high alert just moments ago, gradually grew dazed. They were completely drawn in by my story. They listened intently, as if they had experienced it themselves. Do you know what happened next? I turned around, dramatically gesturing with both hands. I saw a lobster this big, with exaggerated expressions and vivid body language. Terms and the others were completely immersed in the world of my tale. And when it got to the emotional part, their eyes grew moist as they quietly ate popcorn. When it got to the passionate part, they couldn't help but clench their fists and shout with excitement. However, just as they were fully immersed, suddenly, Terms' expression changed drastically. Wait, something's wrong. Why the hell am I sitting here listening to his story? He snapped out of it and threw the popcorn at me, roaring in anger. What the hell did you come here for? How did this turn into a storytelling session? However, the rebels below all booed loudly at the interruption of the story. Terms cursed his foolish subordinates in fury. We're a rebel army. We put our lives on the line every day. How can you listen to some fairy tale? But my storytelling skills were simply too powerful. Countless locusts, as big as wild dogs, blotted out the sky, plunging everything into darkness. Terms' face changed again, and he couldn't help but get pulled right back into the story. And so, I ended up talking all night long. At dawn the next day, Terms suddenly jolted awake, only to find himself riding on my flying bird, soaring swiftly through the sky slash. What the hell is going on? Where are we headed? I replied casually. To meet Her Majesty the Queen. Terms' expression changed drastically, and just as he was about to question what I was up to, I calmly explained. Basically, if I want to build the waterway, I need the underground base of you rebels. But if you give it up, then I must guarantee your safety in return. That's why I'm taking you to the kingdom of Magentano. So, do you remember now? In short, just trust me. I'll make sure every one of your rebel soldiers, and all of their families, get asylum permits. Meanwhile, in the dungeon of the Magentano kingdom, the queen was interrogating Cannavaro, pressing him for information on the other dark mages. In the end, she obtained an important clue from his mouth. Targa. Looks like I'll have to find this person named Targa. Just as she was about to leave, a servant quickly stepped forward to report. Your Majesty, Lloyd Frontera is outside requesting an audience. The queen was slightly taken aback, her face full of confusion. That guy? Wasn't he supposed to be in Asfahan? After hearing the details, the queen readily granted my request. Very well. I will issue asylum permits for Terms and his companions, as well as their families. Terms was completely stunned after hearing this. He never imagined it would all be this easy. Terms glanced at me and thought to himself, who is this man? At that moment, the queen added, this method may not be what I had in mind, but I am quite satisfied that you are carrying out my orders so well. You flatter me, Your Majesty. But before I could finish, the queen continued, there's an old saying that skilled men should work until their fingers have whittled down to nothing. That is how you bring peace to the people. We have made some progress with Cannavaro's interrogation. I will have need of you soon. I look forward to your help. Hearing this, I replied with a twisted expression, I will happily assist you in whatever way I can, Your Majesty. Really? Then why did your face look so bad? I am just tired from traveling day and night for 10 days, Your Majesty. Suddenly, the queen gave a slight smile and said, you only come to me when you need something, but when I want to see you, you always pretend not to notice. Her words made my hair stand on end, and cold sweat poured down my back. The next second, her delicate hand gently lifted my chin. Her gaze was deep and teasing as she looked at me with a half smile. You're not the kind of selfish and despicable man, right? Without hesitation, I nodded frantically. No, absolutely not. But in my heart, alarm bells were ringing wildly. Damn it, I guess the greatest enemy of my sweet and carefree retirement life is Queen Alicia. Meanwhile, on the other side, Javier and Scheherazade had been fighting in front of the door for several days. When they were tired, they rested on the spot. After resting, they would get up and fight again. I've had enough sleep, let's go again. The next second, the sound of clashing swords rang out again. Javier thought to himself, how much longer do I have to deal with her? When will that man return? Suddenly, Javier Javier noticed something was wrong. It turned out that through this period of high-intensity confrontation, Scheherazade was actually starting to touch the threshold of a sword master. She could already condense some tangible aura. Javier didn't dare to underestimate her anymore. He finally drew his sword from its sheath, instantly condensing an aura sword to block her attack. Javier thought to himself, it seems she has reached the threshold of a sword master, although her condition is still unstable. At this moment, Scheherazade attacked like a madwoman. Suddenly, I opened the door, knocking Javier to the side. Hello everyone, I'm back. The next second, Scheherazade's aura sword pierced directly through the door. Luckily, it didn't hit me, but the aftershock from the aura sword instantly shredded my clothes, leaving me with only my shorts. Even my hairstyle was blown into a mess. Now my look isn't cool at all. Javier yelled, young master, you almost died just now. Scheherazade looked at the shirtless man in front of her, very confused. Who is this guy? She looked the naked man before her up and down, and suddenly remembered who he was. She immediately asked, what have you been doing since you left me behind? However, Scheherazade sensed something was wrong. The other party seemed to be about to use that strange hypnosis technique again. She quickly covered her ears and told me to shut up. But how could I possibly obey? Instantly, drowsiness overcame Scheherazade. The next second, she fell asleep on the spot again. Sorry, princess, I really don't have time to explain to you. Then, I turned my head and told Javier, let's start the construction. But that guy had actually fallen asleep again. This time, he even had a bed and an eye mask ready. Although I expected to hypnotize you, you really are full of tricks. The next day, I was running through the maze-like underground caves, surveying the subterranean situation. Thanks to the map Terms gave me, things became much simpler. To get a direct path to the waterway, I needed to confirm which areas to break through and which to block up. During the day, all paths other than the main route would be blocked. At night, Javier would use mana blasts to break through the path. Although we're in a hurry, this whole thing could come crashing down if we aren't careful, so we could only rely on Javier for precision blasting. Next came the final, much anticipated step. You've arrived just in time. Terms was confused. Who are they? I smiled faintly. They are my territory's workers whom I sent for when we were in Magentano. It turns out, they were my skeleton engineering corps. A skeleton held up a sign that read, we missed you, master. Immediately after, I led them down into the cave. Listen up, all of you. There's a large amount of water on the other side of this wall. What do you think will happen if we did one more time here? A skeleton held up a sign. We will be thrown back instantly by the overwhelming force of the water. That's right. That's why the ancients risked their lives to build the cannon. No, they had to build the cannon even if it meant losing their lives. They would choose the oldest worker, who would complete the task of breaking through the wall. At the same time, he would perish as the final waterway was opened. He did this so that his neighbors, friends, and future generations could survive. This incredibly magnificent and noble sacrifice will become your glory. Yes, it's you, Towards. Everyone might not remember who he is. This is the man who owes me millions and needs to work for me for 520 years. At this moment, Towards was sweating profusely, completely bewildered by the situation. Thank you, Towards. We will not forget you. Everyone will revere you as a hero. After hearing this, Towards immediately tried to flee. You have the undead, right? Why do I have to do it? I cursed him. You heartless brute. Are you trying to make those undead feel the pain of losing their lives again? Towards cried. Isn't there a sword master? Let him do it. He can definitely find a way to escape. I replied irritably, that guy only has one set of clothes. He can't get it wet. After some struggle, Turtleneck, the captain of the skeleton engineering corps, volunteered to take on the final stage of the construction. Towards was relieved to be saved, but I will forever despise him. With the final strike, a massive torrent of water gushed out. Just like that, the underground water was delivered to thousands of households through the waterway. Suddenly, a little girl with tears in her eyes ran over carrying a bowl of water. She then handed it to me. Drink up. This is the water you brought us. I knelt down and took the bowl with a smile. Thank you. I'll drink it well. At this time, the little girl asked the question with great curiosity. Big brother, why are you always not wearing clothes? I smiled faintly and replied, because buying clothes is a waste of money. Just like that, after the city of Kandahar opened its central waterway, it also connected the waterway to the nearby small villages. Just as this journey was about to end, the system notification suddenly sounded. You have received a new title, the Western-born boxer-wearing goat. I was speechless. The names of these titles always feel like they're mocking me. Oh well, let's see the title's effect first. In all high-temperature zones, dehydration resistance is increased by 100%. I thought to myself, I'm not going on business trips to scorching hot places. I'm just going to eat, drink, and have fun in the future. It seems this title is useless. Suddenly, Terms called out to me. He then knelt on one knee. Young Master Lloyd, the people you've saved are countless. You not only prevented war and drought, but also gave us a place of refuge. Therefore, all of us here swear eternal loyalty to the Frontera estate. This grand display made me a bit shy. You don't have to be so formal. Just work hard in our territory. I thought to myself, I'm just doing things that benefit me, but I often hear people praise me. This makes my conscience ache. At this moment, the system sounded again. New approval rating. Terms and his people send their thanks and respect. You received a 50 bonus relationship points for a new approval rating. From now on, Terms and his people's approval rating will be combined with the Frontera estate citizens' average approval rating. Your Your current relationship points is 2,832. Looking at the reward in the system column, I thought, yes, this is perfect. This kind of reward that isn't embarrassing and is practical is what suits me. Meanwhile, a child told his father, look, that big brother's expression has become strange again. And so, I arranged for Terms and his group to head to the Frontera estate under the guidance of the Skeleton Engineering Corps. I, on the other hand, returned to Ahinchia, the capital of Asfahan. However, King Samarkand said when he saw me was for me to become his man. I immediately refused him. I'm sorry, great King Samarkand. I prefer someone a bit slimmer. Actually, Samarkand wanted me to become his son-in-law. Are you not understanding my words? Or are you pretending not to? You should have already realized that Scheherazade is my daughter, right? Don't you like her? I, wearing only a pair of shorts, calmly replied, I believe that compared to the thoughts of a lowly person like me, Princess Scheherazade's thoughts are more important. Being told this, Samarkand remembered what his daughter said to him after she returned. I don't want him to be my man. I hate his looks, and I hate everything he does. Father, if you make me seduce him again, you might as well just cut off my head. Samarkand awkwardly said, let's not talk about this for now. Since you have fulfilled your promise to me, I should also fulfill mine. I will immediately summon the Magentano envoys for a meeting. I very respectfully thanked the king for his immense grace. At the same time, I thought to myself, to complete the mission given by Her Majesty the Queen, I really went through a lot of trouble. Samarkand watched my figure, clad only in shorts, walk out of the royal palace, and began to plot in his mind. Lloyd Frontera, I, Samarkand, am a ruler who gets whatever he wants. You will soon be mine. However, how could I not know his thoughts? The final game between the two of us was about to begin. The next day, Samarkand met with the Magentano envoys. Count Ventura thought to himself, it was Lloyd who got him to the negotiating table. He created such a good opportunity for us. We must not let his efforts go to waste. Count Ventura clenched his hands nervously, but he didn't expect Samarkand to speak first. Due to my mistake, your kingdom of Magentano has suffered great losses. For this, I apologize to you. All the envoys were completely confused. The usually arrogant King Samarkand was apologizing first. Samarkand continued, I will fully compensate you for the losses caused by the monster domino effect. At the same time, I will strictly manage this situation to prevent it from happening again. Furthermore, I will share the progress of this matter with your queen. If such a thing happens again in the future, I promise to pay you double the compensation. The more Count Ventura listened, the more outrageous it sounded. At this moment, he believed this was not something to be happy about, because the other party would definitely ask for something in return. Ventura's heart beat faster and faster as he very respectfully thanked the other party for such a generous decision. We will convey your intentions to our queen. Suddenly, Samarkand interrupted him. I have one small request. Ventura thought to himself, as expected, it wouldn't be this easy. However, the other party's next words shocked him. You need to give me Lloyd Frontera. And so, Count Ventura found me. However, at this moment, I was still wearing only a pair of shorts. He then recounted the entire negotiation process. After hearing it, I showed an extremely ugly expression. Are you saying you agreed in the end? Count Ventura frantically explained. Her Majesty the Queen will surely be very happy. After all, the other party is offering so much, and you can live well no matter where you are. I smiled faintly and said he did very well. Hearing this, Count Ventura was full of confusion. Suddenly, I once again showed that iconic capitalist smile. That's just perfect. Meanwhile, Samarkand was still thinking about what to have me do first. He must first repair the roads and increase the waterways, and we are in urgent need of sanitation facilities. After that, let him expand the city and build the capital's large-scale buildings. Suddenly, one of Samarkand's men came to report, but he was confused. Didn't I tell you to bring Lloyd back? Why have you come alone? After hearing his subordinate's report, Samarkand showed a very terrified expression. You're saying he's gone to get rid of the sandworm? That's right, I'm going to kill the desert predator, the sandworm. Although they are only the size of a finger, I still can't be careless. Instantly, I lifted my shovel and aimed it at the enemy. Then, with a roar, I shouted Mana Blast. The next second, a massive explosion echoed throughout the desert. However, this was not over. Hey, Padong, now it's your turn to shine. Suddenly, a figure with glowing red eyes drilled out from behind me. Immediately, a Padong kick landed right where the sandworm was. Then, he started digging and digging and digging. At this moment, I was getting more and more excited. I turned to Javier and shouted, Javier, you deliver the final blow. He instantly condensed an aura sword. With one strike, countless grains of sand were sent flying, but that pitiful sandworm was still unharmed. What's going on? Why is this troublesome thing still alive? Then, I started blasting the sand again. At this moment, Samarkand was watching the whole situation. I, on the other hand, was shouting for King Samarkand while continuously launching explosive attacks. At this time, my state was almost frenzied. Samarkand silently watched this group of lunatics, and the flying sand hit his face. Suddenly, I turned my head, sweating profusely, and looked at him. My expression instantly switched to a smile, and I didn't forget to give him a thumbs up. Unable to bear it any longer, Samarkand immediately gave the order. Tell them to just take that lunatic and go. In the evening, Samarkand sat alone in his chair. He thought to himself, if I keep that kind of person by my side, the whole country will sooner or later be in chaos. He believed his choice was definitely correct, and he had never made a mistake. But the terms terms negotiated with the Magentano envoys seemed difficult to retract now. Which reminds me, how will I pay the bill for the Padishar? That lunatic spent so much on construction. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. At this moment, Samarkand seemed to have aged 10 years. He has been robbing me blind this entire time. At this moment, someone came to report. The haggard-looking Samarkand asked what was the matter. We have a problem. Lloyd has run off with the Padishar. Samarkand fell silent. Suddenly, another person came to report. Something big has happened. Princess Scheherazade has run away from home. She left a letter saying she wants to go find Lloyd Frontera to study and told us not to look for her. Samarkand fell silent again, but the next second, he fell face first onto the table. And so, Samarkand lost both his daughter and his money this time. He sobbed with a runny nose and tears. You bastard. However, on the other side, the morning sun rose as usual. Count and Countess Frontera also woke up. After getting up, a maid happily ran over to report, "My lord and lady, a letter from young Master Julian has arrived." The letter said he graduated from the academy with the second highest rank. Students with top graduation rankings have the opportunity to work in the royal capital. Before receiving the official notice, he wants to stay at home for a while. Mother, father, I miss you so much. Is brother doing well? I also want to become a trustworthy son like him. The Count and Countess, who hadn't seen their younger son for a long time, shed tears of happiness as they read the letter. Silly child, what are you saying? You are already a very reliable son to us. You are our pride. At this moment, Byron came in to report. Young Master Lloyd's things sent from Asfahan have arrived. These are the items I got from Samarkand. All of this is equivalent to a year's budget of the Asfahan treasury. The Countess, Marbella, looked at this box of luxury goods. She then picked up a necklace and exclaimed, "This gemstone necklace is too beautiful." Then she turned to look at Count Frontera with a strange smile. "I feel like we can sell these to those vain nobles at a high price." At this moment, she could no longer suppress her true nature. She had already been assimilated by me. Count Frontera paused for a moment when he saw his wife like this, then laughed out loud and said, "Yes, we must sell them for a high price." He thought to himself, Marbella seems to have become a bit strange, but I still feel very happy. Afterward, the Count and Countess greeted the farming residents as usual. They also warmly responded to such a down-to-earth lord. Count Frontera felt so happy. His territory is full of good people. Suddenly, the two saw a terrifying scene. It was a red-haired orc who had bumped into Sir Greg. The two instantly burst out with explosive tension. Sir Greg put his hands on the red-haired orc's hard shoulders. He then pushed the other party away with force. The Count and Countess, seeing this scene, was very scared. Are they going to fight in the next second? After all, the two of them were now head-to-head, rubbing against each other. Neither side was willing to back down. Suddenly, the red-haired orc was the first to flash away. Then, a kit grazed Sir Greg's neck, but he wasn't trying to fight. He was actually starting to breakdance. After finishing this difficult move, he stood up handsomely. The red-haired orc then showed a disdainful expression, beckoning the other party to come and compare. Sir Greg sighed, then led his men to start dancing. Accompanied by the movement of the music, he performed a move that was even more difficult than the other parties. The red-haired orc, not to be outdone, also responded with a dance with his orc brothers. This time, they performed 1,000-hand guanyin. Both sides danced until they were sweating profusely, but neither side was willing to admit defeat. And the reason why both sides were so incompatible was all due to a misunderstanding by the red-haired orc. The Count and Countess were dumbfounded by what they just saw. Although they are a bit strange, they are all kind people and kind creatures. At that moment, headless undead creatures greeted them. The Count, basking in the sun, exclaimed that this land is very peaceful. He is very happy. It's just a little bit strange. The world's strongest being, a dragon, has to come to the dung pit every day to burn feces. In the former kingdom's white cavalry has thrown away their lances and picked up shovels instead. Every morning, the white cavalry, including Terms and his group, has to pray to an ugly stone statue. Suddenly, someone in the distance announced that young Master Lloyd was back. Hearing that it was their son, the couple was immediately overjoyed. But when they saw their son's appearance, their expressions immediately turned to stone. Because compared to the strange things and creatures in the territory, their own son should be the strangest one. It turned out that I was now only wearing shorts on my lower body, while my upper body was draped with a blanket from who knows where. My lord, I'm back. At this moment, Count Frontera thought, he may be a strange son, but I am happy. And the day he finally calls me father instead of my lord, I will be even happier. Count Frontera asked with tears in his eyes, why aren't you wearing clothes? I smiled and replied, because there are many clothes at home. After all, I wouldn't do something that wastes money. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Magentano, Count Ventura was reporting the results of his trip to Asfahan to the queen. We signed a paper agreement with them, and Samarkand also stamped it with his magic handprint. The queen asked, Count Ventura, did you lead this to completion? Being asked this, Ventura stammered and only said a yes. The queen immediately exposed him. Lloyd Frontera told you to say that, right? Queen Magentano then asked, to achieve peace and prosperity for the nation, what elements do you think are necessary? Ventura replied, a highly centralized monarchy and balanced diplomatic relations. The queen smiled and replied, no, you just need someone with the ability to toil for you, someone you can work to the bone. At this moment, Count Ventura felt sympathy for me in his heart. I'm sorry, Master Lloyd, it seems I have no choice but to sell you out this time. The queen thought, although the agreement was signed smoothly this time, it's actually useless. After all, Asfahan and Magentano have been hostile for many years. To make both sides become mutually beneficial, they must trust each other very much. So how should this be done? A few days later, a familiar figure appeared in the Frontera territory. It was Scheherazade, who had run away from home. She looked at the land below and thought to herself, so this is where that man is. She then gritted her teeth and swore that she must succeed. Meanwhile, the Count was leisurely pruning the plants he had grown. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. "Excuse me, sorry to bother you." Frontera looked over and saw a beautiful woman. The Count then heard the other party introduce herself. "Hello, I am from the distant eastern kingdom of Asfahan, and I am the daughter of King Samarkand, Scheherazade." The Count was instantly startled. He frantically asked why a princess would come here. Scheherazade said she was here to find Lloyd Frontera. The Count became even more terrified after hearing this. "Princess, what business do you have with my son?" Scheherazade's expression instantly darkened. She then said flatly, "I can only fall asleep when he is by my side." After hearing this, the Count was stunned for a moment. He thought he must have misheard. He then immediately realized something was wrong. What does it mean? "I can only fall asleep when he is by my side." He immediately thought to himself, "Lloyd, of all the things you've done, this is the most outrageous." It seems the Count misunderstood. This imperial princess had long been troubled by insomnia. She could only fall asleep when I was by her side, so she traveled thousands of miles to this land to find me. It turned out she could only fall asleep when she heard me talk about civil engineering. Therefore, she wanted me to record these words into a magic crystal. But how could I let her get her wish so easily? I immediately said, "Do you think you can get such an important lullaby for free?" Scheherazade replied expressionlessly that she could pay. However, I told her I had a lot of money. The princess's brow furrowed instantly. She already extremely disliked the person in front of her, and now he was being so persistent. Suddenly, I slapped a thick stack of contracts on the table. "Princess, as long as you sign this contract, I will give you what you want." Javier, on the side, thought to himself, "The young master is so despicable. He actually drafted the contract in advance." Scheherazade read through the contents of the contract one by one. "Work in the Frontera territory for 5 years, and the lullaby will only be provided after the 5-year work period is over." The angry princess stood up and said, "This contract is too outrageous." I, on the other hand, had a wicked look on my face and said, "Oh, if you're not willing, then forget it. It's no loss to me. Besides, as long as you can rest well and train hard, you can become a true sword master." "But what does that have to do with me?" Javier, on the side, suddenly felt that the young master was too terrifying. Could it be that he planned all this from the beginning? Is this why he asked me to train the princess to become a sword master and sang her lullabies? To exploit her labor? At this moment, even the system couldn't stand it anymore and started to complain. "No wonder the devil appeared in your dream and asked to be friends with you." I disdainfully said, "What do you mean? Not only do I pay her a salary, but I also lull her to sleep every day and help her become a sword master. I'm practically a saint." At this time, Scheherazade was trembling with anger. She asked, "Was this your plan from the very beginning?" I, on the other hand, put on a face that deserved a beating and said, "What are you talking about? I can't hear you right now." Before I could continue to provoke her, a sandbag-sized fist came flying over. That punch hit me right in the face. After hitting me, Scheherazade cursed, "You scoundrel." She then threw down the contract and left in a huff. I, on the other hand, was knocked unconscious by that punch. Scheherazade, carrying her luggage and preparing to go back, cursed, "That scum is simply despicable and shameless. How can there be such a person in the world? Rather than be manipulated by him, I'd rather." Before she could finish the sentence, she thought, "Wait, if I sign the contract with him, I can solve my insomnia problem. Then I can truly break through to the sword master realm. After all, this way I can be recognized by my father." As Scheherazade was walking and thinking, she suddenly realized something was wrong. "Damn, where have I walked to?" After crossing the mountain, she suddenly saw someone in front. At this moment, the princess looked a bit dazed. The person he saw was my younger brother, Julian. He had just graduated from the academy and was on his way back to the Frontera territory today. At this moment, Scheherazade had regained her usual cold demeanor. She wondered who this person was and why he was in such a place. But he looked so weak, like a small herbivorous animal that could be easily caught and eaten. Suddenly, Julian stood up. It turned out that the road ahead was blocked by a large rock. The carriage that was taking Julian back to the territory couldn't pass, and they were trying to find a way to move the rock. "Sir, let me give you a hand." That person quickly replied, "No, young master, you are the future pillar of the kingdom. How can we let you do such dirty work?" Julian immediately said, "Sometimes dirty work is more important than other things. Besides, I can't watch you all suffer so much because of me." That person said again, "Our mission is to escort the academy's outstanding talent back to his hometown, so we will find a way to handle this. Young master, you can rest for a while." However, Julian didn't listen and directly took off his shirt. The seemingly weak Julian was actually full of muscles. This stunned those academy guards. Scheherazade, who had witnessed everything from the side, still had the image of a little bunny for Julian in her mind. "It's just a bunny with more muscles," she thought to herself. It seems that person is Lloyd's younger brother who just returned from the royal capital, but compared to that scum, his younger brother is completely different. At this moment, Julian was still trying to move the big rock with the guards. Finding that they couldn't push it, they prepared to use a shovel to slowly break it from the outside. The guard was confused why they were using a shovel. Julian said because he had seen someone do it like this before, and that person said that the shovel is omnipotent. Suddenly, Scheherazade stepped forward and said, "Your idea is good, but it will take a whole day, so let me handle this big rock." Julian looked at the girl in front of him and showed the same expression as Scheherazade. When the other person walked past him, his face instantly turned red. Scheherazade drew the sword from her waist. She thought to herself, if I help them here, then when I negotiate with that scum later, the situation will be more favorable to me. The next second, Scheherazade unleashed countless slashes, and that huge rock was instantly cut into small pebbles. The guards were shocked by this woman's strength. After finishing, Scheherazade sheathed her sword handsomely. At this time, only small stones that could be easily moved were left on the ground. Julian shyly covered his chest with his clothes, then stepped forward to thank the other party. He then asked, "Who are you?" Scheherazade simply turned back and began to introduce herself. However, in Julian's eyes, the other party was so beautiful and moving. "I am Scheherazade from the Eastern Kingdom of Asfahan. I am currently staying at the Frontera Mansion." Instantly, Julian's heart beat faster, and so, the two returned to the Frontera territory together. At the dinner party, the Count was so happy he cried, exclaiming, "How can my two sons be so outstanding?" Scheherazade thought this was indeed something to be happy about. The eldest son is a diplomat, and the younger son is the kingdom's top talent. Suddenly, she thought of what her father had said, "Whether it's seducing a man or becoming a sword master, show me your strength. Show me what qualities you have that are worthy of my pride." Scheherazade slowly fell silent as she chewed the beef. At this moment, Julian said that as long as the royal capital gives the order, he will work even harder. "I want to make my father even more proud." The Count wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. "Silly child, what are you talking about? I'm just happy that you got what you wanted. If you're tired, you can always come home. Just having you by my side makes me happy." Hearing this, Scheherazade was instantly stunned. She had always wanted to gain her father's approval, but those words just now instantly negated everything she had done before. The next second, tears unknowingly flowed down her face. Scheherazade thought to herself, "Why am I crying?" Suddenly, she stood up and left the dinner table. "Excuse me, I have to go." I called back, "Princess Scheherazade, where are we going to negotiate the lullaby matter again?" However, this time Scheherazade replied decisively, "Forget it." Julian was confused, wondering if he had said something wrong just now. I, on the other hand, looked at my younger brother's expression. I thought to myself, what's with his expression? At this moment, Scheherazade had already cried her eyes out. She didn't want others to see her like this. In the evening, she packed her luggage and prepared to leave, and I watched everything from upstairs. Suddenly, I sensed an unexpected situation. Why did Julian chase after her? And the two of them were actually talking for a long time. My eyes widened as something I never expected happened. Princess Scheherazade actually blushed shyly. The cold and irritable princess who would strike out at the slightest provocation actually blushed. I instantly showed that demonic expression. I couldn't help but drool. Well, this is a huge and unexpected jackpot. All of this started from Julian chasing after her that night. "Miss Scheherazade, where are you going so late at night? You're not planning to leave here directly, are you?" Being asked this, her heart couldn't help but beat faster. She then replied that she wasn't leaving, but wanted to go for a walk outside. Julian was relieved after hearing this. "Oh, I see. Because you were carrying a particularly large backpack. I thought you were leaving." Scheherazade looked at the luggage on her back and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. She quickly explained that this was her food pack. This shocked Julian. He thought, how much food does such a large backpack need to hold? He then carefully reminded her, "If you eat too much before bed, you won't sleep well at night." Scheherazade's face instantly turned red. She stammered and explained, "I mean, it's mostly picnic supplies." She thought to herself, my excuses are getting more and more ludicrous. Suddenly, Julian said, "You didn't look very well when you were eating just now, so I was quite worried about you. It's great to see that you're fine now." Scheherazade looked at the sincere young man in front of her. She felt like this was the first time someone had cared about her like this. She lowered her head with a blush and said she was much better now. At this moment, everything around seemed to stand still. The moonlight shone on the two young people who were about to fall in love. Their throbbing hearts could no longer be suppressed and were eager to move. Scheherazade thought to herself, maybe I should stay a few more days. Meanwhile, I watched everything from upstairs. At this moment, I was even more excited than the two of them, because I thought of a wonderful plan. Suddenly, Javier appeared and startled me. "You scared me." Javier replied, "Your face is scaring me." It turned out that Javier came because it was time to sing the lullaby. "Young master, I can't fall asleep if you don't sing the lullaby, so I came to find you. But why are you looking at a couple falling in love with such a sinister expression?" I immediately asked back, "How do you know they've fallen in love?" "I only found out after careful observation." Javier disdainfully said, "Is it necessary to observe carefully? I've seen many people's eyes when they fall in love. Women always look at me with that expression. Has that never happened to you? But then again, young master, I can understand you. I can only wish you to keep trying." At this moment, I really wanted to beat this kid up. Every time it comes to this, he's really annoying. Then, Javier said, "If you want to ruin young master Julian's love because you're blinded by jealousy, jealousy, I definitely won't help you. I was a bit speechless. What kind of person do you think I am? This time, not only will I not ruin their love, but I will help bridge Julian's love. From now on, I am Cupid. Then, I looked through the window and thought to myself, after meeting the queen a while ago, I realized something. Because I have accumulated too many merits on the surface, the queen has been trying every means to squeeze me dry. If this continues, I will sooner or later be squeezed to the end of my life. So I must find a way to escape her clutches, and those two are the key to help me escape. Moments later, Julian, back in his room, now had Scheherazada's figure in his mind. Her hair, more beautiful than silk, her pearl-like eyes were so beautiful and moving, and the sadness hidden behind her fortitude. All of this made it impossible for Julian to calm down. He thought to himself, do people call this situation? Before Julian could continue to think, a demonic voice sounded in his ear. That's right, that situation is usually called love, and the speaker was me. What are you doing, Lloyd? Like you know how someone feels. I immediately showed a wicked smile and said, that's what you look like. Am I wrong, Julian? Julian was powerless to refute, because he also thought it was love. The moonlight shone on my handsome face, as I smiled and said, tomorrow I will record a lullaby for Scheherazada. Then she should be going back to her country, right? As I dragged out the words going back to her country, I waved goodbye to him. Then I slowly closed the door. At this moment, Julian was caught in a choice, and I was going to ignite that little flame of his love. After I did all this, I went to find Princess Scheherazada, but before I could speak, she directly threw a punch. I'm sorry, I couldn't help but hit you. I lay on the ground and said, my brother Julian is very smart. The royal capital's appointment should come down soon. Maybe he'll receive the notice tomorrow. Then he will leave. Remember, he will leave. Scheherazada's eyes instantly showed a worried look. That little flame of love in her heart began to stir. And so, the two sat in their respective rooms. The fire of love in their hearts burned more and more intensely. They were all thinking, what if I can't see the other person in the future? As if sensing each other, the two rushed out of their rooms at the same time. No, I won't let it happen. I must convey my feelings to him. I, on the other hand, sat in my room like a godfather, waiting for the moment when the lovers would finally be together. But at the same time, another pair will also reach their end. That is Emily and the red-haired orc, Cougar. It turns out, Cougar had always misunderstood the relationship between Sir Greg and Emily. Greg is actually Emily's older brother, and Emily had fallen in love with Cougar since he saved her when the locusts attacked. But because of that misunderstanding, Cougar had been deliberately distancing himself from Emily. Finally, one day he plucked up the courage to ask, Emily, do you love Sir Greg? She immediately said, of course. He's the most precious person in this world to me. And so, the misunderstanding between the two deepened. They were clearly in love with each other, but couldn't be together because of a misunderstanding. After Emily went home, she asked her brother a question. Brother, if a human woman falls in love with an orc warrior, will people think it's strange? Sir Greg initially thought it was just a joke, so he said, if our family finds out, they will definitely break your legs and kick you out of the house. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. He thought of that time when Cougar angrily found him, inexplicably saying, how could you do this behind Emily's back? At this moment, he understood everything. I see. So the next day, he found Cougar. You're Cougar, right? Cougar replied, back off. I don't want anything to do with you anymore. Just then, Greg reached something from his clothes. The next second, he threw a paper airplane at Cougar, hitting him directly on the forehead. Come to the address on the paper airplane tonight. I want to settle this once and for all. Cougar was very angry. He thought this was a complete provocation to his dignity. He immediately said that their orc warriors would never evade a duel. However, when Cougar arrived at the appointed place at night, he found that the person waiting here was not Sir Greg, but the Emily he had been thinking about all along. Cougar, why are you here? It was clearly my brother who called me out. Meanwhile, Julian and Scheherazada also arrived at the door. If I don't tell him my feelings now, I will probably regret it for the rest of my life. However, the moment the door opened, the other side of the door was the Count and Countess. At this moment, Scheherazada was already kneeling at the door. On the other side, Greg and Cougar's orc friends had all conspired. Now they all swarmed up. Cougar and Emily, from today on, this is the first day of your relationship. Scheherazada's side was even more ruthless. She directly said to the Count and Countess, please, let me have your youngest son's hand in marriage. Mother, father, but the happiest person at this moment is definitely me, because this way, even the queen can't do anything to me. After requesting them to hand over their son to her, she agreed and the wedding was held at lightning speed the next day. At this moment, the two looked at each other affectionately. The scene was so happy. The Count was so overwhelmed. He was crying. Byron watched the young master grow up little by little. Now that he is so happy, he is really happy for him. Meanwhile, Akush actually dared to flirt with Malika. However, no matter how happy they are now, they are not as excited as I am, because without my help, they couldn't have achieved this so quickly. Javier ruthlessly complained, young master, can't you just go home and stay there? Your expression is really ruining the good atmosphere today. I immediately said that my expression now is a super happy one. Javier couldn't understand. Why can this marriage stop Her Majesty's exploitation of you? I told him to think carefully. After Princess Scheherazada and Julian get married, I will become a bridge between the two countries. I am not only a citizen of Magentano, but also Samarkand's family. Javier was still a bit confused. Didn't Samarkand kick you out of Asfahan because he hated you? I told him to use use his brain. That old man is not a fool. He should have realized by now that I was pretending to be crazy before. In other words, he still wants me now. So if the queen wants to continue to use me, I will pretend to go to Samarkand. Javier shielded his eyes. I was shining so brightly, he couldn't bear to look. He immediately said, "Young master, I get it now, but you can go home and stay there now, right?" I was speechless. You've listened to my grand plan, and this is your only reaction? I thought to myself, although I can't openly oppose the queen now, this way, I have a powerful bargaining chip for negotiation. The wedding was still going on. Scheherazade happily kissed Julian, while the Asfahan wedding photographer recorded this sweet moment. On the other side, Samarkand watched his little daughter's wedding through a magic mirror. Tears unknowingly flowed down the corner of his eyes. Scheherazade, my dear little daughter, you must be happy. There is no cruel inheritance struggle there, and no bad father who pushes you to the brink. Just live a happy life there. At this moment, all the wedding ceremonies were over, and it was time for the final bouquet toss. Emily reminded, "Okay, bride, let's toss the bouquet next. Remember to toss it with force." Scheherazade remembered to toss with force in her heart, so she used all her strength. However, this was a bouquet tossed by someone who was about to become a sword master. That kind of speed was not something an ordinary person like Emily could catch. The bouquet broke through the wind and grazed past her. Because the speed was too fast, the bouquet actually spontaneously combusted, shooting towards the city like a cannonball. Finally, a big hand caught the bouquet, and the person who caught it was actually the dragon, Solitas. He was completely confused and didn't understand what was going on. Little did he know that this symbolized the bride and groom passing on happiness and love to him. At this moment, I watched Scheherazade happily holding Julian's arm. I suddenly thought of her ending in the novel. In the novel, Scheherazade unfortunately lost her life in order to save her father from the rebel army. At this moment, I feel that this feeling of changing someone else's destiny is really good. Although this way I won't get any money. Suddenly, the system notification sounded at this time. You have saved yet another person from their destined death. I immediately said, isn't this system just stating the obvious? However, the system displayed again. The number of people you've saved so far is. I watched the numbers on the system column jump continuously. My eyes widened. After a moment, the number finally stopped at 23,513,442. I was very surprised to see this number. I thought, how can there be so many? I originally guessed it would only be in the hundreds. The system sounded again. For exceeding 20 million people, a new kind of currency called DP or delivered people has been introduced. When you accumulate 50 million DP, you will obtain the right to use the skill, the world's strongest. This gives you the power to go beyond the ending spoiler. When I saw the skill description below, I was completely stunned. This skill gives you this world's strongest degree of power for 30 seconds. I thought, isn't this time a bit too short? What can I do in 30 seconds? Besides, this is not the strongest power, but a skill of this world's strongest level. And although highly unlikely, if I encounter the strongest existence from another world, wouldn't I lose 100% of the time? At this moment, the system added, furthermore, if you decide to use this skill, you must forfeit all help from the messenger, and all skills, summons, ending spoilers, etc. obtained through relationship points will no longer be available for use. I was speechless. What kind of crappy setting is this? This way, I'm afraid I'll never be able to use it in my life. The system said, why? Don't want me to go just yet? I ruthlessly complained. How could that be? I would be very troubled if I lost these skills. Suddenly, Count Ventura found me, who is also the host of this wedding. Thanks to you, Magentano and Asfahan have just signed a peace treaty and have surpassed allies to become brother nations. I immediately said I did nothing. You negotiated the agreement, and my brother got married. Suddenly, Count Ventura sincerely apologized to me. Please forgive my foolishness for secretly looking down on you before. You are the real hero. This move of his startled me. I quickly told him he didn't have to be like this. Actually, you can look down on me. I am originally a common person, and I'm stingy and petty. I thought to myself, I don't want to be a noticeable hero. I just want to be an average person and a slacker. Count Ventura laughed out loud. Even if you want to hide, it's useless. Her Majesty the Queen has already guessed what happened, and you must have expected it. Her Majesty sent me to host the wedding to summon you to the capital. Hearing this, I instantly became alert. Good timing. It's time to be shameless. Suddenly, I started to pretend to cough. Count, actually, I haven't been feeling well recently. I've been coughing non-stop. I need to recuperate in Asfahan for a while. However, Ventura didn't change his expression at all. He directly replied, Her Majesty wants to see you. I was speechless. What's wrong with this guy? He's not moved by my act at all. Suddenly, I remembered what the Queen had said to me before. You only come to me when you need me. When I want to see you, you always pretend not to know. You're not that selfish and despicable of a man, are you? Finally, I followed Count Ventura to the capital with a disgruntled face. When will this life of being squeezed try end? Can't I ever live a slacker's life? I, Lloyd Frontera, pay my respects to your Majesty. Oh, you're willing to rush to see me. I'm very happy. If you had turned a deaf ear to my summons, I might have been heartbroken and directly barged into your territory. Then you would have fled to Asfahan, right? Just thinking about it makes me so sad and lonely. I listened and became more and more suspicious. Isn't this Queen speaking with hidden meanings? Suddenly, the Queen's eyes became fierce. Let's not cross the line with each other. Let's get along well, understand? command. I immediately said I heard Her Majesty's summons and immediately rushed to the Queen's side. If you have any orders, please feel free to give them to me. Suddenly, the Queen stood up. I have something to show you. Come with me first. I was very confused. What could it be? She's not going to take out something to squeeze me dry again, is she? However, when I saw that thing, I was completely shocked. It was actually a giant dragon skeleton. Its size was like a giant mountain. This is what we found when we were attacking the Dark Mage group. This seems to be the material they used for some kind of ritual. It turned out that a few days ago, Queen Magentano personally led a team to the ancient city of the Dark Mage Targa. At the Queen's command, countless magic arrow rains poured down. Although the ancient city had defensive magic, the Queen's side's offensive was still too fierce. The Dark Mages here were completely unable to stop it. Soon, most of them were killed by the Empire's soldiers. Suddenly, a monster made of black magic rushed out. In the face of the magic troops' bombardment, it was actually able to dodge all these attacks with agile movements, and those soldiers in front of it were like weak ants that could be crushed at will. Magentano immediately ordered everyone to retreat. Everyone get out of the castle. The assault troops and magic troops all obeyed the order and retreated outside, but they found that Her Majesty the Queen had not come out with them. It turned out that Magentano wanted to face this monster alone. She raised her sword and channeled her aura. Instantly, a pinkish-purple aura sword condensed and formed. The Queen used all her strength and struck at the monster with one sword. The ground was directly cracked by the pinkish-purple explosion. The monster had no time to dodge and was submerged in the aura explosion unleashed by the Queen. But after the monster died, its whole body began to release green poisonous gas. The Queen immediately understood that this gas was poisonous, but since the last time she was poisoned, the Queen had never stopped training against poison, so this bit of poison was nothing to her. The Queen, wearing armor and holding a sword, slowly walked towards the innermost room. Pushing open the door, a giant dragon's head came into view. Below the dragon's head stood a person. He was the mastermind of the Dark Mages, Targa. Targa was now at the end of his rope, facing the Queen, who was a sword master. He had no ability to fight back. You are Targa, right? For the crime of attempting a rebellion against the kingdom, I shall administer your sentence immediately. Then, without waiting for the other party to make any explanation, she cut off his head with one sword. The Queen sheathed her sword handsomely, sighing that it was finally over. But just then, she suddenly felt something was wrong. What's wrong with my eye? At this moment, the Queen's right eye was actually corroded, but she thought it was because the poison from before had not been completely cleared, so she didn't pay much attention to it. Finally, she brought the dragon skeleton back to the capital. At this moment, I looked at this dragon skeleton and started to smile wickedly. The novel mentioned that dragon bones can be used to make various magic items. If I could get a little, wouldn't I be able to make a fortune again? At this time, the Queen spoke. As long as we make good use of this pile of bones, our kingdom of Magentano can display its powerful national strength to the outside world. Therefore, I request that you build a huge courtyard on the back side of the royal city. Then, in the middle, erect the dragon skeleton and my statue, to symbolize that we, Magentano, have subdued the dragon. I instantly felt a great opportunity. It's time to show my workplace survival skills. I frantically tested the boundaries. Thank you, Your Majesty, for giving me such a glorious job. In gratitude for this honor, I won't charge a construction fee this time. The Queen immediately sensed that this guy must be up to no good. You must have other requests, right? I immediately bowed respectfully. As a reward for this job, I hope the Queen can give me a 10-year labor exemption. After hearing this, the Queen's brow furrowed instantly. The next second, the surrounding atmosphere changed drastically. At this moment, it was as if a fierce lion was behind the Queen, ready to burst into a rage and go on a rampage at any time. I felt so dangerous, as if I were walking on a tightrope. If I made one small mistake and fell, I would be torn to shreds by the angry lion below. At this moment, the Queen felt that this guy was being a bit too much. Just as the Queen was thinking this, I suddenly said, if you think my request is too much, please just give me a dragon's tail bone instead. That's right, this is my workplace survival skill. First, make a request that seems very excessive, knowing that the other party can't possibly agree. Wait for the right time, then propose what I really want in my heart. However, the Queen didn't play by the rules at all. She directly hit me on my fragile head. This blow directly stunned me. I looked at the Queen with a big bump on my head and a confused expression. I suddenly feel more lenient after smacking you in the head. You can take a tailbone, but in return, you have to replace it with a decent substitute. I was instantly overjoyed. I thought, so that's how it is. If I can get such a big reward by getting a smacked on the head, then I'm willing to take it all the time. I then immediately bowed down with my butt up. Your Majesty, I am willing to take hundreds or thousands of hits. No, even if you keep stepping on me, it's fine. The Queen immediately cursed. You're so disgusting. Get out of my sight. Very good. The Queen is now willing to reward me with an unparalleled prize. This way, at least I'm not being exploited. But I still don't want to work. I must find a way to realize my dream of getting rich without working and just playing around. Just as I was thinking, someone burst through the door. Are you Lloyd? Hello, I am the garden design expert, Viscount Nort. Let's talk about work. Nort looked at the guy in front of him. He thought to himself, is this young man actually a master craftsman? I came from a commoner background. It took me more than 30 years of work to accumulate my current knowledge knowledge and reputation. I'm on a completely different level from a guy like you who was born a noble and has had a comfortable life. But because of Her Majesty's order, he could only propose. Let's work on this together this time. Suddenly, I showed a very incredible expression. What do you mean by that? A young man like me with little knowledge and no experience, who is just lucky. How dare I sit on the same level as the respected Viscount Nort? I will stand aside and learn all I can from you, my lord. It is an honor just to have you acknowledge how lacking I am. Nort was completely surprised that this guy, a noble, would say such a thing. Instantly, he laughed out loud. He thought to himself, this guy is quite tactful. And so, every time Viscount Nort brought the garden design drawings, I would just praise them. Amazing. Can you also finish the details of this area in one day? Nort immediately said of course. After he finished it in one day and brought the design drawings again, I immediately said, you are a genius. Can you also finish the design here? Nort again said, of course. Nort, having finished the design, came over to mock me. I've finished the design. You've been completely useless. Oh my, if I had interfered, I would have ruined this great project. And so, that guy lost himself in my praises. He only felt that he was a genius. I'm going to start measuring again. You, young man, stay away and don't get in my way. And I did all this just to wait for him to say this, because this way, I can rightfully enjoy this time of slacking off. This feeling is so damn good. You have to always observe if there are free things around you. Thanks to honest and capable people like the Viscount, a guy like me can eat, drink, and have fun. Little did I know, that night, a purple fire suddenly lit up in the skeleton dragon's eye. I, Targa, have not given up. Alicia Magentano, I will have my revenge. You will die. A few days later, I was standing with Nort on the back mountain of the royal capital. Nort pointed down and said, do you see this lush forest behind the royal city? Just imagine. Right now, it's just in a lush, natural state, but we are about to give it order to reveal the hidden beauty within. Why do you think we humans worship gods? It's because only gods can create art from nothing. Don't you think this is the closest ability to a god? I will create a beautiful garden to feel the emotion of being almost a god. I looked at this old man in front of me and thought to myself, he really loves his job. However, I want to make such a powerful character even more effective. Then I'll hand over all my work to him. That way, I can happily enjoy my slacking time. After Viscount Nort finished speaking, he turned to leave. I'm going to have a meeting with the various project leaders. You don't know anything, so you don't need to attend the meeting. I bowed very respectfully to him. I am very ashamed. I will work hard in the future to become a person capable of attending meetings as soon as possible. I watched Viscount Nort's bouncing back as he left. At this moment, my lips slowly curled into a smile. Of course, I won't just wait around now. Come out, everyone. I saw 4 summoned creatures descend from the sky. Then, I raised my right hand and roared. Now let's play to our heart's content. Attention, a wild Baibiang has appeared ahead. I choose you, Padong. Now, use Thunderbolt. Padong trembled non-stop. Countless yellow lightning bolts burst out, hitting the wild Baibiang. The hit Baibiang was surrounded by yellow lightning. It's super effective. Then, I directly threw a Pinecone Master Ball, shouting, you are mine now. But I didn't expect the wild Baibiang to actually dodge it. Suddenly, Padong actually rebelled. He directly headbutted me in the chest. However, I didn't know that at this moment, Javier was rushing over here. His expression was very flustered. It seemed he had something urgent to report, but at this moment, I was having fun. I sighed in my heart. The time of slacking off at work is really great. Since I transmigrated into the novel, I've been working non-stop. After I finish this job, I must go back to the territory and be a rich slacker. Suddenly, Javier rushed over anxiously. I instantly had a bad feeling. Then, his next words scared me. Her Majesty the Queen is coming. After hearing this, I immediately took out the table I had prepared in advance, as well as the engineering-related design drawings. Everyone probably knows what I'm doing now. Slacking off is one thing, but when the boss comes, you must pretend to be working seriously. The Queen silently watched this guy's clumsy performance. I, on the other hand, pretended to see the Queen's arrival. I immediately showed an expression of only seeing the other party because of work. I then immediately bowed down. I pay my respects to the legal owner of this land, and also the noble Her Majesty the Queen. The Queen was a bit speechless. Don't you think you're being a bit hypocritical? You were playing around, weren't you? I lay prostrate on the ground, not daring to breathe. Could it be that my workplace survival skill didn't work just now? The Queen continued. Do you think Viscount Nort is a fool? For him to rise from a commoner to a Viscount is not just because of his strong work ability. At this moment, I was sweating more and more. Could it be that that guy complained to the Queen? Then I'm really in trouble this time. It turned out that Viscount Nort complained to the Queen like this. Your Majesty, I have something to report. You previously ordered that a dragon skeleton with its head bowed to you should be placed in the center of the garden. Then, a sightseeing waterway should be built next to it to appreciate this magnificent view. To create this, I have considered it from all aspects, but the water level at the starting and ending points is too different, which will cause the water flow to be too fast. With my current ability, I can't find a solution. The Queen was confused. So you want me to retract this idea? Viscount Nort immediately said that was not the case, because that young man named Lloyd Frontera has already given me a solution. He told me that I can build the waterway's ground in a stepped manner. Then, at the end of the steps, build a lock gate. After the boat enters, close the lock gate behind it, and reduce the water level by reducing the water. After the water level is the same, same. Open the front lock gate. This way, the boat can move forward again. Viscount Nort said that they have encountered many other problems, but they were all successfully solved with the help of that young man. And every time the problem was solved, he would say that he didn't know anything. I just said whatever came to my mind. Whether this plan can be realized can only be decided by someone with your seniority and wisdom. That young man solved the problem with his excellent knowledge, and then gave me all the credit. Although he wasn't working and only wanted to play and make a profit, as long as the construction needed him, he would work with all his heart. I think he is indeed a great example of a capable person. It turned out that Viscount Nort was indeed complaining, but it was a reverse complaint. I didn't know this at the time. I thought, damn it, what excuse should I find to avoid the Queen's punishment? She's not going to accuse me of treason for this, is she? The Queen looked at this guy's raised butt. Before I kick you, quickly put your butt down and stand up. I nervously and slowly raised my head as I watched the Queen staring at me without saying a word. Suddenly, the Queen actually smiled sweetly. I am very satisfied with your actions. Just keep doing it. I was completely confused about the current situation, but it seems I'm fine now. I watched the Queen slowly leave. The next second, I turned to look at Javier and once again showed that wicked expression. It seems she didn't find out I was slacking off. Don't you think so, Javier? Javier felt speechless. Young master, are you really that clueless in this aspect? Soon after, autumn passed, and during the snowy winter, construction on the enormous garden continued uninterrupted. I also didn't have any time to rest. Who knows when I'll be able to play like this again? Then came spring, and the Dragon Bone Garden was finally completed. The Queen held a grand banquet for this, and the neighboring countries all sent their envoys to participate. They were all amazed at the powerful national strength of the Kingdom of Magentano. At this time, I noticed Javier's behavior was a bit strange. He was just staring at the food in his hand but not eating. Suddenly, he said, for some reason, I don't feel like eating. I suddenly thought, Master Lloyd is such an unfortunate man. I couldn't stand this inexplicable insult. I grabbed his collar and roared, what are you talking about, you brat? Why are you suddenly picking a fight for no reason? Are you dissatisfied with me about something? Javier very arrogantly said that wasn't what he meant. It's just that I feel that every time you finish building a building and hold a banquet, a major accident is bound to happen. It was like that with Cremo last time, and also with the suspension bridge. If something happens again this time, then it can be confirmed that you, young master, are really an unfortunate man. However, just as Javier finished speaking, a loud bang came from the direction of the dragon skeleton. The dragon skull, which was erected in front of the Queen's statue, actually fell off completely. As a sword master, the Queen instantly sensed that something was wrong. She felt a strange energy surging. Viscount Nort, who didn't understand the situation, felt that this was the end. The project he was in charge of had actually collapsed. I looked at the scene in front of me in disbelief. I thought, how could this be possible? I have done various tests with the simulation skill. It absolutely cannot collapse. Suddenly, Javier told me to run away quickly. This surprised me very much, because this guy was actually the first to suggest running away, and he also showed that timid expression. This was not like the usual Javier. At this moment, countless purple energy began to continuously gather in the direction of the skull. I was all too familiar with this energy. I knew at a glance that it was the energy of black magic. Slowly, the long-dead dragon skeleton actually stood up again, and it even spoke. Magentano, before you cut off my neck, I had already transferred my soul to these bones, and now, I have finally stabilized completely. It turned out that the soul inside the dragon skeleton at this moment was Targa's. Alicia Magentano, prepare to meet your death. Then, it smashed the Queen's statue with one claw. After doing this, the undead dragon turned to look behind, and that direction was where the Queen was. At this moment, all the guards stood in front of her, vowing to protect Her Majesty's safety. However, the pressure of the undead dragon's roar alone was enough to scare the people below into not daring to move. The gap between them was too great. The Queen understood that these people would only be throwing their lives away. All of you, if you don't want to die, get out of here. The Queen thought, this guy's mana is so overwhelming that unless you're a sword master, no one can stop it. Instantly, the Queen condensed a pinkish-purple aura sword and was about to strike at the dragon, but the undead dragon just waved its hand, and the huge wind pressure blew the Queen away. Because Targa was not yet familiar with this body, he couldn't accurately control his attacks. But this didn't matter to him now, because the people below were like ants in his eyes. The Queen looked at the enemy in front of her and knew that this was not an opponent that could be defeated by brute force. So the first thing she thought of was me. The Queen turned her head and was about to ask me if I had a solution, but found that I had already run far away. I'm sorry, dear Queen. Saving my life is the top priority right now. Seeing that I was running away regardless of her, she was instantly petrified. The Queen thought to herself, since that scumbag can't be relied on, let's find the scumbag's bodyguard. After all, he is also a sword master. There must be a way to solve this. Sir Azrahan. However, Javier also ran away. The Queen was petrified again. She sighed in her heart. Men really can't be relied on. Facing the crisis-ridden Queen, Javier and I ran away without looking back. It only took us a few seconds to complete the 100-meter dash, and we also handsomely completed the hurdles. Suddenly, Javier finally couldn't help but speak. Young master, if we run away like this, you probably won't be able to collect the construction fee. I cursed. You money grubber. Is money all you think about? We have to live. I'm really tired of hearing you talk about money all the time. Javier was full of question marks. He thought to himself, isn't it you, young master, who talks about money all the time? Suddenly, Javier braked and stopped. He then said, if we leave that monster alone, it will sooner or later threaten our territory. So, young master, you must protect your own honey pot. However, I still didn't stop running. You brat, that thing's mana is more than 100 times yours. You should just give up. Javier didn't give up because of this. He then said, then, young master, you just run as hard as you can. I will risk my life to stop it here. I thought to myself, this brat is always like this. At this moment, the undead dragon had already condensed a dark purple-tailed beast bomb in its mouth. It then fired it in the queen's direction. The massive explosion instantly shattered the ground. The queen was also sent flying by the force of the explosion. Targa was now unable to control his body at will, so he was almost attacking randomly. The queen fell to the ground, and just as the dark purple beam was about to hit her, Javier arrived with a roar. At this moment, a large amount of aura energy had gathered on his sword. With one aura blast, the attack successfully hit the dragon's head. At the same time, it caused the dark purple beam to deviate, grazing past the queen. Targa was very angry about this. You annoying fly. Then, countless dark purple energy balls were spat at him. Javier dodged one attack after another with his agile movements. He thought to himself, although the other party's aim is not good, if I get hit once, I will definitely die. Javier found an opportunity and fired another aura blast. The attack hit the dragon again. However, this time, it felt like being bitten by a mosquito. It turned out that Targa was getting more and more familiar with his body. Suddenly, the undead dragon lay down and spread its huge wings. This small action alone sent tremors through the ground. The next second, it actually flew up. It then began to bombard the ground indiscriminately. Wherever the undead dragon flew, it could be said that not a blade of grass grew. Javier and the queen could only run away. If this continued, they would only have a dead end. At this critical moment, I made a shining entrance. How could I, the dignified protagonist, really run away? I was holding Bai Biang, who was about to eat a red seed. I, who had arrived on Goming, directly threw Bai Biang at the undead dragon. In midair, Bai Biang ate the red seed. Instantly, it began to gradually grow larger. The next second, Bai Biang descended vertically, sitting directly on the dragon's body. At the same time, the dragon also fell as it couldn't bear the weight. I, on the other hand, took the opportunity to save the queen and Javier. After doing all this, Bai Biang quickly shrank and ran away, while Targa was still confused about what just happened. At the same time, Goming had already flown above the dragon. I then shouted, Goming, now, quickly use your poop attack. But Goming's face turned red as he said, everyone is watching. Is this really okay? It turns out, the so-called poop attack was actually a shit attack. The undead dragon Targa was very confused about what was on his face. He then smelled it, and immediately understood what this sticky white liquid was. In the next second, Targa spread his huge undead wings, and angrily roared, you bastards, I will definitely get rid of you. The terrifying pressure instantly shattered the surrounding trees. At this moment, the queen spoke, Lloyd, do you have a plan? I immediately said I was sorry. I don't know if that method will work. At this time, Goming had already taken us out of the clouds. The next second, Targa chased after us, and the battle plan I could think of was to lead it to a more powerful guy. If we were to say there was a guy stronger than this undead dragon, then it would probably only be the Dragon King. So I want to bring this guy to the Dragon King. I remember the novel mentioned the Dragon King in great detail. The book described that he established the order of the dragon race, and also loved humans very much. It described the Dragon King as a benevolent and tolerant dragon, so if the Dragon King saw this dead lizard making such a fuss, he would definitely not sit idly by. I remember he lives in a place called Gaffel. Thinking of this, I asked the queen, Your Majesty, do you know how long it takes to get from here to Gaffel? The queen was very confused. Gaffel? Even at this speed, it would take over a day to get there. What are you going there for? After hearing this, I thought, this is bad. At this moment, Targa had already caught up. The huge bone mouth was about to bite down. The next second, a crisp sound of teeth biting came. But fortunately, Goming made a handsome 360-degree rotation and dodged this fatal attack. I looked at the skeleton dragon chasing behind us and thought, this guy is so big, but his speed is still so fast. Are we really going to fly with this thing behind for over a day? At this moment, Javier asked, Young master, will there be a way if we go to Gaffel? Being asked this, I had no confidence in my heart. After all, I have never been there, but there is no other way now. I then told Javier not to worry about it so much. Anyway, we have to go there now. After hearing this, Javier instantly condensed aura energy on his sword. He then fired an aura blast. Targa thought they were really stupid. That kind of thing can't cause any damage to my body. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Javier's aura blast pierced through the bone wing formed by black magic energy. Seeing this, Targa was very surprised, and since one wing was broken, his body became unstable, so Targa swayed a few times before stabilizing. I saw that this move worked and immediately told Javier to continue to restrain it like this. However, Targa had learned his lesson from last time. Javier's next 3 aura blasts all missed, and the previously damaged wing was being gradually repaired. Seeing that the situation was not right, I turned my head and said, Alicia, please lend me your sword. The queen was startled when she heard this guy call her Alicia. I then told the queen not to dwell on it. The situation is urgent right now. The queen looked like she wanted to say something but held back. In the end, she only muttered, "You punk." And so, the queen obediently handed over her sword. After getting the sword, I told Javier, "We will attack it at the same time from an angle it can't dodge." I then immediately gathered my mana on the sword. Then, with my iconic expression, I shouted the skill, "Mana Blast." Targa was so shocked by my expression, and it was this moment of distraction that the queen caught. She thought to herself, was that a shocked look? At this moment, my and Javier's two attacks were launched at the same time. They crisscrossed and flew towards Targa. This time, it had no space to dodge. However, our attacks didn't pierce the wing like last time. Instead, they were all deflected. I was very surprised. Could it be that this guy is constantly getting stronger? Suddenly, I felt like I was being pulled by something. It turned out that the queen was holding my waist. She then told Javier to quickly lift my upper body. Although Javier didn't understand the situation, he still did as he was told. At this moment, the two of them held me horizontally. "What are you guys doing?" I looked at the abyss-like mouth of the dragon in front of me and was so scared I made a funny face. At this time, the queen spoke, and her hands began to condense a small amount of aura. "Just follow my command. Now scream." Then, she slapped my poor, perky but with a hand attached with aura energy. Instantly, it hurt so much that I cried out. At the same time, I lost my handsomeness. All that was left was an expression that could make people tremble with fear. And so, I kept shouting in pain. Meanwhile, Targa saw my expression from a very close distance, and he was actually startled by it. He was so scared that he retreated several hundred meters. He sighed in his heart. How can there be such an ugly thing in the world? The queen was overjoyed when she saw that this method actually worked. She said, "Lloyd, you did it. I didn't expect your face to be so useful." However, the two of them completely ignored my feelings. Don't you know how much of a blow this is to a young soul? The sad tears are proof of my broken heart. At this moment, Targa understood who that ugly guy was. After all, it was that person who cured Magentano's poison, repelled his mastodon troops, and defeated the Hell Knight. But it's really hard to imagine that someone could have such an unbearable appearance. But this is also good. I will have my revenge on both of them. The queen saw the other party chasing after them again, so she continued to pat my butt non-stop. I, on the other hand, was still shouting in pain. Targa said, "That move is useless against me now." It turned out he had actually made himself a man-eye mask. The queen was very helpless. She exclaimed, "Is Lloyd's appearance really that offensive?" At the same time, I was very speechless. "Your Majesty, why do you always attack my looks?" Suddenly, Javier told the queen to block her ears with mana. Young master quickly unleashed a hellish scream. I cursed, "Javier, you brat, that's just me singing." Before I could say anything more, Javier directly pinched my chin. The next second, my beautiful singing voice echoed throughout the sky, but Targa made himself another pair of mana earmuffs. I was speechless. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? How is he even chasing us while covering his eyes and ears? The queen and Javier saw that this method was useless and directly abandoned me. I was like a piece of garbage with no use value. However, this was not the time to care about this. I thought to myself, it seems my judgment was wrong. The Dragon King plan has completely failed now. We have no choice but to defeat it. And to get rid of this guy, we must first find its weakness. But does this monster really have a weakness? Suddenly, I thought of something. That's right, didn't the queen promise to let me take a tailbone before? So now that skeleton dragon has a substitute bone made by me. Isn't that the weakness I'm looking for? At this moment, Targa instantly boosted to catch up. Just as it was about to swallow all three of us in a bird, I immediately told Goming to quickly use his spider web backpack to spit silk. The next second, countless spider silks sprayed out from Goming's backpack, and it immediately wrapped around the dragon's whole body. At the same time, Goming took the opportunity to fly up. However, this kind of thing couldn't cause any damage to Targa at all. "You mosquitoes, why do you always do such annoying things?" But when it shook off the spider silk, it found that there was no one around. Just as Targa was wondering where they went, little did he know that two people with aura swords were descending from the sky above him. I immediately shouted, "Its weakness is the fourth tailbone from the pelvis." Instantly, Javier fired an aura blast, hitting the place that was not covered by undead mana, and that was the fake tailbone I made of granite. After the aura blast hit it, it immediately cracked. After all, this is not a real dragon bone. How could it withstand Javier's aura blast? This attack hurt so much that Targa cried out. However, this was not over, because we have two sword masters on our side. The queen followed closely behind Javier. At this moment, she held an aura sword and shouted, "Lloyd Frontera, didn't I tell you to use the bones of a killer whale to make it?" I immediately said, "I'm sorry, Your Majesty, this is a reasonable saving of construction costs." The next second, a pinkish-purple aura slashed across the tailbone, shattering it completely. Seeing this scene, I was overjoyed. Great, it worked. At this moment, Targa lost his balance, and his whole body was rapidly falling towards the ground. Targa, who had fallen to the ground, took a dragon-sized faceplant, and a deep hit was left where he slid. Targa struggled to get up, sighing at his damn sense of balance. But my attack wasn't over yet. Suddenly, Targa sensed something above his head, and it was Padong that I had thrown from the sky. At this moment, Padong was gradually getting bigger. The next second, he sat on the dragon's head, and the force of the impact instantly sent the surrounding trees flying. On the other side, I had safely landed with with the Queen and Javier. After landing, I directly fired a triple core mana blast, but I didn't shoot at Targa. One reason was that Padang was still on the other party's head. The second reason was that I wanted to quickly consume my mana and enter a near-death state. On the other side, Javier was ready. He directly thrust his aura sword into Targa's tail. At the same time, I used Supercharge. You bastard, I'm going to absorb all your undead mana. Instantly, countless purple energy was continuously being drawn from Targa's body. The surrounding trees were all broken, and all this purple mana was absorbed by me. However, I was also in extreme pain to purify this undead mana. Suddenly, the system notification sounded. Mana Heart skill has leveled up. Your ability to purify the poisonous mana of the undead has grown exponentially. At this time, the Queen also joined the battlefield, and the huge aura sword directly smashed on Targa's tail. Although that was a real dragon bone, because it was no longer protected by undead mana, it also began to gradually crack. Targa let out a cry of agony as the pain of his bones shattering while still alive tore through him. Seeing this, I thought to myself, it's working. This way, we will definitely win. Suddenly, the system sounded again. New skill option, half human, half dragon. You absorbed massive amounts of dragon mana. Your mana heart now has the properties of a dragon. Dragons you encounter will show an interest in you. At this time, I thought that as long as the three of us continued like this, we would definitely win. However, I didn't know that something was flying towards me from behind. It was the severed dragon tail bone. Javier was the first to see this scene. He knew that the young master couldn't dodge in time. If he was hit by this thing, the young master would definitely die. The next second, a figure seemed to run past the trees. The person's speed was so fast that only a shadow could be captured, and the person who rushed over was Javier. He blocked the dragon tail bone with his body. However, the force was too great, and the sword in Javier's hand was broken. But even so, he still used all his strength to change the direction of the dragon tail's fall, so it didn't hit me. I looked at this scene above my head in horror. It all happened too fast. I had no time to make any decisions. At this moment, Javier finally couldn't hold it anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he also lost consciousness because of this. The dragon tail flew out with Javier. The trees in its path were all broken. Javier's hands and feet were all broken, and he was thrown out of the forest. The clothes on his upper body were also all torn. Finally, he fell into the river unconscious. At this time, because Javier was no longer in control at the tail, Targa took this opportunity to directly break free from Padang's suppression. At the same time, he also reconnected the dragon tail through undead mana. After regaining his tail, he once again regained his body's balance. Targa immediately struck at my direction with a dragon claw. Because I was shocked by the scene just now, I was only thinking about how to save Javier, and I didn't realize the danger I was in at all. But at this critical moment, the Queen appeared. She desperately hugged me and rolled out from under the dragon's claw. The Queen immediately roared, "Lloyd Frontera, pull yourself together. This is not the time to lose your fighting spirit. You have to quickly think of a way, just like you usually do. If he's gone now, the whole kingdom will be destroyed, just like you saved me back then. Save Javier too." However, I couldn't think of a way at this moment, because just now, Javier's mana instantly disappeared completely, and I don't have the ability to help others recover their mana. I collapsed on the ground powerlessly, and the Queen in front of me was grabbing my collar. Above our heads was the restored undead dragon Targa. Meanwhile, Javier had fallen into the river, his life in death unknown. At this moment, an atmosphere of despair almost enveloped every inch of my space. The Queen, carrying the demoralized me, was constantly dodging the pursuit of the undead dragon. Since transmigrating into the novel, I had never felt so desperate. If I had spent some CP points before and used the ending spoiler function once, it would have been better. Or if I had worked harder to collect relationship points before and made myself stronger, maybe the situation would have changed. But now it seems everything is too late. Suddenly, I remembered a conversation I had with Javier. That day, he asked me when I would call the Count and Countess father and mother. Actually, I had always been afraid of being asked this question. After all, I came from another world. They are not my real parents. If I really called them dad and mom, wouldn't I be deceiving them? At this time, Javier spoke again. I have always wanted to call them father and mother, but I don't have that qualification. However, you clearly have the qualification, but you usually only address them by their titles. That's right, Javier lost his parents at a young age. It was the Count and Countess who took him in. In that sense, this guy is just like me in my original world. We both became orphans at a young age. Javier sighed with admiration. I'm sorry, I seem to be quite sensitive to the words father and mother. I've said something unnecessary. Just as he was about to leave, I asked a question. What were your parents like? Do you remember? Young master, are you really asking? I solemnly said I was serious. Although my attire may not be serious now, I saw Javier's surprised expression and was confused. What's wrong? Is it strange for me to ask you this kind of question? Javier replied, well, you are not the kind of person who cares about others. Being told this, I suddenly realized something. That's right, why am I curious? We don't even seem to be friends. However, at this moment, I saw Javier willingly risk his life to save me. Seeing him fall into the river with his life in death unknown, I suddenly understood something. Then, a thought arose in my mind. That is, I must go save him now. Thinking of this, my eyes changed from despair to determination. I then told the Queen, Your Majesty, please allow me to use your your back. Before the queen understood the situation, I jumped from her back. No matter what it takes, I will save my friend. Jumping into the river, I desperately tried to grab him. At this moment, although Javier had almost exhausted his mana, as if sensing something, he actually woke up. Seeing the young master, he also extended his hand. The moment I grabbed his hand, I immediately sent him a signal with my eyes. Javier quickly absorbed my mana. The mana in both our bodies formed a stark contrast, but the next second, the mana in my body began to continuously flow into Javier's body through the connection of our hands. Meanwhile, on the other side, the queen stood alone by the small river with her aura sword. In front of her was the skeleton dragon Targa, who was about to fire an undead ray. She knew she couldn't run away, because the two people in the river were the key to this victory. At this critical moment, Hamon appeared and hit Targa's head. Although this wouldn't cause any damage to it, it did cause the undead ray to deviate. This attack raced past the queen, shooting straight towards the mountain behind. Then, with a loud explosion, the force of which flattened the entire mountain behind, and the surrounding river water also caused huge waves. Javier and I were also caught in it, but we still didn't let go of each other's hands. However, Javier felt a little strange at this moment, because he felt that the young master's mana was not right. He couldn't understand, is this really mana? Although it has a form similar to mana, the two are completely different. It's as if it has broken away from the rules of the world. On the other side, my summoned creatures were trying to delay Targa. Goming was using his poop attack, continuously shitting on the other party's head, but Targa's power was constantly getting stronger. Facing these attacks, he flashed away. When he appeared again, he was already on Goming's head. This scared Goming to death. However, the summoned creature's attacks were not over yet. Padong forcefully threw Bangul into the air. The next second, Bangul then released a volcanic eruption smoke attack on Targa, and a large amount of smoke enveloped it. Now, every second counted. At this moment, the queen seized the opportunity and appeared at Targa's tail. She held her aura sword and prepared to strike down, and this was the place that had been cracked before. However, at this critical moment, a sharp pain suddenly came from the queen's right eye. Since that time she attacked the ancient castle, it had often acted up. The queen was very unwilling. Why now of all times? Just this moment of distraction, Targa flapped its wings and directly blew her away. At the same time, she couldn't even hold her sword because of the pain. On the other side, Javier couldn't understand the mana that didn't belong to this world, so he couldn't use it. Gradually, he fell into a deep sleep because his mana was exhausted. Javier expressed his apologies in his heart. I'm sorry, Master Lloyd. I really can't understand your mana. I'm sorry for not being able to remain by your side. Suddenly, Javier saw a scene he would never forget in his life. It was my extremely ugly face. After all, I had been holding my breath in the water for too long. It's understandable to be like this. The next second, Javier was so scared that he screamed, and the mana that was about to be completely exhausted actually appeared one after another. Just then, the system notification sounded. Javier, alarmed by your underworldly face, now comprehends things beyond the law of causality. At the same time, the queen was painfully covering her right eye. She couldn't operate her body's mana because of the pain, and was falling towards the ground. But fortunately, she was caught by Goming. At this moment, the four summoned creatures were still blocking the river. Although they knew that there was no way out now, they still resolutely stood here. Just as Targa was about to charge up his undead ray, I looked at the text displayed on the system notification in the river. Javier can control the higher worldly mana he obtained from you. Javier's body now disregards a part of the law of causality. All the cells in Javier's body are activating as a mana heart. The next second, a pair of brilliant wings actually grew on Javier's back. The scene was like an angel descending. Suddenly, Targa looked at his front with great surprise, because Javier had appeared in a flash without him knowing. The four summoned creatures were both surprised and happy to see this scene, although they still didn't understand what was going on now. At this moment, Javier, with wings on his back, closed his eyes. The surrounding environment began to flicker. It was just that the person he was holding in his arms was a bit of a killjoy. After all, his appearance was too ugly. Javier harshly dropped me to the ground, then slowly raised his sword. Targa was full of confusion as he looked at the person in front of him. He had no idea what he was doing. However, the next second, countless slashes passed through his body, but in Targa's eyes, the other party didn't move at all, and so, it was instantly cut into countless cubes. It turns out, at this time, Javier had become the strongest existence mentioned in the novel. That is, a grandmaster. Suddenly, I called out to him, because I had a wonderful idea. Javier, if there's anything that needs cutting, I'll leave it all to you. But in my heart, I was thinking, thank you for staying alive. After hearing this, Javier's brow furrowed instantly, but then he smiled and sighed. He thought to himself, I should be the one thanking you. And so, the crisis was resolved. My four summoned creatures and by beyond all rushed towards me. Each of them was crying their eyes out. Queen Magentano slowly walked toward us, and I immediately bowed respectfully. Just then, the number of fates I had saved had also increased from 23,513,442 to 31,145,782. I was amazed. If that guy Targa had been allowed to live, 10 million people would have died. The system explained. No, 10 million is not the number of lives directly harmed. Let's suppose that one of the lives you saved happened to be a well-respected businessman. You saved saved one family that would have starved to death without the job he creates. And when the child from that family becomes an adult, they save a drowning person. The person they save is a doctor. That doctor discovers an amazing drug. That chain reaction is all calculated into the DP. The number of lives you save is not just one person. At this moment, I smiled faintly. Actually, if one DP could be converted into 1,000 gold coins, I would be even happier. Suddenly, Javier called out to me, "Young master, I heard that skeleton dragons have immortal properties. I feel like we need to find a way to deal with these things." Sure enough, just as Javier finished speaking, the skeleton dragon fragments that had been cut into cubes began to move. "Young master, it's already started moving. Do I need to cut it into smaller pieces?" However, I was completely unconcerned, and I told Javier he didn't need to do anything. Just let it resurrect itself, because now I have one more object to command. That is the skeleton dragon. Soon, the once arrogant skeleton dragon will become my part-time dragon. At this moment, the bone fragments began to gradually recover. In a short while, more than half of the body was assembled. Then, I prepared to start controlling it. The system popped up a prompt. "Domination of the skeleton dragon is complete. Would you like to get rid of the attached soul?" I smiled faintly with purple flames in my eye. "Do you even need to ask?" "Of course, I do." The next second, I felt like I had come to another space. This place was surrounded by an undead aura. It turned out that the system had moved my consciousness into the dragon's skull. As long as I get rid of the soul of the dark mage Targa, I can complete the command of the skeleton dragon. It seems that guy used some method to transfer himself here before he was defeated by the queen. Suddenly, I sensed someone behind me. I turned my head and saw that guy Targa kneeling there. I looked at his painful appearance, and the system also thoughtfully displayed the other party's information. Name, Targa. Sex, male. Age, 47. Occupation, dark mage. He suffers from low blood pressure and stress-related indigestion. He likes to eat things with sauce, and prefers salty flavors. He is currently unmarried and has been single since birth. He picks his nose by blocking one nostril and blowing out of the other. I was speechless. Is this system guy too bored? I don't need to know all this. Suddenly, Targa spoke. "I have had this cursed mana since I was born. The people in the village treated my family differently and bullied them. My mother said I was a demon. She said I ruined her life. The thing she regretted most in her life was giving birth to me. But even so, I still love my mother." I felt very confused as I listened to his words one after another. Suddenly, I interrupted him. "Targa, what does your suffering have to do with me? You don't think I'll pity you for this, do you?" After saying that, I instantly punched him in the face. That punch contained all my lifelong resentment. The thing I can't stand the most is a guy like you who has committed a capital crime but is still playing the victim here. And so, this punch of mine directly scattered his soul. At the same time, the system prompted, "You have exterminated the parasitic soul." On the other side, because I had no soul, my appearance seemed a bit dull now, but the queen looked at the front with great horror. It turned out that at this moment, the skeleton dragon, because it had cleared the pinkish purple black mana, had now become a purer azure undead mana. Just then, as my soul returned to my body, the system sounded again. "Greet the skeleton dragon, who now has a new personality. This will set the tone of the relationship between you and the skeleton dragon." After hearing the system's prompt, I directly said to the skeleton dragon in front of me, "I am your father." Instantly, the skeleton dragon, who had obtained a new personality, actually began to condense an energy ray. Seeing this, Javier immediately condensed his aura sword and spread his wings to block in front. At the same time, the queen behind also assumed a ready-to-fight posture. I was confused. Did my brainwashing did not work? The next second, the skeleton dragon directly fired the energy ray towards the sky. The energy exploded and actually formed a heart shape. The skeleton dragon also made a heart shape with its wings in this scene. Then, it actually called out Daddy. The queen and Javier on the side were directly speechless by this scene. I reached out and stroked the skeleton dragon's skull. "I will give you a name. Unlike a zombie, you are not a cursed being. You are one of the proudest dragons of the dragon race. So I will name you Draggy." Javier and the queen on the side were speechless again. They then said in unison with the system, "So lame." I hugged Draggy and rubbed against it. My summoned creatures also like Draggy very much. I thought to myself, in the future, with Draggy, it will only take 1 second to level a mountain. Our Draggy is the strongest heavy equipment. However, I didn't know that at this moment. The queen was looking at me very seriously from behind. She then looked at the shirtless Javier standing on the side. He should have reached the Grand Master realm, right? That is an existence that is rumored to be able to kill gods. And that Draggy with a lame name, but with its power alone, it should be enough to turn a continent to ashes. All of this seems to obey the command of one man. The queen looked at that man's back. "Lloyd Frontera, who have the power to destroy the whole world in an instant. You are no longer within my control." Thinking of this, the queen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Soon after, morning came, and the queen wanted to publicly announce that I was the hero of the entire empire. But I humbly indicated that the queen should not do this. After all, my dream is to become a rural rich man and then live a life of leisure. However, the queen not only did not listen to any of my requests, but also directly gave me all the credit for resolving this crisis. And so, I instantly became the hero who saved the entire empire. Even more terrifying was that she actually stuck out her little pink tongue at me. I never thought that the always high and mighty queen queen could have such a playful side. Although I was played by the queen, she promised me that as long as I finish repairing the royal city, she will reward me with 2 billion gold coins. It seems that fighting with dragons every time is quite profitable. At this time, Javier said irritably, "Young master, why don't you think about how we almost died this time?" I replied, "Who cares if we almost died? We're alive. We didn't die, so don't worry about such meaningless things." Suddenly, Javier asked the question that startled me. "Young master, are you like a god?" However, just as Javier finished asking, he continued, "No, you shouldn't be a god. After all, if you were a god, you wouldn't have pinched your face into its current state. You brat, are you provoking me? You always attack my looks." Javier spoke again. "Where did the real Lloyd Frontera go? Is he no longer in this world?" This question silenced me. I could see that Javier had long realized that I was not from this world. The time I transferred magic to him in the water should have further confirmed everything. Now, continuing to be shameless and deny it has no meaning, so I told him the truth. "Actually, I don't know either. When I woke up, I found myself like this." "So you didn't choose to take over Lloyd Frontera's body?" I immediately replied, "No." After Javier heard the answer he wanted, he lay down and prepared to sleep. "All right, you can sing me the lullaby now." I was very confused. "You're done asking just like that? Do you believe what I said?" Javier said, "Young master, when you lie, you are particularly shameless, and when you tell the truth, you look vulnerable." I didn't expect Javier's reaction to be so calm, but this is also good. In the future, I won't be asked this kind of question by Javier anymore. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. When it swung open, an unfamiliar old man stepped in. It turned out he was a dragon whose life was about to end, but his soul had been taken away by the Lord of Hell. However, he didn't want to leave just like that, so he came to seek my help. "Hello, boy. I am the dragon Anticus. To be precise, I am the information left by Anticus, the original soul of the skeleton dragon you defeated." After hearing this, I calmly said, "I see. Do you have any business with us?" Anticus was a bit confused. "Why do you have that expression? Aren't you scared?" I was speechless. What's there to be scared of? Suddenly, Anticus spoke very solemnly. "In the name of the great dragon, I order the human, Lloyd Frontera, to go to hell and bring back Anticus's original soul." After hearing this, I immediately went to bed. "I'm sorry, I refuse. Javier, show the guest out." This made Anticus cry. "Don't be so cold. Just do me this favor. Please help me." I was speechless. "Old man, why are you pestering me? I already said no." At this moment, Anticus cried even more fiercely. "As long as you save my soul, I will make you a member of the Dragon King's Club." I suddenly slowly got up from the bed. I then said, "You old dragon, you're really something. A deal is a deal. Why did you put on such a high and mighty act at the beginning? Then let me hear about the benefits of this club."